I pretended to be bankrupt to test my wife, but she ran off with another man. Part 2. Jiang Wen's violent kick almost killed me, but I didn't expect that this was just the beginning of a complicated situation. In the upcoming mission, I will not only have to deal with the powerful enemy of Yuanda Group, but also face the huge secret behind the Flying Tiger Special Forces. When everything seemed to be moving in the direction I'd planned, I suddenly realized that Jiang Yin and the Flying Tigers had set a trap, and I myself had become their prey, and danger was approaching me. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you like this story, please, and let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 67. This girl is a bit fierce. Cho-chan, be careful. Jiang Yin sternly called out the woman's code name, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Brother, am I wrong? Jiang Wen asked back dissatisfiedly. This is a mission, Cho-chan. Orders are no joke. Jiang Yin said angrily. Yes, Jiang Wen replied in a low voice, reluctantly. Lin Chen was puzzled. How come he had never seen this woman before? And how come Jiang Yin had a sister? Officer Jiang, how come I didn't know you had a sister? Lin Chen blurted out, but only after he said it did he realize that something was wrong. The team members nearby all looked at him strangely, with surprise, sympathy, and even a bit of pity. Jiang Wen's face darkened instantly. What do you mean? She asked coldly. Lin Chen wanted to explain awkwardly. Well, Miss Chiu, you must have misunderstood. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Wen suddenly swept his leg and tripped him. Lin Chen rolled over and stood up quickly, but she kicked him again. First of all, my last name is not Chiu. My last name is Jiang. Don't be so arrogant with your money-steeping businessman background. Who would want to marry you? Ms. Jiang, I really didn't mean that. Lin Chen hurriedly explained, trying to get out of this trouble. You don't look down on me, and I look down on you even more. Jiang Wen snorted coldly and kicked him again. Lin Chen dodged instinctively, but the desk lamp on the table could not escape and was kicked to pieces. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking, if I'm hit by the kick, my life might be over. Xiao Wen, that's enough. Jiang Yin finally couldn't help but scold. Although he loved his sister, she really went too far this time. Jiang Wen responded disdainfully, returned to her original position, folded her arms, and stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt the pressure on him and simply lay on the ground without moving, fearing that he would be kicked into a sieve if he said a few more words. Get up, stop pretending to be dead, Jiang Wen said coldly. Jiang Yin reluctantly helped Lin Chen up and apologized with a smile. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, my sister has a straightforward temper. Please don't mind. Lin Chen sighed, jokingly. Officer Jiang, your special forces have always been my idol. What happened today really disappointed me. I'm really sorry. She will no longer participate in this mission. I will let her go back after I return. Jiang Yinxiao sighed. Lin Chen quickly echoed. Officer Jiang, please don't let a rat spoil the whole pot. Lin Chen, who do you say is a rat? Jiang Wen was furious and kicked Lin Chen again. Lin Chen quickly dodged, but the lamp was not so lucky and broke into countless pieces. This woman is too strong. Lin Chen's heart beat faster and he thought to himself, if I get kicked by her, I will probably be kneeling. Enough. After this mission is completed, she will go back. Jiang Yin said angrily. Jiang Wen sneered. If you don't want to stay, then don't stay. I don't care. If you want to continue to stay in the Special Forces, you have to beat me first. Jiang Yin finally gave up the threat. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, these brother and sister have really hot tempers. Officer Jiang, why don't we deal with business first? Seeing the two people arguing, Lin Chen hurriedly interrupted them. He didn't want the office to be in a mess. If this continued, he would have to pay for the losses himself. Okay, Mr. Lin. Jiang Yin responded helplessly, with a helpless smile flashing across his face. By the way, Mr. Lin, is there any latest progress regarding the new intelligence? Jiang Yin changed the subject and intended to return to the mission. Lin Chen's expression became serious. There is no new information at the moment. Tianli and Yuanda's delivery time is approaching, so they will definitely be extra careful. He paused, his expression becoming serious. However, I don't want the spies I arranged to be exposed, especially in Yuanda Group. After this incident with Xiao Fei, Lin Chen became more cautious. Lin Chen was determined not to do so, as he thought it was meaningless to sacrifice people for insignificant information. Okay, since there is no new information, let's plan our actions according to the existing situation. If there is anything wrong, please feel free to correct me, Mr. Lin. This mission is S-level. I will not allow any mistakes, and I cannot let the team members sacrifice in vain. Jiang Yin said seriously. Officer Jiang, don't worry. I will listen carefully. Lin Chun was deeply touched. As the captain, every decision could determine everyone's life or death. According to your intelligence, Tianli Group plans to transport new drugs to the border of Manhwa through the Golden Triangle area. This is your speculation. Can you provide evidence? Jiang Yin began to enter professional mode, and his tone was almost like an interrogation. Lin Chen didn't care and answered directly. Yes, the headquarters of Tianli Group is in the Golden Triangle area, and this route is the most convenient for them to transport drugs. However, to completely destroy Yuanda Group, we must wait until they reach Banhai City's westport. This is very important. At least it can prevent the drugs from flowing into Long Country. We cannot ignore whether these drugs will flow to other places along the way. Jiang Yin said in a deep voice. I didn't neglect it. Lin Chen realized that he had overlooked this link. Jiang Yin understood his anxiety, but their mission was more critical. But don't worry. This information is uncertain. I won't pay too much attention to it. The most important thing now is to completely eradicate Yuanda Group. Another piece of information is that Tianli Group sent the drugs to Banhai City's westport via the William, the second cruise ship. These secret letters are the same as the ones we uncovered before, and they're completely true. Jiang Yin continued to analyze. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, ready to listen to Jiang Yin's detailed explanation. According to intelligence, there are more than 300 guns, more than 50 weapons of mass destruction, and more than 100 rocket launchers and incendiary explosives in the Yuanda Group. Jiang Yin continued. There are more than 1,300 members in the Yuanda Group, more than 600 of whom have experience in handling guns, and some are mercenaries and desperados. Lin Chen added. These are conservative estimates. There are more than 30 ninjas around Sada, and their fighting power cannot be underestimated. Lin Chen added. Jiang Yin frowned. This means that at least half of the forces of Yuanda Group are fully armed. No, it should be 2/3. The rest are basically serious criminals and will never surrender easily. Lin Chen added. Well, if you calculate it this way, the Yuanda Group has at least 800 active personnel, Jiang Yin concluded. It seems I have to find some reinforcements. Lin Chen said with a little concern. Officer Jiang, streamlining the staff is the most effective. If we are exposed, Tianli Group will stop quickly. Lin Chen reminded. Don't worry. I'm looking for people I absolutely trust. Jiang Yin responded firmly. Tianli Group will provide more than 100 elite mercenaries to Yuanda Group. Is this clue reliable? Jiang Yin continued to ask. It's true, but the spy who provided the information has been discovered, and now no more information can be provided. Lin Chen explained. Tianli Group has really invested a huge amount of money. Jiang Yin slammed the table hard after hearing this. If this drug is circulated, the profits will be huge. But once people start taking it, their bodies will be completely ruined. The impact on Dragon Country will be immeasurable. Lin Chen said calmly. This kind of thing must never happen in Longhua. Jiang Yin said, gritting his teeth. Officer Jiang, you are really awesome. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. Don't worry, I will provide you with the latest intelligence. And more than 100 people from the security group will also assist you secretly. I knew you were just bragging here. Jiang Wen muttered in dissatisfaction when she saw them hugging each other. We are not bragging. We are heroes who appreciate each other. Lin Chen glanced at the irritable Jiang Wen, his tone somewhat uncertain. Hero? Anyone who can't beat me is a bear. Jiang Wen said provocatively. Who do you say is a bear? Lin Chen was filled with anger. You guys in the Longhua group are all cowards. Jiang Wen raised her head, her eyes flashing with provocation. Lin Chen pointed at Jiang Wen angrily, but still didn't dare to take action. The team members on the side looked away in disappointment, as they had thought Lin Chen was a tough guy. Since you don't take action, it's my turn. Jiang Wen snorted coldly and kicked him. She herself didn't know why she suddenly got angry, but she just wanted to beat up this handsome man. Just as her foot was about to touch Lin Chen's chest, a white-haired man suddenly rushed in and reached out to catch her kick. Jiang Wen shook her head angrily, and the blade hidden in her hair slashed at the white-haired man, but the white-haired man was not in a hurry. He quickly grabbed her hair and threw her away easily. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back, and Jiang Wen fell heavily into his arms, with her red lips almost touching his forehead. He was pressed so hard that he couldn't breathe, but he didn't dare to move. He could feel Jiang Wen's body trembling. Not knowing what to do, Lin Shin simply closed his eyes. After a long while, Jiangwen finally climbed up from him. Her face was as red as fire, but the obvious swelling and tear marks in her eyes made Lin Shin stunned. She actually cried. "I'm going to kill you." Jiangwen stared at the white-haired man and roared in a low voice. At this time, Jiang Yin finally stepped forward and stopped her impulse. "Brother Caney, why are you here? Haven't you retired?" The white-haired man glanced at Jiang Yin with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, but did not speak. Jiang Yin bowed with a smile, then pulled Jiangwen aside. "Brother." Jiangwen struggled dissatisfiedly. "Brother Caney is a member of the Flying Tigers Special Forces. Why are you acting like this?" Jiang Yin deliberately emphasized the words Flying Tigers Special Forces, hoping that his sister would calm down. Jiangwen's face changed after hearing this. The Flying Tiger Special Forces is one of the strongest teams in Dragon Country. Only a few people survived, and their strength is unmatched. Lin Shun then remembered that Kan Yi was indeed the former bodyguard of the Soldier King, but he almost never showed up. Seeing Jiangwen being easily defeated by Kan Yi, Lin Shun quickly ran over to thank him. "Brother Kan Yi, it's really thanks to you for your help, otherwise." Before Lin Shun could finish his words, Kan Yi had disappeared, and Lin Shun stood there awkwardly. "By the way, Lin Shun, how did you get the teacher to come to our group?" Jiang Yin looked at Kan Yi, who was leaving, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked. I accidentally opened a 30-day Kan Yi trial card, and then he came." Lin Shin tried his best to avoid the part involving Wu Yan. "Master has a bad temper. No matter who invites him, he will not come out easily, unless..." Jiang Yin looked at Lin Shan with disbelief in his eyes. "Unless what?" Lin Shin's heart tightened, and he pretended to know nothing. "Unless the strongest man in the Flying Tiger Special Forces is also in your group." "Huh? Officer Jiang, are you telling the truth? Our group has such a peerless master hidden. Where is he? How come I have never discovered him?" Lin Shun pretended to be surprised. "Lin Shun, my sister's right. For businessmen like you, 9 out of 10 words are lies. However, the 2 veterans of the Flying Tiger Special Forces can no longer go back." "Ahem. Officer Jiang, I'm not that kind of businessman. 8 out of 10 sentences I say are lies, and the rest are a bit sincere." "Lin Shun, remember, since these 2 are in your group, you must treat them well. If you use them to do illegal things, I will never let you go," Jiang Yin said in a serious tone. "Officer Jiang, don't worry. You don't have to worry about this at all. If I dared to do anything illegal, they would have dealt with me long ago. Not to mention you." Lin Shun felt a chill in his heart when he thought of Wu Yin's murderous intent. "Okay, now that I have these 2 seniors to help me, I can relax. But, Officer Jiang, we've talked so much. What is your plan? You haven't told me the specific action plan yet. You have these 2 mythical figures. Wouldn't it be a shame for me to propose a plan? I will go find my senior brother first and let him make a perfect plan." "Wait a minute, Officer Jiang, you have a senior brother?" Lin Shin asked puzzledly. "What's wrong? I can't have a senior brother anymore." Jiang Yin looked at Lin Shan with doubt in his eyes, but soon understood something from his eyes. "But he will be transferred to the Flying Eagle Special Forces soon. This is the last time I will see him. Don't try to hit on him." Lin Shin finally understood that all the talented people around Jiang Yin in his previous life had been promoted, but he was the only one who deeply loved the Special Forces and stayed at his post until the end. "Officer Jiang, thank you for reminding me." Lin Chun held Jiang Yin's hand gratefully. "Why are you thanking me?" Jiang Yin asked depressedly. "Thank you, just thank you. Why are you asking so many questions?" Lin Chun said helplessly. "Okay, Lin Shin, I'm going back. However, your Longhua group will become our focus of attention in the future, so don't even think about doing anything shameful," Jiang Yin said and prepared to leave. "Officer Jiang, why don't you just let us go bankrupt?" Lin Shun was speechless. "Why? Your group can't operate unless you do bad things," Jiang Yin said with a smile. "Officer Jiang, I will never do anything illegal. But if you don't let me do something borderline, then I really can't do anything," Lin Shun explained helplessly. "Brother, I will supervise his Longhua group from now on. If he dares to do anything bad, I will chop off his fingers." Jiang Wen suddenly stood up and said coldly. Lin Shin was stunned. This woman was really... "Ms. Jiang, if you're angry now, just vent it on me. There is no need to treat me like this," Lin Shun said helplessly. "Who wants to kill you? If you're a law-abiding citizen, I will not monitor you." Jiang Wen did not show any weakness. "Ms. Jiang, I am upright and have nothing to fear. You can supervise me, but I would rather have Brother Jiang supervise me." Lin Shun tried to change the subject. Lin Shun, my sexual orientation is normal. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Yin quickly shook his head. Did my words really cause misunderstanding? Lin Shun smiled bitterly. Jiang Yin nodded helplessly. He couldn't stand his sister's temper. Officer Jiang, don't worry, I don't like men. Lin Shun quickly clarified. Now that you mention it, I feel really worried. Jiang Yin began to feel a little worried. Lin Shun didn't know how to respond for a moment, and could only accept Jiang Wen's proposal to be the company's supervisor out of embarrassment. Just when he was feeling upset, his cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Uncle Nian. Hello, Uncle Nian. Lin Chen hurriedly answered the phone. Yeah. There was a faint response from the other end of the phone. Uncle Nian, is there something wrong? Lin Shun let go of the tension in his heart. Xiao Fei secretly entered the Tianli group and stole some information. Wu Nian said calmly. What information? The pills will enter the Dragon Country tomorrow, and we have sent more than 100 people to escort them. They are all William's elite troops. William's elite troops? Lin Shun was a little nervous, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that it was William's troops. Uncle Nian, don't worry about these people. They will run away by themselves when the time comes. Since you have a plan, I won't say much. Wu Nian responded calmly. By the way, Uncle Nian, I want to hear your opinion on my plan this time. If it were you, how would you wipe out the Yuanda group? Lin Shin suddenly became interested and asked a question in his mind. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Wu Nian said, I can only give you a 10 for your performance this time. Full marks? Lin Shin was surprised. No, the full score is 100. Wu Nian responded calmly. Uncle Nian, this is too low. I thought I could at least pass. Lin Shun said with a wry smile. He knew the loopholes in his plan, but he never expected Wu Nian to give him such a low score. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Wu Nian said lightly. Uncle Nian, you speak. I promise to listen attentively. Lin Shin said seriously. The first problem is that you shouldn't have placed Sun Wei in Yuanda group. Wu Nian pointed out the problem directly. Why, Uncle Nian, how did you know? Lin Shun asked in surprise. There is something wrong with his whereabouts, so I investigated it secretly. Wu Nian explained. What's the problem with Sun Wei? Lin Shun asked nervously. You have doubts about Sun Wei, but you still let him go to Yuanda group. This is your mistake. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them. Since you doubt him, why do you still let him stay in a key position? Wu Nian said seriously. Lin Shun pondered and nodded. I thought I could have an extra eye, but it turned out to be a problem. More is not necessarily better. Go for quality rather than quantity. Otherwise, you will only be dragged down by yourself. Wu Nian reminded. Lin Shun felt deeply guilty and said, I will pay attention next time. Secondly, you shouldn't tell your plan to the enemy who suddenly turns against you. Wu Nian continued. Uncle Nian, Mu Xiaoyuan is very important this time. Lin Chen explained hurriedly. I know you regard her as an important chess piece, but what will you do if she changes her mind? You have given her the right to choose and given the enemy a handle. Wu Nian said in a heavy tone. I understand, Uncle Nian, but if I can use her for my own benefit, things will be much simpler. Lin Shin asked back with some confusion. Being lucky once is fortune. Being successful 10 times is strength. But can you guarantee success every time? The human heart is unpredictable. Even I can't guarantee that I will obey your orders every time. Wu Nian's tone became steady. Lin Shin suddenly woke up and realized that he was taking a huge risk. People's hearts were so unpredictable, and his decision might have been close to the edge of danger. Uncle Nian, I understand. Lin Chen said guiltily. I'm not saying this to turn you into a cold-blooded person, but you must seize the initiative to decide the situation. Conspiracies can only bring temporary benefits, and improving strength is the fundamental thing. Wu Nian continued. I understand, Uncle Nian. Lin Shen finally understood. Also, we shouldn't send people who are unable to protect themselves to lurk within the enemy. Doing so will only increase the risk. Wu Nian's words were concise and powerful. Lin Shen knew that Wu Nian was referring to Xiao Fei. I was wrong. With Xiao Fei's ability, I shouldn't have let him sneak in. I thought too complicatedly, and it made things even more troublesome. Lin Shen realized that he should have adjusted his strategy when Xiao Fei broke into Tianli Group's internal website. He was too greedy and wanted one person to complete multiple tasks, which almost caused Xiao Fei's death. And Uncle Nian originally wanted to protect Xiao Fei and investigate Yuanda Group, but he made him take on some unnecessary tasks. Uncle Nian, I will correct these mistakes. Lin Shen said sincerely. Wu Nian nodded calmly and continued to point out the shortcomings in his plan. With every criticism, Lin Shun felt that he could make some progress. Every suggestion from Uncle Nien made him more aware of how to do better. You're right. My plan has loopholes in almost every step except the general direction. If it were in the Flying Tigers Special Forces, they would have been eliminated long ago. Lin Chen sighed. Thank goodness you pointed this out to me. Otherwise, I might have made more mistakes, he said gratefully. Lin Shun, remember, when doing things, don't pursue quantity, but pursue quality. Wu Yan's voice was steady and powerful. Lin Chen listened carefully, his heart filled with gratitude. Every bit of advice made him see something he had overlooked. By the way, Uncle Nien, do you have any opinions on the elimination of Da Group this time? My plan still has many flaws and may cause unnecessary casualties. Lin Chen asked humbly. You have already contacted the special investigation team. Just follow their plan. Wu Yan replied calmly. Lin Shun smiled awkwardly. But Uncle Nien, since you are back, I will let you handle this kind of thing in the future. After all, it is a waste to let you run missions all the time. I like my current life. Wu Yan refused directly. Lin Shun was speechless for a moment and understood what Uncle Nien meant. After a moment of silence on the phone, Wu Yan spoke. Lin Shun, if you didn't ask, I wouldn't tell you this. Everyone has their own path, and I don't want you to become like me. Will you leave me? Lin Shun panicked and asked hurriedly. Not now, but if I find that you are not worthy of me staying with you, I will leave without hesitation. Wu Yan's tone was flat, but it made Lin Chen's heart tighten. Uncle Nien. Lin Shun wanted to continue asking, but Wu Yan interrupted him. Okay, you'll have a head-on confrontation with Da Group tomorrow, so go to bed early. The phone was hung up immediately. Lin Shun listened to the hang-up sound on the phone, feeling uneasy. What did Uncle Nien hide? He didn't dare to think about it, but he had a premonition in his heart that if he didn't handle it well this time, Uncle Nien might really leave. In this life, he will not let Uncle Nien be as cold and heartless as he was in the previous life. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. It was Jiang Nien calling. Hello, Officer Jiang. I thought you had secretly dealt with the Da Group. Lin Shun answered the phone with a smile, but he was a little dissatisfied with Jiang Nien for waiting until the last minute to tell him the plan. Haha, Lin Shun, no matter who else we forget, we will never forget you, our great contributor. But the rule is that we must first find out your identity. Jiang Nien said with a smile. Officer Jiang, there's no need to go into the specific details. Just tell me how to cooperate. Lin Shun said nothing more and waited attentively for the next instruction. Lin Shun looked at Jiang Nien and felt a little embarrassed. After all, these important information were provided by Lin Shun, and it was really uncomfortable for his senior brother to ask him to do this. Despite this, in order to ensure that the plan could proceed smoothly, Jiang Nien finally decided to keep some reservations from Lin Shun. After all, Lin Shun's history of making a fortune was really confusing. Lin Shun, we have already made plans for the capture operation of the Da Group. The higher-ups attach great importance to this mission and have increased the number of personnel to more than 600. We do not need the help of the Manhwa Group for the time being. However, I know you will not let go of this opportunity easily. So Jiangwen will go to your company tomorrow morning and bring the security department to cooperate with our actions. Jiang Yin said. Lin Chen frowned. Officer Jiang, if you don't need the help of our Manhwa Group, just tell me directly. Why bother Miss Jiang? Tell her to go back quickly. I don't want to cause any trouble. Jiang Yin sighed. Lin Chen, this was not arranged by me. It was a task that Jiangwen took the initiative to propose. I know you have a problem with her, but I really can't help it. Officer Jiang, what exactly does she want us to do at Manhwa Group? Lin Chen felt a little uneasy. He couldn't avoid it, so he had to at least find out. Well, Jiang Yin did not comment. It all depends on her mood. Lin Chen was completely confused. What do you mean it all depends on her mood? What does that mean? Jiang Yin said weakly. Anyway, it all depends on her mood. She has the final say. Oh my God, Officer Jiang, this is a professional department. This is not a joke. If she goes directly to Da Group when she is happy, do I have to follow her? Will she shoot me if I don't go? Lin Chen's face was gloomy. He really didn't understand why he had fallen into such a predicament. Don't worry. Although Wunner is a little impulsive, she won't go that far. As long as you don't provoke her, she's actually a pretty good person. Jiang Yin quickly comforted her. When the mission is over, I will definitely send her back home, and you don't need to worry about her anymore. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Really a little naughty? I think it's more than a little. Officer Jiang, my head hurts a bit now. Can you not let Miss Jiang come over? No, Xiaowen will be here soon. Jiang Yin responded firmly. What? Lin Shun didn't react at all. Yes, Lin Shun, Xiaowen will be arriving at your company soon. Jiang Yin confirmed again. Just when Lin Shun was about to cry, the office door was suddenly kicked open and Jiang Wen walked in aggressively. Lin Shun, what's wrong with the security of your Longhua group? None of them is useful. Jiang Wen sneered, obviously still thinking about the lesson she received from the white-haired man yesterday. Lin Chen's heart tightened, feeling that trouble had come to him. Are you too strong? He muttered guiltily, knowing clearly that the white-haired man only appeared when she took action, and he didn't care at other times. Your security group is ridiculously weak. Jiang Wen made the conclusion immediately. Lin Chen began to think in his mind that he must get rid of this girl quickly, otherwise he would not have peace for the next few days. Ms. Jiang, it's almost time to get off work. What's the matter with you coming to our Longhua group? Lin Chen asked as if nothing had happened. Didn't my brother tell you? Jiang Wen asked puzzledly. Nothing. Lin Shun replied hurriedly. Actually, it's time to get off work now. I have something else to do. Let's talk another day. As he spoke, he prepared to take the opportunity to leave. Stop. Where are you going? Jiang Wen suddenly stopped him. Miss Jiang, this is my personal matter. Can you please ignore it? Lin Shun said in a low voice. You are now a person of special concern of our special investigation team. I have the right to know your whereabouts. If you don't cooperate, I will regard you as an accomplice of Yuanda Group. Jiang Wen said mercilessly. Then I'll go date my girlfriend. What's wrong with that? Lin Shun pretended to be helpless. What's her name? We need to confirm whether she is from Yuanda Group. Jiang Wen continued to ask. Ms. Jiang, please. If I were from Yuanda Group, how could I hand over their secrets to you? Lin Shun argued bitterly. No matter what you say, I have to keep an eye on you. Jiang Wen blocked the door tightly. Her eyes could not be ignored. Then how should I sleep? Lin Shun asked helplessly. I'll sleep on the floor next to you. Jiang Wen responded with a sneer. What if I go to the toilet? You won't follow me, will you? Lin Shun said sarcastically. Before you go to the toilet, I will check you and hand over all your communication equipment. Jiang Wen showed no sign of weakness. Lin Shan was going crazy, thinking that his life would not be peaceful in the next few days. Lin Shan looked at Jiang Wen angrily, unable to understand why he was treated as a prisoner after providing intelligence. If your special investigation team is like this, who would dare to provide intelligence to you? He asked excitedly. Jiang Wen showed no sign of weakness. If you dare to tell anyone, I'll make you pay. Her eyes were full of threats. Lin Shen was immediately furious. He had been enduring Jiang Wen for a long time, and now he finally exploded. Miss Jiang, you don't like me, do you? He looked at her teasingly, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. Jiang Wen's reaction was totally beyond Lin Chen's expectations. She didn't get angry, but her face turned slightly red, her fists clenched, and she looked ashamed and angry, with a strange feminine charm. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he suddenly realized, is this girl interested in him? I already have a girlfriend. I won't like anyone else. Lin Shen said helplessly, trying to ease the atmosphere. But just as he finished speaking, Jiang Wen suddenly swept his leg and tripped him to the ground. Who likes you? I told you, I won't like a businessman like you who reeks of money. Jiang Wen responded angrily. Lin Shen lay on the ground, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Okay, I misunderstood. Miss Jiang, please show mercy. He quickly softened and realized that Brother Manhwa did not make a move. Jiang Wen ordered coldly. Get up. Lin Shen quickly stood up and said, Miss Jiang, don't do anything. I'll get up. He realized that he was being controlled by this girl. Don't say that kind of thing again. Jiang Wen warned seriously. Okay, I won't say it again. Lin Shen agreed, but he was a little confused. Why did Jiang Wen's attitude towards him suddenly change so much? Jiang Wen looked at Lin Shen's face and suddenly felt a little at a loss. Nothing. Her voice became a little low and her eyes flickered. Seeing this, Lin Shan was slightly stunned. Miss Jiang, what's wrong? It's okay. Jiang Wen responded softly, but it was obviously unnatural. Lin Shan noticed a hint of shyness on her face. Since everything is fine, can I leave? Lin Shan finally asked, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. You can't leave. Jiang Wen still stood at the door. Although her tone became softer, she was still firm. Why can't I leave? Lin Shan was a little anxious. You are illegally imprisoning me. Not only do I want to monitor you, but I also want you to help me send security group personnel to cooperate with my actions. Jiang Wen said coldly. Why are you talking so irritatingly? You want to monitor me and make me work for you. What sin have I committed? Lin Chun complained dissatisfiedly. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at speaking. Jiangwen lowered her head, looking a little ashamed. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but soften a little. Miss Jiang, it would be great if you could always be so well-behaved. Jiangwen immediately looked up. I'm not used to this. Lin Shan was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Miss Jiang, what do you want me to help you with? Jiangwen quickly returned to work. We have to complete the tasks that the special investigation team cannot complete or make up for what they missed. Is it something that the special forces can accomplish? Lin Shan asked doubtfully. Besides, our security group has no guns or artillery. How can we possibly confront the Yuanda group head-on? Don't worry, I won't let you have a head-on conflict with Yuanda group. Jiangwen comforted. Then what else do we need to do? Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the bad feeling disappeared slightly. We need to eliminate the remnants of Yuanda group in Banhai City and the companies that are in collusion with them. Jiangwen replied. Shouldn't these be handled by Banhai City's law enforcement officers? Why should our security group get involved? Lin Shun was a little puzzled. Because the entire Banhai City has been corrupted by the Yuanda group, the law enforcement officers are no longer reliable. I have been authorized by my superiors to handle these matters. The special investigation team has already dispatched all its personnel, and now we have no choice but to borrow some from you. Jiangwen explained. Lin Chen realized that Jiang Yan was the mastermind behind the scenes, and he was furious. It turns out that corruption in Banhai City has been so serious in the past few years, and Yuanda Group is actually profiting from it. He suppressed his anger and said to Jiangwen, Don't worry, our Manhwa Group security personnel will definitely arrest everyone who has anything to do with Yuanda Group. Jiangwen nodded. But before taking action, you must stay in the company and cannot go anywhere else. Ms. Jiang, I really have nothing to do with Yuanda Group. Why do you have to treat me like this? Lin Chen was confused. That won't work either. You have to stay here tonight. Jiangwen still insisted. How about I go to the bathroom? Lin Chen asked tentatively. You have to hand over everything you have. Jiangwen responded bluntly. Forget it, I'll just endure it. Lin Chen secretly cursed Jiangwen for being too strict. The next day, Lin Chen got up from the floor and made a bed for Jiangwen. He walked to the rooftop and looked down at Banhai City, realizing that the future here would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yuanda Group would no longer exist, and the pattern of Banhai City would also be completely changed. Miss Jiang, I'm ready. What do we take action? Lin Chen asked. Wait for my brother to take action. Jiangwen answered briefly. By the time your brother took action, the big tiger had already run away, and what was left were just small flies. Lin Chen responded dissatisfiedly. This is a requirement from above. Jiangwen explained helplessly. At this moment, several military helicopters flew over the top floor of Manhwa Group. Lin Chen noticed that various vehicles on the streets of Banhai City were heading to Yuanda Group in an orderly manner. It has already begun. Lin Shun took out his binoculars and saw a luxury cruise ship docked at the Westport. Explosions were heard from time to time. Hundreds of jet skis were speeding. Helicopters were hovering in the air. Soldiers quickly jumped off the cruise ship, and a battle broke out. Lin Chen knew that Williams's men were vulnerable, but he didn't expect them to fail so quickly. The regular troops brought by Jiang Nian easily suppressed these stragglers, and the battle soon subsided. Despite this, Lin Chen remained alert, worried that there might be bombs or flammable materials hidden on the ship, and the special forces never completely let their guard down. Retracting his gaze, Lin Chen aimed the telescope at Yuanda Group. Through the ultra-high magnification lens, he clearly saw the movements of Yuanda Group. Yuanda Group not only abandoned the company that was its base, but also directly hijacked hostages. This sudden situation posed a severe challenge to the special investigation team. Separate actions might allow the hostages to become a breakthrough point for the attack, but not separate actions would waste time. Lin Chen knew that these problems must be solved as soon as possible. Gradually, the investigation team split up and focused on eliminating each threat. Lin Chen knew that with their strength, these desperate criminals did not pose a threat at all. Through the telescope, Lin Chen saw an old man selling melons suddenly hit a robber on the head with a melon, and the robber fell to the ground. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing, feeling that the battle was not far from over. Miss Jiang, it seems like it's our turn to take the stage, Lin Chen said to Jiangwen with a smile, preparing for the next action. Yeah. Jiangwen nodded. It's about time. Let's take action. Okay, Miss Jiang, why don't you leave? Why are you staring at me? Miss Jiang, if you don't lead the way, how am I supposed to know where to go? I can't just jump off the rooftop, can I? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were staring at me for something. Jiangwen gently smoothed the hair by her ears and began to lead the way. Under the guidance of Jiangwen, Lin Shun and people from several vans came to a remote apartment. Seeing the seriously overloaded vehicles, Jiangwen couldn't help but ask, "You put more than 100 people in these vans. Aren't you afraid of accidents?" "There's nothing to be afraid of. The five-edged divine car is absolutely reliable. Besides, we are on a capture mission this time. Do we have to drive a sports car?" Lin Shun responded easily. "That's true." Jiangwen was slightly stunned, then continued to move forward. Lin Shun looked at the small villa in front of him and nodded slightly. "This place should be quite comfortable to live in, right? What? Do you think about being arrested in the future?" Jiangwen glanced at Lin Shun and rolled her eyes. "Miss Jiang, I was just talking casually. Don't take it to heart." Lin Shun immediately sensed the dangerous aura and hurriedly explained, "If you really do something like that, I will definitely send you to jail." Jiangwen didn't hesitate at all. "Don't worry, Miss Jiang, I'm innocent. By the way, are we going to just take action next?" "Of course. Otherwise, do you think we are here for tourism?" Jiangwen said with a smile on her face. Lin Shun immediately ordered the security personnel behind him to rush towards the villa. The guards in front of the door had no power to resist and were quickly subdued. After the security personnel searched the villa, Lin Shun and Jiangwen were taken into a small room. "Mr. Lin, he is the person you're looking for." The team leader pointed at the middle-aged bald man on the bed and said respectfully. Seeing the bald man and a beautiful woman in bed, Lin Shun already knew what was happening. The bald man grabbed the quilt in panic. "What are you doing in my house? This is trespassing. You don't have to look for it. We are what you want." Jiangwen took out a small silver-black certificate from her pocket and handed it to the bald man. The bald man's face changed drastically after seeing the ID. "Special Forces? What are you doing here? You must have arrested the wrong person." "I am innocent." "Innocent? Then can you tell me who is that woman lying on your bed?" Jiangwen pointed at the woman coldly. The bald man stuttered and couldn't answer. "Miss Jiang, I have a guess. This brother may not have done anything bad. He is just learning a foreign language here," Lin Shun said jokingly. Unexpectedly, the bald man responded, "That's right. I learned foreign languages here." He was smiling, completely unaware that he was telling a joke. Lin Shun was speechless for a moment. Looking at the bald man's shamelessness, he could hardly believe it. "Lin Shun, what do you mean? Why are you speaking for him?" Jiangwen frowned, looking unhappy. "Miss Jiang, I just wanted to try out a joke. Who knew he would really take it?" Lin Shun smiled awkwardly. When the team leader saw the situation, he immediately ordered several security personnel to take the bald man away. "What do you mean? Aren't you one of us?" The bald man shouted as he was carried away, obviously realizing that something was wrong. "Who are your own people?" Lin Shun shouted coldly. He didn't want to be misunderstood, so he quickly reminded the leader to tell the bald man to shut up. Seeing that the bald man was effectively controlled, Lin Shun was satisfied with the team leader's efficiency and decided in his heart that he must promote him when he returned. After the bald man was taken away, Lin Shun looked back at Jiangwen and asked with a smile, "Miss Jiang, it's done. Where are we going next? Which unlucky guy do we want to catch?" "Just follow me. If I hear you say something like this again, I'll treat you as an accomplice," Jiangwen said coldly. "Miss Jiang, these are the team members I brought with me." Lin Shun smiled slightly and immediately felt confident. "What are 100 people? They're still defeated by me." Jiangwen showed no weakness. "Okay, stop talking about these useless things. We must capture the target tonight. You're not allowed to leave work after tonight." Looking at her elegant back, Lin Shun couldn't help but ask the leader, "Can she really fight 100 people alone?" "Mr. Lin, we didn't believe it at first, but she is so powerful. We can't get close to her without weapons." The team leader said this while lifting up his trouser leg to show the purple mark. Lin Shun was silent and secretly decided in his heart to stay away from Jiang when as much as possible in the future. After several successful arrests, Lin Shun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was successfully completed, and Jiang Wen's eyes lit up. Looking at Lin Shun, who didn't say a word, she asked curiously, "Why, you don't talk today?" "Yeah." Lin Shun nodded. "Just some." Jiang Wen was puzzled. "Why didn't you say anything along the way?" "Yes, it means good and right," Lin Shun explained patiently. "Why are you being so perfunctory to me?" Jiang Wen frowned. "I'm asking why you're not talking." "Ms. Jiang, if you want to hit me, just come directly. Don't torture me like this anymore," Lin Shun said helplessly, feeling like he was being driven crazy. "When did I say I was going to hit you?" Jiang Wen suddenly got angry and stomped her foot, causing the car to shake violently. Lin Chen's expression changed. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I didn't mean it. Are you really a murderer? Do I look that scary? Jiangwen lowered her head a little embarrassedly. I really didn't mean it. Miss Jiang, I have to tell you the truth. Don't be angry if I say something wrong. Lin Chun tried to express it carefully. Just say it, I'm not angry. Jiangwen's tone suddenly became gentle. Ms. Jiang, you don't just look fierce, you are actually very fierce. I have never seen a girl who can kick down a big man with one kick. You really need to change your character, otherwise no one will dare to marry you in the future. Just after Lin Chen finished speaking, Jiangwen slapped him on the head. Lin Chen covered his swollen head in agony. Damn it, I got fooled again. Jiangwen stared at her hand in shock. I really didn't mean it. Well, Lin Chen shook his head and made an unknown sound from his mouth. I don't understand what you were saying. Jiangwen asked in confusion. Did I knock you silly? EW. Lin Chen nodded, knowing that he had to pretend to be stupid and didn't want Jiangwen to continue asking questions. Lin Chen, can you please speak properly? Jiangwen got angry again. What's wrong with you? Ms. Jiang, please let me go. You hit me, and then you hit me again when you asked me to speak. You are really driving me crazy. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. The pain in his head almost made him collapse. I really didn't mean it. Jiangwen held her hands with an innocent look on her face. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. This woman is really too difficult to deal with. She could be a well-behaved girl one moment and a female devil the next. It's really hard to deal with her. Miss Jiang, I know you didn't mean it, but you broke my head. Lin Chen covered his head and said helplessly, I urgently need a rest now. Please give me some time and don't disturb me anymore. Okay, go and have a rest. I won't disturb you anymore. Jiangwen whispered, seeming to feel a little guilty. Finally, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Being with Jiangwen, he really had to be cautious at every step. Something could go wrong if he wasn't careful. He hoped that after this was over, she could be taken home by Jiang Yin. Otherwise, he really didn't know how he would survive the rest of the days. When the car drove onto the Shigong Bridge, Lin Chen felt a sense of doubt in his heart. Shigong has never been congested, but today it was full of cars for some reason. He sat up straight and looked out through the car window. He saw the special investigation team confronting the Tianli group on the river. Lin Chen was shocked. Logically speaking, the situation he saw this morning was an overwhelming advantage, and the matter should be resolved quickly. But why is it still at a stalemate? With doubts, Lin Chen got out of the car and walked towards Jiang Yin. Brother Jiang, what's going on? It hasn't been resolved yet. Jiang Yin saw Lin Chen coming over and smiled. Lin Chen, you've come just in time. Help me think of a solution. These people are too shameless. What's going on? Lin Chen was confused and didn't understand the specific situation. They threatened us that if we didn't let them go, they would dump the drugs into the river. Jiang Yin said with disdain, once these drugs flow into the water, not only will it be difficult to handle, it may also cause a series of troubles. So that's what you're worried about. Lin Chen was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Lin Chen, you can still laugh. Jiang Yin was immediately furious. Do you know how much damage these drugs will cause to the ecology once they flow into the river? Brother Jiang, you misunderstood. Lin Chen hurriedly explained, this drug is called ice ball. Although it is highly addictive, it will undergo a chemical reaction when dropped into water and become a non-toxic substance. Jiang Yin was stunned for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? How dare you say that? You transferred Jiang Wen away and prevented me from coming here, and now you blame me? Lin Shan was a little dissatisfied. I really didn't arrange this. Xiaowen took the initiative to propose it. Jiang Yin spread his hands innocently. She insisted on coming, so I had no choice but to arrange it for her. Okay, stop talking. It's a waste of time. Jiang Yin immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Everyone, please pay attention. Those drugs flowing into the river will not have any effect. Let's start the action and make sure to eliminate the people on this ship within 10 minutes. As the order was issued, Lin Shan was shocked to hear hundreds of people responding through the intercom. Then, Jiang Yin actually brought out a rocket launcher and aimed at the cruise ship not far away. Brother Jiang, aren't you playing too hard? Lin Shan widened his eyes and felt a chill in his heart. Jiang Yin didn't care. This is just a necessary measure. The most important thing is to deal with them. Just as Lin Shan was stunned, Jiang Yin suddenly shouted, "Negotiators have evacuated. Fire!" With a loud bang, the rocket was fired and accurately hit the storage room on the bottom floor of the cruise ship, and water instantly poured into the ship. What shocked Lin Shen even more was that the shells continued to bombard the ship continuously, and the William II cruise ship was almost destroyed. Lin Shen watched the ship deform in the explosion, knowing that these people were powerless to resist. Jiang Yin smiled calmly. It was originally expected to take 10 minutes, but now it was resolved in less than a minute. It was really unexpected. Lin Shen was completely speechless. Jiang Yin actually used such a violent method to solve the problem. This method was both effective and swift, but also too cruel. It was completely unlike the Jiang Yin of the past. Facing this quick victory, Lin Shen felt a palpitation. Jiang Yin's decisiveness and determination made him doubt whether he still understood this person. When Lin Shen returned to the car, he saw Jiang Wen still sitting there. So he reminded her, "Miss Jiang, the mission has been completed. Your brother is here too, so why don't you just take his car back? I won't have to take a detour to take you back." Jiang Wen was about to speak, but stopped. "Well, I understand. You need to go to the special investigation team tomorrow to make a statement and take notes. My brother will send someone to pick you up." Lin Shen nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Jiang Wen leave, he couldn't help but sigh. She finally left. "I've had enough of her. If she stayed for another day, I don't know if I could have survived." He smiled bitterly and shook his head, instructing the driver to drive back to Manhwa Group. On the way, he saw the special investigation team and the fugitives' vehicle chasing each other. Although the fugitives tried their best to escape, they had no power to fight back in front of the well-trained special investigation team and were quickly shot dead. Lin Shen had long anticipated such an outcome. Although the Yuanda Group was aggressive, they had no chance of winning. Thinking of the failure of Yuanda Group, Lin Shen suddenly remembered what he had promised Mu Xiaoyuan before. If Yuanda Group was destroyed, Mu Xiaoyuan would personally deal with Sada. At this moment, he still didn't know the whereabouts of Sada, so he called Wu Nian. "Hello, Uncle Nian, where are you?" Lin Shen asked as soon as he opened his mouth. "I took Xiaofei back to Longhua Group." Wu Nian's voice came from the phone. "Can you do me a favor?" Lin Shen asked with a hint of pleading in his tone. "What's the matter?" Wu Nian responded calmly. "Sada hasn't been caught yet. Can you help me find him? This is related to the promise I made at the time." Lin Shan said with a slightly anxious tone. "I have brought Sada back to Longhua Group. You will see him when you come back." Wu Nian's voice was calm. "You caught Sada?" Lin Shan was a little surprised, and then a trace of doubt came to his mind. "How do you know I need him? I didn't capture him on my own initiative. That woman was going to die, and I saved her." When Wu Nian mentioned that woman, Lin Shan knew in his heart that he was referring to Mu Xiaoyuan. Lin Shan heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Xiaoyuan was so impulsive that he wanted to assassinate Sada. Now that Sada had been captured, Lin Shan could fulfill his promise. Not long after, the car drove into Longhua Group. When Lin Shan got out of the car, he saw Mu Xiaoyuan already waiting at the door. "Lin Shan, you're back." Mu Xiaoyuan's voice was gentle and full of anticipation. Chapter 80 Cage. As soon as he saw Lin Shan coming back, Mu Xiaoyuan went up to him and said, "Are you waiting for me?" Lin Shan asked, "You promised me that you would let me kill Sada with my own hands." Mu Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Shan and said, "Yes, I promised you, and I will keep my promise. Come with me now." After Lin Shan said this, he walked straight into the Longhua Group. Mu Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment, then followed Lin Shan. Inside the underground warehouse of Longhua Group, Sada's hands and feet were tied up, and a piece of white cloth was stuffed in his mouth. He kept screaming, and his body struggled continuously. Not far from him, his friend, Sun Long, was imprisoned and looked completely exhausted. The reason why Lin Shan tied Sun Long here instead of handing him over to another place was because he was worried that if he handed Sun Long over, their Longhua Group's subsequent actions will be targeted by others. Because at that time he vaguely felt that Banhai City was not as simple as it seemed. "Mr. Sada, please stop shouting. It's completely useless. Now that we are all in Lin Shan's hands, there will definitely be no good ending." Sun Long sighed. During these days of being locked up, he suddenly understood a lot of things. He now felt that he had seen through the world and was about to become an immortal. He now felt that everything he had done for so many years was vain, and now he had the universe in his heart. But Sada obviously couldn't achieve the same extraordinary level as Sun Long, and he was still roaring in unwillingness. What made him even more furious was that his wife, Mitoko, had betrayed him a long time ago, and that woman even wanted to kill him. He was actually played like a monkey by this woman. If he had known earlier, he should have listened to Akita's words and killed that woman directly. Sada got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and his whole body began to shake. As Lin Chun and Mu Xiaoyuan walked in, they heard the wailing sounds coming from Sada's mouth. Lin Chen's brows immediately frowned. Ah! After seeing Lin Chun and Mitoko coming in together, Sada let out another heart-wrenching roar. This woman not only betrayed him, but also had an affair with Lin Chun, who had been in Longhua for a few days. Lin Chun glanced coldly at Sada, who was lying on the ground and shouting his throat out, then retracted his gaze and walked toward Sun Wei, who was not far from Sada. "My dear boss, I haven't seen you for more than 20 days. Are you doing well down there?" "I'm doing fine, don't worry about me." Originally, Lin Chun thought that Sun Wei would also explode in anger, but what Lin Chun did not expect was that Sun Wei actually sat there cross-legged with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his mouth, as if he was already an accomplished master. This was beyond Lin Chen's expectations. Could it be that after just over half a month of not seeing each other, Sun Wei has already gained enlightenment and seen through life? This is too bullshit. After Lin Chen asked Sun Wei a few more questions, Lin Chen suddenly realized that Sun Wei was not pretending or acting. He really had an epiphany at a certain moment. Even TV dramas don't dare to portray this kind of thing. But now it is actually happening in reality. No wonder reality is even stranger than the script. The script at least has to be logical, but reality doesn't need that at all. Now that I see that Sun Wei has become so possessed by the devil, I will help him ascend to heaven. It would only be a waste of time to continue chatting with Sun Wei. So Lin Chen walked straight in front of Sada. Looking at Lin Chen's face, which was so close, Sada wanted to express his inner dissatisfaction by yelling. But he found that his voice was hoarse, and he could no longer yell. Sada could only stare and look viciously at the handsome man in front of him. "Koji Sada, you should know what your Yuanda group has done in Longhua in recent years, right?" Lin Chen looked at Sada with a faint smile and asked. Sada's mouth was stuffed tightly with a cloth. He kept talking for a long time, but Lin Chen didn't understand a word he said. Lin Chen had no intention of removing the cloth from his mouth. This piece of cloth is a seal, sealing the mad dog in front of you and preventing it from barking. Manipulating shares, using drugs to control others, lending at high interest rates, and engaging in shameful power for sex transactions. And now, Yuanda Group wants to circulate this new drug in the market of Longhua, so that your Yuanda Group can completely control the commercial lifeline of Longhua. But Sada, don't you think you are thinking too well? You think you're doing well in Banhai City, and no one cares about you, so you think you're capable? You can do whatever you want in the whole Longhua. Lin Chen said slowly, word by word. You are still recruiting mercenaries all over the world, secretly equipping these people with guns, and suppressing and controlling the entire Banhai City through underworld means. Do you really think that your Yuanda Group is the local emperor of Banhai City? After recounting all the crimes committed by Yuanda Group in Long Country in recent years, Lin Chen tore off the cloth tied around Sada's mouth. There was no point in him talking alone, and he had already ridiculed enough, so now he wanted to hear what Sada would say. After all, when a dying man is about to die, his words are good. He might be able to get some useful information from Sada. After the cloth on Sada's mouth was torn off, he was able to speak normally. But surprisingly, Sada didn't yell. After listening to what Lin Chen just said, he knew that he could not escape the sanctions of Longhua's laws, and he was now completely disheartened. Lin Chen, tell me, how did you do all this? Why do these people disappear every time I send people to find out your information? Because it's very simple. I have a master helping me. Then why do you know everything about our plan? Could it be that this was all done by that guy named Xiaofei? But he clearly took the medicine I gave him. He should be absolutely loyal to us. Sada said in confusion. It's simple. Those drugs are fake. It's fake. How is that possible? I marked those medicines. I've seen those medicines, and they were definitely given to Mitoko by me. You have marked it, but it doesn't mean that you won't be discovered. Impossible. You can't possibly detect tampering with the pills. Sada. You're right, I can't see it. But the little trick you play can be seen through by anyone with just a glance. Lin Chen said to Sada with a sneer. For a dying man, there was no need to hide anything. How could this be possible? Sada roared in dissatisfaction. Lin Chen, your Longhua group has only been established for more than half a month. Why can your Longhua group recruit so many talents? And I have been in Banhai City for so many years, and I have never found such talents. Why? Why? A righteous man has many followers, while an unrighteous man has few. Forget it. There's no point in me telling you all this. Even if I tell you about the wisdom of our dragon nation that has been passed down for thousands of years, you still can't understand it. Lin Shun, don't be happy too soon. Even if I die, Mr. Williams from the United States will avenge me. Under his leadership, your dragon country will be destroyed soon. Williams. Hearing this name, Lin Shun couldn't help but smile. By the way, Sada, how did you get in touch with Williams? Or is this your instinct as a Sakura country? Once you see the United States, you will stick to it yourself. Lin Shun, we have an unbreakable cooperative relationship with Mr. Williams. I don't allow you to say this about our Sakura Empire and Mr. Williams. Sada roared angrily. You are quite loyal to Mr. Williams. I just wonder if he would feel sorry for you if he saw you like this. Looking at Sada's face full of faith, Lin Shun said with a gloomy face. The reason why I failed is entirely my own fault. It's not Mr. Williams' fault. Mr. Williams has provided a lot of assistance to our Yuanda group in the past few years. Mr. Williams, Sada is ashamed of your kindness. Mr. Lin Shun, please let me go now. I am a samurai of the Sakura Empire, and I demand to die with dignity. Our lives and beliefs must be ended by ourselves. Sada's face already had a look of being ready to die. Oh, how are you going to die? The old way of your Sakura country, committing suicide by seppuku? Looking at Sada's appearance, Lin Shun wanted to laugh from the bottom of his heart for some reason. Bushido is clearly a means to control a person, but I didn't expect that Sada actually regarded it as a belief. Lin Shun, this is the spirit of our Bushido. I will not allow you to insult us like this. Sada said helplessly and furiously. Sada, you are really too stupid to realize it now. Knowing that the people of Sakura country have been deeply poisoned by Bushido, Lin Shun was too lazy to say any more nonsense to him. He stood up and said to Mu Xiaoyuan beside him, Mu Xiaoyuan, how Sada wants to die, you decide for yourself. After Lin Shun finished speaking, he stood aside and watched Mu Xiaoyuan's every move. Mu Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment, then walked in front of Sada. Michuoko, you shameless woman. Have you forgotten the oath you swore in front of the portrait of His Majesty Tianhuang? You have broken your oath now. How dare you come see me? After seeing Mitoko walking towards him step by step, Sada's voice, which had just stopped for a while, began to roar again. As soon as Sada finished yelling, he was suddenly slapped in the face by Mitoko. Sada's hands were tied, and he couldn't move at all. He was slapped in the face, but he could do nothing but continue to yell, My Tengzi, you bitch, I've been so good to you. Why did you betray me and our great Sakura Empire? You treat me well. Hearing what Sada said, Mitoko said with a face full of resentment, You killed my father and our Mu group. How dare you say you treat me well? You even pretended to save me, but you just wanted to use me as a tool. Before I knew that my father was framed by you, I still treated myself as your wife. And you, well, have you ever really treated me as your wife? Mitoko, you have to know that in our Sada family, I have been good enough to you. Woman, I don't know what you were asking for. The women in our Sakura Empire will not make so many demands like you. Sada argued. Sadakoji, I feel sick listening to you talking now. Your mind is full of conspiracies and dirty things. You are not worthy of being a man. Mitoko said without a trace of emotion. I'm not worthy of being a man. I do this so that our Sada family can get more money and resources in Longwa, so that our Sada family can return to the glory of 100 years ago. You woman, what can you understand? Then go to hell and dream your eternal dream. After saying this, Mitoko directly pulled out the samurai sword that was confiscated from Sada and placed not far away, and pointed it directly at Sada's neck. Mitoko, I said I can only die in my own hands, so you should return my thought-breaking knife to me right now. If you kill me like this, you will receive the curse and punishment from His Majesty Tianhuang. I didn't die in the first place, but was saved by a scum like you. I've already been punished. Mitoko, the crime of murdering your husband will never be forgiven in our great Sakura Empire. Besides, aren't you pregnant with my child? Please beg Lin Shin for me to give me a chance to commit suicide. Our great Sakura Empire is in the south, and I will fall facing south. Go to hell. After hearing what Sada said, Mitoko turned the samurai sword in her hand and pierced Sada's chest directly. Sada couldn't believe it when he saw that his chest was pierced by Mitoko. A few traces of blood had already flowed from the corner of his mouth. Mitoko. Before Sada could finish his words, he was hit by Mitoko's sword again, and his head tilted, and he died instantly. The entire basement was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. Mu Xiaoyuan's body was splattered with blood, and his warm-colored clothes had turned blood red. He pulled out the samurai sword that had penetrated into Sada's body, and Mu Xiaoyuan loosened his hands. The samurai sword fell directly to the ground, and Mu Xiaoyuan began to sob softly. Looking at everything in front of him in a daze, Lin Shun turned his head silently. Sun Wei watched Sada being slashed by Mu Xiaoyuan with 2 knives and quickly closed his eyes, put his hands in front of his knees, clenched his fingers together, and muttered something. Chapter 82: Mu Xiaoyuan's Decision. After crying for a long time, Mu Xiaoyuan turned around, wiped the tears from his face, and said to Lin Shun, "Lin Shun, thank you. Now Sada is dead. If you want to deal with me, do it now." How to deal with you? Looking at the weak and pitiful Mu Xiaoyuan at this moment, Lin Shun didn't know how to answer. As for whether Mu Xiaoyuan had done anything wrong, judging from the information provided by Xiaofei, she had not done anything against the law. But it would be inappropriate to say that she had no fault. Mu Xiaoyuan had helped Sada and used the beauty trap to seduce several high-ranking officials in Binhai City. Now that no one else knows of your existence, I can let you go. After thinking for a while, Lin Shun said this. No matter what, Mu Xiaoyuan saved Xiaofei's life, and Lin Shun also knew that Mu Xiaoyuan was not a bad person. However, if Mu Xiaoyuan is to be released, Sun Wei must not be allowed to stay. He originally locked Sun Wei here to see if he could get any useful information out of him. But Sun Wei was clueless. It can be said that he played no role in destroying Yuanda Group. Moreover, he was thinking about doing something to Tinger at that time. Now he saw Mu Xiaoyuan killings with Tian with his own eyes. Okay. Seeing Lin Shun say this, Mu Xiaoyuan's face showed neither sadness nor happiness. He nodded in response. What are you going to do next? What about the baby in your belly? Lin Shun asked. I will abort the baby in my belly. His father is not a good person. I would only be sorry to him if I gave birth to him. Mu Xiaoyuan said with a sad face. Although the nature of maternal love made her feel sorry for the child in her belly, she really couldn't accept that the father of the child was Sada, a man who had been causing trouble in Manhwa for many years and had done all kinds of bad things. As for me, I haven't made up my mind yet, but I will leave Dragon Country. I want to travel around the world. Well, that's a good idea. If you need money, just tell me and I can help you. Mu Xiaoyuan shook his head and smiled. No, I'm not short of money. I have secretly saved a lot of money over the years, but all of my money was earned honestly. That's good. Seeing Mu Xiaoyuan suddenly explain this, Lin Shun said in surprise. Then the matter here should be over. I will have someone deal with Sada. Let's go up. After Lin Shun finished speaking, he walked out of the basement door. After seeing the security personnel guarding the door of the basement, Lin Shun made a gesture of wiping his neck. 2 men in neat suits responded and went straight to the basement. Longhua Group office. As soon as Lin Shun walked into the room, he saw Xiaofei sitting there with his head down like a child who had done something wrong. Tinger has also returned and is busy organizing the information and documents on her desk. After seeing Lin Shun coming back, Tinger turned her head and said in surprise, Brother Chun, you are back. Yeah. Lin Shun nodded in surprise. A short separation is better than a new marriage. The more he looked at Lu Shitting, the more charming she became. If Xiaofei and Uncle Nian were not there, he would definitely pull Lu Shitting aside and bully her severely. By the way, Tinger, how are you handling things over there? The contract has already been signed, and the bidding will begin soon. So fast? Didn't we just start the negotiation phase? How come the contract has been signed so quickly? Hearing Tinger say this, Lin Shun was a little worried. Would those people take advantage of Tinger because she was a newcomer and rip her off? Tinger, let me see the contract you signed. Brother Chun, it's not like I haven't helped father deal with things like this before. Are you still worried that I'll lose money for you? Lu Shitting handed a file to Lin Shun, but her little face was already puffed up with anger. After taking out the contract from the document and taking a quick look at it, Lin Shun was really shocked to find that there were no traps or loopholes. He did not expect that Tinger's talent in business was so high. Not only did this contract not bring him any loss, it also allowed his Longhua Group to make a fortune. It seems that he still underestimated Tinger's ability. Tinger, you are really amazing. Lin Shun couldn't help but praise. Seeing Lin Chen's happy expression, Lu Shitting also breathed a sigh of relief. In order to successfully complete the first task assigned to her by Brother Chun, she had not slept well in the past few days. But now seeing Brother Chun very happy, she felt very satisfied. Brother Chun, I'm not that amazing. I just took out the notes of your speeches in college, and then did it according to them, and achieved this result. Lu Shiting said happily. The speech I gave in college? That was several years ago. Tinger, I didn't expect you still remember it. Lin Shin said with some self-blame as he recalled those past events. He still remembered that at that time, Lu Shiting took the initiative to find him and asked him to help answer some questions about economics. But he was busy dating Gao Wan at the time and directly refused. And now Lu Shiting is his future wife. Of course, Brother Chun, I admired you very much at that time. I wrote down everything you said in your speech word for word. When I applied these to our Lu group, my father kept praising me. Lu Shiting also remembered that period of time during her college years. Her little face flushed as she spoke. Silly girl, I treated you so badly back then, and you still. Brother Chun, you have been very good to me. Whenever I asked you a question, you would help me answer it if you had time. It was just that I was too stupid at that time and didn't know how to dress myself up. Even my college roommates called me a country girl. Lu Shiting said shyly. I still remember that one time when I fell while running, you were the first one to rush forward and help me up. From that time on, I already liked Brother Chun. Tinger, that happened during our freshman year. Have you been secretly in love with me for 4 years? What a silly girl, Tinger. Don't worry, I will definitely cherish you in the future. Brother Chun, don't hold me so tightly. Chapter 83 Cybersecurity Department. Completely ignoring the other people in the office, the two of them started showing their affection. When Wu Yin saw this scene, his brows frowned slightly, but then quickly relaxed. When Xiao Fei saw this scene, an expression of envy appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but puff up his hands. Mu Xiaoyuan, who was not far behind Lin Shun, saw all this, lowered his eyes slightly, and looked very lonely. Okay, Brother Chun, how long are you going to hold me? So many people are waiting for you. Seeing that Lin Shun was still holding her and had no intention of letting go, Lu Shiting suddenly broke free from his arms and glared at him with shame and anger. After being pushed away by Tinga, Lin Shun glared at the little girl with dissatisfaction and then walked toward his seat. At this moment, Lu Shiting saw the petite figure standing behind Lin Shun. Xiaoyuan, have you been rescued? Yes. Sister Shiting, I was rescued by Lin Shun. This time I came to say goodbye to him. Don't think too much. Mu Xiaoyuan said after looking at Lu Shiting. So, where are you planning to go in the future? Lu Shiting asked after realizing that she was overthinking. Our Mu group is gone, and I have nothing to linger in Longhua. I want to go out and travel around. The world is so big, I want to see it. So that's how it is. Xiaoyuan, do you need any help? Just tell me now, and Brother Chun and I will definitely help you if we can. Lu Shiting asked with concern. She was aware of the misfortunes that the Mu group had suffered a few years ago, so she felt a little distressed for Mu Xiaoyuan. No need, Sister Shirting. I have everything I need now, and I have to rely on myself to walk the road ahead. Mu Xiaoyuan shook his head and said, Well, since you already have an idea in mind, that's good. You can stay in Longhua Group for a few days. We have a place to stay here. It won't be too late for you to leave after you have packed up and settled down. Thank you, Sister Shirting. Mu Xiaoyuan said gratefully. When she was in college, she and Lu Shiting were just ordinary friends. She didn't expect that Lu Shiting cared about her so much now. Mu Xiaoyuan was deeply touched. It's okay, Xiaoyuan. I heard it from Xiao Fei. If it weren't for you, Xiao Fei might be in great danger this time. Actually, I didn't do anything this time. Seeing the two women chatting in the distance, Lin Shan said, Tinger, take her to find a room first, settle her down first, and then you two can chat. Okay, then Brother Chun, I'll take Xiaoyuan downstairs first. After Lu Shiting glanced at Lin Shun, she knew that he had other plans, so she took Mu Xiaoyuan's hand and walked out. After watching the two women walk out, Lin Shin smiled. Tinger is still so kind. I believe that with Tinger's persuasion, Mu Xiaoyuan will soon understand. Otherwise, judging from Mu Zhao's current mental state, she might very likely commit suicide one day. By the way, Xiao Fei, how are your parents doing now? Lin Shin turned his head and looked at Xiao Fei and asked, Brother Lin, don't worry. My parents were rescued by Uncle Nian. Now I've sent them to the best hospital and invited the best experts. Maybe in a few days, their strange disease will be cured. Xiao Fei said with gratitude. If the hospital over there can't cure it, tell me. I have a friend here who should be able to help you. Thinking that Xiao Fei's parents might have been given some kind of drug by Yuan Da Group, Lin Shun added this with concern. If the third brother came forward, Mo Chio should help. And with Mo Chio's pharmaceutical ability, he must be able to make a drug that can save Xiao Fei's parents. Thank you, Brother Lin. You are really so kind to me. Xiao Fei said happily. In fact, Xiao Fei was still worried about the experts in the hospital, but now that Lin Chen said so, Xiao Fei was completely relieved. He had great faith in Lin Chen's ability. Since Lin Chen said this, he would definitely do it. Xiao Fei, why are you still so formal after such a long time? There's no need for us to say thank you to each other from now on. Lin Chen said with pretended dissatisfaction. If people always maintain such etiquette, they will not be close to each other and trust each other. Sometimes, swearing and cursing can help to bring two people closer together as brothers. Brother Lin, Xiao Fei doesn't have any other ability to help you. I can only say thank you, Xiao Fei said with tears in his eyes. Because their family has always been poor, there are very few people who truly make friends with him, and Lin Shun helps him in such meticulous ways. How can he not be moved and grateful? Alas, Lin Shun sighed with a bitter smile and said nothing more. Xiao Fei, you will stay in the company from now on. I will set up a new department for you, and I will hand over the information security of Longhua Group to you. Brother Lin, if there is any undercover mission, I can still do it. I will be extra careful in the future and will never cause you trouble again. Xiao Fei hurriedly explained, thinking that Lin Shun was unhappy because he was caught because of his mistake this time. Xiao Fei, don't think too much. I don't mean to blame you. Your talents are very suitable for staying inside the company and making plans behind the scenes. It would be very dangerous for you to go and lurk inside the enemy. Seeing Xiao Fei's anxious face, Lin Chen knew that he had misunderstood again, so he had to explain. Just sit in Longhua Group and make sure that Longhua Group's information and secrets are not stolen by other groups. This is already a very difficult task. As long as you do this well, it will be a huge contribution to Longhua Group. Brother Lin, I understand. I will ensure the security of Longhua Group's information network. Xiao Fei said affirmatively. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. In addition, you secretly organized a department to steal information from hostile groups. I believe this will not be a problem for a computer genius like you. Brother Lin, I understand. However, the Trojan virus created by the existing computer program will definitely be discovered and cracked. I want to reconstruct a new network system so that I can continue to carry out this task. After understanding what Xiao Fei meant, Lin Chen nodded and agreed. Xiao Fei, tell me, how much money do we need here? Chapter 84, Wu Yin's Thoughts. Brother Lin, I don't know now, but I can feel that this amount of money is not a small sum. Xiao Fei said timidly. He really wanted to save money for Lin Shun, but he was not sure how much money it would take to complete this project. Well, let's put it this way. You can just go to Shirting directly for money matters in the future. I will open a green channel for you. Whenever you need money, just go to Shirting. We're not short of money now. What we lack is innovation like you. Brother Lin, thank you for your trust in me. I promise that there will be results within half a year. Xiao Fei issued a military order. Hearing Xiao Fei say thank you again, Lin Shun frowned slightly, but he knew that Xiao Fei couldn't change for the time being, so he had to wait until he made some achievements before telling him these things. Okay, Xiao Fei, just go ahead and do it. As long as you can ensure the information security of Longhua Group, you could try anything else. However, the safety of Longhua Group must be the top priority, and there must not be fatal mistakes and defects. This is very critical to the survival of Longhua Group. Lin Chan said in a heavier tone. He could say other things half-jokingly, but once it came to the future safety of Longhua Group, he would become very harsh and cautious. Brother Lin, don't worry, I will definitely do this well. Remember to make steady progress, and don't do what you did when you were lurking inside Yuanda Group. Brother Lin, I will never make such a mistake again. I will definitely do my job well. Okay, Xiao Fei, go get ready first. I'll convene a board meeting in a moment and announce that you will be the manager of the Network Information Security Department. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll leave first then. Go to the secretary's office and find Xiao Zhao first. Talk to her, and she will arrange a workplace for you. After seeing Xiao Fei off, he and Wu Yin were the only ones left in the office. Wu Yin just stood there quietly listening without saying a word during the entire process. However, Lin Shen also knew that this was Wu Yin's character. He liked quietness and didn't like to say unnecessary words. Uncle Yin, thank you for your hard work these days. Lin Shen looked at Wu Yin and said gratefully. It could be said that if it weren't for Wu Yin, Lin Shen would not have been able to think of so many plans because he knew that there were some things that Wu Yin could definitely do, but others would not be able to do. Uncle Yin is like a pillar in Lin Shen's heart, giving him inexplicable courage to make any decision. Yeah, Wu Yin nodded lightly, looking non-committal. Looking at Wu Yin's temperament, Lin Shun felt familiar and at ease. By the way, Uncle Nien, you said on the phone that time that you might leave. Is this true? Or are you in some trouble now? Lin Shun asked tentatively. Why do you suddenly ask this? Wu Nian asked back. Uncle Nien, I'm just concerned about you. After hearing Wu Nian's words, Lin Shun knew that he must have encountered something, and he was very likely to die. So Lin Shun said without caring about anything else. Uncle Nien, have you encountered anything? If you have encountered anything, tell me now, and I will help you no matter what. Seeing Lin Shen's excited reaction, Wu Nian's face moved slightly. Nothing happened to me. However, he still said this coldly. Uncle Nien, can't you tell me? Every time you speak, you close your eyes first. You did the same this time. Seeing Wu Nian slowly close his eyes, Lin Shun said anxiously. Okay, if this is what you want to ask, I can leave now. Wu Nian's tone was a little turbulent. He didn't want Lin Shen to be involved, and with Lin Shen's current strength, he couldn't help him at all. Uncle Nien, Lin Shen shouted loudly. But just as he finished shouting Uncle Nien, he saw Wu Nian had disappeared, but he left these words in the room. I'm going back to the security department. Hearing what Wu Nian said, Lin Shun was both happy and worried. What made him happy was that he knew Uncle Nien would not leave in the short term. But what worried him was that he knew Uncle Nien must be going through something. He must take advantage of the time when Uncle Nien is still in Longhua Group to ask Uncle Nien about the matter that he is worried about, and then he will solve the problem for Uncle Nien. Uncle Nien protected him all his life in the previous life. This time, he must stand up for Uncle Nien no matter what. Thinking of this, Lin Shun came up with a good idea. He couldn't ask the question himself, but he could ask Kan Yi for help. Although Kan Yi seemed to be at odds with Uncle Nien on the surface, Lin Shun knew that Kan Yi still had deep feelings for Uncle Nien in his heart. If Kan Yi knew about this, he would definitely not stand idly by. Thinking of this, Lin Shun walked straight towards the room where Kan Yi lived. After arriving at Kan Ye's room, Lin Shun was surprised to find that Kan Yi was not there, which made Lin Shun feel panicked. Could it be that Brother Kan Yi has already left? He said he would stay here for a month. I have already paid him 1 month's salary. That's tens of billions of money. Although this amount of money was insignificant to Lin Shun, he still felt a pang of pain. Have you guys seen where the white-haired man in this room went? Lin Shun went to the office next to Kan Yi and asked. That office is the company sanitation and cleaning department. Basically, there are people assigned to each floor to be responsible for the company's sanitation and cleaning. If Brother Kan Yi had not left the company yet, he would definitely be seen by these people. When the department head saw that it was the chairman who came in, he immediately became alert. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. The white-haired man was here this morning and should still be in the company now. As for where he went, I will help you ask now. After our person in charge said this, he shouted directly into the intercom. Not long after, an old lady's voice came from the intercom. What? Are you talking about the one with white hair? I know, he has been on the 13th floor these past 2 days. Mr. Lin, the cleaning lady said that he will be going to the 13th floor these 2 days. Do you want to go there to look for him? The department head repeated what was said on the intercom, claiming the credit for himself. However, Lin Shun didn't have time to talk about this and just walked out of the office. Chapter 85 Questioning Xiao Duo. 13th floor? Isn't that where Duo is staying? Why is Brother Kan Yi going there? Has he discovered something? Lin Shun suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Without saying a word, Lin Shun rushed directly to the 13th floor. At the front desk on the 13th floor, Lin Shun casually asked the receptionist who was wearing half-black stockings and exposed his skirt. After confirming that Brother Kan Yi had really gone to Duoduo's room, Lin Shun walked straight over. After pushing open Duoduo's room, Lin Shun was surprised to find that Brother Kan Yi was actually playing games with Duo. Seeing this scene, Lin Shun was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What does this mean? Brother Kan Yi is so old now, but it turns out he also likes playing games? You idiot, this is all dead. Stupid. The boss only has so little health left, and you can't even kill him. Lin Shun stood behind and looked at Duo, whose screen had already turned gray, yelling at Kan Yi beside her. Lin Shun just wanted to say one thing. This little girl is really naive and loves to play. After seeing that the character controlled by Kan Yi was also killed by the boss, Lin Shun coughed lightly, meaning to tell the 2 people that he was coming. Duo heard a cough behind her, turned around, and saw that it was Lin Shun, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Brother Lin Shun, why are you here? Come and help me play. Help me eliminate this bad boss. After Duo finished speaking, she handed the game controller in her hand to Lin Shun. Lin shouldn't have played this game before. The game was called Dino Fighter, but he had never played the game again since he went to college. Originally, he didn't want to show off his skills, but he couldn't figure out why Kenyi was here, so he took over the handle and held Duo on his lap. Brother Kenyi, would you like to play a game? Lin Shin invited. Kenyi turned around and looked at Lin Shin strangely, but finally agreed. So Lin Shun started playing games with this strongest soldier for some unknown reason. Brother Lin Shun. How come you're so good at playing? Run, Brother Lin Shun. This boss is very powerful. Ho, stupid white-haired uncle. He's dead again. Lin Shun was annoyed by the noise made by the little girl in his arms, so he slapped her little butt. Duo, stop making noise. Woo. Duo whimpered twice unhappily, and then turned into a good baby. Boy, you're great. Kenyi, who was standing aside, couldn't help but admire Lin Shun as he watched him control the character to overcome obstacles on the screen. In fact, he had noticed that the little girl named Duo had approached Lin Shun a few days ago, so he followed her quietly. Then he was surprised to find that this little girl named Duo used a special soul power on Lin Shun. As for the concept of soul power, the Flying Tiger Special Forces had come into contact with it while performing missions. Their Flying Tiger Special Forces were once rescued by a man who could emit this kind of soul power. He was very sensitive to this kind of aura. So he secretly found the little girl these 2 days and wanted to get something out of her. Unexpectedly, the little girl looked a little silly, but no matter how he asked, she would not say anything, and forcing her would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. In order to get close to the little girl, he had to play games with her, but because he was not very talented in games, the friendship between them was very slow. The final boss was killed. Seeing the word victory appear on the screen, Duo cheered and jumped. Brother Lin Shun, you should play games with Duo from now on. That white-haired uncle is too stupid and can't play as well as Duo. After completing the game with 1 life, Lin Shun stretched out his body comfortably. No matter how many years have passed, his talent for gaming is still as strong as before, but he did not choose the path of esports at that time, so he only played games occasionally. Okay, Duo, I don't have that much time to play games with you. You have time to accompany Sister Ting to do those embarrassing things, but you don't have time to play games with Duo. Duo doesn't want to pay attention to you anymore. Duo turned her head and said angrily. Hearing Duo say these words, Lin Shin's face suddenly turned pale and black. This little girl always uses her soul power to monitor his every move. She really has no memory at all. Grabbing Duo's limbs, Lin Shun started spanking her little butt. Bad brother. He always bullies Duo. You didn't listen, and now you're blaming me? You won't listen. After giving Duo a good beating, Lin Shun began to get close to Brother Kenyi beside him. Brother Kenyi, do you want to change another game? I'll take you flying. No need. Seeing that Lin Shun really thought he liked playing games, Kenyi's face suddenly darkened. Seeing Kenyi's unfriendly expression, Lin Shun simply asked directly, Brother Kenyi, why did you want to come and play with Duo? You should know that this little girl can be annoying to death. As Lin Shun said this, his eyes began to observe Kenyi's every move. Brother Lin Shun, you are saying bad things about Duo again. It's none of your business. Shut up. Seeing how close Lin Shun and the little girl were, Kenyi frowned slightly. This little girl used a kind of soul power on you when you fainted. There was no need to hide it. So, Kenyi just said it directly. Perhaps by motivating Lin Shun in this way, I could get some information out of him. After Duo heard what the white-haired man said, her face suddenly turned pale. What she had secretly done to Brother Lin Shun that day was actually known by this man. Duo, what's going on? Hearing what Kenyi said, Lin Shun suddenly remembered that morning when he couldn't remember anything. It turned out that all this was caused by the little girl Duo. Brother Lin Shun, don't listen to this bad guy's nonsense. Duo has never done anything to you. Duo bit her little lips and refused to tell the truth. Really? Lin Shun pinched Duo's little face with both hands and asked with squinted eyes. Of course it's true, Brother Lin Shun. Duo would never lie to you. Duo's little face was pulled into a small round pancake, and she said unhappily with her nose wrinkled. Chapter 86 Duo confessed. I think you want to be beaten again. Lin Shun looked at Duo fiercely and said threateningly, Little girl, are you secretly thinking of harming me? Brother Lin Shun, Duo was about to say the word no when she suddenly realized that she had fallen into Brother Lin Shun's trap. She immediately closed her mouth tightly and refused to say another word, no matter what tricks Brother Lin Chen played. Seeing Xiao Duoduo's stubborn look, Lin Chen's mouth twitched suddenly. I can't really beat her, and the little girl won't listen. Lin Chen was completely at his wit's end now. Doesn't this little girl, Duo, always say whatever she sees? When did she start to hide such thoughts? Lin Chen pulled Duoduo's two pigtails and shook her little head in dissatisfaction. Seeing that Lin Chen was unable to do anything with this little girl, Kenny felt very disappointed. It seems that he is the only one who can help Lin Chen. While Lin Chen was still coaxing the little girl, Kenny pretended to interrupt casually. Lin Chen, I saw you press the little girl directly on the table. And then, after Kenny said these words, he shook his head with a slight sigh. Seeing Kaney's half-sentenced and mysterious look, as well as Kaney's perverted look, Lin Chen was completely stunned. What does Brother Kaney mean by this? Could it be that he gave Duo to that person while he was unconscious? He has absolutely no impression of this matter. Besides, he really isn't the kind of pervert who would harm little girls. Brother Kaney must be deliberately lying to him when he said these words. However, there was no point in Kaney lying to him, as it was Duo who knew the whole story. Lin Chen was thinking wildly with mixed feelings. When he turned around and glanced at Duo, his face turned pale instantly. I saw Duo lowering her head, her pink face now as red as a burning cloud, her two little hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. It was as if he had really done something inhumane to her. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly, but he didn't know what to say. Looking at Kaney and Duoduo's reactions, he now felt that he was a complete pervert. But in the end, Lin Chen still asked Duo, this matter must not be true, right? Bad Brother Lin Chen, you didn't do that to Duo, but you kissed Duo on the mouth. Duo turned her head and said with a pout. Question mark. Looking at Duo like this, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, he wouldn't really do something worse than an animal subconsciously, would he? Just when Lin Chen began to doubt his life, Kenny beside him suddenly spoke up. Little girl, if you say that, you have already admitted that you have approached Lin Chen. Hearing Kenya's words, Lin Chen came to his senses instantly. Yes, Duo, you lying little girl, I almost got fooled by you. Tell me, what was your purpose in approaching me that day? After lifting Duo high up, Lin Chen asked. Brother Lin Chen, put me down quickly. Duoduo's limbs were hanging in the air, and she kept struggling, and her little nose was wrinkling more and more. Tell me first, then I'll let you down, Lin Chen said fiercely. No, I can hardly speak now. Put me down first. Okay, I can put you down, but you can't sneak away. Seeing Duoduo's little feet kicking around and his face being kicked several times by this little girl, Lin Chen had no choice but to say, Brother Lin Chen, put me down quickly. Okay. After putting Duo down, Lin Chen continued to ask, Duo, you must know something, right? If you tell me now, I will reward you well. But if you don't tell me, I won't let you live here anymore. Duoduo's little face was startled. Her two big eyes rolled around, and suddenly she entered invisible state, running towards the door barefoot. Seeing that the little girl did not keep her promise at all, Lin Chen's face suddenly turned dark. He stretched out his hand to grab the little girl, but found that the little girl was extremely fast and reached the door in the blink of an eye. Just when Lin Chen was sighing inwardly that he had been tricked by this little girl, suddenly, Kenyi, who had been standing next to him, made a move. Kenyi turned around and instantly came in front of Duo. Then, Duo was carried back like a little rabbit. Looking at Duoduo's frightened expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that Brother Kenyi could see through Duoduo's invisibility. This little girl Duo is too ignorant in learning skills. I guess she only cares about playing. Grabbing Duo, Lin lifted her into the air again. This time, no matter what he said, he would not be merciful to this little girl. You little bastard, tell me quickly, what did you do to me that day? Did you want to hurt me? In order to make Duo tell the truth, Lin Chen deliberately added the last sentence. But he knew that Duo would never harm him. Brother Lin Chen, Duo didn't hurt you. Duo was helping you. Seeing that Lin Chen was really about to get angry, Duo quickly confessed. What are you helping me with? Lin Chen asked with some confusion. I'm helping you. Anyway, Brother Lin Chen, you just need to know that I'm helping you. If you don't tell me how you're going to help me, how can I know if you're helping me or hurting me? Seeing Duo was being so secretive, Lin Chen immediately became suspicious. Duo once told me that there was another little girl who looked exactly like her. How can I know if you're the real Duo or if the fake one? Brother Lin Chun, I am the real Duo. The little girl who looks exactly like Duo is called Bye Bye. She always wears red clothes, and Duo always wears a white skirt. Duo said anxiously. She was now afraid that Brother Lin Chun would confuse her with Bye Bye. Has that little girl named? Bye Bye also approached me. Lin Chun asked. Well, Brother Lin Chun, you guessed right. She also placed a restriction on you. And it was Duo who helped you to remove it. When Duo said this, her eyes suddenly turned. So Duo approached Brother Lin Chun that day just to help Brother Lin Chun remove the restriction. Duo, are you serious? Lin Chun asked half doubtfully. Chapter 87 Secret. Really, of course it's true. Brother Lin Chun, put me down quickly. Duo's head is starting to feel dizzy. Seeing that Duo wanted to repeat the same trick again, Lin Chun still held her tightly in the air. By the way, Duo, can you tell me what your life experience is? Lin Chun originally wanted to ask Duo if she knew some secrets hidden about him, but when he thought of Kenyi being by his side, Lin Chun finally only asked this question. As for the rest, it wouldn't be too late to ask when he and Duo were alone. Duo's life experience? Duo doesn't remember it either. But Duo only knows that she was a little saint girl. She didn't know what she did wrong, so she was sealed in that big formation. Then Duo was saved by Brother Lin Chun. Little saint? Duo, is this all you can remember? Well, Brother Lin Chun, I have a jade pendant here. There's a very strange pattern engraved on it. I don't know what this jade pendant represents. I already had this jade pendant on me when you rescued me. Duo took out the jade pendant hidden on her body and handed it to Lin Chun. Lin Chun took the jade pendant. The jade pendant was crystal clear and emitted a bright white light, which made people feel peaceful and comfortable. It was as if all the evil thoughts in the body were completely purified at this moment. What is this pattern on it? Lin Chun carefully looked at the pattern on the jade pendant. He didn't know why he always had a familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen this pattern somewhere before. Just when Lin Chun was still full of confusion, the jade pendant in his hand was suddenly snatched away by Kenyi. Brother Kenyi, do you recognize this jade pendant? Seeing the jade pendant in his hand being snatched away, Lin Chun looked at Kenyi with some confusion, not knowing what he meant. This pattern, it's correct. Kenyi looked at the pattern and said, when we were on a mission, the flying tigers were saved by a woman with this pattern engraved on her back. I still remember this pattern vividly. It must be correct. Exactly the same tattoo. Lin Chun asked in surprise after hearing Kenyi's words. Brother Kenyi, where were you when you were on that mission? Kenyi thought for a long time. He didn't know whether he should tell Lin Chun or not, but in the end, he still said. It was on the edge of a cliff in Yulong village in the territory of Long Country. We were chasing several spies from other countries. When we chased them to the cliff, the spies suddenly detonated their self-destruct devices, and then the place where we were standing was directly broken by the huge impact of the explosives. Just when we thought we were going to fall into the bottomless abyss, we were saved by a woman with a special power. This power is basically the same as the power that the little girl used in your body at that time. After listening to Kenyi say so much, Lin Chun's face was already full of doubts. Brother Kenyi, did you have any conversation with that woman afterwards? No. After she saved us, she just left without saying a word. Kenyi shook his head and said, Brother Kenyi, how did you know that there was such a pattern on the back of that woman? Lin Chun asked with some confusion. When she used that soul power to put me on the ground, I didn't stand firmly and accidentally tore off her coat. So that's how it is. Lin Chun was really surprised by Kenyi's answer. Brother Kenyi, did you see what that woman looked like? Does she look like Duo? I didn't notice that. The woman had a veil on her face. Kenyi replied, Did that woman appear in Yulong village? Yes, that's right. Is there any secret hidden in this place? After hearing Lin Chun's question, Kenyi shook his head and said, No. After that incident, our flying tigers searched Yulong village for 2 weeks to see if we could find any clues, but in the end we found nothing. Nothing? That's right. Kenyi nodded. Either the woman just happened to pass by, or they hid very deeply, and even our flying tiger special forces couldn't find them. If even your flying tiger special forces can't find her, then it is very likely that the woman really passed by chance. Lin Chun sighed and said, having thought that this would be useful news. That's not necessarily true. Because there are some things hidden in this world, Kenyi said without knowing why. But when he saw Kenyi's eyes lingering on Duo, Lin Shun understood in an instant and blurted out, "Hidden family?" Uncle Nien mentioned these four words when he first met Duo Duo. This little girl might be from a hidden family. Uncle Nien didn't seem particularly surprised at the time. Could it be that Uncle Nien already had some understanding or contact with a hidden family? And at that time, Shirting also briefly mentioned to me that her grandfather had told her about the rumors about the hidden family. This gave Lin Chen a feeling. The hidden family was not hidden before. At least it was probably like that 100 years ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to know about the existence of the hidden family. That's right. Seeing that Lin Chen also knew this, Kenye's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Brother Caney, what exactly does this hidden family refer to? Lin Chen asked casually, but he didn't think Caney would be able to give a clear answer. After all, even Uncle Nien didn't know about this. But in Lin Chen's heart, Uncle Nien should know everything. Kenyi was silent for a while. Then he said, "Telling you about this will only hurt you. The less you know about the hidden family, the better." Why? Because if someone from the hidden family wants to kill you, you won't be able to resist at all. People from the hidden family have something called soul power in their bodies. With the existence of this soul power, these people have all kinds of special abilities that you can't imagine. Then why did the hidden family suddenly disappear from this world? Listening to what Kenyi said, Lin Chen not only did not feel a little bit of fear in his heart, but instead felt a little more curious. Logically speaking, if the hidden families are so powerful, why do they still need to hide? Chapter 88 Investigation. Because there was a person at that time who broke the situation where the hidden families were attacking each other in this world and made an agreement with these hidden families. Since then, all those with soul power have gone into hiding, and this world has become a world inhabited by people without soul power. Kenyi said slowly, "My father once saved a person from a hidden family, but unfortunately, he was not saved in the end. This person told my father these things, and then my father told me. That is to say, although those hidden families are hiding in the dark, they are still fighting each other. Moreover, many of them have already exceeded the agreement made at that time. That's all I know. I don't know the other details." Kenyi said lightly, "As for this little girl, she should also be from a hidden family. But I'm afraid something has happened to her family." After hearing what Kenyi said, Lin Chen was shocked. This world is really not as simple as it seems. There is actually such a crisis lurking behind this. If these hidden families disregard the so-called agreement made back then and fight each other, it would probably be a devastating blow to the world. So, you have to be careful in the future and don't let this little girl expose her soul power casually. Otherwise, at that time, even Wu Nian will not be able to save you. Perhaps because he felt familiar with the pattern, Kenyi kept talking. "Brother Caney, don't worry. I won't let Duo Duo use her soul power again before I figure out everything," Lin Shun said firmly. Then he turned around and looked at Duo Duo. "Duo Duo, did you hear me? If you dare to secretly use your soul power again, I won't just spank you again." "Yeah." After listening to Brother Lin Chen's words, Duo Duo nodded heavily. During the conversation between Brother Lin Shun and the white-haired uncle, she seemed to understand something. If she used her soul power indiscriminately again in the future, Brother Lin Shun might be in danger. "Remember, you must be obedient." "Okay, Duo Duo got it." Seeing Duo Duo speaking so obediently, Lin Chen finally felt relieved. Now he finally understood why he was suddenly hunted down by those people in his previous life. It was because he used Duoduo's soul power to eliminate one of his opponents. Not long after Duo Duo used this powerful soul power, their Longhua group was targeted by some people lurking in the dark. Before Lin Chun died in his previous life, he vaguely heard the words, "We must not let this person live. Otherwise our entire soul world will be in chaos." He couldn't figure out what this sentence meant no matter how hard he thought about it. Now he may have understood a little. The place where those hidden families are now staying is the soul calling realm. And maybe he was also a person from the soul world before. Perhaps he still has an inseparable relationship with the so-called agreement made that year. Seeing Lin Chan saying these words, Kenye's brows were already furrowed. "I told you, you are no match for those people from the hidden families. You are still thinking about investigating them now. Don't you think you will live a long life?" "Brother Caney, don't worry. I know what to do and what not to do." Knowing what Caney was worried about, Lin Shin replied with a smile. "You'd better know," Kenyi said coldly. "At that time, our Flying Tiger Special Forces didn't dare to continue investigating this aspect." "Brother Caney, I understand," Lin Shun said with his head lowered. He could stop thinking about his past life and pretend that the hidden family never existed. In this way, at least he could live in peace. But he couldn't do it. He wanted to know the truth behind it all. He wanted to dig out the doubts hidden in his heart. Otherwise, even if he died, it would be a painless death. However, although Lin Chen thought so, he also knew in his heart how difficult it was to investigate such a matter. So now he will aggravate the situation that has never happened before. He wanted to secretly infiltrate the so-called soul world where the hidden family was located, and under the premise of ensuring absolute safety, completely answer all the questions in his mind. But what he has to do now is to make Manhwa Group the world's #1 group. Only in this way can he attract the world's top talents and have enough capital to deal with what he will face next. Okay, now that you've figured it out, that's good. The reason I told you all this is that I don't want you to abuse the soul power of this little girl, so that after her identity is exposed, you and this little girl will be killed. Instead of asking you to investigate these things. If it weren't for the existence of this little girl, I would never let you know these things. I believe that even Moon Yin would not let you know these things. Seeing Lin Chen's good attitude, Kenye's tone became much lighter. Brother Kaney, don't worry. Since Duo is with me now, I will definitely be responsible for his safety. I will never do anything stupid that would put myself in danger. Well, that's enough. Now that we almost know the identity of this little girl, I have nothing to doubt anymore. After saying this, Kenye prepared to walk out of the house. Brother Kaney, wait a moment. Seeing that Kaney was about to come out, Lin Shun shouted hurriedly. Is there anything I can help you with? Kenye turned around and asked. Brother Kaney, I have something I want you to check for me. Hearing what Lin Shun said, Kenye frowned slightly. Isn't Wen Yin here now? Besides, I'm only responsible for protecting your safety, and I don't need to do anything for you. Brother Kaney, I know. That's why I have never troubled you in the past 10 days. But this time, I have to trouble you. Because the person I want you to help investigate is Uncle Nien. Wen Yin? Why? Has he done anything to offend you? Seeing the murderous aura suddenly erupting from Kenye, Lin Shun felt a chill on his back and quickly explained, Brother Kenye, don't think too much. Uncle Nien will never do anything to let me down. Then what do you want me to investigate? Kenye's tone softened a little. Brother Kaney, I would like to ask you to help me investigate something. Lin Shin walked up to Kaney and told him about what was wrong with Wen Yin in the past few days. You mean, Wen Yin wants to leave your Manhwa group? Chapter 89 Jiang1. That's right, Brother Kaney. I always feel that Uncle Nien seems to have encountered something, but you know Uncle Nien's character, he will never drag others down. So even if I want to help him now, I really can't do anything. So now I would like to ask Brother Kaney to find out what happened to Uncle Nien. Lin Chun said with concern, if Wen Yin really encounters something, even if I just told you, do you have a way to help him solve it? Kenye asked back. Lin Chun was suddenly speechless. To be honest, if even Uncle Nien can't handle this matter, he may not be able to help. But no matter what, he couldn't let Uncle Nien face this kind of thing alone. Brother Kaney, I know that my current strength is very weak, and you may not look down on my help. But what I want to say is that Uncle Nien is very important to me. If he really encounters any difficulties, he should at least let me know. Even if I can't help at all in the end, at least I have a clear conscience and no regrets. Okay, I'll go and ask Wen Yin what the hell he's up to. However, if that guy doesn't let me tell you, I won't tell you anything. I must tell you this first. Kenya's eyes brightened for a moment, and then he said this. Brother Kaney. Lin Shun was just about to bargain again when he saw Kaney walk out of the room and disappeared. Lin Chun immediately sighed. In his previous life, Uncle Nien had followed him for more than 10 years, and he knew Uncle Nien's personality very well. Even if he told Kaney what he had encountered recently, he would not let Kaney tell others. In other words, he will be kept in the dark no matter what this time. However, now that Kaney knows about this, given his feelings for Uncle Nien, he will not sit idly by. Even if Uncle Nien doesn't want to get involved this time, at least he has Kenye's help this time. Thinking of this, Lin Shun felt a lot more relaxed. After sending Kaney away, Lin Shun put down the little Duo in his arms. Duo, you should stay in the company honestly from now on and don't run around everywhere. Lin Shun pinched Duo's little face and said with admonition, Hey, Brother Lin Shun, Duo, don't do that. If Duo stays here all the time, she will be suffocated. Duo wants to go out and play like other kids. Duo hugged Lin Chen's arm and said coquettishly. Looking at the noisy little girl beside him, Lin Chen didn't know whether to beat her or not. Duo, have you forgotten what I just said to you? Duo hasn't forgotten. Duo won't use soul power anymore. But brother Lin Chun, Duo will feel bored without anyone to play with. Duo blinked her big eyes obediently. This, having no experience in coaxing children, Lin Chun was really in a dilemma. We can't let Duo stay in this room and play games all the time, otherwise she will really turn into a little flying pig. However, he couldn't think of where to place Duo for the time being. How about this, Duo? From now on, you will stay in my office and learn from your sister Ting to help her organize some documents. No, Duo refuses. Why? Duo has secretly read the law books on brother Lin Chen's desk. Duo doesn't want to become a child laborer. If brother Lin Chun forces Duo to work, Duo will sue brother Lin Chun and put him in jail. Duo said arrogantly. Seeing Duo's aggressive look, Lin Chun lifted her two pigtails and said viciously, Duo, you are a little monster who is hundreds of years old. The law on the protection of minors will not work for you. From today on, you will work for me honestly. Don't think about eating and drinking for free here. Brother Lin Chun is bullying me. Duo wants to go back to her old cabin. Duo complained angrily. After giving Duo another scolding, Duo obediently went to the 45th floor. A place for Duo to live was arranged there. This way he can keep an eye on the little girl at all times and prevent her from running around. After dealing with all these things, Lin Chun convened a board meeting and promoted Xiao Fei to the manager of the network security department. Then, after sorting out the future development direction of Manhwa Group to everyone at the meeting, Lin Chun went directly to the Special Investigation Team base. He made an appointment with Jiang Wen yesterday, and today he was going to the Special Investigation Team to take statement. Although the Yuanda Group has been eliminated, the necessary legal procedures still have to be followed. This time, their Special Investigation Team bypassed Banhai City and made direct arrests. If they did not hold a press conference in Banhai City to make the final judgment on Yuanda Group, it would be a slap in the face of all the employees in Banhai City, although these people did not lose the slap. As soon as the car arrived at a remote village, Lin Chun was stopped by several members of the Special Investigation Team. Hello, this is a restricted area ahead. Please show your ID and explain your purpose. ID? Hearing these two words, Lin Chun was stunned for a moment. When Jiang Wen asked him to come, she didn't give him any ID. Well, it was Miss Jiang Wen who asked me to come here to take a statement. She didn't give me any ID. As soon as Lin Chun finished speaking, he saw the man who was questioning him was instantly shocked. It seemed that Jiang Wen was notorious in the entire Special Forces investigation team. Deputy Captain Jiang is right here. Wait a moment. I'll go ask her. Okay. Thank you for your help. Lin Chun said politely. He felt very sympathetic towards his brother, just as he felt very sympathetic towards what had happened to him 2 days ago. Not long after waiting, Lin Chun saw Jiang Wen, who was wearing a tights, walking towards him. This dress brings out Jiang Wen's figure very well. Her short, shiny black hair makes her look very heroic, as if she is as capable as any man. This made Lin Chun's eyes light up. Although he is indeed not an LSP, it has to be said that Jiang Wen's outfit today is still very lethal. However, after knowing what kind of woman Jiang Wen was, Lin Chun quickly and tactfully withdrew his gaze. After all, if he had to choose between his life and a feast for the eyes, he would of course choose to save his life without hesitation. Miss Jiang, I'm here. But in order to show some gentlemanly manners, Lin Chun still took the initiative to greet her. Unexpectedly, what he was greeted with was a barrage of scolding from Jiang Wen. Chapter 90 Base. Lin Chun, you are such a jerk. I asked you to come and take a statement today, but you kept dawdling. Look at what time it is now. Our special investigation team didn't leave any dinner for you tonight. Don't worry about that, Miss Jiang. I had a full lunch, so I won't be hungry for a while. Lin Chun, you... Jiang Wen was about to get angry, but he remembered what his brother had told him before he came. Today, his brother's senior brother would also come to see Lin Chun. Jiang Wen finally suppressed his anger. Seeing Jiang Wen's frustrated look, Lin Chun immediately perked up. Could it be that Jiang Wen is someone who only responds to tough situations and not soft ones? If he had known this would happen, why would he be so humble to this woman? Thinking of this, Lin Chun's heart suddenly began to itch. He wanted to vent his anger right now. So Lin Chun coughed and pretended to be a leader and said, Miss Jiang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and lead the way. Lin Chun originally thought that Jiang Wen would be humiliated again this time, and he could vent his anger this time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiangwen pulled half of his body out of the car window. Lin Chun, why do you deserve a beating? Jiangwen said angrily. Ms. Jiang, I was wrong. Please let me go. So many people are watching us. This time Lin Chun realized that he had made a big misunderstanding. This Miss Jiang would not listen to any soft or hard words. Jiangwen turned her head and took a look. This time she found that all the special investigation team members were watching their strange behavior. Jiangwen's face immediately turned red. After putting Lin Chun back in the car, Jiangwen got directly into the passenger seat, leaned back in the seat, pursed her lips, and said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Chun could only sigh in his heart. Miss Jiang, how do I get to the base of your special investigation team? I don't know the way. Just go straight, Jiangwen said with a snort. Seeing that this woman looked like she couldn't afford to offend him, Lin Chun had no choice but to start the car and drive forward. Not long after walking, Lin Chun saw a cliff. Miss Jiang, how do we get here? Are you taking the wrong route? Lin Chun looked at the bottomless cliff in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. If you keep walking straight ahead, you will end up in front of the King of Hell. We're here, get off. Are we there yet? Lin Chun looked at the desolate wilderness and suddenly became confused. I wonder if Jiang Wen has dragged him here to take revenge on him. But soon, Lin Chun found out that his idea was wrong. Jiang Wen jumped out of the car and pressed a remote control in her hand. After a loud noise, a steel bridge appeared in front of them. You were supposed to be blindfolded to get here, but my brother insisted that you drive here by yourself. If you dare to tell others the address of our Special Forces base, I will definitely make you pay. Yes, Miss Jiang, don't worry. I won't tell anyone even if I die. Although Lin Chun said this on the surface, he didn't take it to heart at all. Jiang Yin had promised him that his sister would be transferred away soon. He still doesn't believe this woman, and she will come all the way to beat him up. Okay, let's go. Seeing that Lin Chen's attitude was good, Jiang Wen said. But what she didn't know was that Lin Chen's little abacus in his mind had already started crackling. After crossing the bridge and climbing a small slope, Lin Chun saw the base of the Special Investigation Team. It was different from what Lin Chun had imagined. The base of the Special Investigation Team was much more luxurious. Several latest fighter jets and more than 20 helicopters were parked steadily on the tarmac. There were all kinds of off-road vehicles, jet skis, and even a few anti-tank guns, and the only thing missing were a few tanks. Looking at such a big scene in front of him, Lin Chen's face was suddenly shocked. To be honest, this was his first time to investigate the Special Forces base. Jiang Yin's stingy look in his previous life made Lin Chen feel that his Special Investigation Team would not be able to survive. Good job. I didn't expect it to be so luxurious here. Jiang Yin is a little too unkind. Why are you surprised? Seeing Lin Chen's stunned expression, Jiang Wen couldn't help but smile. Except for those bombers, more than half of the others were captured by us during various missions. Seized. After hearing Jiang Wen say this, Lin Chun was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Is this what they mean when we have no guns, no cannons, no ammunition, and the enemy makes them for us? The Special Investigation Team, I didn't expect they have so many achievements. Yeah, Jiang Wen said proudly. Those black helicopters were captured by my team. Not a single part was broken when I brought them back, which saved our special forces a lot of money. You've only been here for less than 2 months, and your brother really trusts you to lead the team. Lin Chen asked in surprise. It's hard to explain to a businessman like you. All you can see is money. Jiang Wen turned her head, looked at Lin Chen, and spoke as if she was talking to a deaf person. Miss Jiang, you can't generalize. Although I'm a businessman, I can't be blamed every time. After all, I helped you catch those people, but I have worked hard. Businessmen are ruthless and heartless anyway. Forehead, I'm too lazy to talk to you. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Let's go quickly. My brother has been waiting there for a long time. After Jiang Wen finished speaking, she walked forward without looking back. Looking at the willow-like and charming back, Lin Chun was completely stunned. What on earth does this Miss Jiang mean? Could it be that the Jiang group and the Jiang family also have some difficult problems to deal with? Jiang Wen is so disgusted with people who do business. Following Jiang went into the gate of the base, and after opening a few facial recognition doors, Lin Chun saw the main control room of the Special Investigation Team. Hundreds of computers, fully electronic and information-based, with all kinds of simulation images running across them, shocked Lin Chun once again. No wonder the Special Investigation Team has such great confidence in this arrest mission. It turns out that the entire Banhai city is under their control, and all crimes are firmly covered by this big net. It just depends on whether those people are worth their efforts. Is this modern warfare? Lin Chun, what are you doing standing there? These are the secrets of our special forces. You are not allowed to look at them without permission. Chapter 91. Testing. Oh, okay. Seeing Jiang Wen standing aside with an angry look on her face, Lin Chun turned his head back tactfully. I just thought it was new and curious, so I just took a look. I don't understand anything anyway. It's right that you don't understand. Not knowing why this girl had such a strong grudge against him, Lin Chun had no choice but to shut his mouth and follow Jiang Wen into a room. As soon as he walked into the room, Lin Chun saw Jiang Yen. Sitting next to Jiang Yen was a man who looked untouchable. Brother Jiang. Lin Chun walked into the room and called out, but his eyes remained on the person next to Jiang Yen. Lin Chun, you're here. Jiang Yen nodded when he saw Lin Chun coming in. Just find a seat and sit anywhere. Okay. Lin Chun found a random seat and sat down. Brother Jiang, if you need anything from me, just ask. Perhaps because he felt very depressed by the aura emanating from the black-clothed man next to Jiang Yen, Lin Chun twisted his body uncomfortably and said, Lin Chun, I asked you to come here today not just to ask you to take a statement. The person next to me has something to ask you. But don't worry, he is my senior brother I told you about last time. Senior brother, this young man is Lin Chun who provided us with this information this time. Jiang Yen pointed with both hands and introduced the two people to each other. Jiang Yen's senior brother? Someone from the Eagle Special Forces? Why did this person come to see me? Although Lin Chun had many doubts in his heart, he still extended his hand politely. Hello, I am Lin Chun from Manhwa Group. But what made Lin Chun very embarrassed was that the other party did not show any intention of extending a hand. Lin Chun, my senior brother, is just like that. You must not be angry with him. Seeing that Lin Chun's face had turned slightly pale, Jiang Yen quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. It's okay, I don't care. Lin Chun withdrew his hand and said this lightly. Brother, if you have anything you want to ask, just say it now. Seeing that his face was just staring at Lin Chun without saying a word, Jiang Yen began to feel suspicious. Although he had long known that his senior brother had a strange temper, he didn't expect that after not seeing him for a year or two, his temper had become like this. Okay. The man in black nodded. Lin Chun, the chairman of Manhwa Group, made $10 trillion overnight when oil prices skyrocketed, and then he founded Manhwa Group. Am I right about this information? Although what the man in black said was not something crucial, it still aroused Lin Chun's disgust. Are you investigating me? Lin Chun asked in a cold tone. If I wanted to investigate you, I wouldn't know this much. Then what do you mean by asking me this question? Lin Chun asked in confusion. Nothing, just asking. The man in black lowered his head and began to look through the files on the table. At this moment, Lin Chun only felt confused. He couldn't figure out what the man in black wanted to do. Was he testing his attitude or warning him of something? Seeing that the man in black hadn't spoken for a while, Lin Chun's expression became more and more serious. If you don't have anything to ask, I'm going to take notes. I have things to deal with at Manhwa Group, so I can't stay here for too long. Don't be anxious. Take a look at these things. A man threw a file in front of Lin Chun and observed his reaction. What is this? Lin Chun asked. Looking at the file in front of him, Lin Chun did not choose to take it directly. He had to figure out what it was first. Otherwise, if he read it casually, he might get himself into trouble. Criminal clues about Shengshi Group. The man in black said without hiding anything. Shengshi Group? When Lin Chun heard the name Shengshi Group, he was suddenly surprised. Isn't this the largest pharmaceutical group in Long Country? Last time, he had learned some things about Shengshi Group from Imochio. Could it be that Shengshi Group is also doing something shameful? Lin Chun looked at the file in front of him and wanted to open it. If something really happened to Shengshi Group, it would be absolutely bad news for the entire Dragon Country. Don't you want to open it and take a look? The man in black looked at Lin Chun with interest and said, I need to know, what do you want me to do for you? Lin Chun still chose not to open the file. He didn't want to involve his Manhwa Group now. He had to get the whole thing clear. Otherwise, his Manhwa Group would most likely be used as a gun by others, which Lin Chun would never allow to happen. Seeing that Lin Chun was unwilling to open the file that was so close to him, the man in black smiled slightly. It seems that your love for Manhwa is not so pure. What does this have to do with the purity of my love for Manhwa? I just hate your pretentious attitude. If you really want to cooperate with me, please show a cooperative attitude instead of this, putting on your condescending attitude. Seeing the mocking look on the black-clothed man's face, Lin Chun couldn't help but burst out. He hated the look from the man in black, the kind of look that makes people feel uncomfortable at first sight. Looking at Lin Shun like this, the man in black was slightly stunned. Obviously, Lin Shen's reaction was beyond his expectations. Lin Shen, do you know? I can kill you right now. The man in black said this lightly. Kill me, and then what? Then you can solve this matter. Lin Shen asked, staring at the man in black in front of him. I will certainly have other ways. If you had a way, you wouldn't come to me. Lin Shen said calmly. Well, you win. I have to say, Lin Shen, you are a very dangerous person. According to the rules of our Flying Eagle Special Forces, we generally won't use people like you who are beyond our control, and we will even get rid of them directly to ensure the absolute safety of Longwa. The man in black said, but now, perhaps the only one who can replace Shengshi Group is your Longwa Group. After listening to what the man in black said, Lin Shun chose to remain silent, because he knew that the man in black would soon take the initiative to tell these things. My name is Ing, the captain of the Eagle Special Forces. Chapter 92, Do I Have a Choice? Ing said, extending his hand. Looking at the big hand covered with scars that was stretched out, Lin Shen thought for a long time and finally shook it. Although he now has the upper hand in aura, he knows that now that he has come here and knows about this matter, he no longer has any choice. As soon as he held the hands of the black-clothed man in front of him, Lin Shun felt a strong dark force attacking his hands. He suddenly felt that his palms were about to be torn into pieces. The pain made his face turn pale. However, after seeing the slightly provocative look of the man in black in front of him, Lin Shun finally resisted the urge to shout out. When a man in black saw this scene, he stopped using the hidden power in his hands, but there was a hint of surprise on his face. Pulling his hand out from the black-clothed man's palm, Lin Shun felt that his entire right hand was basically out of control. The internal energy that burst out from the black-clothed man in front of me in an instant was so terrifying. Okay, Lin Shun, you can open the file now. Seeing that the man in black also showed sincerity, Lin Shun didn't want to drag it on any longer. He was also very interested in what Shengshi Group had done wrong, so Lin Shun picked up the file on the table and read it carefully. After reading the words on the file, Lin Shun's brows suddenly frowned. Are the records here true? Lin Shun asked with some disbelief. After all, a large portion of Shengshi Group's shares belonged to Longwa. He couldn't believe that Shengshi Group was doing these things under Longwa's nose. That's right. The man in black answered decisively. The chairman of Shengshi Group already has an annual income of hundreds of trillions of dollars. Why would he still want to take risks and do such a thing? Lin Shen asked about these things that were not recorded in the files. Logically speaking, Shengshi Group, as the largest pharmaceutical group in Long Country, should not be short of money. Then why does the chairman of Shengshi Group also have these business dealings with Yuanda Group? Even those ice balls, a large part of them are from the research of Shengshi Group. Thinking that Shengshi Group, as the largest pharmaceutical group in Manhwa, was secretly researching these new drugs and biological viruses, Lin Shen clenched his fists tightly. These are matters concerning the livelihood of the people. How dare his Shengshi Group do these things? There must be some unknown conspiracy behind this. It would be very easy for us to get rid of him now, but this would inevitably cause a drastic change in Shengshi Group. Even half of Longwa's medicines would need to be imported. In this case, China's existing economic system would be severely damaged, which is something we absolutely cannot allow. So you want my Longwa Group to replace Shengshi Group? Lin Shen quickly understood what the man in black was thinking. That's right. We have studied all the large enterprises in Longwa and found that your Longwa Group is the most suitable for this task. The man in black said lightly. It's because our Longwa Group was established not long ago. Will it be easy for you to control it then? Lin Shen asked. This is one reason. The man in black did not deny it. What other reasons are there? It is very difficult to rebuild a new medical system for Longwa. I think only your Longwa Group can succeed. Do you trust me so much? I don't believe you. I believe in what you do. What your Longwa Group has done in the past month has completely exceeded our imagination, said the man in black. Are you spying on me? Lin Shen's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard the words of the man in black. From what the man in black said, the recent happenings in their Longwa Group might have been clearly known to the Flying Eagle Special Forces. It may even include the research of my third brother, as well as the dealings between him and the Luo Group and the Beifeng Group. We are not spying. We are just fulfilling our obligations. However, we will defend the good things of Dragon Country until our death. So you don't have to worry that what you are doing now will be exposed by our Flying Eagle Special Forces. On the contrary, we will help you hide better, let you lurk in the dark, and give a fatal blow to those who try to offend Dragon Country. Now, I allow you to join our Flying Eagle Special Forces and become a member of our Flying Eagle Special Forces. Codename, and how about it? Asked the man in black. I'm sorry, but I refuse. I can give everything for the Dragon Kingdom, but I don't like being someone else's pawn. Chess piece? Huh. The man in black shook his head in self-mockery and said nothing more. So what do you want me to help you do? Seeing that the black man stopped talking, Lin Chun asked. Lin Chun, I think you should learn to be obedient and not be so aggressive. Otherwise, one day, I might kill you with my own hands for the Dragon Kingdom. As for how you can help us, I haven't figured it out yet. But if I come up with any plan, I will let you know as soon as possible. The man in black said calmly. You told me to keep a low profile, but do you think you have done that? Hearing the commanding tone of the man in black, Lin Chun slowly frowned. I'm different from you. I've died once. Someone who has died once. Lin Chun didn't understand what he meant. Yes, that's what you understand. If you can be absolutely loyal to Manhwa, you will also have such an opportunity. After the man in black finished speaking, he left the room directly. Lin Chun was left sitting there, pondering the words that the man in black had said. He said that if you could be absolutely loyal to Manhwa, you will have such an opportunity? Could it be that behind this huge Dragon Kingdom, there is a person who is guiding the Dragon Kingdom forward? Lin Chun's imagination ran wild for a moment. Chapter 93, Cooperation Achieved. Lin Chun, my senior brother is like this. He always says some inexplicable things like this. You must not believe him. But what happened about Shengshi Group is true. It concerns the lifeblood of Long Country. You have to pay attention to it. After seeing the man in black leave, Jiang Yin, who had been holding back for a long time, could finally speak freely. Okay, Brother Jiang, I understand. Lin Chun, there are some questions in this transcript. After you write down what you know, I will let Xiaowen take you back. What you experienced today is indeed a bit unbelievable. You should go back and have a good rest. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, he handed over a file book. After writing down everything that could be said and should be said, Lin Chun handed the file back to Jiang Yin. Brother Jiang, I'll leave first. Okay, you go back first. Be careful on the road. You are a key person now. Thinking of the black man's tone, Lin Chun couldn't help but sigh. He originally just wanted to come here to take a statement and be done with it, but he didn't expect to be dragged into a dispute with Shengshi Group. If he knew that Shengshi Group had been doing such things over the years, he would not stand idly by, but Lin Chun would still feel somewhat unhappy about being controlled by someone else. He also said that he had died once, which was a lie that no one would believe. Lin Chun now felt that the captain of the Flying Eagle Special Forces was a little mentally unstable. Okay, Lin Chun, don't be angry with my senior brother anymore. Although my senior brother has a weird temper, he is sincere towards Manhwa, and there is nothing fake about him. And he was not like this back then. Maybe he encountered something in the past 2 years and became like this. Jiang Yin sighed. When he first saw his senior brother, he almost didn't recognize him. After thinking about this, Jiang Yin turned around and said to Jiang Wan, Xiaowen, send Lin Chun back and make sure he gets back to Manhwa Group safely. Brother, why should I send you off? Jiang Wen asked unhappily as she stood aside. Seeing Jiang Wen's unhappy expression, Lin Chun quickly said, Brother Jiang, no need. I can go back by myself. I'll take my leave now. Worried that Jiang Wen would soon change her mind, Lin Chun said this and walked out. Looking at Lin Chun's receding back, Jiang Yin's mouth twitched suddenly. Although his sister is a little fierce and has a bad temper, Lin Chun is not that afraid of her. Xiaowen, go help him put the bridge down, or he'll come back looking for it later. If he doesn't want me to send him off, I won't let him go, Jiang Wen said, standing aside and turning her head away. Forget it, I'll go. Looking at the folding bridge that had been retracted, Lin Chun stood on the edge of the cliff. The cold wind blew across his face. Lin Chun felt that he was a little too anxious at the time. Lin Chun, you are really stuck here. Jiang Yin looked at Lin Chun standing on the edge of the cliff in a daze and couldn't help but said with a smile, Brother Jiang, didn't I expect you to come and save me? Okay, stop talking to me so much. Jiang Yin pressed the remote control in his hand, and the folding bridge was quickly lowered again. Brother Jiang, your bridge doesn't even have piers. Aren't you afraid of falling down suddenly while walking on it? Looking at the bare bottom of the bridge, Lin Chun asked Jiang Yin beside him. This is something made with high technology. It won't fall down at any time. Even if dozens of people walk on it at the same time, the bridge will still be solid. Brother Jiang, You are not lying to me, are you? No matter how advanced his technology is, it cannot violate the principles of physics. Lin Chun asked in disbelief. Okay, I'll tell you. This bridge is made of the latest alloy. Every 10 steps or so, there will be an iron chain made of this alloy hooked on both sides of the bridge, so the bridge will not break, even if it breaks. So, this is the principle. Lin Chun said with some admiration in his heart. The skilled craftsmen of Dragon Country are truly world-class. Then how am I going to pass the checkpoint ahead of Brother Jiang? Do I need some kind of token? Lin Chun asked, remembering that he was stopped by the checkpoint guards when he came here in the morning. Forget it. I'll let Xiaowen take you there. After hearing what Jiang Yin said, Lin Chun immediately became anxious. Brother Jiang, please don't do that. You should take me with you. I really can't accept Miss Jiang's kindness. Lin Chun, although my sister has a bad temper, you don't have to be so scared, right? He asked with some doubt. In his impression, Jiang would not be so unreasonable as to scare Lin Chun like this. Brother Jiang, his temper is more than just fierce. He wants to beat me up as soon as we meet. I don't even know when I provoke him again. Lin Chun cried. That's strange. If my sister is really upset with someone, she will just ignore him after beating him up. Jiang Yin touched his chin, looking a little confused. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and this idea surprised him. Xiaowen, I don't think she likes Lin Chun. It's just that he has never been in a relationship with a boy and rarely has contact with other men, so she wouldn't express the love in her heart. If he really hated Lin Chun, he would simply choose not to talk to Lin Chun. Then why does Xiaowen like Lin Chun? Could it be because Xiaowen kissed Lin Chun at Manhwa Group? Thinking about this, Jiang Yin felt more and more that something was wrong. He also felt from that day on that Xiaowen had indeed changed a lot compared to before. Jiang Yin raised his head and glanced up and down at Lin Chun. He had to say that if Lin Chun could be his brother-in-law, he would be a very good candidate. Regarding this matter, he will go back and sound out Xiaowen's reaction. If Xiaowen really liked Lin Chun, he might not have sent Xiaowen away. Instead, he would have brought Xiaowen and Lin Chun together. But then he thought again that Lin Chun already had a girlfriend, so Jiang Yin finally thought about it and gave up. If Lin Chun doesn't like Xiaowen in the end, his sister will be the one who suffers. Let's find a chance to send Xiaowen back home in the next few days. In less than a short while, Jiang Yin's mind had turned hundreds of times. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Regardless of whether Xiaowen really likes Lin Chun or not, he must send Xiaowen back. This is the best choice for Xiaowen. Chapter 94. Divide the cake after defeat the landlord. Okay, then I'll take you there this time. Jiang Yin retracted his gaze from scanning Lin Chun up and down, and then said. When Lin Chun saw Jiang Yin's gaze scanning up and down like a radar, he quickly protected himself tightly. In the end, Lin Chun was able to return to Manhwa Group intact. After going to the security department specifically, Lin Chun found Ken Yi. Uncle Nian was not there at the moment, but there were signs of a fight in the house. Seeing that half of the things in the office were broken, Lin Chun immediately realized that Uncle Nian might have had a fight with Ken Yi here. Seeing Ken Yi lying on the chair with a weak face, Lin Chun ran over and said, Brother Ken Yi, what happened to you? What happened between you and Uncle Nian? Ken Yi opened his eyes when he felt someone walking into the room, but when he saw that the person was Lin Chun, Ken Yi closed his eyes again, lay on the chair, and said nothing. Seeing Ken Yi like this, Lin Chun suddenly became anxious. Something must have happened to Uncle Nian, otherwise he would not have fought with Ken Yi. Brother Ken Yi, please don't be silent. Tell me what happened to Uncle Nian now. Maybe I can help you solve it. Seeing Lin Chun's anxious look, Ken Yi slowly opened his eyes. However, after looking at Lin Chun, he turned his head away and said, You can't help him. The only one who can help him now is himself. Brother Ken Yi, even if I can't help Uncle Nian, you must let me know what happened first. Lin Chun's voice had already risen slightly. Telling you these things will only hurt you in the end. Ken Yi still refused to say anything. Brother Ken Yi, okay, if you really want to know, go ask Wen Yin yourself. He's out doing some things now and will be back in 2 days. If you really want to help him, you can go and ask him yourself when the time comes. Whether Wen Yin is willing to tell you or not depends on his feelings for you. After saying these words, Ken Yi left the room directly. Lin Chun looked at Ken Yi's somewhat lonely figure and felt very flustered. What on earth happened to Uncle Nian? It was so difficult that even Ken Yi couldn't help at all. After standing there for a long time, Lin Chun finally walked toward his office. Now I can only wait for Uncle Nian to come back and ask him in person. But Lin Chun always felt that Uncle Nian was really going to leave him this time. He now deeply felt that in his previous life, he had been concerned about the development of Longhua Group and had missed too many things, so much so that he didn't even know what Uncle Nien had encountered at that time. After returning to the office, Lin Shun found Tinger holding Duo Duo in her arms and reading some fairy tales to her. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Lin Shun rarely put aside his bad mood, relaxed his brows, and began to smile. Although Duo Duo is a 100-year-old Tian Shan Tong Lao, she has been imprisoned in a formation, so her mind is exactly the same as that of a child. Brother Lin Shun, you're back. Feeling someone behind her, Duo Duo looked back. After hearing Duodwa's scream, Lu Shitting realized that Lin Shun had returned. After putting the fairy tale book in her hand on the table, Lu Shitting scolded, Brother Chun, why did you come back so sneakily? You almost scared me. Seeing Tinger's pitiful appearance, Lin Shun just wanted to hold her in his arms and love her. But after seeing little Duo Duo staring at her with big eyes, Lin Shun finally held back. Pinching Duodwa's little face and pulling her two pigtails, Lin Shun said, Duo Duo, go back first. I have something to tell your sister Ting. Brother Lin Shun, are you going to do something naughty with Sister Ting again? Duo Duo asked with a questioning look on her face, tilting her little face. You little girl, go back quickly. Looking at Tinger, whose face had already turned red with embarrassment, Lin Shun suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Let's go back. Duo Duo jumped out of Lu Shitting's arms and walked straight to the office door. As Duo Duo walked to the door, she heard Lin Shen's voice from behind. Duo Duo, don't let me know that you are secretly using your soul power, or I will throw you out. Got it. Duo Duo turned around and made a face at Lin Shun, then ran out. This little girl is getting more and more disobedient every day. Having learned from Lin Shun about Duodwa's magic modification origins, Lu Shitting smiled softly. That's all because of you. When did I ever spoil her? I don't know how many times I've spanked her. But you, Tinger, have become more and more outrageous because of my pampering. You are the one who deserves to be punished the most. Brother Chun, by the way, Tinger, how is Mu Xiaoyuan now? Looking at Lu Shitting lying obediently in his arms, Lin Shun gently stroked her waist-length hair and asked, Xiaoyuan left this morning. So soon? Yeah, I originally wanted her to stay in Banhai City so that I could help her if she needed any help in the future. But she said she wasn't used to living here. She has her own ideas after all. Lin Shun said that this matter has come to an end. According to the original plan, when the Banhai City press conference was held and the Yuanda Group was liquidated, Lin Shun was going to snatch the cake from the Yuanda Group and directly make the Longhua Group the big player in the stock market. But now with the addition of Uncle Nien and Shengshi Group, Lin Shun really doesn't have the energy to think about making money anymore. Moreover, he has already agreed to cooperate with the Flying Eagle Special Forces. There is no need for him to create a myth of making 10 trillion US dollars overnight and then push the Longhua Group to the forefront. This will definitely do more harm than good to the Longhua Group. But he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. So, Grandpa Luo and Sun Wei appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The Luo Group was the best ally of their Longhua Group in their previous life. And under the supervision of Uncle Nien and Xiao Fei, Sun Wei passed the test perfectly. Even if he had no credit, he had worked hard. By revealing this news to them in advance so that they could be prepared, Lin Shun can also feel at ease. After thinking about this, Lin Shun called Mr. Luo's private phone. But what was unexpected was that the person who answered the phone was not Mr. Luo, but Miss Luo Xinluo. Chapter 95, Junior Assessment. Miss Luo, why are you here? Where's Grandpa Luo? After hearing Luo Xian's voice on the other end, Lin Shun asked in surprise. Mr. Luo, nothing happened, right? Why? It can't be me, Luo Xian said on the other end of the phone with a very dissatisfied tone. Hearing Luo Xian's tone, Lin Shun knew that Grandpa Luo must be safe and sound. Remembering that Grandpa Luo said that he would hand over the cooperation business between Luo Group and Longhua Group to Luo Xian, Lin Shun finally understood why it was Luo Xian who answered the phone. Yes, of course. By the way, what's the matter with you calling me? Luo Xian asked. Well, Yuanda Group has been eradicated. Zulfust. Luo Xian was surprised for a moment. She could still get the news. Well, in a few days, there will be a press conference about Yuanda Group. At that time, the crimes that Yuanda Group has committed in Longhua over the years will be exposed to the world. Doesn't your Luo Group want to enter the stock market? Now is the best opportunity. What about your Longhua Group? Didn't the local authorities agree to wait for your Longhua Group to enter first? Luo Xian asked calmly. I'm having some problems right now, so I won't go in for now. It won't be too late to go in once I'm stable. What happened to you? Luo Xian asked after a long pause. It's just some family matters. Miss Luo, do you have to ask about this? Is it about Lu shitting? When Lin Shin heard Luo Xian ask this question on the phone, he suddenly didn't know what to say. He still remembered what Luo Xian said to Tinger at that time. Luo Xian's personality was not the kind of person who would say such straightforward words. No, Miss Luo, this matter has nothing to do with Tinger. You must not think too much about it. Lin Shin finally explained this. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Luo Xian would think too much and say something earth-shattering. Well, I'll ask my father to pay attention to the stock market of Manhwa in the next few days. Luo Xian nodded and hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound of the phone being hung up, Lin Shin sighed helplessly. This Miss Luo, when she starts to act like a little girl, is even worse than the real little girl duo, which gives Lin Shin a headache. It seems that I still need to find an opportunity to talk to Luo Xian and ask her not to be so obsessed with me. Otherwise, it will only delay herself in the end. After all, in Manhwa, it is a monogamous system, and having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not allowed. Otherwise, you will be arrested. After talking to Luo Xian on the phone, Lin Shun called Sunway again. Hey boss, you finally thought of me. I've been lying in bed these past few days, and I'm almost fuming. Tell me what mission you want me to perform, and I promise to complete it successfully. Listening to the naive look of the fat man on the other end of the phone, Lin Shun couldn't help laughing. Even if he didn't know that Da Group had been cleared out, he should have known that someone had taken action against Da Group in the past few days. This fat guy is probably acting here. Boss, what are you laughing at? Sunway heard Lin Shin's laughter on the phone and suddenly became confused. Ever since Lin Shin asked him to stay in the room and wait for the call that day, he really hasn't stepped out of the office. He just watches movies and TV series out of boredom every day. Although his life is leisurely, Sunway can't sleep well every day when he thinks that he will get 30% of the benefits when he does nothing. This time, when Sunway saw that the call was from Lin Shun, he quickly picked up the phone. However, when he heard Lin Shin's inexplicable laughter on the other end of the phone, Sunway was suddenly confused. Why are you still accepting this mission? Da Group is gone. What, Da Group is gone? Boss, when did this happen? How did it happen so quickly? Hearing Lin Shin say this, Sunway jumped up in shock. Such a big Da Group disappeared just like that in the past 2 days. He, as the boss, is a little too strong. Being his younger brother is truly the wisest choice I have ever made in my life. You really don't know. Hearing Sunway's tone, he didn't seem to be pretending, and Lin Shun was immediately puzzled. Good guy. I told him to lie down for a while, but he actually refused to sit. This Sunway is a little too obedient. Boss, I really didn't know. If I knew, I would have called you a long time ago and asked you to accept me as your official younger brother. Hearing the news that Da Group had collapsed, Sunway's mood suddenly became excited. If he could be accepted as a younger brother by such a powerful boss, he would be very proud in the future. Okay, stop thinking about your younger brothers every day. This is not a gang. Why should I have so many younger brothers? Listening to Sunway bringing up this matter again, Lin Shin couldn't help but admire this fat man. Others are desperately trying to be the boss, but he is desperately trying to be the younger brother. Boss, what do you mean by this? You're not trying to cheat and go back on your word. Hearing what Lin Shin said, Sunway immediately started to cry pitifully. When did I break my promise? Lin Shun coughed twice and had other ideas in his mind. However, your performance this time was not up to standard, so you cannot be my little brother this time. Boss, I'm so wronged. It was clearly you who stopped me from going, and now, in the end, I failed the test. Sunway said very unhappily. If you are not satisfied with my evaluation, you can choose to refuse, and I won't say anything to you. Talking to Sunway, this funny guy, Lin Shin's mood began to improve. Boss, I'm satisfied. Isn't it enough that I'm satisfied? Hearing that Lin Shin didn't intend to play with him, Sunway suddenly panicked and said repeatedly, Since you are satisfied, I will give you another task. Lin Shin laughed again. Boss, after we complete this mission, you can always accept me as your little brother, right? Sunway asked. Of course you can, but it depends on your performance. Boss, aren't you still making fun of me? Then I've never seen a monkey as fat as you. Okay, boss, I can't argue with you. So just tell me what the mission is. Sunway said with some disinterest. After the collapse of Da Group, their assets in the stock market will be confiscated immediately. Boss, do you mean to let our Bayphone Group seize the stock market? Sunway interrupted Lin Shun before he could finish. Tiektiv Seixa had Fims Tips Fosiofe. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you so anxious? Seeing Sun Wei's impatient look, Lin Chun said speechlessly. Hey boss, you go ahead and speak first. Sun Wei then realized that he was too excited and apologized repeatedly. However, Sun Wei was very satisfied with this task. Rather than calling it a task, it would be more accurate to say that this is a benefit. With the experience he has gained in the past few years and his understanding of the Yuanda Group, it is easy for him to take over the good business left behind by the Yuanda Group and gain a foothold in the stock market. Seeing that Sun Wei admitted his mistake in a very good manner, Lin Chen immediately had nothing else to say. You should prepare well in the next few days. How much you can get depends on your own ability. Okay, don't worry, boss. I'll give you a 50-50 split of the money we make. Don't give it to me, just keep it for yourself. Oh my God, boss, you care so much about me, your little brother. Your image in my mind has become more majestic. Sun Wei began to flatter him again. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let me make it clear that I won't help you with anything this time. If you lose money later, don't come to me. Don't worry, boss. Although I can't create a legend like you who made $10 trillion overnight, I will definitely not lose money. Okay, I don't have anything else to say, so I'll hang up first. Okay, boss, you've worked so hard. Why don't I just press the hang up button for you? After saying this, Sun Wei hung up the phone. Lin Chen heard the beeping sound coming from the phone, and the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. He had never seen anyone in his life who could compare to Sun Wei in his ability to flatter others. If this fat man lived in ancient times, he would definitely be the eunuch chief who served the emperor. After explaining the matter to Grandpa Luo and Sun Wei, Lin Chun felt relieved. After sighing softly, Wu Nian's figure appeared in Lin Chen's mind again. What he really couldn't figure out was what had happened to Uncle Nian. However, there's one thing he is sure of. What Uncle Nian is experiencing now must be very dangerous enough to threaten his life. So Uncle Nian keeps silent about it. However, no matter how dangerous the matter is, he will help Uncle Nian without hesitation. The feelings of life and death shared in the previous life cannot be easily erased. Now we just have to wait for Uncle Nian to come back and interrogate him in person. Seeing Lin Chun frowning, Lu Shitting, who was lying in his arms, suddenly felt distressed. Brother Chun, what are you thinking about? Why haven't you spoken for so long? I didn't think anything. I obviously do think about it, Brother Chun. Can't you just tell Ting? Lu Shitting tilted her head and said with an unhappy look on her face. Looking at Tinger like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. But in this split second, Lin Chen suddenly felt it. Isn't his current feeling towards Tinger the same as Wunyan's current feeling towards him? Knowing that she wouldn't be able to help even if I told her, it's better to keep it to myself. Thinking of this, Lin Chen seemed to have put himself in Uncle Nian's shoes and felt what he was feeling now. But the more this is the case, the more he has to help Uncle Nian. As for Tinger, let him be double standard this time and not let her worry about it. Do you want to know? Lin Chen looked at Tinger and gently pinched her chin. Yeah. Although her chin was pinched, Lu Shitting still nodded vigorously. Then, just serve me well first. Lin Chen said with a wicked smile. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. I don't want to pay attention to you. Lu Shitting blushed and jumped directly into Lin Chen's arms. Just as he was about to escape, he was caught by Lin Chen again. Where do you want to escape to, little girl? After the clouds and rain. Lin Chen suddenly felt refreshed. After sending the already charming Lu Shitting to bed to rest, Lin Chen turned and walked out of the room, heading towards Xiao Fei's network security department. As soon as he walked into the newly renovated office, Lin Chen saw Xiao Fei surrounded by a group of people. Brother Fei, how do we solve this problem? Brother Fei, how come the Trojan virus I created couldn't even be cracked by 360? How come the one you created is so powerful that it broke into the FBI in the United States without being discovered? Brother Fei, how should I modify this code? Brother Fei. Looking at Xiao Fei anxiously answering everyone's questions, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had asked him to be the manager of the network security department, but now he directly treated him as a teacher. This is not a bad thing, but over time, Xiao Fei will basically have no prestige in the entire network security department, which is not a good thing for his future management of the network security department. If these people become familiar with Xiao Fei, there's a high possibility that they will abuse their power for personal gain and break the law, which may be a hidden danger for the network security department, the pioneer department of Longhua Group. I'll find some time to talk to Xiao Fei later. Mr. Lin, you're here. After seeing Lin Shen coming, everyone dispersed. When Xiao Fei saw Lin Shen coming, a smile appeared on his tired face. Brother Lin, what do you want to see me for? Look at your panda eyes. Have you not had a good sleep in the past few days? Seeing Xiao Fei looking listless, Lin Shen said with concern. Brother Lin, I'm fine. You said you're fine, but you go back and rest right now. If you fall ill, or something happens to you, who will take over my network security department? Lin Shen said angrily. It seemed that he had no choice but to use force against Xiao Fei. But Brother Lin, if I go to rest, what should I do if I encounter any problems during this time? There are so many people in the security department. Can't they do anything without you? If that's the case, I might as well disband the network security department. You can do everything by yourself anyway, so why should I spend so much money to hire so many people? Seeing Xiao Fei remain silent, Lin Shen continued. Xiao Fei, I'm not blaming you, but you have to know that a person's energy is limited. You can't take care of everything by yourself. You must learn how to cultivate your own people and cultivate people you can trust. Chapter 97, The Secret of Wen Yin. And our Manhwa group also needs you to train more of these talents for me. Let me set a goal for you. 1 month later, you have to provide me with at least 5 world-class talents in computer skills. If you can't do it, I can directly withdraw your security department. Knowing that Xiao Fei was not the kind of person who would do anything stubborn, Lin Shen had to step in and force him at this time. Brother Lin, this is a task I'm giving you. There's no room for negotiation. Brother Lin, I understand. In addition, members of the security department, if you have any questions in the future, please explore and study them on your own first, and then communicate more with your colleagues. Don't go to your manager, Xiao Fei, every time you encounter any difficulties. If you perform well, I will give you a promotion and a raise. If you can't do it, or if you're not satisfied with my decision, please leave now and don't waste our time. Lin Shen turned around and gave another reminder to everyone in the office. He hired these people to his Manhwa group at 3 times the market salary, hoping to discover and train some potential talents among them, rather than retain some people who have no sense of responsibility. Of course, he would not be too harsh on these people. He would employ people based on their talents and reward them according to their achievements. This was the successful experience he had explored in his previous life. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we understand. Brother Fei, just listen to Mr. Lin and go to rest. Yes, Brother Fei, you have been working day and night these days, and we feel sorry for you. Seeing that everyone in the office was very concerned about Xiao Fei, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel relieved. Okay, Xiao Fei, go and get some rest. I'll have Tinger arrange a separate office for you tomorrow, and you'll work there alone. If you have any plans, come back here. Brother Lin, I understand. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Shen and said with gratitude, I'm waiting here for you to clock out. Lin Shen said with a smile while standing at the door. Then, Brother Lin, I'll go back first. Xiao Fei didn't want to let Lin Shen stand at the door waiting for him any longer, so he walked out of the office directly. Looking at Xiao Fei's receding back, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. I originally wanted to ask Xiao Fei to monitor the actions of Shengshi Group, but seeing how exhausted he had made himself, I had to wait until he had a good sleep before talking to him alone. After finishing all these things, Lin Shen now feels a lot more relaxed. The most important thing now is Uncle Nian's side. I heard from Brother Caney that Uncle Nian has gone out to do some work and won't be back for 2 or 3 days. But since Uncle Nian said he would come back, he will definitely come back. Lin Shen can absolutely rest assured about this. I just don't know how to force Uncle Nian to tell me about this after he comes back. Are we going to resort to tricks like threatening death at that time? Lin Shen smiled and shook his head. This approach is totally unworkable. This is completely useless except for increasing Uncle Nian's disgust. So is there any way now to ensure that Uncle Nian will be willing to tell the truth when the time comes? Thinking of this, Lin Shen began to desperately recall what had happened between him and Uncle Nian to see if he could find some opportunities from it. But what made Lin Shen extremely desperate was that he couldn't find it all. When he met Uncle Nian had already experienced this incident and had become a middle-aged man with dull eyes. Uncle Nian has already experienced this incident. Just when Lin Shen felt that he was at his wit's end, he saw Kan Yi walking out of the room. After seeing Lin Shen's figure, Kan Yi was stunned at first, but soon he looked clear. Lin Shen, are you still thinking about Wen Yin? Kan Yi asked. Brother Caney, when have you started asking questions, even though you already know the answer? Lin Shen said with a self-deprecating laugh, knowing that Caney would never tell him anything about Uncle Nian. Do you really want to help Wen Yin? Looking into Lin Chen's eyes, Kenyi was silent for a long time and finally said, "Brother Kaney, are you willing to tell me the truth?" Seeing Kaney say this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. The meaning of Kaney's words clearly showed that he was ready to tell him the truth. Lin Chen knew that Kenyi would never sit idly by. "Brother Kaney, I really want to help Uncle Nien." "Then you, come with me," Kenyi said and walked straight into his room. Looking at Kaney's somewhat lonely back, Lin Chen took a deep breath and then followed him. After all, Brother Kaney can't help with this matter. He must be fully prepared mentally. After entering Kaney's room, Lin Chen found a room and sat down casually. He did not speak, but remained silent, waiting for Kaney to adjust his mood. Finally, after a few minutes of silence in the room, Kaney slowly spoke. "Okay, then I'll tell you. Brother Kaney, go ahead and talk. I'll be listening right here." Kaney nodded. The reason why Wu Nian wanted to leave this time was because his master, who he thought had died, came to find him. "Uncle Nian's master?" Lin Chen asked. He had never heard that Uncle Nian had a master. That's right. Wu Nian's master is the founder of the Flying Tigers Special Forces. He was one of the earliest members of the Flying Tigers Special Forces and can be considered Wu Nian's savior. The founder of the Flying Tigers Special Forces. After hearing this news, Lin Chen became more and more uneasy. Lin Chen knew very well how Uncle Nian felt about the Flying Tigers. In his previous life, every July 19th, Uncle Nian would go to a mysterious place and stay there for the whole day. That place was where the dead members of the Flying Tigers Special Forces were buried. Moreover, Uncle Nian would often tell him about the Flying Tigers Special Forces. Only at this time would Uncle Nian's icy face reveal a rare smile. Uncle Nian can be said to have a deep love for the Flying Tigers. What's more, the man who called Uncle Nian this time is the founder of the Flying Tigers and also Uncle Nian's master. Lin Chen now feels that Uncle Nian is definitely going to leave him. After all, given his current relationship with Uncle Nian, he is no match for the founder of the Flying Tigers. Chapter 98, Powerless. That being the case, why is Uncle Nian still hesitating? Why didn't Uncle Nian just follow the Flying Tigers Special Forces team back? Could it be that that person was forcing Uncle Nian to do something that he was not willing to do? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mind suddenly became much clearer. No wonder when he met Uncle Nian in his previous life, there was already no light in Uncle Nian's eyes. That's right, the founder of the Flying Tigers Special Forces, Wen Tian. Kenyi said, Wen Tian. When Lin Chen heard this name, his heart skipped a beat. Lin Chen had heard of this person. It could be said that he is the biggest boss hidden in the Dragon Kingdom, who is bent on destroying the current Dragon Kingdom and then establishing a new country and order. Unfortunately, not long after Lin Chen knew this name in his previous life, their Manhwa group was murdered by someone from a hidden family. To Wen Tian, Lin Chen had only heard his voice but never seen him. But isn't Wen Tian the founder of the Flying Tigers Special Forces? Aren't the Flying Tigers the most loyal to Dragon Country? Why did Wen Tian do such a thing in the end? What exactly happened to Wen Tian over the years? Now Lin Chen feels that he has more and more doubts in his mind. And there are more and more things hidden in this world, which is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. Do you know Wen Tian? Seeing that Lin Chen's reaction was a bit too exaggerated, Kenyi asked with a little curiosity. I don't know. In order to avoid unnecessary explanations, Lin Chen simply said that he didn't know. Seeing that Lin Chen had nothing to say, Kenyi was too lazy to ask further. He also didn't think that with Lin Chen's current strength, even if he had contact with Wen Tian, he would not be able to reach him much. Well, in short, after Wen Tian came back this time, he went straight to Wu Nian and wanted to use Wu Nian for his own purposes, and then re-establish a special forces team called Yongya. Eternal Night? Hearing this name, Lin Chen felt a sense of familiarity, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember it. That's right. The Eternal Night Special Forces can be said to be the exact opposite of the Flying Tiger Special Forces. The Eternal Night Special Forces completely and totally overturned the team rules of the Flying Tiger Special Forces. For example, the Flying Tiger Special Forces are trying to protect the safety of the Dragon Country, while the Eternal Night Special Forces want to plunge the Dragon Country into absolute darkness. Kenyi said in a heavy tone. Moreover, with the current strength of the Eternal Night Special Forces, the Longxia Special Forces, which was originally ranked behind the Flying Tiger Special Forces and is now ranked first in Long Country, is no match for the Eternal Night Special Forces. It's just that the Eternal Night Special Forces haven't carried out a mission yet. However, When the day comes that the Eternal Night Special Forces actually carry out a mission, Long Country may really fall into an eternal night. Brother Caney, isn't Wen Tian the founder of the Flying Tigers Special Forces? Why did he do these things, betraying the Dragon Country? After hearing what Caney said, Lin Shun asked impatiently. The Flying Tigers Special Forces symbolize absolute loyalty in Dragon Country. As the founder of the Flying Tigers Special Forces, Wen Tian could not possibly be unaware of this. But why did he do these acts of betrayal against the Dragon Kingdom? I don't know about this either. If you want to know, you can only ask Wu Yen. Kenny shook his head and said, I have only been in the Flying Tigers for more than 2 years, and Wu Yen was recruited into the Flying Tigers by Wen Tian when he was a teenager. He stayed in the Flying Tigers for more than 10 years. As for what Wen Tian went through back then, perhaps only Wen Tian himself and Wu Yen know the answer. However, I asked Wu Yen this question yesterday, and we had a fight over it, but in the end, Wu Yen still refused to tell me. As for your desire to get this information from Wu Yen, I don't think it's likely. Based on the relationship between Wu Yen and his master, Wu Yen will definitely follow his master and join the Eternal Night Special Forces in the end. The next time I meet Wu Yen, the fight between us may not be as simple as a fist fight. It is still unknown who will win by then. Kenny said this and sighed leisurely. His white hair made him look old, and now he looked even older, basically like an old man. Looking at Kenye's somewhat helpless expression, Lin Shin suddenly remembered what Uncle Nien said in his previous life. All the members of the Flying Tiger Special Forces finally died in my hands. Could it be that, in his previous life, Uncle Nien really chose to join the Eternal Night Special Forces and then killed Kenyi when he met him? Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, Lin Shun recalled Uncle Nien's appearance in his mind and couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. If this is true, he will do everything in this life to prevent this tragedy from happening again. He will stop Uncle Nien from joining the so-called Eternal Night Special Forces. He does not want to see Uncle Nien and Ken Yi killing each other. Brother Caney, if you don't let me try, how do you know I can't do it? Lin Shin looked at Caney, and the fighting spirit in his heart was instantly ignited at this moment. This time, he must stop Uncle Nien from taking the path he doesn't want to take, even if it means death, even if he has to use all means possible. He must do it. Lin Shun, I have to say that I admire your courage. Kenny shook his head and laughed. But I don't know if I should say that you are ignorant and fearless. You can't even beat me. So how can you persuade Wu Yen to turn back? And even if you can really persuade Wu Yen to turn back, do you think you can pass the test of Wen Tian? Your Longhua group is now considered a large group in Longhua, and it does have some confidence in Longhua. But you have to know that your Longhua group is completely vulnerable in front of the Yongya Special Forces. At that time, don't say I want to save you. Even if Wu Yen wants to save you, he can only be powerless. And in the end, you may even cause Wu Yen to lose his life. These consequences, I ask you, have you thought about them clearly? So even though we knew these consequences, we're just going to watch Uncle Nien join the Eternal Night Special Forces and do the things that deep down in his heart he doesn't want to do. Lin Shun began to roar hysterically. Chapter 99, you have to try, right? Do you think Wu Yen is willing in his heart? He just doesn't want to implicate us in your Longhua group. He is trying so hard to make concessions in order to keep your Longhua group and you alive and well. But he doesn't want you to die in vain. I originally thought that after telling you all this, you would understand, and then you would not think about such messy things every day and then hurt Wu Yen again. But now it seems that you haven't figured it out at all. Ken Yi said with a sneer, if Uncle Nien wants to protect me like this, I don't want this protection. You can be indifferent, but have you ever thought about Wu Yen's parents? Although Wu Yen's parents are now hidden by Wu Yen, with the strength of the Eternal Night Special Forces, they will find Wu Yen's parents soon. If you do something that you shouldn't do, how do you want Wu Yen to choose between his parents and you? Ken Yi asked. Why, you can't speak anymore, Ken Yi said with a little disappointment on his face. The reason I told you the truth this time is not to make you help Wu Yen, but to make you realize Wu Yen's current situation, so that you won't do anything stupid when the time comes. Brother Caney. Okay, Lin Shun, in the face of such absolute crushing strength, you have to obey the arrangement of fate. After saying this, Caney laid down on the chair, not prepared to say another word. Seeing Ken Yi like this, Lin Shun clenched his fists tightly. Brother Ken Yi, no matter what you say, I will not give in. I will definitely find a way. I will find a perfect way to solve the dilemma that Uncle Nien is facing now. After Lin Shun said these words, he walked out of the house. Ken Yi opened his eyes and looked at Lin Shun, who was walking away. He sat there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. After walking out of Kan Ye's house, Lin Shin felt a sense of depression in his heart. The words that Kan Ye had just said to him were like a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds, pressing tightly on his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Although he is still unwilling now, although he feels very aggrieved now, although he claimed that he had a way to solve this problem, but now his head was empty. Kan Ye had already told him that the strength of the Yongye Special Forces was so great that even Longju, the first Special Forces team of Long Country, could not resist it. So what could he, the Longhua group, use to resist it? Do you really want to take your life? But what's the point of this? As for Duo, although her soul power can help him, he absolutely cannot let Duo be exposed now. As for the Flying Eagle Special Forces, although it ranks third in Dragon Country, it is definitely no match for the Eternal Night Special Forces. Not to mention the Special Investigation Teams. Lin Shen carefully counted all the cards he had in his hand, but found that he was completely helpless. As expected, is it possible for me to just give up on Uncle Nien? Is it possible for Uncle Nien to just repeat what he was unwilling to do in his previous life? Lin Shen knew that Uncle Nien did it willingly. But no matter what Lin Shen felt in his heart, he didn't want such a thing to happen again. There must be a way. There must be a way that he hasn't thought of yet. After all, there's so many things hidden in this world. There's always one who could solve this problem. But how can we find these hidden things? Lin Shen walked slowly back to his office. As soon as he reached the door of the office, he bumped into a figure he didn't want to see again, Jiang Yin's sister, Jiang Wen. Miss Jiang, what are you doing here? Lin Shen asked with a questioning look on his face. Logically speaking, shouldn't Jiang Wen have been transferred somewhere else by Jiang Yin by now? Why is Jiang Wen still here at this time? Could it be that Jiang Yin didn't send Jiang Wen back home at all? Lin Shen, what do you mean by your surprised expression? Jiang Wen asked, looking at Lin Shen's surprised expression. I'm no longer a member of the Special Investigation Team. I am here to meet you as a member of the Flying Eagle Special Forces. Flying Eagle Special Forces? When did you join the Flying Eagle Special Forces? Hearing Jiang Wen's answer, Lin Shen was suddenly confused. Could it be that the man named Ing recruited Jiang went into his Special Forces team? Just yesterday, my brother insisted that I shouldn't stay in the Special Investigation Team. So, I went to the Flying Eagle Special Forces. Jiang Wen said, as if it was a matter of course. The Flying Eagle Special Forces just accepted you? Of course. Apart from Ing, no one else in the Flying Eagle Special Forces can beat me. Why can't they recruit me? Jiang Wen snorted coldly and explained. You are so powerful. Lin Shen's face suddenly turned gloomy as he did not expect Jiang Wen to defeat the Flying Eagle Special Forces. No matter what, the Flying Eagle Special Forces is the third-ranked Special Forces team in Long Country, but they were kicked out by a girl. Is Jiang Wen really that powerful? What do you think? Why don't you try it? Jiang Wen said, shaking her fist. Seeing Jiang Wen wearing a tight-fitting outfit that slightly revealed her abdominal muscles, Lin Shen immediately gave in. Miss Jiang, forget it. What on earth do you want to see me about? Ing sent me here to protect your safety. At the same time, if you have any latest news, or Ing has any latest news, I will ensure that you two are in touch in time. Jiang Wen didn't want to reveal too much, so she said directly. Then from now on, until Shengshi group is eliminated, won't you have to stay in our Longhua group? Thinking of this, Lin Shen's face suddenly turned pale. He originally thought that his hard days were over, but he didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Yes, that's right. I'm assisting you in your work, so you have to provide me with not only food, but also accommodation. Jiang Wen said naturally. Miss Jiang, please go back and tell him that I appreciate his kindness. But I already have someone protecting me, so I don't need anyone else to protect me. And if there is any news, I will let Xiaofei transmit it to him through a secret website. So you don't have to condescend to come to our Longhua group. Seeing that Jiang Wen really wanted to stay here, Lin Shen quickly persuaded her. Lin Shen, what do you mean? You are so stingy, even with this little money. You're like this. You won't even take a small loss. Don't worry, I have been keeping fit and I don't eat much. Chapter 100. Seeing Miss Jiang again. I won't bankrupt your company, Jiang Wen said. Seeing that Jiang Wen was not on the same wavelength with him at all, Lin Shen immediately started to complain bitterly. Why is this Miss Jiang so haunting? Miss Jiang, I'm not afraid that you'll bankrupt our company. So what do you mean, you just don't want to see me? After hearing Jiang Wen say this, Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. Ms. Jiang, it's not wrong for you to say that. It's just that it's a little unreasonable. First of all, you're a girl, you're a woman, you just live in my company like this. What will others think and say? And after all, I have a girlfriend. How do you want me to explain it to my girlfriend when the time comes? However, Lin Shin still spoke in a patient and persuasive way, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. First of all, I'm here to carry out a mission, not to date you. This is the first mission shadow assigned to me in the Eagle Special Forces, and I will never allow this mission to fail. After hearing what Jiangwen said, Lin Shin immediately understood something. This girl is planning to stay here and not leave. Also, I've told you more than once that I don't like businessmen like you. Just let your girlfriend rest assured, Jiangwen said with certainty. Lin Shin wanted to say something else, but when he saw Jiangwen's fist starting to shake, he stopped talking immediately. Since you don't say anything, I will take it as your agreement. Well, where's my residence now? Seeing Lin Chin's deflated look, Jiangwen asked with a smile on her face. You can choose any place you want to live. After much persuasion from Ting'er, she finally arranged a room for Jiangwen. Ting'er, she really does have a mission, so don't think too much about it. Brother Chun, stop talking, I understand. Then Ting, what are you doing smiling foolishly over there? You managed to bring that female special forces soldier home so quickly. Brother Chun has such great charisma. Ting'er is happy for you. Ting'er, why do I feel like you don't quite understand? Ting'er tilted her head and didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Shin anymore. Ting'er, you have to believe me. That woman is more ferocious than a tiger. Do you think I would be attracted to her? I really have no choice but to do this. Brother Chun, stop making excuses here. Ting'er won't let you touch her again within this week. First there was Miss Luo from the Luo group, and now there's Miss Jiang. Even that little girl Duo said this morning that she liked you the most. I think Ting'er is too good to you, and you don't cherish her anymore. Lu Shitting said angrily. Ting'er, what are you thinking about here? The one I love most in my life is you and only you. Seeing that the little vinegar bottle was knocked over again, Lin Chen hurriedly tried to comfort her. You just lied to me. Miss Jiang told me that she would stay here for a long time. How could you tell me that she would leave in less than a week? Brother Chun, if you tell this lie, you will tell 10 or 100 lies. By then, Ting'er will be completely kept in the dark. Seeing Lu Shitting's angry look, Lin Shun had an idea and directly grabbed her into his arms. Ting'er, you have to believe me. I lied to you for your own good. Ting'er is already your woman, but Brother Chun is still lying to her and keeps saying that he is good to her. Ting'er has never seen such an unreasonable person as Brother Chun. Lu Shitting snorted and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, punching his chest with her little fist in dissatisfaction. Lin Shun grabbed Ting'er's hands and put them behind her back. You little girl, you took advantage of my kindness to you and started to do this. I was almost deceived by you, a little devil. Looking at Lu Shitting hiding in his arms with a secret smile on her face, Lin Chen suddenly understood something. Didn't I get bullied by Brother Chun? I'm bullying you because you're my wife. In a room on the 19th floor. Miss Jiang, you came to see me this time. Didn't tell you something? Lin Shun and Ting'er had just wasted some time on each other's affection, and Jiang would have been waiting here for quite a while. He felt embarrassed to talk about other things, so he just asked directly. Jiangwen waited here for a long time, but Lin Shin didn't come. She thought that Lin Shan was deliberately ignoring her, so she said unhappily, if he hadn't asked me to bring a message to you, do you think I would be happy to come to you? Yes, it's my fault. I just got busy with something and couldn't get away. As soon as I finished my work, I thought of coming to find you. In order to avoid suffering from unprovoked disaster, Lin Chin quickly said in a gentle voice. He has fully experienced this Miss John's ability to stir up trouble. Even if it was a turtle, she could pull out its head and beat it against its shell. Seeing Lin Chin's good attitude in admitting his mistakes, Jiang Wen's tone slowed down. Ing brought me a message. In a few days, he will send several medical experts to assist your Longhua group to help your Longhua group build the most basic pharmaceutical operation process. Only if they ensure that those basic drugs are not in short supply will they start to attack Shangshi group. So how long Shangshi group will continue to harm Longhua depends on the actions of your Longhua group. Miss Jiang, your Flying Eagle Special Forces is too unfair. You only provide a few people, and we, the Longhua group, provide both manpower and money. In the end, if things are not done well, you still let the Longhua group take the blame. Moreover, after I have done a good job in this pharmaceutical industry, your Flying Eagle Special Forces might want to take over secretly. If I take this business, wouldn't I be a fool? After hearing what Jiang Wen said, Lin Chen's face turned black. My goodness, this shadow really doesn't behave like a human at all. You businessmen only know how to be so petty. You're not willing to even take this little loss, yet you call yourself a patriotic group. You're going to make the patriotic group lose all its reputation. Jiang once said with disdain, Miss Jiang, why do you keep on focusing on the word businessman? Could it be that something happened to your Jiang family and left you with some psychological trauma? But you can't keep on focusing on me like this. We are in a cooperative relationship, and cooperation requires at least the most basic sincerity. The conditions you offer are so good that even a dog would shake its head, let alone a businessman. Chapter 101 Miss Jiang's Concern. Lin Shunyu. Hearing what Lin Shun said, Jiang Wen's face turned pale instantly. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Seeing Jiang Wen's silence, Lin Shun knew that what he said just now might have touched Jiang Wen's sore spot, and he quickly said, Miss Jiang, I'm sorry, what I said was unintentional. Please don't take it to heart. It's okay. Jiang Wen shook her head. Okay. Lin Shun, I have nothing else to do here. If you need me to telling anything, you can tell me now and I will pass it on to him. Jiang Wen said, as if she was worried. I have nothing left either. Lin Shun sighed helplessly. Originally, he wanted Jiang Wen to show more sincerity in this cooperation. But now seeing Jiang Wen looking unhappy, Lin Shun finally thought about it and gave up. The losses we suffer are equivalent to contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Since there is nothing else, you can go back first. After Jiang Wen said these words, she lay down on the bed. Ms. Jiang, it was really unintentional on my part, just now. Please don't take it seriously. Lin Shun had never seen Jiang Wen like this before, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. It seems that this Miss Jiang has been deeply hurt by their Jiang family. I said, I'm fine. Why are you still bringing this up? Seeing Lin Shun still talking about what happened just now, Jiang Wen suddenly became upset. Lin Shin's words just now reminded her of her father again. That cold-blooded father who went out to look for other women when her mother was sick. The father who had ignored her and her mother for so many years and only asked them for help when he had problems. If it weren't for this person, my mother wouldn't have died of depression and committed suicide. If it weren't for this person, her childhood would have been much brighter and more sunny than it is now. In that person's eyes, she was nothing more than a commodity with a clearly marked price. That person also wanted her to marry an old man who would never like her. Fortunately, she pretended to be well-behaved, which made the man let down his guard, and she was able to secretly leave the Jiang family. This time, she said she would never go back to that place again. She wants to make a name for herself in the Dragon Kingdom with the skills she learned from Uncle Yu, her mother's most trusted butler. Originally, she wanted to stay in the Special Investigation Team, but her half-brother Jiang Yin always wanted her to go back, so she left the Special Investigation Team and chose the Flying Eagle Special Forces. Ms. Jiang, you should have a good rest. I won't disturb you anymore, Lin Shun said bitterly after being inexplicably scolded. But he really had no way to deal with this Miss Jiang. Lin Shun, wait a moment. Seeing Lin Shun was about to walk towards the door, Jiang Wen, who had already crawled into the quilt, suddenly called him. Miss Jiang, do you have anything else to say? Lin Shun stopped and looked back reluctantly. Well, I'm sorry. I treated you a little rudely just now. Jiang Wen buried her head deeply between her knees and spoke in a soft voice. Seeing Jiang Wen's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, Lin Shin's brain was already not enough. He couldn't tell at all that these two were Jiang Wen's true appearances, because Jiang Wen switched between these two appearances too easily. Ms. Jiang, why are you apologizing to me? It was indeed my fault first. Well, if everything is fine, I'll leave first. Not knowing what to say, and worried that if he said something wrong the girl would switch back to her original tiger form, Lin Shun decided to move away. Lin Shun, can you sit down and stay with me for a while? Seeing that Lin Shun had already taken half a step out of the door, Jiang Wen hesitated for a long time and finally asked this question. Ever since she kissed Lin Shin's forehead that time, for some reason, Lin Shin's shadow has appeared in her mind. Moreover, after more than 10 days of contact with Lin Shun, although nothing happened between them, on the contrary, she was often mean to Lin Shun, but Lin Shun seemed to have never been angry, and in the end he would always go along with her temper. Moreover, Lin Shun has red lips, white teeth, and a dignified appearance. Now in her heart, the shadow of Lin Shun has become clearer and clearer. But Lin Shun is a businessman like that man. Thinking of the neglect and experiences her mother had endured over the years, her feelings towards Lin Shun became uncertain, which was why she would get angry at Lin Shun all the time. But now she didn't know why. She suddenly felt an unprecedented loneliness and solitude. She really wanted someone to accompany her. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. If what you want to talk about is not about work, I'm sorry that I can't agree to your request. But I will let Tinger come over to accompany you later. She is very understanding. If she talks to you, maybe the worries in your heart will be resolved. After thinking for a while, Lin Shun finally said this. No matter what, he couldn't let Tinger misunderstand him again. From now on, he had to draw a clear line between himself and other women. If it was not something particularly important, he would definitely avoid it if he could. With a clear bang sound, Lin Chen closed the door directly. Lin Chun. Jiangwen looked at Lin Chen's departing figure and called out hurriedly. After receiving no response, Jiangwen buried her head deeply in her arms again. A few tears began to slide down her face, unable to hold back. She finally mustered up the courage to say these words and ask this question, but she didn't expect Lin Chun to react like this. Could it be that Lin Chun had already become disgusted with her because of the way she was doing a few days ago? Thinking of this, Jiangwen suddenly wiped away her tears, raised her head, and returned to her original appearance. From now on, she would never show her deep inner vulnerability to others again. She wants to be a person who relies on herself. She wants to live according to her own ideas and will no longer be influenced by others. Other people, naturally including Lin Chun. She would no longer deliberately make Lin Chen angry in front of him, or deliberately find ways to beat him up to attract his attention. Now, she is just a member of the Eagle Special Forces, a Special Forces member codenamed Chio-chan. And she came this time just to complete the task assigned to her by the Eagle Special Forces. Chapter 102 Nightmare. After returning to his office, Lin Shun found that Tinger had already gotten up and was sitting in front of the computer handling matters within the Longhua group. Seeing Tinger like this, Lin Chen's heart couldn't help but soften. He quietly walked behind her and put his arms around her slender waist like a willow. Ah! Lu Shiting couldn't help but scream when someone suddenly hugged her from behind. Turning around and seeing that the person hugging her was Lin Chun, Lu Shiting pinched him angrily. Brother Chun, why are you always so sneaky? You always scare Ting. Didn't I think you were sleeping in bed? How can I not stand that much? Lu Shiting said with a red face. Really? Why don't we try it again? Lin Chun said, leaning directly against Lu Shiting's shoulder. Brother Chun, let me go. How can you be like this, always? Lu Shiting said angrily. Okay, I'll let you go this time. Pulling his hands away from Lu Shiting's waist, Lin Chun lay back on his chair. By the way, Brother Chun, why did you come up so quickly this time? Looking at Lin Chen's handsome face beside her, Lu Shiting asked happily in her heart. Brother Chun finished speaking so quickly this time, he definitely didn't chat about any trivial things with that Miss Jiang. It seems that her little trick of deliberately being jealous just now was still very effective. As someone who has watched several palace fighting dramas, she didn't expect that the little tricks she saw on TV would actually come in handy. Why, Tinger, do you want me to live there directly? Looking at the smug look on Tinger's little face, Lin Chen teased her. If you want to live here, go ahead. I can't control you anyway. Lu Shiting said, taking a step back. You little girl, you are becoming more and more lawless. Seeing Lu Shiting blatantly cheating him, Lin Chen laughed. Lu Shiting stuck out her tongue mischievously and smiled happily on her face. She is now very glad that she gave all her savings to Lin Shun at that time, and then was chosen by Lin Shun to be his girlfriend. With Brother Chun by her side, her little temper and personality will be tolerated, and she lives happily every day. By the way, Tinger, if you have time, go talk to Jiangwen. I can see that she has a lot of things on her mind. As a girl, you can empathize with her more. Remembering that Jiangwen called his name when she left just now, Lin Shun said to Lu Shiting with some concern. Tinger just praised Brother Chun not long ago, and now Brother Chun is staring at the pot again. When Lu Shiting heard Lin Chen say this, her face suddenly became dissatisfied. Tinger, please don't think too much. You're not only helping Jiangwen, you are also helping me. I have a cooperation that can only be completed through Jiangwen. If Jiangwen looks like she wants to beat me up every day, then I will be in trouble. Okay, since Brother Chen said so, I will help you. That's right, this is my good Ting. After watching Tinger walk out of the room, Lin Chen suddenly felt sleepy. Not long after lying in the chair, Lin Chen fell into a deep sleep. Not long after falling asleep, Lin Shun had a dream. In his dream, Lin Shun saw Wu Yan's figure. Wu Yan was no longer wearing white clothes at this time, but black clothes. Wu Yin just stood quietly in front of him. Although there was only a short distance between the two, Lin Shan felt as if there was a distance between them that could not be crossed. Uncle Nian, Lin Shun asked as he looked at the figure that had completely merged into the black. Lin Shun, you are here to seek death again. However, Wu Nian on the opposite side no longer had that familiar feeling. Instead, he made people feel very strange and scared. Uncle Nian, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Shun, it was you who insisted on letting me stay, so you kill my parents. If I hadn't listened to you, my parents wouldn't have been killed by my master. The last time you came to me, I spared your life. I didn't expect you still have the nerve to come to me now. Wu Nian raised his head, and the face that Lin Shan was so familiar with was now filled with murderous intent. Uncle Nian. Seeing Uncle Nian in a look he had never seen before, Lin Shun was already scared to the extreme. At this moment, Uncle Nian was more like a murderous demon, giving people a fear from the depths of hell. Lin Shen, Di. Wu Nian roared. His eyes turned blood red in an instant, looking extremely weird and frightening in the vast darkness. Uncle Nian, I just didn't want you to leave at that time. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Feeling the boundless murderous aura before his eyes, Lin Shen's legs couldn't help but tremble. You didn't think about it? Didn't Caney tell you the consequences at that time? Why did you still insist on doing it? A selfish person like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Wu Nian said coldly, and his two big hands directly grasped Lin Shen's neck. The blue veins on his hands bulged, and he directly lifted Lin Shen up. Ah, Uncle Nian, are you so cruel to do this to me? Lin Shen's neck was pinched so tightly that he gradually became unable to speak. An unbreakable feeling of suffocation spread from his nose to his brain, and he began to gradually fade away from consciousness. Lin Shun, you'd better die. In hell, when you meet my parents, go and make amends to them. Wu Nian's hands gained more and more strength, and his facial expression became more and more ferocious. Uncle Nian, you are not Uncle Nian. Uncle Nian is definitely not like you. Lin Shen bit out these words with a stiff upper lip. And if you really blame me, why did you choose to do this in the first place? Uncle Nian, once he makes a decision, he will never regret it. So you are definitely not Uncle Nian. Lin Shun said in despair. Lin Shun, that's because it's not your parents who died, so you said it so lightly. If it were your parents who died now, would you still say such things? Wu Nian loosened the strength in his hands and asked Lin Shen for the answer. E. Lin Shen was completely speechless. So Lin Shun, is this your decision? Chapter 103, The Real Lin Shun. Is that your answer? Then now you go and die. Wu Nian sneered and increased the strength in his hands again. The sound of several bones breaking was heard, and Lin Shan felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his neck, and then his breathing was directly cut off. Lin Shen's limbs continued to struggle, trying to break free from the cage of fate, but after just this one struggle, Lin Shen's limbs simply fell down. No more life. Feeling an absolute silence in his mind, Lin Shen suddenly woke up from his dream. Glancing around, this was his office, and there was no sign that anyone had ever been there. Was everything that just happened just a dream? Why does it feel so real to him? Why? As if it had already happened. In the end, Uncle Nian really killed him with his own hands. Lin Shan was gasping for breath and shaking his head desperately. His back was already soaked with sweat, but that horrifying feeling still echoed in his mind, as if it was possessed. It was as if this would be his fate in the near future if he chose to let Uncle Nian stay. Is this someone reminding me? Lin Shun stood up in a daze, looking at the scenes outside the 45th floor. The whole world now seemed like a dream before his eyes, making it difficult for him to tell where was heaven and where was the human world. But now, he no longer had the firm desire to keep her by his side, because this dream was too real. If I insist on letting Uncle Nian stay, will this really be the result in the end? Lin Shen asked himself as he looked at the river in the center of Banhai City that was no longer calm due to the wind. If when Tian really attacked Uncle Nian's parents as he had just dreamed, with his current strength, what could he do to help Uncle Nian? And could he stop all this from the hands of the Eternal Night Special Forces? Lin Shen suddenly realized now that he could do nothing. Perhaps the only option before him now is to give up Uncle Nian temporarily and let him return to the arms of the Eternal Night Special Forces. If he insisted on letting Uncle Nian stay, not only Uncle Nian's parents, but even his Longhua group and everyone around him would fall into an abyss with no bottom in sight. But is it really necessary to just watch Uncle Nien repeating the things he was unwilling to do in his previous life? Lin Shun pounded the table weakly, his face full of anger and pain. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Shun felt a surge of violence in his body, as if it had broken through a seal, and it was circulating madly in his body, trying to occupy his body, control his brain, and turn him into a complete demon. Lin Shun stretched out his hand and found that a lot of black air was already flowing between his fingers. Lin Shun looked at the black air that kept pouring out of his fingertips in disbelief, his face full of confusion and fear. What on earth is this black air? And who am I? Lin Shun stood there in a daze as he spoke. Suddenly, the black gas slowly took shape, and then a human figure appeared. The figure was a young man, a stunningly handsome young man. The boy's face showed no sadness or joy. He just stood there. Lin Shin was stunned by what he saw. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Lin Shin roared desperately. I am you, the young man spoke. His voice was empty and distant, as if it came from nothingness. You said you are me? Lin Shin asked in surprise. He now felt that his brain could no longer think normally. That's right. Who am I then? You are me. I know you're confused now. Once you accept my power, you will understand everything. The young man, transformed from black energy, smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. Come on, let's re-establish the rules for this world. Okay. Lin Shan slowly stretched out his hand. He could feel that the power was very familiar, just like he had had it before. Just when Lin Shen's hand was about to touch the young man in black, suddenly a soul energy attacked, knocking Lin Shun to the ground, and then a red figure walked over. Lin Shun, you can't accept this forbidden power, said the little girl in red. Lin Shin raised his head and saw the face of the little girl in red clearly. As expected, her face was exactly the same as Duodwa's. Except for the expression, the little girl in red was a completely different Duo. Who are you? What is your relationship with Duo? Why should I believe you? That is my own power. Why can't I get it? I am. The little girl in red glanced at Lin Shun, and a hint of tenderness flashed across her face. Just know that I won't harm you. And Duo is just a trace of my soul. You said Duo is a strand of your soul? How is that possible? Lin Shun asked in confusion. It's normal that you don't know now. I won't tell you more, because I will seal this soul of yours in your body forever, and you will soon not remember what happened today, said the little girl in red. But she didn't look like a little girl at all. To be precise, her mind and behavior were not what a little girl should have. At the side, the dark-faced young man felt the breath of the little girl in red, and his face turned pale. Li Shi, why are you doing this? I finally broke through the seal. Can you bear to let me be sealed back again? You are no longer the same person you were back then. You are now a complete devil. If I let you out now, you will only bring disaster to the world. The little girl in red looked at the young man in black and said with some reluctance, but in order to prevent this world and the soul world from being implicated, she could only seal the main soul of the man she loved most in front of her again in his own body. After she found a way to purify him, she would take the initiative to unlock the seal and let him out. What are you talking about? Lin Shin stood aside and asked with a confused look on his face. Without his main soul, only some other souls were left. Lin Shin had forgotten everything that happened back then. Just be good at being Lin Shin now, and you will know the rest when the time comes. The little girl in red pinched her hands and immediately began to summon the sealing formation. Wait until she finishes reciting the mantra. Suddenly, a large formation with brilliant light appeared in the room. The formation trapped the two of them in the center, with soul power slowly floating above them. In the very center of the formation, there was also a totem with the mark of a mythical beast. Li Shi, you can't do this. The young man in black looked at all this, and a look of panic suddenly appeared on his face. He finally broke through the seal and could finally be himself again, but he didn't expect that he would be sealed again by the hands of his most beloved woman. The little girl in red looked painful for a moment, then she waved her hand, and the whole formation started to operate immediately. Under the effect of the formation, the black shadow boy returned to his own body after a cry of unwillingness. As soon as the figure returned to Lin Chen's body, Lin Chen fainted. I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can do. The little girl in red murmured, and just as she was about to retract the formation, suddenly, her body was hit by a soul power and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The entire formation collapsed at this moment. The little girl in red fell to the ground due to the backlash of the formation. The little soul power left in her body dissipated completely under the backlash. Bye-bye. You actually attacked Brother Lin Chun. At the door of the office, Duo approached the little girl in red step by step with a dark face. I originally regarded you as a good friend, but now you have hurt Brother Lin Chun, and now we are no longer good friends. Duo said angrily. The little girl in red looked at her own residual soul, and suddenly her face was filled with both laughter and tears. She never imagined that one day she would be hurt by herself. I didn't hurt him. I just suppressed the soul power in his body, said the little girl in red. Really? Duo asked doubtfully. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Badly injured by Duo's attack, the little girl in red said weakly. Duo walked to Lin Chun and used her soul power to explore Lin Chen's body. Soon she discovered that the evil energy in Brother Lin Chen's body had indeed disappeared. Is it true? Bye-bye, you are actually helping Brother Lin Chen too. Duo stood up, walked over with some guilt, and helped up the little girl in red lying on the ground. I'm sorry, bye-bye. I thought you were going to hurt Brother Lin Chun. The little girl in red looked at her other self and wanted to reach out her hand to release her soul power to take Duo back in her body, but she found that she still failed. The great formation from that time still exists in use today. Now, she is still unable to take Duo's remnant soul back into her body. However, seeing how Duo cared about Lin Chun, the little girl in red couldn't help but laugh. As expected of her residual soul, Duo looked exactly the same as she did back then. Bye-bye, are you okay? I see you've lost a lot of blood. Lie down first, and I'll heal you. Looking at the little girl in red with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, Duo said with some heartache. Of course I'm in trouble. I didn't have much soul power in my body to begin with. Now after what you did to me, I have no soul power at all. Now, I can't even do the most basic invisibility. Then bye-bye. What are you going to do? You beat me up, so now I have to live with you, said the little girl in red. Huh? Are you going to live with Duo? Why, you don't want to? Bye-bye. I can let you live with me, but you have to promise me one thing, Duo said with a pout. Seeing her own cute appearance, the little girl in red couldn't help laughing. Okay, tell me, what do you want me to promise you? Brother Lin Chun can only belong to Duo. You can't compete with Duo for Brother Lin Chun. Duo said seriously. Listening to Duo's words, the little girl in red was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she saw herself being jealous of herself. Okay, I promise you. Anyway, no matter how much Duo struggles, she will be hers in the end. The little girl in red has only now discovered that having a clone has such an advantage. Okay, bye-bye. When Brother Lin Chun wakes up, I will tell him that you can live with me. After hearing the little girl in red agreed, Duo also started to become generous. When Lin Chun woke up, he found Lu Shitting was already beside him. Brother Chun, you finally woke up. You scared Tinger to death. Only after seeing Lin Chun wake up did Lu Shitting breathe a sigh of relief. After she went to look for Jiang Wan, she unexpectedly found Lin Chun fainted on the chair when she came back, and his clothes seemed to have been touched by someone, which surprised Lu Shitting. Especially after asking Caney. Caney also said that he didn't feel anyone coming in. Lu Shitting's heart became even heavier. Fortunately, Lin Chun has woken up now, and she can finally put her mind at ease. Brother Chun, what happened to you? Did Wu Yin come back and have an argument with you? These were the only things Lu Shitting could think of. She knew that Lin Chun had been worried about Wu Yin recently. Could it be that Wu Yin had come back and met with Brother Chun, and finally knocked Brother Chun unconscious? I can't remember what happened to me. Lin Chun shook his dizzy head and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out anything. Maybe Uncle Yin really is back? That doesn't make sense. If it was Uncle Yin who came back, why did he knock himself out and leave without saying a word? Suddenly, Lin Chun thought that the situation he encountered this time was basically the same as the last time. Last time, he also fainted and woke up without remembering anything. Could it be that this time, it was Duo who was behind this? Duo said at that time that she just wanted to remove the band that another little girl had placed on him. Could it be that Duo lied to him? Thinking of this, Lin Chun climbed out of bed and walked towards Duo's room. Just as he walked to his door and opened the office door, Lin Chun saw Duo walking and holding the hand of a little girl in red clothes. Seeing this scene, Lin Chun suddenly became confused. What does this mean? Did Duo catch the mastermind behind this? I don't want to do that. The two little girls looked friendly, talking and laughing, and didn't look like they had ever fought. Chapter 105, Taking him Bye-Bye. Duo, what are you doing? Lin Shen pointed at the little girl in red next to Duo, meaning to ask who this little girl in red was. Brother Lin Shun, she is the good friend of mine in the cabin that I told you about, bye-bye. Duo pulled the little girl in red in front of Lin Shun and introduced her to him. Bye-bye. Did she also cause me to faint this time? Brother Lin Shun, you misunderstood. Bye-bye's not a bad person. What do you mean? Why did I faint this time and last time? Lin Shen asked. That's because I thought Bye-bye had done something to you, so I accidentally used my soul power to knock you out. Duo said, touching her fingers together. Then why did you erase my memory after you knocked me out? Lin Shen asked puzzledly. That's because Duo doesn't want to be discovered by Brother Lin Shun, and she doesn't want to be thrown out by Brother Lin Shun. Believe it or not, I will throw you out right now. Seeing Duo not feeling ashamed but proud of it, Lin Shen's mouth twitched suddenly. However, he definitely wouldn't believe what Duo said. Duo and the little girl in red beside her must be hiding something from him. However, Lin Shun did not show it on the surface. After all, these two girls had never seen the world. When he found a chance to trick them, they would surely confess foolishly. Then Duo, why did you bring this little girl back? Lin Shun pretended to believe it and asked Duo. Brother Lin Shun, Bye-bye, is also homeless now, so she can't find me. It happens that my room has 2 small beds, so let Bye-bye and I sleep in the same room. Duo pulled Lin Shen's trouser leg and said cutely. Looking at the already lethal little Duo, Lin Shun still refused righteously. Duo, this is not a children's welfare home. We will not take in every child. Lin Shen would never let this little girl, whose origins were unknown and who even gave him a sense of danger, live in Manhwa group. Even if Duo used the cute tactics, it was useless. Brother Lin Shun. Seeing that Lin Shen actually refused, Duo instantly became unhappy. I said no and it means no. Little girl, go back to where you came from. Not want to get entangled with the little girl Duo anymore. Lin Shun spoke directly to the little girl in red next to her. He believed that not every little girl in the world was as unreasonable as Duo. But as soon as Lin Shun said these words to the little girl in red, he suddenly felt unwell, because he actually saw a resentful look on the little girl in red. That's right, it's just like the resentment of a young wife. What does this mean? He wouldn't have done anything inappropriate to the little girl in red when he fainted, right? Thinking of this, Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. However, he is definitely not the kind of person who breaks the law unknowingly. Brother Lin Shen, can you please let Bye-bye live with me? Seeing that getting angry didn't work, Duo hugged Lin Shen's legs like a koala and refused to get down no matter what. Duo, if you don't listen to me, I will beat you up. Lin Shen threatened. Unexpectedly, after he said that, Duo hugged him even tighter. Lin Shen had no choice but to slap Duo on the butt. After a crisp sound, Duo just hugged his legs and didn't move. But what surprised Lin Shen was that Duo's reaction was normal. But the little girl in red next to her looked very abnormal. The little girl in red was covering her eyes tightly. Her face had already turned red, even redder than the red dress she was wearing, as if the slap was directed at her. However, when he saw the little girl in red had a face that was basically exactly the same as Duo was, if the little girl in red was not wearing red clothes, he would have really thought that the person standing in front of him was Duo. Ting who was standing by, saw the 2 little sisters being bullied by Lin Shen again, and she felt distressed. Brother Chun, look at them. They both look exactly the same. They look like a pair of sisters. You should let them live together. Well, since Tinger has said so, I will let this little girl live with Duo. Thank you, Sister Ting. Sister Ting is the best. Hearing Lu Shitting say this, Duo jumped directly from Lin Shen's arms and then snuggled into Lu Shitting's arms. Lu Shitting gently touched Duo's little head and glared at Lin Shen fiercely. Duo is such a good girl, but you only know how to bully her. That's right, Brother Lin Shen is a big bad guy. Duo quickly said. She still calls me good? Seeing Duo's bullying, Lin Shen pinched Duo's face fiercely. Little girl, you really act like a good girl. At the side, the little girl in red looked at Lin Shen obeying the orders of the woman with a ponytail, and her face suddenly darkened. I never thought that he would fall in love with a woman in this world. Who are you? The little girl in red looked at Lu Shitting and asked. Looking at the little girl in red with a fierce face, Lu Shitting was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. I am Brother Chin's girlfriend. You can call me Sister Ting like Duo in the future. Lu Shitting extended her arms in a friendly manner, indicating that the little girl in red could also come over. Bye-bye. Sister Ting is a very good person. Duo leaned comfortably on Lu Shitting's chest and said to the little girl in red not far away. Looking at another unmotivated self, the little girl in red's face darkened even more. She had been outside looking for ways to restore her soul power all this time. She would only rush over when she felt that the unpurified power in Lin Chen's body was about to explode. She didn't expect that Lin Chen was already with another woman. The little girl in red glared at Lin Chen and snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Looking at the little girl in pink who snorted at him, Lin Chen's face suddenly turned bad. He couldn't have really done something inappropriate to the little girl in red when he fainted. Seeing Lin Chen's ashamed look, the little girl in red felt a little better, since he had already fallen in love with this woman. Chapter 106 Beware. She will just snatch it back when the time comes. After glaring at Lin Chen, the little girl in red thought confidently. However, because Lin Chen had lost too much memory at this time, he had no idea what had happened between him and the little girl in red. But he couldn't ask the little girl in red directly now. Lin Chen planned to find a time to kidnap the little girl in red alone and then ask her about the cause and effect of the matter. He could always feel that the little girl in red was the culprit behind all this. Duo, since your sister Ting has agreed, take her back to your room first, and you two can play together from now on. Lin Chen glanced at the jade-like little girl in red, and then said to Duo. Okay. Duo nodded, then jumped down from Lu Shitting's arms, took the hand of the little girl in red, and walked out. Bye-bye, let's go back first. Yeah. The little girl in red hummed softly, looked back at Lin Chen, and then followed Duo out of the room. Looking at the stunning beauty of the little girl in red, Lin Chen felt his mind suddenly dazed for a moment. Sham technique. Lin Chen shook his head to sober himself up. However, he is now certain that the identity of this little girl in red is definitely not simple. She approached him with ulterior motives, and it is definitely not as Duo said. Tinger, please pay attention to the little girl in red. I can feel that something is wrong with her. Lin Chen said to Lu Shitting beside him. Yes, Brother Chen, I will. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Lu Shitting became wary of the little girl in red. She could also vaguely feel that the reason why Lin Chen fainted this time must have a lot to do with this little girl in red. Moreover, she could also feel that there was something obviously wrong with the look in the red-dressed girl's eyes when she looked at Lin Chen just now. There seemed to be a hint of resentment in her eyes, but it was not something that should be emitted from a little girl like her. Tinger, if you find anything wrong, don't act rashly. Tell me right away and let me handle it. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen reminded Lu Shitting with some concern. Brother Chen, don't worry. If your worries are true, I know how to deal with it. Since you said so, I feel relieved. By the way, Tinger, what about Jiangwen? Thinking that Tinger had stayed at Jiangwen's place for quite some time, she should have found out something, Lin Chen asked. However, Lin Chen saw Lu Shitting shaking her head. I asked her, but she refused to say anything. Lin Chen was a little surprised that Tinger would give him this answer. He now has no idea what this Miss Jiang means. However, when I left, she said something to me. When Lu Shitting said this, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Chen became a little strange. Seeing Lu Shitting looking at him strangely, Lin Chen knew that Jiangwen must have said something that was misleading, but he still asked, Tinger, Miss Jiang, what did she say? She asked me to tell you that she will never bother you again. She will just be a member of the Flying Eagle Special Forces in the future. Brother Chen, did something happen between you and Jiangwen? Lu Shitting asked this question out of curiosity. What happened? Nothing happened. Lin Chen frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Hasn't Miss Jiang always been thinking about how to beat him up? How was this called entanglement? Lin Chen is now a little confused about Jiangwen's train of thought. But since she said that she would face me as a member of the Eagle Special Forces in the future, I guess I won't have to worry about being beaten up every day. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a lot more relieved. Really? Brother Chen? Lu Shitting tilted her face and asked suspiciously. Of course it's true. Nothing really happened between him and Jiangwen, Lin Chen answered confidently. Okay, I'll trust you just once again. Lu Shitting snorted. She was now increasingly finding that her brother Chen was a playboy. After exchanging pleasantries with Tinger, Lin Chen walked towards the network security department again. After a day of rest yesterday, Xiaofei must be full of energy now, so I can hand over the task to him with peace of mind. When Lin Chen arrived at the door of the office that Tinger had arranged for Xiaofei, he found that the door was not closed, so he walked in directly. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw Xiaofei typing on the keyboard, and Lin Chen coughed lightly. Xiao Fei, who was still concentrating on coding, was frightened by the cough. His whole body suddenly shrank for a moment, but when he saw that the person coming was Lin Chun, Xiao Fei immediately smiled embarrassedly. Brother Lin, you are here. You look good. Did you get enough rest yesterday? Lin Chun found a chair and sat down, then began to wash the tea set on the table. Brother Lin, I slept a whole night yesterday, and I felt much more energetic when I woke up today. Xiao Fei said with a refreshed look on his face. That's good. Remember, don't let yourself get tired again in the future. We in Longhua Group implement a system of working from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with 2 days off. If you go out every day with two panda eyes like before and make people think that I, the chairman of Longhua Group, don't keep my word, then who can I go to for justice? Lin Chun looked at Xiao Fei and teased him. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chun and scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Brother Lin, don't worry, I will definitely not have panda eyes again in the future. Yes. Seeing Xiao Fei agreed very honestly, Lin Chun stopped joking with him. By the way, Xiao Fei, yesterday I told you and me that Longhua Group would train some first-class talents. Are you prepared for this? Although this was an idea that Lin Chun came up with yesterday in order to give Xiao Fei a hint, Lin Chun now feels that this idea is very necessary. He plans to let Xiao Fei try it. However, if Xiao Fei fails to achieve the target within a month, he will not let Xiao Fei pack up and leave. Brother Lin, I already have a plan. Don't worry, in a month, I will definitely hand in at least 5 answers that will satisfy you. Chapter 107 Xiao Fei's Mission. Seeing Xiao Fei's confident look, Lin Chun stopped asking questions. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Now that Xiao Fei is so confident, there is no need for him to interfere in this matter or point fingers at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, now that you say that, I'm relieved. But you don't have to be so anxious now, and you don't have to train these talents within a month. Just do everything step by step. Besides, I have other tasks for you now. Brother Lin, tell me, what is the task? When Xiao Fei heard that Lin Chun was going to give him a task, he suddenly became excited and nervous. This is the first task that Lin Chun has assigned to him since the establishment of their network security, and he can't mess it up no matter what. Looking at Xiao Fei sitting upright, Lin Chun sighed helplessly. Xiao Fei, you don't have to be like this. Just treat it as a normal conversation and be the same as you usually are. Besides, I am also a layman in the field of computers, so I need to listen to your opinions on some issues. If you think there is something wrong with what I said, just point it out directly. There is no need to be so reserved. Okay, Brother Lin. Hearing Lin Chun say this, Xiao Fei was suddenly moved, and he returned to his normal state. Xiao Fei, you should know something about Shengshi Group. Seeing that Xiao Fei's sitting posture finally didn't feel awkward, Lin Chun began to ask. Brother Lin, are you talking about the Shengshi Group that makes pharmaceuticals? Basically, everyone in Longhua knows about Shengshi Group, but Xiao Fei felt that Lin Chun would not ask such a simple question, so he became a little confused. Yes, that's it. Lin Chun nodded and said, Brother Lin, are we going to take action against Shengshi Group? That's about what I mean. Seeing the belligerent light in Xiao Fei's eyes, Lin Chun felt a little amused. It seems that Xiao Fei really thinks he is someone who is determined to bring down other groups. Then, Brother Lin, what do you need me to do for you? Xiao Fei asked. Xiao Fei still felt a little upset because of his failure in the last attempt to lurk in Yuanda Group, so he was very motivated when he heard the news. This time he didn't have to lurk behind the enemy lines anymore. It was time for him to show his skills and impress Brother Lin. I got some information from other places. Shengshi Group has secret dealings with Yuanda Group. And this time when Tianli Group wants to transport that batch of new drugs to Longhua, Shengshi Group may have secretly extended a helping hand. Lin Chun said in a low voice. Hearing Lin Chun's serious words, Xiao Fei immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Brother Lin, Shengshi Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Longhua. Of course I know this, so in a few days our Longhua Group will secretly set up a new company. Brother Lin, do you want me to? That's right. Seeing that Xiao Fei had already reacted, Lin Chun nodded. In order to prevent Shengshi Group from being completely destroyed after knowing this news, I need you to absolutely hide the purpose of our establishment of a new company and not let anyone else find out. They may soon know that our Longhua Group participated in the elimination of Yuanda Group. At that time, Shengshi Group will definitely come to our side to secretly plant spies. Brother Lin, I understand. I will ensure that Longhua Group's new pharmaceutical company is absolutely safe. Knowing that this was the task assigned to him by Lin Shun, Xiao Fei immediately agreed. Xiao Fei, you only need to know about this. You don't need to tell anyone else. Brother Lin, don't worry. I will never let anyone else know, including other members of your cybersecurity department. I understand. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. It seems that this mission is a private mission assigned to him alone by Brother Lin. Xiao Fei, since I've given you this task, you should focus on it first. As for training talents for Longhua Group, put it aside for now. You must remember not to do two things at once. Understand. Hearing Lin Chen's tone, Xiao Fei nodded heavily. What things are important and what things are not important. He is very clear about which things come first and which things come later. Seeing Xiao Fei's face that he had understood everything, Lin Chen finally put his mind at ease. He picked up the bowl of tea that had been brewed on the table and drank it with satisfaction. However, he did not smell the strong tea fragrance. Lin Chen was a little confused. Xiao Fei, have you never used these tea sets I equipped for you? Brother Lin, I'm not used to that. It's better for me to drink tea from my own cup. Hearing Xiao Fei speak so honestly, Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiao Fei, I prepared these for you, not for you to drink tea with. Then what are these used for? Xiao Fei asked with some confusion. Xiao Fei, you are now a big leader in our Longhua group. These things are for you to use to entertain guests who come to see you. Knowing that Xiao Fei liked to stay in the dormitory and never go out in college, and had a very homely personality, Lin Chen said with a smile. But Brother Lin, I'm not used to these. Xiao Fei said, scratching his head. He had read the thin book on how to make tea that Lin Chen had given him, but there were so many steps and precautions in it that he couldn't get used to it. Compared to these tedious details, he preferred to hold his big teacup and drink. It's okay if you're not used to it. You can learn slowly. Xiao Fei is now his right-hand man, and he can't let Xiao Fei keep working so hard like this. Although he knew that Xiao Fei was like this, others might not know it. Xiao Fei still needs to learn some basic things. This is a good thing for Xiao Fei and the future development of Longhua Group. Brother Lin, if you ask me to learn code, I will definitely learn it quickly, but if you ask me to learn these, I really can't remember them. Xiao Fei immediately complained. How about this, Xiao Fei? I will arrange a personal secretary for you. With his guidance and influence, I believe that with your learning ability, you will be able to learn it in a few days. Lin Chen laughed and made the decision directly. Brother Lin, don't bother with this matter. Chapter 108 Xiao Fei and Xiao Zhao. Xiao Fei said anxiously. He would feel very uncomfortable if there was someone next to him watching him work. Okay, Xiao Fei, I'll make the decision for you this time. Seeing that Xiao Fei was unwilling to do it, Lin Chen made the decision for him. I'll let Xiao Zhao come to your place tomorrow and help you with some chores. You're now the department manager of Longhua Group, so I have to get you some luxurious equipment. Miss Zhao. When Xiao Fei heard that Lin Chen actually wanted to make Miss Zhao his personal secretary, he suddenly began to stutter. Do you know Xiao Zhao? Seeing Xiao Fei's blushing face, Lin Chen was suddenly confused. Why does it feel like there is a strong bond between Xiao Fei and Xiao Zhao? When I first came to the company, there were a lot of things I didn't understand, and it was Miss Zhao who helped me. Miss Zhao is a very nice and enthusiastic girl, Xiao Fei said hesitantly. Looking at Xiao Fei like this, Lin Chen instantly understood something. He knew that Xiao Zhao was a good girl because he personally selected her to join the company. But Xiao Fei didn't expect that he would fall in love with the secretary assistant he chose. Lin Chen was really a loss whether to laugh or cry at this time. However, if Xiao Fei really liked Xiao Zhao, he would be willing to play the role of matchmaker and tie a red thread between the two people. Xiao Fei, do you have that kind of feeling toward Xiao Zhao? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei and asked this question in a mischievous tone. Brother Lin, I didn't. Xiao Fei said insincerely. In that case, I won't let Xiao Zhao come to you. I'll find you another candidate. Seeing that Xiao Fei was unwilling to tell the truth, Lin Chen said this deliberately. Brother Lin, that's not necessary. I can handle these things by myself. Xiao Fei, I don't know how to say hello to you with your temper. If you really like Xiao Zhao, you must work hard to win her over. How can she know that you like her if you don't say it? How about this? I will arrange Xiao Zhao to your network security department tomorrow. As for whether you can seize this opportunity, it depends on you. Lin Chen said with some anger at her for not fighting for it. Okay. Xiao Fei nodded in the end. Brother Lin, thank you. I will fight for the opportunity you gave me. If Xiao Zhao really likes me, I will treat her like Brother Lin treats Sister Ting. Xiao Fei suddenly mustered up the courage to say, You'd better not learn from me. If you learn from me, You might be beaten to death by your little Miss Zhao. Thinking of the peach blossom debts he had caused and Tinger, the little volcano that erupted every day, Lin Chen hurriedly advised Xiao Fei. Brother Lin, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. Xiao Fei asked confusedly. Xiao Fei, it's best that you don't understand. Sometimes if a person is too outstanding, he will also have a lot of troubles. When you reach my step one day, you will understand. Lin Chen sighed slightly and said shamelessly. Brother Lin, I understand. I will work harder to catch up with you. Xiao Fei, you must not learn from me. I'm just a legend. After explaining the matter to Xiao Fei, Lin Chen turned and walked towards the RD department. It had been several days since Lin Chen had gone to argue with his third brother, and he was beginning to miss him. And more importantly, if he wanted to build a new pharmaceutical company, Mo Chio, the chemical genius, might be able to help a lot. Although Mo Chio has a very arrogant temper. If he had run his own company in the past half-month, perhaps his edges would have been worn off a lot. After opening a secret door mechanism, Lin Chen walked straight in. Now that third brother's research project has become an absolute secret of Manhwa Group, he must provide absolute security guarantees for third brother's research team. It can be said that even if their Manhwa Group is gone now, third brother's secret research site will not disappear so easily. Third brother. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Lin Chen saw Su Yuan's tall and majestic figure and ran over to give him a bear hug. Fourth brother, I told you not to make so much noise. Why don't you change this bad habit of yours? You won't be satisfied until you scare your third brother into having a heart attack one day, right? Su Yuan said helplessly as he watched Lin Chen suddenly attack him again. However, he was still very happy to see Lin Chen in his heart. However, he was a proud intellectual after all, and would not show it on the surface. Third brother, don't I want to give you a surprise? Lin Chen said embarrassedly. What surprise? I'll be thankful that you don't scare me. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at Lin Chen and said unhappily. This fourth brother is really going backwards as he grows older. Now he is almost as shameless as he was in college. What do you want from me this time? Don't tell me I'll make you something that's convenient for spying on others like last time. Third brother, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Do not you. Lin Chen laughed even more happily after being choked by Su Yuan. Third brother, when I was in college, I don't know who asked me to sit at the entrance of the cafeteria every day to look at girls. How dare you say that to me? You kid, you still haven't forgotten what happened a few years ago. Su Yuan looked like he was asking for trouble. Third brother, how could I forget this? When Aunt Jing saw you like this, she chased us all over the campus. Lin Chen sighed with a smile, but suddenly found that Su Yuan's expression was a little wrong. He realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly said with an apologetic look on his face, I'm sorry, third brother, I didn't expect Aunt Jing to not end up with you. Old four, it's okay. Su Yuan pushed his glasses and said silently, By the way, what do you want me to do this time? I'm very busy here. If you ask me to make something irrelevant again, I won't help you this time. Third brother, I came here this time to ask you, what is Mo Chio like now? Mo Chio. Su Yuan was really surprised when he suddenly heard Lin Chen mention Mo Chio's name. It hasn't even been a year yet, and his fourth brother suddenly mentioned Mo Chio at this time. What is he going to do? He wouldn't have known that the company run by Mo Chio is now in a loss-making state, right? Chapter 109 Mo Chio. Old Four, why are you asking him suddenly? If Old Four really knew the news and wanted to break the agreement and let Mo Chio leave, he would never agree. Lin Chen originally just wanted to transform Mo Chio's company into a pharmaceutical company. After all, if he established a new pharmaceutical company now, it would most likely be discovered by Shengshi Group. But what he didn't expect was that his third brother's reaction would be so big. Third brother, I just have something to talk to him about. Why do you look like you want to eat me? Lin Chen asked half jokingly and half truthfully. What do you want from him? Su Yuan asked in a desperate attempt to get to the bottom of it. Third brother, are you hiding something from me? You were not like this before. In the past, the third brother always responded to his requests, but this time, the third brother started asking questions and was on guard against him like a thief, which made Lin Chen even more confused. Third brother, is there something wrong with Mo Chio? Don't you know? Su Yuan asked. Third brother, what do I know? I just dealt with Da Group, and I still have a lot of messes to deal with. I don't have time to care about Mo Chio. After listening to Lin Chen's words, Su Yuan realized that he had wronged Lin Chen, so he had to tell the truth. Mo Chio's pharmaceutical company has suffered heavy losses recently, and he is no longer as arrogant as before. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Lin Shin couldn't help laughing twice. Third brother, I thought you were hiding something from me, but it turns out it's just this. I didn't expect Mo Chio to earn back the money I gave him. I just wanted to improve his character. But now it seems that Mo Chio has suffered. It should be much easier to change his original mind now. Boy, so these are what you were thinking. But if you think so, your goal has been achieved. Mo Chio has now begun to doubt himself. Su Yuan looked at Lin Shun, who had a treacherous face, and snorted coldly. But it's all thanks to you, third brother, for coming forward to persuade Mo Chio to come back. I was really angry at the time. If you hadn't persuaded him to come back, I would have let him go. Okay, you're the best at acting cute. What exactly do you want from Mo Chio this time? After knowing that Lin Shun had no ill intentions in looking for Mo Chio, Su Yuan began to ask curiously. Third brother, I now think that Mo Chio's idea of destroying Shengshi Group is very feasible. So this time, before Lin Shun could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yuan. Okay, tell the truth quickly. You are still keeping it a secret in front of your third brother. Third brother, it turns out that I can't hide anything from you, so I'll tell you the truth. Sighing inwardly that third brother is still the same old fox, Lin Shun told Su Yuan all about Shengshi Group's plan. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Su Yuan frowned immediately. Are you saying that there is collusion between Shengshi Group and Yuanda Group? Yes, this is the news that the Flying Eagle Special Forces secretly found out. Now the entire Shengshi Group is still kept in the dark. Originally, I couldn't tell anyone else, but thinking that you were my third brother, I told you without reservation. Fourth brother, are you still trying to be nice to me? What's the point of you saying this to me? Do you think I can marry you if I'm moved by what you said? Su Yuan said, and punched Lin Shin directly in the chest. Third brother, if you say so, it's not impossible for me to do so, Lin Shun said with a wicked smile. Hurry up and crawl, Su Yuan said with a tingling scalp, but soon he became concerned about the Shengshi Group again. Are you going to let Mo Chio help you this time? After all, he has a grudge against Shengshi Group, and to be honest, he is indeed a genius in this area. If I knew nothing about such a talent, just because he offended me in the past, then I would be too stupid, Lin Shun said with a smile. In that case, can't you just go to him directly? Why do you have to go through me to find him? Su Yuan now understood the whole thing, but he was still a little touched that Lin Shun wanted to discuss this matter with him. The fourth brother really trusts him, but soon, Su Yuan realized that he was overthinking. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to find him, but I don't even know the name of the company he founded at the time, and I can't contact him at all now. Hearing what Lin Shin said, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched suddenly. Is this a good relationship? The fourth brother didn't listen to him at all at that time, and until now, he doesn't even know which company Mo Chio founded. Fourth brother, did you know that Mo Chio would definitely lose and wait for a year to come and lie down and count money? Su Yuan asked with a dark face. Oh, third brother, you've seen through all my little thoughts. Since he had been discovered, Lin Shin knew that it was useless to pretend, so he had to tell the truth. Third brother, this old fox, is indeed a little too shrewd. Lao Si, you are really a competent and good entrepreneur, Su Yuan said sarcastically. Third brother, you are teaching me a lesson. Next time I will. Lin Shin paused deliberately when he said this. Will you dare to do it next time? Su Yuan asked. Third brother, this depends on the person. Okay, I can't argue with you. Just don't lose your original intention, Su Yuan advised, and then said, when do you want to see Mo Chio? Third brother, the sooner the better. And third brother, don't worry, I will never forget my original intention and what I said to you, Lin Shin said very sincerely. That's fine. Su Yuan nodded with some satisfaction. If you're anxious to see Mo Chio, I will take you there now. Third brother, you are still good to me. Fourth brother, why are you touching me again? Su Yuan said with a look of disgust. Third brother, I'm just expressing my inner gratitude and joy. Don't worry, my sexual orientation is absolutely normal. I am straight. Under the guidance of Su Yuan, Lin Shun arrived at the door of a company. The company is located in the west city of Binhai City, which is a new area that Binhai City is planning to develop. The land price is cheap and the development prospects are good. Lin Shun is quite satisfied that Mo Chio was able to choose this area with a keen eye. If Mo Chio took the money and went directly to the old city to build a company, Lin Shun might have let Missouri Chio close the shop and go home to farm. Chapter 1, 10 Longsha Group. However, when Long Chun saw the name hanging at the entrance of the company, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Shen's face. The name of this company is Longsha, which corresponds to its Longhua Group, which means that their Longhua group is flashy but not practical. But what Mo Chio didn't know was that the Chinese character for Hua in the logo of their Longhua group was not Hua, which means gorgeous, but Hua, which means Chinese. Lin Shun just laughed off Mo Chio's tricks. After entering Longsher Company, Lin Shun found that it was completely bare. If Su Yuan hadn't brought him here, Lin Shun would have thought he had come to a new house that hadn't been renovated yet. There were no beautiful receptionists at the front desk, only a security guard who was taking a nap. Seeing this scene, Lin Shun was surprised beyond words. This Longsher Company is a bit too practical. Mo Chio probably never thought that his company was going to sell things. However, this place would be a good place for their Longhua group to secretly develop drugs. Because no one could have imagined that this would be a company. What Lin Shun couldn't understand was that there were people who would come here to work. What are you two doing here? When the two men just walked into the elevator, a buzzing alarm was suddenly triggered, and a security guard was awakened and yelled at the two people who suddenly broke in. Hello, brother. We are here to look for Mo Chio. Lin Shun said politely. Who are you looking for? Montauk Ki, Mr. Montauk. Who are you looking for? Montauk Ki. What autumn? Montauk Ki. Luo Chio. There is no Luo Chio in our company. You must have found the wrong person. Please look somewhere else. The security guard said kindly. Want to find Mo Chio. Lin Shun said loudly, having lost his temper due to being tortured by the security guard. Luo Chio, Luo Chio. Didn't I tell you that we don't have Luo Chio here? Go away quickly and don't cause trouble here. After the security guard finished speaking, he performed a set of military boxing and glared at the two people in front of him with a fierce look. It seemed that he couldn't explain it clearly to the security guard. Just at this moment, the elevator came down. Lin Shun took Su Yuan's arm and went straight into the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Lin Shun saw the angry face of the security guard. You two little bastards, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I will teach you a lesson. After the elevator stopped on the 6th floor, under the guidance of Su Yuan, Lin Shun was finally able to see Mo Chio with difficulty. Mo Chio had just come out of the laboratory at this time, still wearing a white coat. When he saw Lin Shun coming, an expression of shock, fear, and a little disdain suddenly appeared on his face, and he looked very mixed. Lin Shun looked at Mo Chio with interest, but did not speak. Su Yuan stood aside, watching the fourth brother start to use these little tricks again. He sighed for Mo Chio in his heart, but he did not say anything. After a long time, Mo Chio finally couldn't wait any longer and asked, I'm very busy here. What do you want to talk to me about? Show me your company's account book. When Mo Chio heard that Lin Shun wanted to see their company's account books, his face turned pale. The research on his latest batch of drugs is about to be completed. Once the research on this batch of drugs is completed and the strange diseases of the children in their village are cured, he will develop those money-making drugs. Therefore, he absolutely could not hand over the account book to Lin Shun at this time. He could not let Lin Shun see that the company's accounts had already shown a loss of several million. Our company doesn't do accounting statistics, Mo Chio said with his head down. Seeing that Mo Chio had come up with such a lame excuse, Lin Shun burst out laughing out of anger. Mo Chio, don't you think what you said is childish? If your company really doesn't have accounting statistics, I can sue you for illegal fundraising right now, and then you can just wait to be put in jail. Lin Shun, didn't we agree to a 1-year deadline? Why do you want to look at our company's accounts now? Are you going to break the previous agreement? Seeing that Lin Shun was getting tough, Mo Chio argued. These things were witnessed by Brother Su. Are you trying to deny it? Okay, fourth brother, stop lying to him. Just tell him the purpose of your visit today. Su Yuan, who was standing aside, saw through it all and said to Lin Shun, Third brother, didn't you say that he has been tempered enough? Why do I feel that he has become even worse than before? Lin Shun looked at Su Yuan with some confusion. Maybe he is just criticizing people and not things. Su Juan Sai Lei Su. There is no need to talk nonsense with Mo Chio, this stubborn boy. Lin Shun directly stated the purpose of his visit. Mo Chio, you guessed right. I am here to take back your company. Lin Shun, what do you mean? Brother Su, are you in cahoots with him? Mo Chio watched all this in disbelief, clenching his fists tightly. Could it be that even Brother Su is harming him now? He just wanted to develop a medicine that could save his sister and those children first. What did he do wrong? Old for you, Su Yuan said with a pout. Lin Shun looked at Mo Chio, who was no longer as sharp as before, so he put away the idea of joking and told Mo Chio the truth of the matter. After Mo Chio heard Lin Chen's words, an incredible look suddenly appeared on his face. He originally thought that Shengshi Group was just stealing other people's patents for drug development, but he didn't expect that Shengshi Group was actually doing such a thing in secret. Lin Chun, are all the things you said true? Do you think it's necessary for me to joke with you about this kind of thing? Lin Chun asked back. So what do you need me to do for you now? Mo Chio, who had already been overwhelmed by Lin Chen's aura, asked weakly. I need you to assist me, together with the experts sent by the Flying Eagle Special Forces, to develop some basic drugs first to ensure that Longhwa's medical system will not be greatly affected after the demise of Shengshi Group. As long as you can help us accomplish this matter, and if you make a contribution when we destroy Shengshi Group, I will give it to you directly in this company. You could develop whatever drugs you want, and I will not interfere with you anymore. I can't promise you that now. Chapter 111, Zupyugating Montag Ki. Mo Chio said. What? Lin Chen's face turned a little unfriendly as he didn't expect Mo Chio to refuse. He told Mo Chio about this because he was sure that Mo Chio would agree. But I didn't expect Mo Chio to refuse now. If Mo Chio cannot give an absolutely reasonable explanation, then Mo Chio may disappear for a while before Shengshi Group is eliminated. Feeling the sudden burst of cold air from Lin Chen's body, Mo Chio's heart suddenly shuddered, but he still insisted. My latest batch of drugs will be developed soon. Now is the most critical time. I can't spare time to do anything else. How many more days do you need? Lin Chen asked in a somewhat cold tone. It will take about 5 days. Mo Chio's confidence was already running low. If Lin Chen forcibly wanted to take back Longshore Company at this time, he would have no way to stop it. About 5 days? Aren't you a pharmaceutical genius? Don't you even know when you can make these medicines? I want a specific number. Lin Chen said, without question. 5 days. Mo Chio was stunned for a moment, but finally gave this number firmly. Okay, you just develop your medicine well within these 5 days. I will come again in 5 days. After Lin Chen said this, he left Mo Chio's office directly. It was not until Lin Chen left the room that Mo Chio felt the suffocating aura dissipate. Brother Su, he shouted to Su Yuan, who was not far away from him, and Mo Chio felt that he had come back to his soul. Mo Chio, just do as he says. Su Yuan looked at Lin Chen's back and said to Mo Chio leisurely. Also, be polite to him in the future, and you will find that he is a very easy person to talk to. If you continue with your temper, and one day you really anger him, I am afraid I will not be able to help you anymore. Listening to Su Yuan's words, Mo Chio lowered his head slightly. Brother Su, I understand. Yeah. Seeing Mo Chio like this, Su Yuan felt a little bit sorry. Mo Chio, I know you want to save those children with strange diseases, but you must first show your own strength and prove your worth. If you continue like this, how are you going to fulfill the bet I made between you and Lin Chen? Do you really have the confidence to make tens of millions in the next few months? You must know that you have not only spent all the money that Lin Chen gave you at that time, but you also owe others millions. But now Lin Chen doesn't want to pursue this matter anymore. You must seize this opportunity. If you can satisfy Lin Chen about the Shengshi Group this time, Lin Chen will give you a chance to show your skills in the future. Su Yuan spoke a lot of words, but they were all from the bottom of his heart. He was really speaking to Mo Chio. As for whether Mo Chio can listen to it, it all depends on his own thoughts. Brother Su, thank you. I understand. Mo Chio clenched his fist tightly, then gently opened it. I will do my best for Lin Chen in the future. You shouldn't keep calling him by his name. Call a Brother Lin. If he's happy to hear that, he'll be much nicer to you. Yes, Brother Su, I will. Okay, since I see you understand everything, I won't say anything more. Of course, what I said may not be right, and everyone has their own ideas. If you really don't want to work under Lin Chen, tell me after you make up your mind. I will help you pay off the debts you owe. But from now on, I won't be able to help you anymore. After Su Yuan said these words, he patted Mo Chio's shoulder gently and then walked out of the room. Only Mo Chio was left standing in the room, thinking about what Su Yuan had said in a daze. At the entrance of Longshore Group, Lin Chen waited for a long time before he saw Su Yuan coming down from upstairs. He immediately showed a sarcastic expression on his face. Third brother, you really care about this Mo Chio? What's wrong, fourth brother? Are you jealous? Su Yuan simply ignored Lin Chen's somewhat resentful expression. I'm a grown man. Why would I be jealous? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I just told Mo Chio some true words. Su Yuan said with a smile. Third brother, what did he say? Lin Chen interrupted before Su Yuan could finish. He hasn't responded yet, but if he tells me one day that he doesn't want to work under you, I will tell you directly. Fourth brother, when the time comes, you just have to ensure that he lives, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Su Yuan pushed his glasses, a cunning gleam in the corner of his eyes. Third brother, you sound like I'm a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. Don't worry, if Emochio really doesn't want to cooperate, I will definitely make sure he's safe, even if I don't care about my face. Old Four, I've remembered what you said. Su Yuan said with confidence. Oh my god, third brother, even though I'm so sincere to you, you're really plotting against me all the time. Lin Chen said with some annoyance. Seeing Lin Chen's depressed expression, Su Yuan laughed and said, Okay, let's not blame each other. You have schemed against me as many times as I've schemed against you. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. I am sincere to you, and I have never plotted against you. Lin Chen said with a look of grievance. Oh, really not? Really not? Lin Chen began to feel guilty. Haha, you little fox. You are smarter than anyone else. Su Yuan smiled and slapped Lin Chen on the waist. Third brother, you are too cruel. I was with you in college and learned everything from you. When it comes to being smart, you are the master. Nonsense. I obviously didn't use any strength at all. That's strange. Why do I feel so much pain? Third brother, have you been secretly practicing some unique internal skills recently? Lin Chen's eyes turned and then said. After the bickering with Su Yuan ended, the two returned to the car. And Lin Chen also started to ask about the main business. By the way, third brother, that virtual project. Chapter 112, I'm not a heartless man. How's the progress now? Mr. Luo is getting impatient. I think the one who's waiting impatiently should be you, right? The money grubber? Su Yuan lay comfortably in the back seat, watching Lin Chen driving in front. In order to keep their whereabouts secret, they drove an ordinary private car when they arrived, and there was no driver. Third brother, can't you see through it without saying it? No, otherwise you will become more and more arrogant in the future. Su Yuan snorted and said, Third brother, I can't beat you, so just get down to business. Seeing that Lin Chen was ready to stop joking, Su Yuan also became serious. The most basic virtual projection portable devices are now available, and we are currently working on some subsequent expansions and updates. Third brother, you are worthy of being me. Every time I ask you, you can always give me a little surprise. It was originally agreed to be 2 months, and when I asked again, it became 1 month again. Now, it's only been over a week since I asked, and this virtual projection technology can be released directly. However, Lin Chen is not planning to launch this new gadget directly on the market now. He wants to wait until Shengshi Group is identified and eliminated, and then use the remaining power to achieve double happiness. As for the fact that this new thing will be taken over the market by others, Lin Chen doesn't have to worry about it all, because apart from his third brother, he really didn't think anyone else could make something like this. This is his absolute confidence in his third brother. But as for Mr. Luo, he might need to wait another month or two. However, he had already told Luo Xian about the stock market 2 days ago. With Mr. Luo's strength, there would be no problem in keeping the Luo Group stable for a year or two. Moreover, the words he said unintentionally at that time directly helped Mr. Luo eliminate the biggest threat to their Luo Group. It can be said that the current Luo Group, except for the real estate sector, basically has no other hidden dangers. In less than half a minute, Lin Chen had planned everything he could think of. After finding that there was no problem, Lin Chen said to Su Yuan, Third brother, I am not going to put these new gadgets on the market yet. You should continue to research and develop the extended functions first. If you're short of money, just ask Tinger for it. Old Four, when I hadn't tested this thing yet, you were in a hurry all day. Now that I've tested it, you're not in a hurry anymore. When did you develop this bad habit? Third brother, there's nothing I can do. Plans can't keep up with changes. You know, if your invention goes on the market, it will be a groundbreaking event. By then, our Manhwa group will be completely exposed, and your laboratory and Mo Chio's pharmaceutical company will probably be exposed as well. I will let Xiaofei sort out the information about Manhwa group in the next 2 months. Things that shouldn't be known must not be made known to others. Lin Chen said with a wry smile. You kid, you've thought of everything so perfectly. Su Yuan was very satisfied with Lin Chen's approach. If the information was exposed, it would not be a good thing not only for him, but also for Manhwa Group. In addition, Su Yuan believed more in what Lin Chen had said before. If Lin Chen was really just doing this for business purposes, there would be no need for him to think so much. He only needed to launch these products and then lie in the office and count the money. Third brother, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm the chairman of a super large group. Lin Chun said with a smile. What kind of super large group is this? Now Longhua Group is not even among the top 500 companies in the world. Su Yuan said jokingly. Third brother, don't be anxious now. In a month or two, you'll find that Longhua Group has already ranked first in the world's group rankings. At that time, I will appoint you as the vice chairman of the world's #1 group. Haha. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Looking at Lin Chen's high-spirited look, Su Yuan also laughed. Not long after, the two returned to Longhua Group. After sending Su Yuan back to the secret laboratory, Lin Chen turned around and went back to his office. Lu Shiting was sitting in the office at this time, with a little duo sitting on her lap, and she looked very happy. After seeing Lin Chen coming back, the three girls turned their heads. However, the expressions on the three girls' faces were completely different. Duo is a surprise. Tinger is shy, but the little girl in red had a resentful expression on her face. Looking at the little girl in red who looked out of place, Lin Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It seems that we must immediately kidnap the little girl in red and ask her what happened that day. Ignoring the somewhat resentful expression of the little girl in red, Lin Chen only felt that the scene before his eyes was a very warm and harmonious one. The two little girls, one white and one red, looked like the twin daughters born to him and Ting. Both of them were as delicate as jade, making people feel relaxed and happy at a glance. Why did you all decide to come here today? Lin Chun, the head of the family, asked in a very impressive tone. Brother Lin Chun, bye-bye, and I felt bored staying in there, so we can play with Sister Ting. Duo answered first. Your sister Ting is at work now. If you go to play with her at this time, she will be punished. Seeing Lin Chen's malicious look, Lu Shiting blushed immediately. Duo jumped out of Lu Shiting's arms, ran over and grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Brother Lin Chun, you can't bully Sister Ting. The little girl in red looked at Lin Chun angrily and spat out the word scumbag hatefully from her cherry lips. Hearing these two words from the little girl's mouth, Lin Chun suddenly felt unwell. He came to the little girl in red, squatted down, and asked her, Bye-bye, why did you call me a scumbag? Have I ever done anything to let you down? Of course, the little girl in red said decisively. Not only that, there are many more. A lot? Little girl, I warn you, don't talk nonsense. If you insult my reputation like this again, I will sue you for defamation and send you to elementary school. Seeing Tinger's increasingly strange eyes, Lin Chun hurriedly said righteously, who knew that the little girl in red didn't bite at all, and she became even more aggressive, saying, he's an unfaithful man. He only knows how to bully people. Chapter 113. This bye-bye is not simple. Worried that the little girl in red would say something shocking, Lin Chun simply picked her up and ran out of the door in a 100-meter sprint. After cornering the little girl in red, Lin Chun asked viciously, Little girl, why did you frame me? When did I frame you? Everything I said is true. Looking at Lin Chen's face so close to her, the little girl in red began to blush slightly. Did I do anything to you? Looking at the little girl in red, Lin Chun asked in surprise. Of course you have. The little girl in red was about to say it, but she thought that the main soul of the man in front of her had been sealed by him, and he no longer had any memory of the past. So the little girl in red finally did not continue. What do I have? Seeing the little girl suddenly stop talking in the middle of her words, Lin Chen's curiosity suddenly grew stronger. You see me all over anyway. The little girl in red held it in for a long time and finally said this. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you really must not say anything you want. If you don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, you're a man who doesn't keep his word. What did I say to you? Lin Chen didn't believe a word the little girl said. He wanted to see what tricks this little girl in red could come up with. You said you would only love me. Little girl, please don't lie to me. I don't even know your background. How could I possibly say such a thing to you? Hearing the little girl say this, Lin Chen already thought that this little girl was here to make trouble. And even if I say this, I will only say it to Tinger. I won't tell anyone else. You, the little girl in red, turned pale for a moment, but she didn't want to say anything else. She knew that even if she said anything else, the man in front of her would not understand. She now regretted sealing his main soul. However, thinking of his main soul that had fallen into evil, the little girl in red quickly shook her head. If she didn't seal the main soul of the man in front of her, and then find something to purify his main soul, it would cause irreversible consequences, which was something she, as a saint, absolutely could not allow to happen. Okay, little girl, although I know I'm very handsome, You might have just fallen in love with me, so that's why you said such things. But considering that you're still a little girl, I won't punish you this time. If you do this again next time, I will never let you go, understand? Looking at the little girl in red standing there without saying a word, Lin Shun thought she had realized her mistake and said this. Who knew that his magnanimity was not recognized by the little girl in red? Just when he stood up, the little girl in red suddenly stepped hard on his foot. Seeing that the little girl in red had no intention of repenting, Lin Shun slapped the little girl on her butt. Sure enough, she's just like Duo. She won't learn her lesson unless she's beaten. Seeing the little girl in red fall silent again, Lin Shun snorted and said, just when Lin Shun was still immersed in the joy of subduing the little girl in red, a wave of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. After being exposed to this light wave, Lin Shun flew directly into the sky and then fell heavily. Looking at the little girl in red standing not far away with a fierce look on her face, Lin Shun knew completely that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Although this little girl in red looks exactly like Duo, her temperament is completely different. This little girl in red must be marked as a dangerous person from now on and must never be provoked again. Lin Shun thought secretly in his heart. Lin Shun, if you dare to bully me again, I will definitely make you pay. The little girl in red looked at Lin Shun lying on the ground in a very embarrassed state, feeling distressed and angry. Of course, the proportion of gas is a little higher. I just want you not to say things that might lead to misunderstandings in front of Tinger. How did I bully you? Lin Shun touched his, but that was broken into 4 pieces and said helplessly. Before there was Jiang and now there is this little girl. Why does he feel like anyone can bully him? His fighting ability is too weak. You are bullying me anyway. The little girl in red said unreasonably. Then tell me, what should I do in the future so that I won't be bullying you? Lin Shun was already a little puzzled. What happened between him and this little girl in red? To the extent that this little girl in red spoke with such resentment, she was exactly like a little ghost in red. Don't let me see you, even if it's not bullying me. After listening to the unreasonable words of the little girl in red, Lin Shun was completely speechless. That's easy. As long as you don't come to find me, I won't see you. And don't let me see you in Duo and I go to play with her sister Ting. The little girl in red said with a little jealousy. Seeing the little girl in red getting more and more demanding, Lin Shun immediately became unhappy. Little girl, aren't you going too far? You might as well just tell me not to come to Manhwa Group. Okay, then don't come to Manhwa Group in the future. Duo and I can stay here. The little girl in red took over the conversation directly. I can't go back to my group. Is this fair? Also, if I don't come to Manhwa Group, if Manhwa Group goes bankrupt, you and Duo will be homeless. Looking at the unreasonable look of the little girl in red, she was even more unreasonable than his girlfriend Tinger. I don't care anyway. Since I am your woman, you have to take responsibility for me. The little girl in red pointed at Lin Shun and snorted. When did you become my woman? Lin Shun asked in confusion. He felt that there were too many women who wanted to be his girlfriend. Not to mention Luo Xin. Now this little kid from Tianshan, who knows how old, actually wanted to be his girlfriend. He just wants to be a good man who is devoted to Ting. Now it seems that this is a bit too difficult for Tinger. Tinger, I don't know how many times I will be jealous in the future. I became one hundreds of years ago. Chapter 114, Fighting Incident. Listening to the little girl in red talking about these irrelevant things again, Lin Shun had decided not to bother with her anymore. Hundreds of years ago, he was not even born. This little girl can't even make up a lie. After leaving the little girl in red alone in the corner, Lin Shun went straight back to the office. Seeing that only Lin Shun came back, Lu Shitting and Duo were surprised for a moment and asked in unison, "Where's Bye? She's outside. This little girl is just telling lies. She even said that I fell in love with her hundreds of years ago. How is that possible? I wasn't even born hundreds of years ago. Tinger, don't believe a word she says." Lin Shun looked at the 2 women in front of him and said, "Okay." Lu Shitting also felt that the little girl in red was a little weird. Some of the things she did could not be described by common sense. Moreover, Duo had been with Lin Shun for such a long time, and Lin Shun had never done anything to her. Lu Shitting was still very relieved about Lin Shun. By the way, Duo, do you know the origin of that little girl in red? Lin Shun now felt that his guess at that time was a little wrong. This little girl in red seemed to be the opposite of Duo. Rather than saying that she was another Duo, it would be better to say that she was more like something missing in Duo's body. Duo doesn't know either. One day, she suddenly found Duo and told Duo that she was a little saint. Duo stared with big eyes and said everything she knew. Since he didn't get anything useful from Duo, Lin Shun didn't pursue the matter any further. But when he heard Duo say that the little girl took the initiative to find her, Lin Shun still had a suspicion, because he could feel that the soul power of the little girl in red was stronger than that of Duo. He would find time to secretly observe the secret of the little girl in red. Brother Lin Shun, is there any problem with Bye? Seeing that Lin Shun was thinking about something and didn't say anything, Duo asked fearfully. If there's a conflict between Brother Lin Shun and Bye, who should she help? Brother Lin Shun is the best brother to her, and Bye is her best friend. If there is any conflict between the two, she will cry for a long time. It's no problem. You could still play happily together in the future. Seeing Duo looking a little embarrassed, Lin Shun said with a smile. Brother Lin Shun, are you telling the truth? I knew Bye was definitely not a bad person. She was still struggling over who to choose, but now that she found out she didn't have to choose, Duo said with joy. Of course it's true, Lin Shun said lovingly as he looked at the silly little girl in front of him who didn't even know how to fight back when being spanked. Okay, from now on, Duo can bring Bye to play with Brother Lin Shun. Duo said happily. I'm afraid this is not possible. Brother Lin Shun, why do you say that? Because Bye doesn't like you to play with me. Thinking of what the little girl in red had just said and the soul power emanating from her, Lin Shun hurriedly stopped Duo from having this dangerous idea. He doesn't want to get himself into trouble again. Well, Duo seems to understand. Duo nodded and said, and she was also worried that one day Brother Lin Shun would be snatched away by her little sister. Although she and Bye are very good sisters, she will never give in to Brother Lin Shun. Then can we go play with Sister Ting together? Duo looked at Lin Shun and asked. This should be possible. Remembering that the little girl in red did not list this precaution, Lin Shun agreed to Duo's request. Sister Ting, do you like Duo to play with you? Seeing that Brother Lin Shun agreed, Duo asked Lu Shiting obediently. Of course. Lu Shiting smiled and touched Duo's little head, agreeing readily. Lu Shiting loves this natural little cutie very much. Moreover, Duo has the personality of a completely child, and coaxing Duo is just like coaxing a baby. Thinking that she would become Lin Shun's wife and give birth to a baby for Lin Shun in the future, Lu Shiting's face suddenly blushed. Sister Ting, you are so good to Duo. Duo happily threw herself into Lu Shiting's arms, rubbing her little head against her, looking dazed and making Lin Shun envious. Just as Lin Shun was watching everything in front of him leisurely and happily. Suddenly, there were sounds of fighting coming from the room downstairs. From time to time, there were sounds of teacups breaking and tables and chairs falling over. Hearing this voice, Lin Shun frowned immediately. Someone was causing trouble in their Manhwa group in broad daylight. What exactly does their group's security department do? Does it mean that without Uncle Nien, this group of people have no fighting power at all? Can't you even handle something like this? If this is true, he must reorganize the security department this time. Lin Shun slammed the table in the office hard and walked straight downstairs. As soon as Lin Shun went downstairs, he saw dozens of men in black surrounding the security department, but they were all standing at the door stupidly, and none of them dared to come forward. This made Lin Shun suddenly angry. What are you doing standing there? Don't you know how to deal with what happened? When the men in black saw that it was Lin Shun who came, they immediately showed respectful expressions on their faces. Boss Lin, we really can't handle this matter. Didn't I give you the authority to be the security department? Is there anything that even you can't handle? Boss Lin, you will know after you take a look yourself. Seeing the men in black consciously making way for them, Lin Shun suddenly became even angrier, who was so powerful that he even asked the chairman of Manhwa Group to personally take action. Lin Shun walked through a path made clear by the men in black with a gloomy face, but when he saw the situation inside the security department, he was stunned. Kaney was seen flying in the air and kicking continuously, and the one who could take on Kaney's moves with ease was Wunyan, whom Lin Shun had been looking forward to returning these days. Now Lin Shun finally knew who could not be handled by the security department of their Manhwa Group. Not to mention that the security department of their Manhwa Group can't handle it. Even he can't handle it. Uncle Nien, when did you come back? Chapter 115, Wu Nian returns. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Shun asked in surprise and joy. Wu Nian glanced back at Lin Shun, then withdrew his gaze in an instant. Just got back. Uncle Nien, what are you and Brother Kaney doing? Why are you fighting? Lin Shun looked at the messy room and said with some heartache. But compared to the things he lost, he was happier that Uncle Nien was back. Nothing, just a little exchange. Seeing Lin Shin coming, Wu Nian withdrew his hand and picked up the surviving things in the room one by one and put them in order. Meanwhile, Kenny looked at Wu Nian with a cold gaze and said, Wu Nian, you shouldn't have come back. Since I said I would come back, I will definitely come back. As for whether he is willing to let me stay, that is his decision. Wu Nian, you. Okay, you don't need to say these useless words to me. I'm the only one who knows what kind of situation I am in now. Wu Nian, the person involved is confused, but the bystander can see clearly. Sometimes what you think is not what you think. Can Yi said without giving in. Given your current situation, you should find a place to hide, instead of showing up and taking risks like you are now. I said I have made my choice. As for the rest, leave it to him to decide. Wu Nian had already frowned slightly. Why are you so stubborn? As soon as Can Yi finished speaking, he punched him again. Wu Nian stood still and took the punch calmly. Kenny, your kung fu has not improved at all in the past few years. Now, you are no match for me. Do you think this is my true strength? Kenya's eyes turned cold, and he kicked him again. Lin Shun, who was standing aside, watched the two people talking about some inexplicable words, and now they started fighting for no apparent reason. He suddenly became anxious. Uncle Nien, Brother Kenny, the two of you should stop fighting. However, the two men not only ignored the request, but their attacks became even more violent. There was no other way, so Lin Shun had to continue shouting, Uncle Nien, Brother Kenny, please stop fighting. If you continue to fight, the office will be gone, but I spent tens of millions to renovate it. Hearing what Lin Shun said, they were both slightly stunned and stopped what they were doing. Can you look back at Lin Shun, sneered, and then smashed the jade Buddha on the desk with a palm, and said to Wu Nian, look for yourself. You care so much about this kid, but in the end, this kid only cares about whether his things are destroyed. Don't you feel disappointed when he says this? Wu Nian's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. Seeing Wu Nian's action, Can Yi followed and said, besides, even if you stay, can you save this kid from the Yongyi Special Forces? Besides sacrificing your life in vain, can you do anything else? Originally, he thought Wu Nian would be persuaded by him, and his heart would be relieved, but he didn't expect Wu Nian to change the subject and say, this is a disaster that I brought upon myself. I can't just sit back and watch it happen no matter what. Wu Nian, what I said to you is like talking to a cow. Kenny sighed silently. Uncle Nien, what exactly happened? Can you tell me now? Lin Shun, who was confused by what he heard, just asked directly. But for what Uncle Nien said, he was planning to stay. If Uncle Nien wanted to stay, he would agree no matter what. Come with me, Wu Nian said, and directly stretched out his big hand. Lin Shin held it without any hesitation. As soon as he held Wu Nian's big hand, Wu Nian turned around and jumped out of the window with Lin Shin. Although this was not the first time, Lin Shin still felt dizzy when he saw the height of more than 40 floors above the ground. Originally, he thought Wu Nian would take him straight down, but unexpectedly, the hook on Wu Nian's sleeve turned and took him directly to the 46th floor of Longhua Group, which is the so-called rooftop. After being put firmly on the rooftop by Wu Nian, Lin Shun took a deep breath. Uncle Nian, don't do it so suddenly next time. What? Are you scared? Wu Nian said with a smile on his face. I'm not afraid. It's just that it happened too suddenly, and I couldn't react. This kind of situation may happen more often in the future. Hearing Wu Nian's sudden words, Lin Shun was suddenly confused. What does Uncle Nian mean by this? Does it mean that their current situation is very dangerous? Just when Lin Shun was still full of confusion, Can Yi also flew up? Wu Nian, you really can't forget this kid. Kenny said this after he stood firm on his feet. Wu Nian withdrew his gaze from Can Yi, and then looked at Lin Shun. You should have a lot of doubts now. Uncle Nian, I have many questions. My mind is full of doubts. What happened to you in the past few days? Just tell me. Lin Shin asked anxiously. You should know these things by now. Wu Nian sighed softly, then spoke slowly. Kenny has already told you about Wentian, so I won't say any more. Yes, Brother Kenny told me about Wentian and his Yongya Special Forces. Lin Shin nodded and said, yeah. Wu Nian hummed. The reason I left these 2 days was to see my master. He is not the same as before. Wu Niantai raised his head and glanced at the setting sun in the distance. His face, which had always been as cold as an icy iceberg, now showed sadness and nostalgia. Senior Wentian, what happened to him? What on earth happened to him? Seeing Wu Nian like this, Lin Shun became even more confused. I can't tell you about this. This involves the hidden family in another dimension, so I can't reveal too much to you. Anyway, my master is now full of hatred and hostility towards the Dragon Country and the person behind it. The person behind the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Shen had never heard of such a person. However, judging from the fleeting look of respect on Wu Nian's face, this person's identity and status are definitely not simple. Yes, that person is someone our Flying Tiger Special Forces is loyal to. Uncle Nian, are you saying that Wen Tian betrayed the people he once wanted to be loyal to? Chapter 116, Uncle Nian, this is my choice. Yes and no. Anyway, I can't judge this question. Knowing that Wu Nian was not going to tell Wen Tian what happened that year, Lin Shen chose not to ask any further. Seeing that Lin Shen did not ask any further questions, Wu Nian's brows relaxed slightly. In short, Wen Tian, that is, my master wanted me to join the Eternal Night Special Forces, but I refused. But Wu Nian's brows began to frown tightly again. Uncle Nian, but what? Wen Tian has been investigating what I have done in Manhwa over the past 1 or 2 months. He plans to take action against your Manhwa group and force me to join their Eternal Night Special Forces. Wu Nian glanced at Lin Shen, and there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. Wen Tian is actually going to attack our Manhwa group. That's right. Wu Nian nodded. The Eternal Night Special Forces are currently on a mission in another country, searching for a special Horcrux. They won't be back for more than 3 months. If I don't choose to join the Eternal Night Special Forces after 3 months, they will attack your Manhwa group. After hearing Wu Nian's words, Lin Shen's mind was in a mess. He had already heard from Caney about the strength of the Eternal Night Special Forces. It can be said that he is invincible in Dragon Country. And 3 months later, if Uncle Nian doesn't join the Eternal Night Special Forces, they will take action against the Manhwa group. If Uncle Nian is allowed to stay, will he be able to fight against the Eternal Night Special Forces with only these 3 months? Moreover, now Lin Shen's mind reappeared the dream he had a few days ago. Wu Nian was like a devil from the depths of hell, strangling his neck alive. Thinking of this, Lin Shen couldn't help but sweat a few drops on his head. His emotions and deep down in his heart told him that he had to let Uncle Nian stay no matter what. But reason told him that he couldn't do this, as doing so would only lead to death. Uncle Nian, your parents won't be implicated, right? Lin Shen asked with a pale face, probably because he was frightened by the dream at that time. Hearing Lin Shen's question, Wu Nian was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lin Shen would actually care about his parents at this time. I have hidden my parents in an absolutely safe place. Wen Tian will not be able to find them. So that's how it is. After hearing Wu Nian's answer, Lin Shen took a deep breath. It turned out that the dream he had was all fake. It was just his imagination and the natural expression of the fear deep in his heart. But thinking of this, Lin Shen's expression changed slightly. If Uncle Nian could hide his parents where no one could find them, then he could also hide himself. Uncle Nian could have just abandoned me, but I didn't expect him to choose to stay. Uncle Nian, do you want to stay now? Lin Shen asked. Yes. Wu Nian nodded. I want to choose to stay, but everything depends on you in the end. 3 months later, the Eternal Night Special Forces will return to Long Country. At that time, they will attack your Manhwa group. If you are afraid, I will choose to go back and join the Eternal Night Special Forces. In this way, the Eternal Night Special Forces will not attack your Manhwa group. No, Wu Nian, you have a third choice, which is to disappear for a while now. The farther away, the better. Caney, who had been standing silently by the side, listening to the conversation between the two, reminded at this time. No, Caney, you're wrong. Although Wen Tian can't find my parents, it doesn't mean he can't find me. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, I can't escape the surveillance of my master. Moreover, Manhwa Group was implicated because of you. I can't just abandon Lin Shen and leave. Wu Nian's tone was still as calm as before. Of course, Lin Shen, if you don't want me to stay, I will leave directly and join the Yonya Special Forces. Since I promised you at that time, unless I lose my life, I will definitely protect the safety of your Manhwa Group. Uncle Nian, I choose to let you stay. Lin Shen said this without any hesitation. Although he knew that he would be facing the Eternal Night Special Forces in the future, his life would very likely be in danger. But he had set his heart a long time ago that he didn't want to see Uncle Nian join the Eternal Night Special Forces and do something he didn't want to do. He had already said this in his heart when he didn't know about this. Now that he knows about this, he will definitely not back down. 3 months is still a long time. Maybe there will be some miraculous turn of events. Although I know that this choice may be a fatal path. But if he doesn't make this choice, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing Lin Chun make the choice so decisively, Wu Yin and Qin Yi both fell silent. Qin Yi knew that Lin Chun would definitely make this choice, but he didn't expect that Lin Chun would choose so quickly and so resolutely. But without thoughts, what's better is surprise and emotion. He had already prepared himself mentally to join the Eternal Night Special Forces, because he knew that human nature would often choose to surrender in the face of such absolute crushing power. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Chun would be so determined to let him stay and choose to fight against the Eternal Night Special Forces with him. Lin Chun is already betting his life. On the rooftop, the cold wind kept blowing across my face, but the atmosphere on the entire rooftop continued to heat up. It was as if something was about to explode suddenly. Perhaps it was a lofty ambition, perhaps it was a life-and-death oath, or perhaps it was achieved with absolute trust. In short, this feeling made the three people present feel suddenly a few years younger and return to their own passionate time. Don't you regret it? Wu Yin asked Lin Chen this question after a long time. But he was also asking himself, does he regret choosing to join the Manhwa group? Now it seems that Lin Chen has given his answer. Uncle Nien, I don't regret it. I told you that in my previous life, I went through bullets and gunfire with you. I was always on the verge of death. I have long since become indifferent to life and death. Lin Chen said firmly. Okay. Wu Yin patted Lin Chen's shoulder heavily. From today on, I will do everything I can to help Manhwa Group get out of this predicament. Uncle Nien, I believe you. Chapter 117, Joining the Flying Tigers. I will support you in whatever you do. From now on, your words within Manhwa Group will be regarded as my words. Although he was almost knocked to the ground by Wu Yin's pat on the shoulder, Lin Chen still managed to get through it. You kid. Well, from now on, I will make decisions for you on some things. Wu Yin laughed with his heart open. Uncle Yin, this is what I've been asking for. Seeing that he had finally gained Uncle Yin's absolute trust, Lin Chen smiled happily. It took him 5 full years in his previous life, but this time, it only took him less than half a month. On the side, looking at the two people hugging each other tightly in front of him, Kenny turned his head silently. Why does this feeling feel so familiar? It was exactly like the feeling he had in the Flying Tigers, looking at the slightly lonely figure in the night. Lin Chen knew that he was also good to Wu Yin, and he also knew that Kaney would only be nice to Wu Yin. As for other people, he doesn't care whether they're dead or alive. Brother Kaney, the 1-month agreement between us has expired. If you want to go back, just go back. Although Kaney did not provide him with much help in the past month, at least he felt very at ease during this month. For this, he was very grateful to Kaney in his heart. Wu Yin, are you sure you want to stay? Kaney looked at Lin Shun and asked Wu Yin. Although after he knew the truth, he knew that things would definitely develop to the point where they are today. However, as for fighting against Wen Tian and his Eternal Night Special Forces, Kaney knew that it was simply impossible for Wu Yin and Lin Chen's Manhwa Group. If they act so bravely, both of them will die in vain. Letting Wu Yin leave, or letting Wu Yin join the Eternal Night Special Forces, can allow one of the two to survive, or both of them to survive. He watched with his own eyes the members of the Flying Tigers Special Forces die one by one. Therefore, Kaney cherishes Wu Yin and his life very much. He really didn't want Wu Yin to put himself in danger, as his life would be in danger at any time. But now it seems that Wu Yin has made up his mind, and there is no possibility of convincing him. I've made up my mind. Kaney, thank you for taking care of Lin Shun these past few days. Now that there's nothing else to do, you can go back to where you came from. I'll stay with you. Kaney blurted out as Wu Yin finished speaking. You don't have to stay. And even if you stay, you can't change the overall situation. Wu Yin said. Wu Yin, have you forgotten what our Flying Tigers Special Forces said back then? When we were on a mission, no matter how big or small the matter was, we always acted together as a team. The Flying Tigers Special Forces are gone. Wu Yin said in a heavy tone. It's not now, is it again? Kanyi pointed at himself and Wu Yin, and then pointed at Lin Shun, who was beside Wu Yin. Wu Yin followed Kanye's finger, turned his head and glanced at Lin Shun, then smiled and said, if he wants to join the Flying Tiger Special Forces, he is not qualified yet. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the qualifications, he can rely on connections. You are his uncle, whether he can join the Flying Tigers is up to you, right? Kanyi joked with Wu Yin. Besides, if we disappear one day, we should always have a memory of the Flying Tigers, right? Kaney, what you said makes sense. Lin Shun, are you willing to join the Flying Tigers Special Forces? Wu Yin turned around and asked Lin Shun. Uncle Yin, am I not qualified? You're the captain of the Flying Tiger Special Forces. You can't take the lead in doing this kind of thing. Lin Shun directly refused because he was very dissatisfied with what Uncle Nian had just said. Wunyan, it seems that we are all old. No one else is willing to join our Flying Tigers Special Forces. Caney said with a rare smile. Pointing at Lin Shun, Wunyan also laughed. You kid, you are really a little sly. Your current strength is indeed not enough to be a regular team member, but I can accept you as a temporary team member. After this matter is dealt with, I will make you a regular member. Wu Yan's tone left no room for doubt as he made the decision directly. Just like that, Lin Shun unknowingly became a member of the Flying Tiger Special Forces, which was ranked #1 in Dragon Country. Although the process was confusing, Lin Shun was secretly happy in his heart. This is the #1 Special Forces team in Long Country, which represents unprecedented honor in Long Country. Okay, Lin Shun, you're now a member of our Flying Tiger Special Forces. As for the code name, you can come up with one yourself. Code name? It's too troublesome to come up with a name. From now on, my code name will just be Lin Shun. Lin Shun, who has difficulty choosing a name, simply gave himself an operational code name called Lin Shun. However, the two older brothers from the Flying Tigers Special Forces nearby, when they heard Lin Shun casually come up with a code name for the operation, their faces suddenly became mixed with emotions. Haha, Wu Yin, if you really want to hand over the Flying Tigers Special Forces to this kid in the future, you must think twice. Maybe within less than a year after the Flying Tiger Special Forces are handed over to this kid, the Flying Tiger Special Forces will directly become the last in Long Country. Looking at Lin Shin's somewhat unrestrained temper, Kenyi couldn't help laughing. However, Kenyi still likes Lin Shin's personality. Okay, since Lin Shun thought of this code name, let him use it. Wu Yin didn't say anything about Lin Shin's code name. Kenyi, I have to go there in the next few days. The safety of Manhwa Group will be left to you in the next few days. Are you going to meet that person? As Wu Yin's old partner for many years, Kenyi easily guessed who Wu Yin was going to meet. That's right. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. After all, my master's incident was caused by that person. If that person is willing to come forward, maybe he can really untie the knot that my master has been holding for so many years. If Longwa loses Wentian, it will be an unprecedented loss for Longwa. But that man should be over 80 years old now. Can he still show up again? Kenyi asked worriedly. He admired that person from the bottom of his heart. The fact that Longwa has been able to enjoy peace and prosperity for so many years can be attributed largely to the contribution of that person. As for whether I can show up, I won't know until I meet him. Chapter 118, The Mysterious Person. Wu Yin sighed with some concern. Listening to Wu Yin and Kenyi mentioning that person all the time, Lin Shin suddenly became a little confused. Who exactly are you referring to as that person? Lin Shun asked the two of them. Keep it a secret. Kenyi said, when the day comes that you truly become a member of the Flying Tigers, I will tell you in person. Wu Yin obviously had no intention of telling Lin Shin now. You don't want to tell me, right? If you don't tell me, I will check it myself. Seeing that the two of them treated him as an outsider, Lin Shun said very angrily. Seeing Lin Shun like this, Wu Yin and Kenyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kenyi, I'll go find that person first. Wu Yin said this, swung the hook, and jumped down from the rooftop. Seeing Wu Yin's always out-of-place way of going downstairs, Lin Shin asked Kenyi beside him, Brother Kenyi, has Uncle Yin always been so fond of climbing walls and flying over rooftops? You can't say, Wu Yin, everyone in our Flying Tigers is like this, and you have to be like this in the future. Kenyi smiled and glanced at Lin Shun, and threw a spare hook into Lin Shin's arms. Here, this is your hook. Please don't embarrass our Flying Tigers. Looking at the hook in his arms, and thinking about the height of the 45th floor, Lin Shin's legs suddenly weakened a bit, and he quickly threw the hook back into Kenyi's arms. Brother Kenyi, you should keep this. Wu Yin's problems have now been resolved, and the doubts that Lin Shun had been holding in his heart for the past few days have also disappeared. Moreover, Kenyi is now under his command. Lin Shun is in a very good mood, and even feels lighter when walking. As for how to solve the problem of the Eternal Night Special Forces in 3 months, Lin Shun simply handed it over to Uncle Nien. He just needed to be a good Lu Chan and help Uncle Nien solve any problems he encountered. For those things that are not related to business, let's leave them to Uncle Nien, a professional. The men in black saw Lin Chan walking down from upstairs with a happy look on his face, and they knew that he must have resolved the conflict between the two big guys, Wu Yin and Kenyi. The men in black immediately had more respect for Lin Shun. Hello, Mr. Lin. Boss Lin, you are so amazing. We dare not solve the problem, but you solve it easily once you show up. All right, go back to your homes and your mothers and disperse quickly. If I see you guys not doing your jobs again, I'll deduct your wages next month. Although he felt very comfortable being flattered, when Lin Shun thought that such a large group of people could not only stop the dispute between Uncle Nien and King Yi, but could not even beat that girl Jiang Wan, he suddenly felt that the security department of their Longhua group was too shameful. Yes, Mr. Lin, let's return to our posts now. Go, 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 what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. If I lose this salary that is 3 times the market price, I will fight you to the death. After watching the large group of men in black leave, Lin Shun returned to his office. After seeing Lin Shun coming back, the worry on Lu Shiting's face instantly turned into joy, but he still asked, Brother Chun, what happened outside just now? It's nothing. I've already solved it. Is it really nothing? Really? Don't worry, my little Ting. Even if the sky falls, I will push it back up. Seeing that Tinger was about to act coquettishly again, Lin Shun quickly stopped her. He and Tinger have been affectionate too many times in the past few days. The next few days are a critical period, and he can't afford to indulge in the gentleness of the moment again. By the way, Tinger, how are you reading the business Bible I gave you last time? Suddenly remembering that he had a plan to train Tinger to become the world's #1 female president. He had been thinking about other things these days, and this plan was almost abandoned. Lin Chun picked it up and said, I've seen almost enough. What's wrong, Brother Chun? Seeing that Lin Chun ignored her acting coquettishly, Lu Shiting said somewhat resentfully, Avoiding Tinger's resentfullook, Lin Tian smiled bitterly. It was true that there were only cows that died of exhaustion in this world, but no fields that were damaged by plowing. There are some slightly larger tasks in the next few days that require you to go out and gain some experience. If there is anything you don't understand, just call me. Lin Chun said with a slight cough. Oh, okay. Lu Shiting said very obediently. In her heart, she was very willing to help Lin Chun solve his problems. However, Brother Chun, you must not do anything to let me down while I'm away. Lu Shiting suddenly changed the subject and said to Lin Chun with her eyes wide open. Tinger, don't worry. Lin Chun agreed readily as he rubbed Lu Shiting's head with a smile. You'll be very busy in the next few days and will have no time to think about love matters. Okay, I believe in Brother Chen's character. Lu Shiting deliberately emphasized the word character. Tinger, just rest assured. Lin Chun laughed angrily. Then Brother Chun, now, Tim wants to, Lu Shiting said, and her face suddenly turned red. Tinger, what do you want to do? You don't really want to get rid of me completely before you give up, do you? Looking at Tinger's malicious eyes, Lin Chun immediately realized something. How come this little girl Ting has become so proactive? That's it. Lu Shiting snorted tenderly, then threw herself directly into Lin Chen's arms. Time quickly came to the next day. Lin Chen stretched himself and climbed out of bed with some difficulty. He opened his eyes and found that Tinger was no longer around. She must have gone to negotiate with another company. This little girl was so embarrassed last night. Is she still shy now? Lin Chen sighed helplessly. He was wondering if he was too good to Tinger and whether Tinger had been spoiled by him now. From now on, you can't spoil Tinger like this anymore. Lin Chen put on his clothes and got out of bed. He turned the door of the bedroom and came to his office. Just as Lin Chen was sitting in a chair analyzing the company's financial report for the past month, he heard someone knocking on the door. Come in. Suddenly remembering that he had transferred Xiao Zhao to Xiao Fei's side, and Tinger was also out working, he was the only lonely old man left in the whole office. So Lin Chen just got down from the chair and opened the door. Chapter 119, Paying Back the Peach Blossom Debt. After opening the door, Lin Chen saw Jiangwen. I haven't seen Jiangwen for several days. She looks more haggard than in the past few days. However, he exudes an icy temperament that makes people feel difficult to approach. Jiangwen, Lin Chen asked, almost unable to recognize her. Don't call me Jiangwen. I'll just call you Qiu-chan from now on. Jiangwen glared at Lin Chen and said coldly. Feeling the suffocating aura from Jiangwen, Lin Chen had no choice but to say, Qiu-chan, what do you want to talk to me about? The pharmaceutical experts I told you about 2 days ago have now arrived in Binhai City. What arrangements are you going to make? Qiu-chan asked. In 2 days, I will send them to a pharmaceutical company under the name of our group. Feeling that Qiu-chan was completely different from before, Lin Chen said with some shock in his heart. When a man is away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. The ancients did not deceive me. Okay. After saying these words, Qiu-chan paused at the door and walked straight outside. Now she is just a cicada. Now, she just needs to complete the task. And that man didn't care about her changes at all. Why is she still being so sentimental? Autumn cicada. Just as Cho-chan reached the corner, Lin Chen's voice suddenly came from behind. After a moment's silence, Cho-chan turned her head away. What's wrong? Is there anything you want me telling? Cho-chan looked at Lin Chen and asked this question. I don't think I have anything to telling now. Then why did you ask me to stop? Cho-chan, you have changed so much. If it is because I have done something to let you down, I apologize to you now. Lin Chen didn't want to say anything at first, but after seeing Cho-chan's lonely back, he still said with some guilt in his heart. If he had chosen to stay and listen to Cho-chan's thoughts, Cho-chan would not have become what she is now. You're not wrong. I am wrong. I thought of something that is simply impossible. Cho-chan was stunned for a moment and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen already has Lu Shitting now. She also found out that day that Lu Shitting loves Lin Chen very much, so there is no possibility between her and Lin Chen anymore. Instead of looking to others to save you, it is better to save yourself. Listening to Cho-chan saying these incomprehensible words, Lin Chen chose not to continue asking. Cho-chan must have her own concerns, but now that she has figured out, anything she says might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. To be honest, Lin Chen also wanted to live a life with 3 wives and 4 concubines, but the real society simply did not allow him to do so. So Lin Chen had no choice but to ignore Cho-chan's slight expression of feelings. If there was another place in this world where this was possible, he would definitely ask Cho-chan about it thoroughly now. Seeing that Lin Chen did not continue asking, Cho-chan turned around and walked directly into the elevator. However, a few tears quietly fell from her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away. Now she is just Cho-chan, just a member of the Eagle Special Forces. She cannot cry casually and bring shame to the Eagle Special Forces. As he watched the elevator door slowly close, Lin Chen's heart began to grow heavy. It is really a very uncomfortable thing to pay back these peach blossom debts. He must be careful with his words and actions when dealing with other girls in the future. Don't ever get into trouble with other lovers again. After seeing off Cho-chan, Lin Chen returned to his office again. Just as he was about to analyze the company's financial statements for the past month, Lin Chen's private phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was Luo Xin. Miss Luo? Why is she calling at this time? Could it be that their Luo group has already established a firm foothold in the stock market? And is she here to report the good news? Hello, Miss Luo. Lin Chen took the phone and said, Lin Chen, the press conference about Yuanda Group has been held. Thank you for your reminder. Our Luo group has also acquired half of Yuanda Group's original shares in Manhwa. As expected, Miss Luo was here to announce the good news. However, Lin Chen really didn't know anything about the press conference. These past 2 days, he has been concerned about Uncle Nien and Shengshi Group, and his heart has not been on this at all. Then I would like to congratulate your Luo group. Lin Chen said, your congratulations are too insincere. Miss Luo, your Luo group has made money now. What else do you want me to do to show my sincerity? Lin Chen said helplessly. Forget it. I knew you were a miser. Luo Xin laughed like a little girl on the other end of the phone. But, Lin Chen, there's one thing you will never expect. What's the matter? Seeing that Luo Xin was starting to keep him in suspense, Lin Chen suddenly became confused. Your good girl Ting has been taught a good lesson by me, Luo Xin said happily. Didn't Tinger go to Weiss Group? Could it be that? That's right. The Weiss Group was just acquired by our Luo group not long ago. I was still handling business at the Weiss Group. I didn't expect to run into Lu Shitting. Miss Luo, how did you bully her again? Thinking of Tinger's blushing face, Lin Chen now felt a little sorry for his Tinger. Nothing, we just had some disputes over the contract. Luo Xin said disapprovingly. By the way, Lin Chen, you don't want to train her to be the pillar of your company, do you? Miss Luo, how dare you ask such a question? Lin Chen said unhappily. Luo Xin was trained as the successor by Grandpa Luo since he was young. He was completely different from Lu Jiangwo, who let Tinger run wild. It would be a bit too difficult for Tinger to expect her to take advantage of Luo Xin. Lin Chen, in my opinion, instead of training her, you might as well train me. Luo Xin Zitge Asai. She is my girlfriend and future wife, but you are not. You don't have to worry about who to train, Miss Luo. Lin Chen had lost his temper because of Luo Xin's outspokenness. Brother Lin Chen, as long as you are willing, I can be your girlfriend. Lin Chen originally thought that what Luo Xin had just said was the limit of joking. Chapter 120 Confessin. I didn't expect Luo Xin to say such extreme words. His little lover in his previous life is becoming more and more outrageous. Luo Xin, I already have... After thinking for a while, Lin Shun finally said it. There's no such thing as having the best of both worlds in this world. There are some things he has to give up. Lin Shun, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and finally a voice that mustered up courage came out. Lin Shun, do you know? All I can think about now is you. Listening to Luo Xin's affectionate confession, Lin Shun suddenly felt at a loss as to what to do. Luo Xin, I'm sorry. Before Lin Shun could finish his words, he was interrupted by a slightly crying voice. Lin Shun, I don't want to hear anything else. I just want to know, do you have me in your heart? I have you in my heart, but Luo Xin, you have to know that there will be no future between us. Tinger is a good girl, and I can't do anything to let her down, Lin Shun said with a little sadness. In his mind, reason finally overcame emotion. Lin Shun, as long as you have me in your heart, that's all. As for status or anything like that, I don't need it. I can be your mistress or concubine, and my father has also agreed with my decision. Hearing the woman on the other end of the phone say such bold words, Lin Shun suddenly lost himself. In his previous life, Luo Xin had said something similar to him, and he couldn't help but agree with Luo Xin at the time. However, at that time his wife was Gao Wan, the woman who had no sense of belonging to her home. But this time, his girlfriend was Tinger. Luo Xin, I can't promise you. Let's meet as partners in the future, Lin Shun said with some self-blame. But he doesn't want to be a two-timing man. If he falls in love with a woman, he will definitely give her a result and protect her for the rest of her life. But now, he couldn't do it for Luo Xin. No matter whether it is about the laws of Manhwa or his feelings for the little girl Tinger, he cannot end up with Luo Xin. Lin Shun, am I not pretty enough? Am I not likable enough for you? Hearing Lin Shun's words of rejection, Luo Xin burst into tears. She had finally mustered up the courage to confess her feelings to the man who saved their Luo group. But she didn't expect that this man would reject her so ruthlessly. Luo Xin, this is not a question of whether you're pretty or not. With your looks, basically all men will be fascinated by you. But I've already said that I won't marry Tinger, so I definitely can't marry you. Besides, if I agree to you, how can I face Tinger then? You are the future heir of Luo's group. Please stop being unreasonable. Lin Shun, these are what you were worried about. It doesn't matter. I heard from my father that there's a place called Soul Realm, where a man can marry many women at the same time. As for Lu Shitting, I will tell her little by little, and I will definitely not make things difficult for you then. Luo Xin said happily and hurriedly. She could feel that Lin Shun liked her, but he was bound by worldly principles, so he said these words. Listening to Luo Xin's irrelevant words, which were completely spoken by the childish mind deep in her heart, Lin Shun suddenly laughed angrily. Luo X, let's not talk about whether the so-called soul world exists or not. Even if it does exist, do you think it is a place where ordinary people like us can set foot? How will we know if we don't try to find it? Luo Xin said unwillingly. Silly woman, you are stupid. In the future, if it's not about the Luo group, don't call me again. This is my private number, and I generally won't answer it unless it's something important. Also, don't even think about looking for the so-called soul world. It's not a place you should get involved in. Fearing that Luo Xin would really do such a stupid thing, Lin Shun said in a very serious tone and hung up the phone directly. Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up, Luo Xin bit her red lips tightly. Lin Shun, you don't want me to look for her, but I'm going to look for her. You don't want me to bully Lu Shitting, but I'm going to bully Lu Shitting. You don't want me to do something, but I'm going to do it. Anyway, you have me in your heart, don't you? After finishing his phone call with Luo Xin, Lin Shun no longer had the heart to look at the company's accounts. Luo Xin is a smart woman who can think of anything. But if he becomes stupid, he is not even as good as a 3-year-old child. I didn't expect that she now knows all those things about the hidden family. What's even more troubling is that this woman actually wanted to find this place. No, he must find an opportunity to explain things clearly to Luo Xin and make her give up on this idea completely. Otherwise, if this woman really found something she shouldn't have found, it could be a disaster for their Luo group, or even for the entire Dragon Country. Silly woman, she is exactly the same as in her previous life. Usually she is as steady and calm as a queen, but at critical moments, she will make trouble and act like a little girl. Thinking of this, Lin Shun really want to call Luo Xin over right now and give her a good lesson. Of course, it is a language lesson. Rather, the physical kind of lesson. Ding, ding, ding. Just when Lin Shan was feeling overwhelmed by what Luo Xian said, another phone call came in. Boss, you are really awesome. I really love you so much. As soon as Lin Shan picked up the phone, he heard the fat man Sun Wei's excited howling from the other end. Sun Wei, could you please lower your voice? It almost broke my eardrum. Lin Shan said with a dark face, feeling almost gutted by Sun Wei's two howling voices. Although Lin Shan knew that Sun Wei must have made money in the stock market, Sun Wei's reaction was really too excited. Boss, I'm sorry, Private Marseille. Am I not a little too excited? I hate it most when people speak foreign languages in front of me. Lin Shan said with some dissatisfaction after hearing Sun Wei speaking an unknown language. Boss, I have business dealings with various countries, so I'm used to talking about it casually. But don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense later. Hearing Lin Chen's unfriendly tone, Sun Wei said hurriedly. Well, what's going on over there now? Chapter 121, It's Hard to Be a Little Brother. Can it make you so happy? Boss, to be honest with you, after listening to your advice a few days ago, I directly invested all the money in Bayphone Group. Now our Bayphone Group has directly snatched a quarter of the shares of Yuanda Group at that time and made trillions of dollars in one go. Sun Wei said to Lin Chen respectfully, all the assets of your Bayphone Group? How come you only made so little? Boss, isn't there a Luo Group up there? I don't know where they got the news from, but they're also here to play tough. After all, they're one of the top 10 groups in the world, and more than half of the shares of Yuanda Group are trapped in their hands. Sun Wei said with tears in his eyes. He invested 10 trillion US dollars and originally thought he could make at least another 10 trillion US dollars. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yaojin showed up halfway, and he only made half of the money in the end. So that's how it is. He wasn't paying attention when Luo Xian called him just now, but he didn't expect that Grandpa Luo believed him so much. Judging from the money that Rockwell Group earned this time, it must have invested at least tens of trillions of dollars in it. Although this amount of money does not seem to be a particularly large sum for the Luo Group, Lin Shan knows that this amount of money may very well be the last straw that breaks the camel's back for the current Luo Group. Mr. Luo, you're putting your entire fortune and life on his shoulders. No wonder Grandpa Luo agreed to Luo Xian's outrageous idea of becoming his mistress. I was the one who told the Luo Group about this. There is no need to hide the relationship between his Longhua Group and a Luo Group in front of Sun Wei. So Lin Shan said directly. With Sun Wei's personality, if he were to do something behind the scenes and secretly hold back the Luo Group, and if the Luo Group found out, it would be Lin Chun himself who would be embarrassed. Boss, it turned out that you were the one who told the Luo Group. Upon hearing what Lin Shan said, Sun Wei's face turned pale. If the Luo Group is willing to be the boss's younger brother, the status of their Bayphone Group will be in jeopardy. After all, compared with the Luo Group, their Bayphone Group has no advantages at all. Now he has to quickly get the boss to accept him as his younger brother, so that he can gain a firm foothold in the boss's group of younger brothers in the future. After all, seniority is here. Boss, you see, I have successfully completed the task this time. As for taking me as your younger brother, you see. Thinking of this, Sun Wei said it out loud, shamelessly. Although in school the textbooks say that one will stand on the top of the mountain and look down on all the other mountains, we need to teach them to be confident and to climb to the top. But Sun Wei has now discovered that being Lin Chen's younger brother is not a shameful thing at all. Lin Chen didn't expect Sun Wei to be so obsessed with being his younger brother. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sun Wei, I won't let you be my younger brother now. Boss, why is it this time? You said last time that you would take me as your little brother after this mission is completed. Sun Wei said very aggrievedly. You've changed dozens of girlfriends in the past few years. You're the evil Mr. Sun in Binhai City. If I accept you as my younger brother, I'll lose my reputation in my later years. Although he knew that Sun Wei had stopped bullying men and women in the past year, Lin Chen still teased Sun Wei. The most important thing is that he just casually said about taking in younger brothers at the beginning. He is not involved in any gangs, so why would he take in younger brothers? But he never expected that the fat man would actually take it seriously. Now he is in a dilemma. He doesn't know whether to accept it or not. Boss, I was young, frivolous, ignorant, and immature back then. That's why I did those shameful things. But in the past 2 years, I have completely changed and grown a lot. Our Bayphone Group has been awarded the title of civilized and caring enterprise in the past 2 years. Boss, you can rest assured. As long as you accept me as your little brother, I promise to do good deeds every day and will never do such evil things again, Sun Wei said with a firm face. Listening to what Sun Wei said, Lin Chen spit out the water he had just drunk. You are really good at flattering yourself. You are a man in his early 30s, and you still have the nerve to say that you were young and frivolous back then. And your title of civilized and caring enterprise. Even you and Da Group is waiting to get such an honor. I won't say how high the water content of this title is. Also, why do you do good deeds every day after I accept you as my younger brother? But you don't do good deeds every day if I don't accept you as my younger brother. If you want me to take you in as my younger brother, that's fine. But there will be another 1-year probation period. If you pass the probation within this year, I will take the initiative to take you in as my younger brother, Lin Chun said in a very domineering and majestic manner. Boss, what if you change your mind later? Sun Wei had been fooled by Lin Chun and asked with some concern. I guarantee it with my character, that's fine. Boss, why do I feel that your character is not very trustworthy? Finally, after Lin Chun recounted all his stories of returning lost items to their owners since childhood, Sun Wei finally felt that Lin Chen's character was somewhat trustworthy. Boss, I will do as you agreed. But boss, I have a request. What request? Upon hearing the request, Lin Chen immediately wanted to hang up the phone. This fat guy, I wonder if he is running out of cash again. I caught him for $5 trillion last time, and he still remembers it clearly. Boss, before you accept me as your younger brother, you must not accept other younger brothers, especially those from the Luo group. Hearing what Sun Wei said, the muscles at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth began to tremble. Wow, so this is what the fat guy is worried about. Then he is worrying in vain. Even if he wanted to recruit Luo group as his younger brother now, not to mention Grandpa Luo, Luo Xian would jump out and give him a beating. You are just overthinking this. Boss, your standards are too high. You don't even look down on the Luo group. Lin Chen hung up Sun Wei's phone in silence. This fat guy's imagination is a bit too big. He really thought that everyone was as shameless as him, crying and begging others to be his boss. Lin Chen didn't know what to say about this funny guy. Just when Lin Chen was about to go out and relax, another phone call suddenly came in. Chapter 112 Tips for Father-in-Law. Hello. Lin Chen picked up the phone without even looking at it. He was already a little angry now. It would be better if this call didn't come. Once they come, they never stop. Hello, Xiao Chen, this is Lu Jiangwo. A very cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Jiangwo, why is he calling at this time? Are you going to call Tinger away? Although he was very confused, Lin Chen still asked very respectfully. Although he was very dissatisfied with the way Wang Xia handled things last time, he was his future father-in-law after all. Uncle Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Well, Xiao Chen, the project of Beifeng Group you mentioned last time is very good. Our Lu Group made a profit of $1 trillion this time. Do you have any other good projects? Can you share them with us? No. Lin Chen answered almost subconsciously. Damn it, I was so careless. I completely forgot that Lu Jiangwo had invested in Beifeng Group. When Lin Chen thought about Lu Jiangwo making $1 trillion for nothing just by lying there, he felt worse than if he had lost $10 trillion. Lin Chen, Tinger has been working for you for a while. I miss her a lot recently. Please find a time to send her back. Seeing that Lin Chen was very uncooperative, Lu Jiangwo used the same old trick and said. Seeing his father-in-law using Tinger to trick him again, Lin Chen immediately laughed. He is no longer the same person he was a month ago, and Tinger had been eaten alive by him. This old fox is now trying to use Tinger to trick him into working for free, but that's impossible. Uncle Lu, Tinger is on a business trip now. I don't think she'll be able to come back for another year or two. But when Tinger comes back, she will definitely give you a surprise. What surprise? Lu Jiangwo asked. Of course, I'll give you a big, fat grandson. You little bastard, didn't I tell you not to touch my daughter before we get married? Although Lu Jiangwo had long expected that Shi Ting would definitely be deceived by this little bastard, his face suddenly turned black when he thought that the cabbages he had raised with great difficulty for so many years were taken away like this. Uncle Lu, this is a mutual consent between us. Do you still want to break up our team of Cowherd and Weaver Girl? Seeing Lu Jiangwo being defeated, Lin Cheng's unhappiness about losing $10 trillion suddenly disappeared. Forget it, you'll be lucky, Brad. But you must remember to be nice to Shi Ting. If I find out that you've done anything to let her down, I will definitely not let you off. As a father, you don't even care about your own daughter, and you still have the nerve to make these requests? Thinking of what Tinger had experienced at that time and Lu Jiangwo's attitude towards the matter later, Lin Shen immediately became sarcastic. He knew that Lin Shen was blaming him for not seeking justice for Ting at the time, but Wang Xia was the one who gave birth to a child after all, and he had a close relationship with her. Confining the mother and child at home for 7 days was already a severe punishment. But Lin Shen only knew Ting after all, so he thought it was normal that the punishment was light. Lin Shen, I know you still have complaints about what happened back then, and I'd like to say sorry to Ting as well. Confining Wang Xia and her son is the limit of what I can do. After all, I'm the chairman of the Lu Group, and I still have to consider the reputation of our Lu Group. Since that incident, I agreed to let Ting go to work in your company and live with you. Lu Jiangwo said helplessly. Lin Shen had no intention of listening to Lu Jiangwo's difficulties. Uncle Lu, if you want to ask me how I have made money recently, I can only say that I have no comment. But if you have had any business dealings with Shengshi Group recently, you should get them back now if you don't want to lose money. Lin Shen would definitely not tell Lu Jiangwo about the virtual projection project that Manhwa Group is currently researching, but he could reveal a little about Shengshi Group to Lu Jiangwo. Because he recently learned from several messages intercepted by Xiaofei that Shengshi Group was preparing to take action against his Manhwa Group. Is it Dongzhou City Shengshi Group? Lu Jiangwo asked with a frown. There is indeed a considerable cooperative business between their Lu Group and Shengshi Group. If he breaches the contract at this time, he will have to pay a considerable amount of compensation. He also bought a lot of stocks of Shengshi Group. These tens of thousands of shares have brought him a lot of income in recent years. If they cancel the cooperation with Shengshi Group rashly, it will be a huge loss for their Lu Group. That's right, Lin Shen said lightly. He could tell from Lu Jiangwo's hesitation that there must be some business dealings between the Lu Group and the Shengshi Group, but he was not prepared to say more to Lu Jiangwo. As for whether Lu Jiangwo has the courage to terminate the cooperation with Shengshi Group, it depends entirely on him. What he told Lu Jiangwo was equivalent to giving his father-in-law a project to make money. After all, when everyone is losing money, if you don't lose money at this time, you will make a lot of money because of the change in international exchange rates. Okay, I understand. Lu Jiangwo thought for a long time and finally chose to believe what Lin Shen said. First of all, Lin Shen is his future son-in-law, so there is no need for Lin Shen to do anything to trick him. In addition, this young man, Lin Shen, has too many things hidden in him that even he cannot understand. Some things that seem to be unreasonable directly become truths to Lin Shen. To outsiders, Lin Shen was just luckier. But in Lu Jiangwo's eyes, he knew that these were Lin Shen's strengths. If Lin Shen did not have this kind of strength, he would not have secretly allowed Ting to go to Lin Shen's Manhwa Group. Since he has chosen to believe Lin Shen, then he should continue to believe in him to the end. Although Lin Shen's Manhwa Group is not listed now, outsiders cannot see the truth about Manhwa Group, and Manhwa Group has not had any amazing performance since its establishment. But Lu Jiangwo could feel in his heart that Manhwa Group would soon become the world's largest group. This is his sense as an entrepreneur over the years. He is very confident in his sense of smell. It was with his own sense of smell that he led the Lu Group to avoid the once-in-a-millennium global economic crisis. If it weren't for his sense of smell. Chapter 123 Dragon Palace. I'm afraid the Lu Group has now become a speck of historical dust. After hanging up the phone with Lin Shen, Lu Jiangwo directly called his secretary assistant. Boss Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Can you sort out the cooperation projects between you and Shengshi Group and send them to me before tomorrow? Mr. Lu, why do you suddenly want this? The secretary asked with some confusion. There are special departments responsible for these things, and it takes a lot of time to organize them. Just go and sort out. I'll be of use. Yes. Although the secretary still had doubts in his heart, he retreated very respectfully. After confirming that what Mr. Lu said was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, what he had to do now was to execute these orders. After his secretary left, Lu Jiangwo directly opened the stock software on his computer, entered his fingerprint, and sold all of the tens of thousands of Shengshi Group shares under his name. On this side, Lin Shen had just put the phone back into his pocket when he saw Wen Yin pushing the door and walking in, followed by Qin Yi. Uncle Yin, you're back? Lin Shen stood up and greeted him in surprise. However, when he saw Uncle Yin's face full of worry, he realized that Uncle Yin's trip might not be very smooth. Uncle Yin, that person, doesn't he agree? Seeing that Uncle Yin had no intention of speaking, Lin Shen took the initiative to ask. That man has already abdicated. He no longer wants to interfere in the current disputes in Long Kingdom. Wu Yin's eyes moved slightly, and his voice trembled slightly. Sure enough, that person is old after all. Hearing what Wu Yin said, Kan Yi also sighed. Wu Yin, who is the person who controls that power in Dragon Country now? It's Xing Lian, but now we should call her Dragon God. Xing Lian, the little girl from the past? Why would that person pass such an important position to her? Shouldn't anyone in the Dragon Palace be more qualified than Xing Lian? Besides, no one has figured out the power in Xing Lian's body yet. If she were allowed to take charge of the Dragon Palace, what if one day she couldn't control the power in her body? Then, Kan Yi thought about it and didn't dare to think about it anymore. This is that person's order, and no one dares to disobey it. Although he was also very confused about that person passing the throne to Xing Lian, when he thought that it was that person's decision, Wu Yin finally withdrew his doubts. If that person did this, he must have his own considerations. Uncle Yin, Brother Caney, who exactly are you referring to by that person, Xing Lian and Long Dian? Lin Chen asked in confusion while listening to the conversation between Wu Yin and Caney. He originally just wanted to build Longhua Group into the world's #1 group, but he didn't expect that there were so many things hidden in this world that he didn't know. Why didn't he discover these in his previous life? Moreover, in his previous life, he had never heard Uncle Yin mention this matter. But Lin Chun suddenly thought of something. In the previous life, the behind-the-scenes ruler of the Dragon Kingdom was Wen Tian. In other words, Wen Tian defeated everyone in the Dragon Palace and succeeded in his revenge. And Uncle Yin should have been expelled from the list by Wen Tian. This also explains why Uncle Yin has never mentioned this memory. Seeing Lin Chun asking these questions anxiously, Wu Yin glanced at Kan Yi, then looked at Lin Chun and said, Lin Chun, since you're now a member of our Flying Tiger Special Forces, I can tell you these things. We don't know the specific name of that person. We only know that he founded the Dragon Palace. That's right, that man has been wearing a mask, and we still don't know what he looks like. Kan Yi on the side interjected, what does the Dragon Palace do? Hearing that Uncle Yin and Kan Yi didn't know who that person was, Lin Chen immediately became interested in that person and the Dragon Palace founded by that person. The original intention of the establishment of the Dragon Palace was to protect the absolute safety of the Dragon Country. The top-ranked special forces you see now are all affiliated with the Dragon Palace. Of course, these people can only be regarded as ordinary members of the Dragon Palace. Uncle Yin, Brother Caney, are you also ordinary members of the Dragon Palace? That's right, Wu Yin and Kan Yi said at the same time. After hearing Wu Yin and Kan Ye's answers, Lin Chen couldn't believe his ears. Dragon Nation soldier kings like Uncle Lin Yin and Kan Yi are just ordinary members in the Dragon Palace. So how terrifying are the elite members in the Dragon Palace? Lin Chen's head now seems to be unable to accommodate all of this. He originally just wanted to be a businessman peacefully and not to engage in intrigues with the bosses of other groups. But how come there suddenly appeared a dimensionality-lowering attack like Dragon Palace? However, the moment we withdrew from the Flying Tigers, we were no longer members of the Dragon Palace. But what I didn't expect was that the person was still willing to meet me this time, Wu Yin said. Although Wu Yin and I are ordinary members, our strength is comparable to that of some elite members, and we are even stronger than some of them. But we are ordinary people without soul power and cannot awaken the supernatural powers in our bodies, so we can only be ordinary members. Of course, in order to balance the power in the Dragon Palace, some very prestigious ordinary members will be recommended as elders. These elders are the core of the Dragon Palace. Awakening superpowers. Lin Chen heard some new concepts. That's right. They are the people who stayed in our world from the hidden families. Although they have soul power in their bodies, they're left in our world due to various reasons such as dullness, physical defects, etc. Wu Yin explained. Although in the soul world, they're abandoned by various families. But because they have soul power in their bodies, they can awaken various different superpowers. So in our world, they're indeed a group of very powerful beings. We call these people congenitally gifted. In order to prevent these people from doing whatever they want in our world, that person established the Dragon Palace more than 20 years ago. That person, how does he manage this group of people with innate superpowers? After hearing Wu Yin's words, Lin Chen asked this question in his mind. The establishment of the Dragon Palace was clearly intended to restrict these people with innate superpowers. Then why are these people with innate superpowers still willing to work for the Dragon Palace? No matter how you think about it, this is something that goes against common sense. Chapter 124, Xing Lian. Just as there are people with innate abilities, there are also people with acquired abilities. And that person is the only one in the Dragon Palace who can awaken superpowers the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the superpowers that person awakened after awakening are stronger than every innate superpower person in the Dragon Palace. Wu Yin explained. It turns out that superpowers can be awakened later in life. Lin Xin asked in surprise. That's right, but so far, he is the only one who has awakened superpowers. Now that person has retreated behind the scenes of the Dragon Palace. I'm afraid things will change for the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Uncle Nian, who is Xing Lian, now the Dragon God? Could it be that she is a person with innate superpowers? Lin Chen asked. Logically speaking, if that person abdicated, he should pass the position of Dragon God of Dragon Palace to the elders of Dragon Palace. However, looking at the worried looks on Wu Yin and Qin Ye's faces, this Xing Lian might not be from this world, but a group of people who stayed in this world from a hidden family at that time. Yes, that girl is indeed a congenital superpower. But the soul power contained in that girl's body is different from that of other congenital superpowers in the Dragon Palace. The soul power contained in her body is so strong that even that person would feel terrified. For the absolute safety of Dragon Country, that girl should have been executed, because the power in her body cannot be controlled by anyone, not even the girl herself. Once the soul power in that girl's body explodes, it will be a disaster for the entire Dragon Country. So, what I can't understand is why that person passed the position of Dragon God to that little girl. Wu Yin said with a frown. For a girl with unknown powers, the best way is to kill her directly, because you never know what she will bring to you one day. Wu Yin, this may be an arrangement that person had no choice but to make. Over the past few years, as that person's health has been getting worse, those innate supernatural beings in the Dragon Palace have become more and more restless. If that person passes the throne to Baimu or Feng Yun, it may not be long before chaos breaks out inside the Dragon Palace. That girl may be the only salvation of the Dragon Palace now. Of course, that girl may also directly destroy the Dragon Palace. All of this is no longer under our control. Looking at Wu Yin's frowning brows, Kaney stood aside and expressed his thoughts. Yeah. Wu Yin nodded, agreeing with Ye's statement. He was also well aware of the undercurrents in the Dragon Palace in recent years. After all, those people with innate superpowers do not belong to their world. These people had ulterior motives from the very beginning. It's only because I succumbed to that man's power that I have been able to live in peace for more than 20 years. Although that person has now retreated behind the scenes, no one dares to offend his prestige in the Dragon Palace. But if that person passed away, what changes would happen inside the Dragon Palace? And that girl, the girl who is also a congenital superpower, could she take over the banner from that man, guide the Dragon Palace, guide the Dragon Kingdom, and develop in a good direction? Wu Yin shook his head. When he went to the Dragon Palace this time, he spoke a few words to the little girl named Xing Lian. His intuition told him that this girl couldn't do what he just thought of. This girl's prestige in the Dragon Palace is too insignificant. Not to mention that she can compete with Wentian, who comes next. Even the current Dragon Palace cannot be completely controlled by this girl. Then Wu Yin, since that person doesn't intend to take action, what are you going to do next? After telling Lin Chun basically everything he could say, Kan Yi asked Wu Yin, who was already full of thoughts. Now, they will face off against the Eternal Night Special Forces in 3 months. However, Long Jian himself is still in dire straits, and seeking help from that person is no longer feasible. This time, it can be said that they have no chance of winning at all. Wu Yin shook his head, indicating that he couldn't think of any other good solutions at the moment. Wu Yin, why don't you join the Eternal Night Special Forces now? The current Dragon God is no longer the same person, and you don't need to have any psychological burden. And joining the Eternal Night Special Forces now may be the best choice for both you and Lin Chun. Kan Yi said. He also didn't want to break up this 3-person Special Forces team that had just been established. However, facing the current facts, he still has to say these words. Compared to face or belief, life is the most important thing. He really didn't want to see Wu Yin, the captain of their Flying Tigers Special Forces, die in vain. If he could let Wu Yin survive, he would not be afraid of leaving an impression of being a coward in front of Wu Yin and Lin Chun. But if Wu Yin insists on staying, he will stay with Wu Yin. They're the Flying Tigers Special Forces. If they don't have to carry out a mission, then it's fine. But if they do, All the members must be present. Time passes slowly, bit by bit. Lin Chen also chose to remain silent, which was rare at this time. He just looked at Wu Nian, waiting for Wu Nian to make the final choice. Although he really wanted Uncle Nian to stay and not repeat some of the things he experienced in his previous life. But after hearing what Wu Nian and Kenny had just said, he couldn't bring himself to say the words to keep her. If he chooses to let Wu Nian stay now, Wu Nian will definitely stay. However, he also chose a path of death that was difficult to escape for Wu Nian and himself. Lin Shun could not accept such a result even more than asking Uncle Nian to join the Eternal Night Special Forces and doing something that went against his will. If Uncle Nian joins the Eternal Night Special Forces, at least he can still be alive, right? As his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, Lin Shun suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and a shadow inside his body, was about to emerge. He could even vaguely hear a call coming from within his body. The call seemed to tell him, if he could respond to the call, all the problems before him would eventually be solved. Feeling the call in his body getting stronger and stronger, Lin Chen tightly grasped his chest with a ferocious and terrifying expression on his face. Feeling his body being slowly taken over by a force, Lin Chen let out a very painful sound. At this moment, a warm current slowly flowed through his body. Chapter 125 Initial Awakening. The voice inside my body changed from calling out to cries for help, and finally it became completely silent. At this moment, all the pain in Lin Chen's body disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to its original state. If he had not felt his back, which was already soaked, and had not seen the concerned looks in Wu Nian and Kenye's eyes, Lin Chen would have really felt that he had just experienced another nightmare. Lin Chen, what happened to you just now? Looking at Lin Chen, whose complexion was gradually recovering, Wu Nian still asked somewhat worriedly. Uncle Nian, I'm fine. I want to go downstairs and rest for a while. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Okay, then you can go down and rest first. I am sorry, Uncle Nian. If you decide to leave, just let Brother Caney tell me. Lin Chen said, and turned around and walked away. Looking at Lin Chen's back that was getting farther and farther away, Wu Nian and Kenny looked at each other with a look of surprise on their faces. Both of them felt a very strange power from Lin Chen just now. They had never seen this kind of power before. Wu Nian, is this kid lying to us? What kind of power is hidden in his body? No. Wu Nian shook his head. He himself probably doesn't know about this kind of power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed it to us. Could it be that he can also awaken supernatural powers later in life? We don't know yet. Caney, let's just pretend this incident never happened. Wu Nian, maybe this is an opportunity? If he is really an acquired awakener, the position of Dragon God. Before Caney could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wu Nian. Caney, don't try to take advantage of him. It all depends on him as to what he will choose when the time comes. Wu Nian, you are really good at this, kid. So this time, are you going to choose to stay again? I didn't mean to walk by, Wu Nian said, and went straight downstairs. In the personal toilet in the office, Lin Chen looked in the mirror and saw that his face was extremely pale. At his fingertips, he could already feel an invisible gas flowing slowly. After the gas was casually waved away, some toiletries on the sink were instantly shattered. Staring blankly at the thing that was shattered into pieces, Lin Chen felt a sense of unreality rising from deep in his heart. Where did he gain this kind of power? Could it be that the call from within his body just now left behind a force in his body? Lin Chen tried to summon the voice in his body again, but he tried for a long time and got no response. It was as if the voice in the body just now was just an illusion. But Lin Chen knew that the voice was real. The power flowing from his fingertips will not lie. Lin Chen took the soul energy at his fingertips back into his body, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. In his mind, he thought of the little girl in red. The little girl in red definitely knew exactly what secrets were hidden in his body. All of this is definitely related to the little girl in red. However, thinking of the soul power emanating from the little girl in red that day, Lin Chen suddenly shook his head. With his current strength, he is no match for the girl in red. He must find a way to defeat the little girl in red and force her to tell him something she knew. Just when Lin Chen was thinking about how to subdue the little girl in red, he suddenly felt Wu Nian and Kenny come into the door of the office. Lin Chen was very shocked by this feeling. He's in the bathroom now. In order to send someone at the office door, he had to pass through 3 doors, one of which was a secret door with a high-tech mechanism. This was something that he had never been able to do before. Lin Chun released the power in his body again. This time, he was even more surprised to find out. Every move of everyone on the 45th floor is now under his control. This force is so powerful. Lin Chun was a little dazed as he felt the gas flowing slowly in his palm. However, after feeling Wu Yin knocking on the office door, Lin Chun withdrew the gas in his palm. After turning on the faucet and wiping his face, Lin Chun returned to his original sunny appearance and walked outside. After opening the office door, Lin Chun found Uncle Yin and Ken Yi standing at the door. Retracting the fleeting look of surprise on his face, Lin Chun smiled and said, "Uncle Yin, are you choosing to stay?" Wu Yin raised his head, stared into Lin Chun's eyes for a while, then nodded. "That's right." However, he could feel that Lin Chun was a little strange now. As for what was strange, he couldn't tell. But he could intuitively feel that this boy had already hidden some secrets from him. In the past, this kid knew everything about him. However, Wu Yin did not show these doubts on his face, and he still maintained his expressionless face. "Uncle Yin, I knew you would stay." Lin Chun did not seem very surprised by this surprise after all. Half of it was just pretending, because when he walked out of the bathroom, he had already heard the whispers between Wu Yin and Kan Yi. However, Lin Chun was still touched that Wu Yin did not choose to get to the bottom of what had just happened to him, but instead focused on his thoughts. Uncle Yin is still his Uncle Yin. It's authentic without any changes. No matter what happens, Uncle Yin will always think of him first. "How do you feel now?" Wu Yin asked. "Uncle Yin, don't worry. It may be because I stayed up too late last night that I felt a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. After lying in bed for a while, I feel much better now." "Well, that's good." Seeing that Lin Chun did not intend to tell them the truth of the matter, Wu Yin said with a slightly sad tone, but he did not intend to ask any further questions. But Kan Yi, who was standing aside, obviously did not remember what Wu Yin had just said and was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to ask. "Lin Chun, what on earth happened to you just now?" "Brother Kaney, I really just feel a little dizzy and chest tightness." Chapter 126, Office Romance. "Oh, really?" Kan Yi asked in disbelief. "Janye." Seeing that Lin Chun was unwilling to say and Kan Yi was still asking questions, Wu Yin reminded him. However, Kan Yi did not shut up directly, but said, "Wu Yin, do you think you are doing a good thing? If Lin Chun is really an awakened person, if he can restore the Dragon Palace to its original state, will you continue to be like this? I've said it before, everything must be decided by him." Wu Yin frowned slightly. He knew that there was nothing wrong with Kaney's character, but sometimes he was just too sophisticated and selfish. No consideration for other people's feelings at all. "Wu Yin, you sigh." Kan Yi shook his head and finally stopped asking Lin Chun. Lin Chun looked at Wu Yin with gratitude and said, "Uncle Yin, Brother Kan Yi, I just want to make Longhua Group a success now." "Well, I understand." Wu Yin nodded. "Regarding the matter of the Eternal Night Special Forces, I will go to the Dragon Palace again. If that person is unwilling to come forward now regarding my master's behavior, the others will definitely not sit idly by. Things are not yet at the point of certain death. There's still hope." "Uncle Yin, thank you for your hard work these days," Lin Chun said sincerely. "Kaney, you come with me this time. You had a good relationship with several elders in the Dragon Palace. Maybe you can persuade them." Wu Yin said to Kaney because he was worried that Kaney would keep pestering Lin Chun during the days he was away. Hearing Wu Yin say this, Kan Yi turned his head away slightly. When it comes to his relationship with and number of dealings with the elders of Dragon Palace, he is no match for Wu Yin. Do you know why Wu Yin asked him to go along this time? Isn't it just to protect this kid? But in the end, Kan Yi nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you. Lin Chun, it may take us a while to get out this time. Uncle Yin, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Also, if you think there is something hidden in your heart that you can tell me at any time." After Wu Yin said this, he walked out of the room directly. Kaney looked at Lin Chun with some resentment, then followed Wu Yin out. After watching Wu Yin and Kan Yi leaving, Lin Chun smiled bitterly and sighed. He didn't even know what the power in his body was, so how could he tell Uncle Yin? We must quickly find a way to give that little girl in red a good beating. Just when this thought popped up in Lin Chen's mind, Duo grabbed the hand of the little girl in red and slipped into the office. When Duo saw that Lu Shitting was not in the office, she suddenly looked unhappy. "Brother Lin Chun, why didn't Duo see where Sister Ting was? Your Sister Ting is on a business trip and won't be back for several days." Lin Chun rubbed what was little head and explained to her, but his eyes kept wandering on the little girl in red beside Duo. Noticing Lin Chen's strange gaze, the little girl in red suddenly showed a trace of shame and anger on her face. Why are you looking at me? Didn't I tell you last time not to let me see you? Do you want to be beaten again? Looking at the aggressive look on the face of the little girl in red, Lin Chen remembered the tragic scene when he was knocked to the ground by a wave of light that day, and said quickly, I'm leaving. I will disappear from your sight. Is that okay? Oomph. The little girl in red snorted, neither saying yes nor no. Looking at the little girl in red, Lin Chun smiled bitterly, shook his head, turned around, and walked out of the office. It was so frustrating for him to be the chairman of Longhua Group. He was actually bullied by a little girl. However, when passing by the little girl in red, Lin Chun paused deliberately. He wanted to activate the new soul power in his body to test the little girl's strength. But then he changed his mind and realized that the soul power in the little girl's body was much stronger than his. Lin Chun finally withdrew his right hand calmly. You two have fun here, and remember, don't make trouble. The things in here are very valuable. If I come back and find that you have done anything destructive, I will send you two directly to elementary school. Lin Chen left such a long and domineering words before walking out the door, and then slipped straight into Xiaofei's office. Seeing that Lin Chenjin had left, the little girl in red jumped directly onto Lin Chen's chair and started using Lin Chen's computer. Seeing the little girl in red acting recklessly just after Brother Lin Chen left, Duo quickly advised, Bye-bye, don't touch Brother Lin Chen's things. If he comes back and finds out, he will really send us to school. Looking at Duo, who was unpromising, and raised the little white flag, the little girl in red said with disdain, If he really dares, I will knock him to the ground and not let him get up. No. If Brother Lin Chun gets beaten by you, he will turn around and bully Duo. Don't you have soul power in your body? Are you still afraid of him? Brother Lin Chun told Duo that the soul power in Duo's body cannot be used casually. Looking at this very innocent and even silly other self, the little girl in red snorted in dissatisfaction, but soon she remembered the past events between her and Lin Chun. If it weren't for her silly remnant soul, she would not have walked with Lin Chun. Now that she no longer has that remnant soul, she has become stronger and smarter than before, but she always feels that something is missing without that remnant soul. Idiot, just wait to be bullied by that bad man. Duo is not stupid, and Brother Lin Chen will never bully Duo. Oomph. The little girl in red snorted and started to look through Lin Chen's computer again. She was not afraid at all that Lin Chun would really send her back to elementary school. Lin Chun came to Xiao Fei's office to take refuge. As soon as he walked in, he saw Xiao Zhao holding Xiao Fei's hand and teaching him step by step how to make tea. Looking at the two people in such an ambiguous posture, Lin Chen's mouth twitched suddenly. Good job. These two people are really dating using public funds. Mr. Lin you are here. Xiao Zhao felt that there was suddenly a figure in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Chen's handsome face and was immediately frightened. Chapter 1:27 Breaking Up the Young Couple. Xiao Zhao quickly withdrew his hand from Xiao Fei, stood up, and stood aside waiting. When Xiao Fei saw that it was Lin Chun who came, his face instantly turned red. Brother Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Chen's eyes jumped back and forth between Xiao Zhao and Xiao Fei with great interest, and he said with a smile on his face, It seems that I came at the wrong time and ruined your good fortune. Brother Lin, you misunderstood. We didn't. Xiao Fei explained quickly. Xiao Zhao stood aside, his face already as red as a rose. I can understand that you young people are full of energy. It is inevitable that you will make these accidental incidents. But Xiao Fei, you must not forget your job. Now is a critical moment, and you can't make any mistakes. Lin Chun imitated the tone of his father-in-law and spoke to Xiao Fei earnestly. Brother Lin, I understand. How about this? In order to let you concentrate on your work during this important time, I will transfer Xiao Zhao to another place first. If there is no mistake in your work that day, you can meet Xiao Zhao happily. Lin Chun directly put on the ugly face of a capitalist and said to Xiao Fei with a smile, Brother Lin, this. Xiao Fei, don't worry. After I finish dealing with things here, I will transfer Xiao Zhao back to your place. If you want to do anything else after that, I won't be able to control it. Yeah. Xiao Fei nodded obediently. Xiao Zhao, just do as Brother Lin says. Okay. Xiao Zhao looked at Xiao Fei lovingly and stood directly behind Lin Chun. Seeing that the two of them couldn't take their eyes off each other, Lin Chun suddenly felt guilty. He was the one who broke up the couple, and he looked like a complete 3F group. However, In order to prevent Xiao Fei from being distracted and having any accidents during this period, Lin Chen still insisted on doing so. For this young couple, we should let them suffer a little first so that they can realize how hard love is to come by. After transferring Xiao Zhao away, Lin Chen sat in front of Xiao Fei and started talking about business. Xiao Fei, do you have any new information about Shengshi Group these days? Brother Lin, Shengshi Group has been behaving properly these past few days and hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. Well behaved? Shengshi Group had launched a systematic investigation into Manhwa Group a few days ago, but they suddenly became well-behaved these days. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, Lin Chen is absolutely confident in Xiao Fei's skills. It is possible that after Shengshi Group discovered nothing, it had completely let down its guard against the Manhwa Group. Xiao Fei, you should pay close attention to the movements of Shengshi Group in the next few days. Don't miss any insignificant things. There is a storm brewing. I always have a feeling that Shengshi Group is planning something. Okay, Brother Lin. Then I will record everything that Shengshi Group has done in the past few days and send it to you when the time comes. If you think there is anything wrong, just tell me and I will follow up closely. Xiao Fei quickly expressed his thoughts. Okay, Xiao Fei, thank you for your hard work. After all, Xiao Fei did not have much experience in business, so it was normal that he did not pay attention to some details. However, Lin Chen was very satisfied with Xiao Fei's proposal. Brother Lin, your business is my business. I will definitely do my best to handle it. Xiao Fei, when did you become so good at speaking? Seeing Xiao Fei suddenly flattering him, Lin Chen couldn't get used to it for a while. Could it be that Xiao Zhao taught you? Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Chen asked with a smile on his face. Brother Lin, that's all. I said these sincerely. Seeing Xiao Fei's hand scratching his head uncontrollably, Lin Chen knew that Xiao Fei must have been taught by Xiao Zhao to say that. However, Lin Chen saw through it but did not say anything. He picked up the bowl of tea that had just been brewed on the table and drank it directly. It must be said that Xiao Zhao had only been with Xiao Fei for 2 days, but Xiao Fei's skill in making tea had already become very good. As soon as Lin Chen took a sip of the tea, he could taste a light and elegant fragrance. I have to say that it was a wise choice to transfer Xiao Zhao to Xiao Fei's side. However, when he saw Xiao Fei looking at him with a strange expression as he finished drinking the tea, Lin Chen suddenly became confused. Xiao Fei, why are you looking at me all the time? If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Brother Lin, are you sure you want me to tell you? Xiao Fei said with embarrassment. You call me Brother Lin, so is there anything you can't tell me? It was rare to see Xiao Fei hesitating like this, and Lin Chen's doubts became even stronger. Brother Lin, then I'll tell you. Xiao Fei, why are you dithering like a woman? Brother Lin, the teacup you just drank tea from was given to Hua Hua by Xiao Zhao. For Hua Hua? Who is Hua Hua? Lin Chen was a little confused when he suddenly heard Hua Hua's name. There should be no one called Hua Hua in their Manhwa group. However, when Lin Chen saw a white puppy staring at him at the corner of the table, his face suddenly turned dark. Oh my God! The flower that Xiao Fei mentioned couldn't be referring to this puppy. No one would actually feed tea to a puppy, right? Brother Lin, you are right. It is Hua Hua. After hearing what Xiao Fei said, Lin Chen spat out the half-mouthful of tea that he had not swallowed yet. Brother Lin, Hua Hua is a sheepdog imported from Germany. Hua Hua has no other hobbies except drinking tea. So the cup in your hand was specially prepared by Xiao Zhao for Hua Hua. Xiao Fei, why didn't you say so earlier? Although he was unwilling to accept such a ridiculous thing that a puppy actually liked to drink tea, there are many strange things in the world. He had even seen a video of a sheep liking to drink some time ago. But when he thought about the fact that he was competing with a puppy for drinks, Lin Chen suddenly felt it was outrageous. It was outrageous to the extreme. Brother Lin, you can't blame me for this. I didn't expect you to just pick up the cup and drink from it. Besides, the cup prepared by Xiao Zhao has a bone pattern printed on it, and it's the only cup like this. Xiao Fei explained aggrievedly. Okay, I get it. Luckily, I didn't swallow the tea. It all came out. In fact, Lin Chen had already drunk most of it, and this was just his excuse to be stubborn. I left Xiao Fei very depressed. Lin Chen's current mood is hard to describe. I originally thought about going straight back to my office. But when I thought of that little girl who looked fierce, as if I owed her money, Lin Chen still chose to go to Chiu-chan first. The 3-day deadline will be up tomorrow, and Mo Chiu should have done what he promised him. Now go find Chiu-chan and asked her to call over those pharmaceutical experts sent by the Flying Eagle Special Forces so that I can send them directly back to Longsha Group tomorrow. Arriving at Xiao Chan's door, Lin Chen knocked gently. As soon as I knocked on the door 3 times, it opened. Then, Lin Chen saw Xiao Chan, who was wearing the Flying Eagle Special Forces uniform. I have to say, Xiao Chan's figure is really great. After all, he has been a martial artist since he was young. The strong thighs and the perky buttocks, tightly wrapped in the Eagle Special Forces uniform, outline an extremely perfect curve. It immediately attracted Lin Chen's attention. However, after sensing a hint of anger on Xiao Chan's face, Lin Chen quickly retracted his anger. Look at the nose with your eyes, and look at the heart with your nose, and never dare to look around randomly again. After seeing all of Lin Chen's little moves, Xiao Chan's face suddenly showed shame and anger. After restraining the idea of beating Lin Chen up, Xiao Chan snorted coldly and asked, "What do you want from me?" "That, Xiao Chan, didn't you say that your Flying Eagle Special Forces has sent several pharmaceutical experts to Banhai City? I have already dealt with things here, and we will send them to that secret research base tomorrow," Lin Chen said, while looking straight ahead, not daring to look at Xiao Chan at all. "They are now on the base of the Flying Eagle Special Forces. I will communicate with Ing and send them to Longhua Group," Xiao Chan said in a flat tone. "Okay, I don't have anything else to do, so I'll leave first." After hearing Xiao Chan's answer, Lin Chen didn't plan to disturb her anymore. Xiao Chan didn't say anything and just closed the door. Looking at the door that was closed, Lin Chen shook his head slightly. This Miss Jiang doesn't have a very good temper. But if you think about it carefully, except for Ting and Duo, all the other women he knows like to show this kind of temper. Whose problem is this, after all? After talking about this with Xiao Chan, Lin Chen returned to his office. Both little girls are gone. However, the room was not as messy as he had imagined. Instead, it was no different from when he left. This surprised Lin Chen very much. Could it be that the 2 little girls were really afraid that I would send them back to elementary school? Just when Lin Chen thought he had found a way to subdue the 2 little girls, Lin Chen sat on the chair and turned on the computer. His face suddenly turned black. He saw countless web pages open on the computer, and some of the things he had hidden on the computer were completely turned upside down. Moreover, his dozens of GB of precious learning materials were completely gone. Oh my God, these 2 little girls, couldn't they have seen something they shouldn't have? Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a pain in his balls. The annoying thing was not only that all his study materials were gone. What's even more annoying is that his glorious and majestic image in front of Duo has probably completely collapsed. No matter how you look at it, all of this seems like something that the little girl in red did on purpose. What made Lin Chen even more angry was that some of the documents he had worked so hard to organize were also messed up by the little girl in red. That little girl in red really went too far. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, looking extremely angry. Then he began to close those web pages one by one and tidy up his desktop. Go and seek revenge on that little girl in red? And then beat up that little girl in red? How is that possible? Lin Chen is aware of his own fighting ability. Although he didn't know why there was suddenly an additional soul power in his body, he was no longer the weakling he used to be. But what he knew was that he couldn't afford to offend that little girl in red. At the same time, in Duo's room, Duo was lying on the bed. Her little face was all red, and she looked like someone really wanted to bite her. Duo, I said he was a bad guy. He actually had that kind of thing hidden in his computer. The little girl in red blushed slightly, but she still said it angrily. Bye-bye, what were those things you just played? Why did my face turn so red after watching them? Duo turned her little head and asked the little girl in red. That's it. Anyway, it's good to know that the man is a bad guy now. Unexpectedly, Duo didn't know what those things they had just seen were, and the little girl in red was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Duo understood. Brother Lin Chen turned out to be a bad guy. Thinking of the big sister who had been shouting loudly in the video just now, Duo immediately showed a look of contempt for Brother Lin Chen. That's right, you should never take the initiative to pay attention to him in the future. Otherwise, that big pervert will do the same to you. The little girl in red pretended to be fierce and said to Duo. Duo understands. Duo will never let Brother Lin Chen succeed. After saying this, Duo clenched her fists tightly. Duo will never want to do such embarrassing things with Brother Lin Chen again. And in another house, Lin Chen, who was still closing a web page on his computer, suddenly sneezed, and then his thigh happened to hit the power button. Looking at the computer with dozens of warning boxes suddenly appearing, Lin Shin suddenly felt like crying. Who the hell is that? Who is cursing me behind my back at this critical moment? When he turned on the computer again, Lin Shin found that the computer had automatically restored to factory settings. Looking at the bare green grass, blue sky, and white clouds on the computer, Lin Shin began to doubt his life. If he wants to download the software he used before again, he has to purchase a new account. This way, he will waste more than 100,000 yuan. Although it was only a mere tens of thousands of dollars, this money was not necessary to spend, and the mistake of hitting the computer shutdown button could have been avoided. Lin Shin still felt a pang of pain. But in the end, with the help of Xiaofei, Lin Shin's computer desktop was restored to its original appearance. Looking at the familiar computer desktop and the Ultraman Tiga on the computer wallpaper, Lin Shin breathed a sigh of relief. But from now on, he will never let the little girl in red enter his office again. Chapter 129, Go to Longsure Group again. In the evening, Qiu Chan and several pharmaceutical experts knocked on the door of Lin Shin's office. When Lin Shin saw those pharmaceutical experts with bald heads, he immediately felt awe and respect in his heart. This kind of hairstyle for a strong man is not something that anyone can have if they want to. Lin Shin already felt that the brightness in his office had become brighter. Hello, everyone. Are you the pharmaceutical experts sent by Ying to assist us? Lin Shin quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to greet them. Several bald experts were very happy to see Lin Shin being so hospitable. They were about to extend their hands to shake hands, but they all stopped in mid-air. Looking at this slightly awkward scene, Lin Shin already became somewhat embarrassed. But when he saw several bald experts all looking at Qiu Chan, Lin Shin instantly understood something. These pharmaceutical experts must have been beaten up many times by Qiu Chan along the way. Lin Shin withdrew his hand awkwardly and looked towards Qiu Chan on the side. The moment his eyes rested on Qiu Chan, Lin Shin quickly retracted his eyes. Oh shit, it really is killing me. Qiu Chan's wearing of the Flying Eagle Special Forces uniform has no effect at all except to arouse the criminal desire hidden in men's hearts. Lin Shin just wanted to tell Qiu Chan at this time and let her change back into her original clothes. Otherwise, if this continues, he really can't guarantee that he can control himself every time. Looking at Lin Shin's lustful but cowardly look, Qiu Chan snorted coldly. However, her cheeks were slightly flushed. She will never wear this dress again. Yes, they're the pharmaceutical experts sent by Ying. Hello, Brother Lin. After hearing Qiu Chan's words, several bald experts stretched out their hands with smiles on their faces and shook hands with Lin Shin. Lin Shin responded to each person and then asked the names of several baldness experts, and then they all got to know each other. Okay, now that they've been handed over to you, I will go back first. Seeing that Lin Shin quickly became friends with this group of bald experts, Qiu Chan knew that her escort mission was completed, so she turned around and walked out. She said that she's just a cicada now. She won't care about anything other than the action. Looking at that absolutely flawless figure walking out of the room, Lin Shin secretly exclaimed in his heart what a sin. First of all, he is indeed not a person who does not keep his word. Secondly, he is really not interested in a woman's body shape. But at that certain moment, he shamelessly, Brother Lin, seeing Lin Shin staring blankly at the woman's receding back, several pharmaceutical experts secretly called him a real man. That woman, although she is very good, but that glare can kill people. Oh, what are you calling me for? Lin Shin came back to his senses from his daze and asked the pharmaceutical experts in front of him. Brother Lin, we still haven't had any food yet. Seeing that the woman had really left, several pharmaceutical experts immediately started complaining. Oh, it's too bad. We didn't get a single bite to eat since we came here from Manhwa at noon. Brother Lin, don't have any thoughts about that woman. That's right. Don't mess with that woman no matter what she says. Looking at these people in front of him who were in the same situation as he was half a month ago, Lin Shin couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This Miss Jiang is still exactly the same as before. Eat, everyone, have a good meal tonight. We have enough food. Lin Shin said generously. Early the next morning, Lin Shin brought several bald experts and secretly came to Longsure Group. At the reception last night, Lin Shin had already found out the backgrounds of several pharmaceutical experts. Sure enough, the balder the head, the stronger the strength. Although these bald experts look just a little balder than ordinary people, they're actually pharmaceutical experts and even well-known figures in the entire Dragon Country. It seems that Ying attaches great importance to this operation. Brother Lin, why did you bring us here? A bald man wearing 2,000-degree glasses asked curiously. This place looks like a public apartment that has not been renovated yet. Everyone, don't be anxious. These are just some tricks. The real good stuff is still upstairs. Don't worry, the most advanced pharmaceutical equipment in the world is available in the laboratory of this company. Although Lin Chun was speechless about how Mo Chio had run the company into this state, it seems that it is really a blessing in disguise. So you're afraid of being discovered by Shengshi Group. Brother Lin, you're really thoughtful. What's so strange about this? After all, Brother Lin is so young, yet he can become the chairman of such a large group. When I was this age, I had just passed the master's exam. The young are indeed formidable. Looking at these bald experts complimenting him one after another, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Flattery is really a science in Manhwa. Seniors, please stop praising me. I'm just a little luckier. If we really talk about strength, I can't compare to any of you seniors. Since the other party said so, Lin Chen couldn't help but give face, and he quickly praised with a serious face. Brother Lin, luck is also a part of strength. That's right. I just haven't had such good luck. Just like that, amidst all the business compliments, everyone walked into the elevator with laughter and joy. As soon as he walked into Mo Chio's office, Lin Chen saw that Mo Chio had taken off his white coat and was typing something on the computer. Seeing Lin Chen coming, Mo Chio stopped what he was doing. After thinking about what Su Yuan said to him 3 days ago, Mo Chio said timidly, Brother Lin, you are here. Hearing Mo Chio say this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Good job. The third brother is still as eloquent as before. Even Mo Chio, a tough guy, was persuaded by him. It seems that Mo Chio has thought it through and is willing to work for his Longhua group. Yes, I'm here, Lin Chen said happily. Mo Chio, have you successfully developed the medicines you said you wanted to develop a few days ago? Brother Lin, the research has been successful. I will vacate the laboratory now and let you use it. No need. From today on, you will be the person in charge of this laboratory. You will be responsible for leading these seniors. Chapter 130. Everyone is convinced. As soon as Lin Chen said this, not only Mo Chio was shocked, the bald experts also showed some displeasure on their faces. You know, they are top experts with decades of experience in this industry. And now, they have to help a young boy who came out of nowhere. If this matter gets out, it will have a huge impact on their reputation. Brother Lin, you have to know that this mission is very important. If the leader in charge of this mission is not strong enough, it will have a great impact on the completion of the entire mission. Brother Lin, with my current abilities, I'm afraid I can't be qualified for this position. Mo Chio also said quickly. He knew 2 or 3 of these senior veterans. These people are all masters of the medical profession. He really wasn't qualified to command such a group of people. Watching Mo Chio talking to the baldness experts, Lin Chun smiled faintly. After nodding in the affirmative to Mo Chio, Lin Chun turned to the baldness experts around him and said, I wonder if you old seniors have any solution to this disease? Lin Chun took out a medical record from Mo Chio's desk and handed it to the baldness experts. The bald experts took the medical record and passed it around. Everyone frowned deeply. This case is very rare. With Dragon Country's current pharmaceutical level, it is impossible to produce a drug for this disease. And as far as I know, the United States cannot develop such a drug with its current technology. Originally, after listening to what the man with glasses said, Lin Chen still had a smile on his face, but when he heard the word United States and these words about the United States, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. But now, we have a genius in Long Country who has developed a drug that can treat this disease. And it can completely eradicate it. How is this possible? Brother Lin, you are kidding me. Brother Lin, can you tell us who that person is? The bald experts talked at once, but no one was willing to believe what Lin Chen said. Because in their eyes, if even the United States cannot develop a drug, then no country in the world can develop it. That's right, the one next to me. After the bald experts calmed down, Lin Chen pointed at Mo Chio and said. As soon as Lin Chen said this, the mouths of several bald experts immediately opened into the shape of a zero. Brother Lin, you're not kidding, right? How could he develop such a drug when he is so young? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mo Chio, take out all the medicines you have developed recently and show them to them. Yes, Brother Lin. Although he didn't know why Lin Chen suddenly did this, Mo Chio still agreed. Those drugs are hidden in our research room. I'll go get them out now. After a while, Mo Chio came out of the laboratory holding a box. In front of everyone, Mo Chio opened the password box. After the box was opened, several novel-looking medicines appeared before everyone. Looking at the completely different pills in front of him, Lin Shun was suddenly surprised. He originally thought that developing 2 drugs within a month was Mo Chio's limit. What he didn't expect was that Mo Chio actually developed 5 or 6 types. Is there any justice in this world? Is this going to let other people live? Although he knew that Mo Chio was a genius in this area, he did not expect that Mo Chio would be so amazing. Fortunately, the third brother stopped Mo Chio at that time. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to meet such a genius. The bald experts looked at these new drugs with shock and suspicion on their faces, but mostly with disbelief. It is not difficult to develop a drug, but the difficult part is to ensure that the drug can pass inspection and be circulated in the drug market. If a drug can treat one disease but causes other symptoms, then this drug is not useful. Young man, has your medicine obtained a domestic production certificate? Asked the bald experts. No. Mo Chio shook his head. So that's how it is. After hearing what Mo Chio said, the experts' faces looked a little better. As they had guessed, these drugs had not been tested for drugs. In other words, this is some crap medicine. Little brother, these drugs of yours have not been drug tested, so they won't work. The current drug testing bureau is no different from the one run by Shengshi Group. If I really send these drugs there, they will become the patent of Shengshi Group the next day. Looking at the reactions of these seniors, Mo Chio said indignantly, Seniors, you should have heard of this kind of thing. Hearing what Mo Chio said, the faces of several bald experts suddenly blushed. However, they had just learned about the Shengshi Group from the Flying Eagle Special Forces not long ago. So they chose to come to the Longhua Group and wanted to build the Longhua Group into an existence that could replace the Shengshi Group. These drugs have been proven by hundreds of people to have no side effects. If you don't believe me, I will tell you the production process of these drugs one by one. This black pill is called. Mo Chio started directly from the first pill and introduced them one by one. As Mo Chio introduced more and more medicines, the faces of the baldness experts became more and more shocked. What they didn't expect was that there was such a method to make medicine. This time, they were truly eye-opening. As Mo Chio finished introducing these medicines one by one, the bald man with thick glasses was the first to applaud. Immediately afterwards, applause broke out throughout the office. Lin Shin had never studied medicine, so he didn't understand what those professional terms Mo Chio was talking about meant. But Lin Shin felt that what Mo Chio was talking about was really awesome. Others develop drugs to treat symptoms, but he directly fights poison with poison. But think about it. These are all difficult and complicated diseases after all, and it is difficult to produce the corresponding medicines using normal pharmaceutical methods. Even if they can be produced, it will cost a lot of manpower, material resources, and time. In comparison, Mo Chio's method is much simpler and more brutal. However, what Lin Shin knew was that although these descriptions sounded simple when spoken by Mo Chio, if one really wanted to use this method to make medicine, one needed to have absolute control over the medicinal properties. Chapter 131 Team Leader. Otherwise, not only will it fail to cure the poison with poison, but it will cause the patient to die faster. However, in the past month, Lin Shin has not heard anything about the medical accidents at Longshore Company, which means that the medicines produced by Mo Chio are absolutely safe. No wonder those bald doctors applauded after hearing Mo Chio's words. This kind of thing is not something that everyone can do. All my life I've claimed that I know all about medicines, but now it seems that it is just a joke. My little brother, you are the best pharmaceutical manufacturer in Longhua. The man with glasses pushed up the heavy glasses that almost crushed his nose bridge and said to Mo Chio excitedly, It is a great blessing for our dragon country to have such a talented person. Little brother, you will be the leader of this research mission. My dear seniors, my tone just now may have been a little harsh. I apologize to you. But as for the matter of team leader, I am indeed not qualified enough. Besides, I have never been a team leader and have no experience at all. Seeing that the attitudes of the bald experts had taken a 180-degree turn, Mo Chio suddenly felt embarrassed. Seeing Mo Chio's refusal, Lin Shun, who was standing aside, began to feel numb. He proposed that Mo Chio be the team leader. On the one hand, he wanted to cultivate Mo Chio's ability to lead a team, and on the other hand, he wanted Mo Chio to take this opportunity to show his strength and help him keep as many pharmaceutical experts as possible. After all, the cooperation conditions given by Ying were too stingy. If he fails to retain a few experts by then, he will suffer a huge loss despite his investment of money and effort. Emochio, since these old seniors have recommended you to be the team leader, you should not refuse. Besides, you have been here for more than a month, and you are familiar with this place. Lin Chun said from the side. Brother Lin, but Emochio obviously didn't understand the look Lin Chun gave him, and still said with an embarrassed look, Okay, Emochio, the mission is very urgent now, so don't refuse anymore. Although we are safe now, there will be changes if we delay. If something unexpected happens, and the Flying Eagle Special Forces have to take action directly, and your mission is not completed yet, it will cause considerable losses to the Dragon Country. Seeing that Emochio was still refusing, Lin Chun had to use his ultimate move. This kind of official language is a sure kill for a little lamb, like Emochio who has just graduated and is inexperienced in the world. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll listen to you. As expected, after hearing what Lin Chun said, Emochio immediately agreed. In fact, he had a grudge against Shangshi Group in his heart. If he could become a team leader this time, it would not be a bad thing. In this way, he would bring more serious revenge to Shangshi Group. Dear seniors, if there is anything I don't understand in the future, please give me your guidance. Emochio said respectfully to the bald experts. Brother Emo, what are you talking about? These are what we should do. The baldness experts also responded very politely, although they knew that Lin Chun's intention was to let them serve as supporting roles and train this young man. But after seeing the young man's skills just now, they were so impressed with him that they chose not to say anything more. After all, they're elderly people. It would be a good thing for them to be the green leaves and help Longwa cultivate a flower. Seeing that the pharmaceutical experts sincerely accepted Emochio, Lin Chun knew that he was right to let Emochio show off his skills just now. Okay, Emochio, these seniors will tell you what needs to be done when the time comes. You must pay attention to overall planning and arrange a reasonable plan. In this way, you will be able to complete this task faster. Brother Lin, I understand. Emochio nodded and said. Seeing Emochio's current appearance, he was no longer the stinky and hard stone he had been a few days ago. Lin Chun felt much better. Moreover, Emochio's performance today also amazed him. Lin Chun said to him in a flattering way, Emochio, if you can successfully complete this mission, not only will I not have to pay you back the money, but I will also set up a new company for you and let you develop the drugs you want to develop. Brother Lin, are you telling the truth? Emochio asked excitedly. Sure enough, everything Brother Su told him was correct. If he had known this would happen, why would he have given Lin Chun such a cold look in the first place? If he had spoken to Lin Chun in a friendly manner, he might have been valued by Lin Chun by now. What I said is not false, but Brother Lin, but what? Emochio's heart suddenly rose again when he heard such a sudden turn of events. Although he wanted to develop that kind of drug very much, if Lin Chun asked him to do something illegal or something that he couldn't do, he would never agree to it. However, how much research and development funds you have at that time will depend on how much money your Longshore company can make. In other words, all the money you earn from Longshore company can be used for your research and development. Apart from this, our Manhwa group will not provide you with any other assistance. Lin Chun said slowly. He could accept that the branch under the Manhwa group did not make any money, but he would never allow it to continue to suffer losses. He didn't want any bad debts to appear in Manhwa group, and in order to eliminate these bad debts, he would have to do some things like balancing accounts or engaging in speculation. This is very unfavorable for the healthy and orderly operation of the entire Manhwa group. 1,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by a single anthole. Moreover, this seemingly insignificant loss may eventually become a stumbling block for their Manhwa group. Brother Lin, I accept your request. After listening to Lin Chun's request, Emochio said without any hesitation. He knew very well how high the net profit would be if Longshore Group could replace Shangshi Group. This amount of funds is definitely more than enough for him to research those special medicines. Okay, now that everything has been explained and all the seniors have been brought here, you'll be fully responsible for the affairs here. I will go back first. Brother Lin, take care. Emochio stood up and wanted to see Lin Chun off, but Lin Chun stopped him by stretching out his hand. Chapter 132, Clarifying Thoughts. No need to see me off, Lin Chun said, but when he reached the door, he added, if you can change the name of your Longshore company, you should change it. After saying this, Lin Chun walked straight into the elevator. Emochio looked at Lin Chun's leaving figure and touched his nose awkwardly. He gave the company this name to express his dissatisfaction with Lin Chun. After returning to Longhua Group, Lin Shen began to recall what had happened recently. This is a habit he has developed in this life. Only in this way can we take everything into consideration, so as to avoid ignoring some things and ending up with regrettable consequences. Tinger is probably still arguing with Luo Xin. The task that was supposed to be completed in about 5 days has now become an unknown amount of time. And Luo Xin suddenly said a lot of hilarious things that day. If this woman gets angry, it will be really disastrous. As for Luo Xin, you have to ignore her in the future. When she figures things out one day, she will realize how childish what she says now is. And Jiangwen, no. Now it should be called Qiu-chan. Although I don't know why Qiu-chan's personality suddenly changed. Maybe she figured something out, but at least she won't punch and kick at every turn, which is really a great blessing for me. If Qiu-chan remained the same, there was a good chance that one day he would be kicked in a hospital. However, I must find time to talk to Qiu-chan about the Eagle Special Forces tights that she was wearing. If she wears this kind of clothes, it is really hard to take your eyes off her. Every time I glance at her unintentionally, I feel my blood boiling. This will definitely have a significant impact on my future communication with her. As for Duo, there is nothing to worry about. A silly little girl who always listens to what she is told. She was told not to waste her soul power, and she really did so and has not wasted her soul power even once until now. However, the little girl in red next to her was very disobedient. Moreover, this little girl in red holds many secrets. The little girl in red must know what the soul power in her body is. But now it seems that the little girl in red has no ill will towards him. There must be a complicated relationship between her and Duo. However, with his current strength, it is very difficult to subdue this little girl in red and make her confess everything she knows. This, it seems, I'll have to find another opportunity later. When necessary, some despicable means need to be adopted. After going through these close female friends around him in his mind and finding that there was nothing special that needed attention, Lin Shen began to think about other things, the so-called main task. Not long ago, he had sent those pharmaceutical experts to Longsha Group. With the pharmaceutical level of Mo Chio and these pharmaceutical experts, Lin Shen has nothing to worry about. In as short as 1 month or as long as 2 or 3 months, these people will definitely be able to give him a surprise. So what I need to ensure now is their absolute personal safety. Although he had asked Xiaofei to package Longsha Company layer by layer, there is no relevant information about Longsha Company on the internet now. However, this does not guarantee that there will be no accidents. Thinking of this, Lin Shen frowned slightly. Let's send some people from the security group to protect Longsha Group. If Shengshi Group wants to act directly and openly, it will definitely not escape Xiaofei surveillance. If Shengshi Group wants to play some tricks behind the scenes, the current strength of Longhua Group's security department will definitely guarantee the safety of Mo Chio and others. Lin Shen thought about it carefully for a few times and found that there were indeed no other loopholes. He secretly made a note of it in his mind and would find time to report to the security department later. Now that Tinger is not here, I have to do everything by myself, and I'm finding it a little difficult to adapt. After thinking about this, Lin Shen rubbed his temples gently and began to think of another thing. The other thing, of course, is about Wentian and Wentian's Eternal Night Special Forces. 3 months later, the Eternal Night Special Forces will launch an operation against his Longhua Group. Although he couldn't understand why Wentian would take action against his Longhua Group, their Longhua Group should not be too prominent at the moment. But now that the facts are in front of us, we have no choice but to think of ways to deal with it. However, after thinking for a long time, Lin Shen still couldn't come up with a good solution to this problem. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies and tactics seemed pale and powerless. Moreover, he had no idea how powerful Wentian was or why he betrayed Longhua. Even if we want to prescribe the right medicine, we are completely helpless. Now it seems that regarding this matter, we can only rely on the progress from Uncle Nian's side. But based on the situation in his previous life, although he did not see the war between Dragon Palace and Wentian with his own eyes, he had never even heard of it. But what he knew was that the ruler behind the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life was Wentian, not the Dragon Palace and the old dragon god whose name Uncle Nian didn't know. So, in the previous life, Long Jian failed in his battle against Wentian. Although he didn't know how Dragon Palace failed. Is it caused by internal problems of Dragon Palace itself? What Lin Shen knows now is, Dragon Palace is now at a disadvantage against Wentian, and there is a great possibility that it will repeat the failure of the previous life. If he can only rely on Long Dian's strength to defeat Wen Tian now, he must ask Uncle Nian to tell him clearly some things about Long Dian and Wen Tian, so that he may be able to help Long Dian avoid repeating the reasons for his failure in the previous life and finally overcome the problem. But if Uncle Nian insisted on not telling him, then he would have no choice. After all, he is just the chairman of the Longhua group. Although an unknown soul power has just awakened in his body, he can't be of any help at all to a powerful enemy like Wen Tian with just this power in his body. If he wanted to help, you must first get the approval of the Dragon Palace, plus some scattered memories from the previous life. Chapter 133 Contradiction. At this time, inside the Dragon Palace, Wu Nian and Qin Yi stood in the center of the hall. Above them was a woman who looked like ice and snow. The girl is extremely beautiful. More importantly, her temperament is very cold and yet very holy. It makes people dare not have any offensive thoughts. This woman is the dragon god of the Dragon Palace, that man's personal disciple and only disciple, Xing Lian. Xing Lian opened her eyes, which were as beautiful as the starry sky, and looked quietly at the two people in front of her. Although these two people are no longer members of the Dragon Palace, she still knows something about their deeds. The words coming out of these two people's mouths should not be false. Are you saying that Wen Tian has already planned to retaliate against Longhua? Yes, Wen Tian is my master, and he told me these things in person. Wen Yan replied. Although he had seen Xing Lian once beside that man, Xing Lian at that time did not seem to have the aura she has now, an aura that only a dragon god has. After hearing Wu Nian's words, everyone in the hall fell into silence. They had all heard of the leader of the Flying Tigers. The Flying Tigers are the first special forces team of Dragon Country, and 1/5 of the missions within Dragon Country are completed by the Flying Tigers. As the leader of the Flying Tigers exploration team, Wu Nian is extremely loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. What comes out of Wu Nian's mouth cannot be false. But what puzzled everyone in the hall was that Wen Tian should have died in a secret mission more than 10 years ago. So why was Wen Tian still alive now? Wen Yan, are you sure that what you saw was the real Wen Tian? Shouldn't Wen Tian be dead? Asked an elder of the Dragon Palace who had a good relationship with Wen Yan. That's right. No one survived the mission that Wen Tian led. This is clearly recorded in the Dragon Palace's archives. What's going on here? Everyone in the hall raised the questions in their minds. But soon someone said, Wen Tian might be fake, but the Eternal Night Special Forces is definitely real. A few days ago, one of our teams fought against the Eternal Night Special Forces. Only 2 of the 8 people escaped with serious injuries, and the other 6 were all dead. And the one who was alive was a person who awakened superpowers. If they hadn't awakened their superpowers, they would have been dead by now. What did you say? The strength of the Eternal Night Special Forces is so powerful that they can even defeat high-level psychics. They were very clear about the strength of the 2 psychics leading the team. These 2 people with special abilities could be ranked among the top 20 in the Dragon Palace. Unexpectedly, they were defeated directly by the Eternal Night Special Forces. The strength of the Eternal Night Special Forces is so terrifying. Moreover, according to what they said, there are quite a few people in the Eternal Night Special Forces who can use soul power. And the soul power these people use is extremely domineering and fierce, the man continued. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of discussion in the Dragon Palace. Aren't all the superpowers supposed to be in our Dragon Palace? Why are there superpowers in the Evernight Special Forces? In fact, back then, not only our Dragon Country had people with superpowers, but other countries also had people with superpowers. Could these people with superpowers be from other countries? Someone put forward his own idea. The idea you mentioned is very possible. Wen Tian's mission back then was to find those people with special abilities. So, Wen Tian might not have died back then, but something happened between him and those foreign psychics. I don't think it's right. Although there are people with special abilities in foreign countries, they are a minority after all. It is impossible for them to directly defeat the 2 people in our Dragon Palace. What you have to know is that the gate that broke through the boundary back then was within the territory of our Dragon Country. Even if there are people with special abilities in other countries, they won't be particularly powerful. I'm afraid the only way to know this is to ask God. Not necessarily. The former Lord Dragon God has thoroughly investigated this matter. When he was investigating this matter, Wen Tian was not dead yet, and the jade pendant on Wen Tian's body was still there. It was only after the former Lord Dragon God finished investigating this matter that Wen Tian's fatal jade pendant was broken. In other words, Lord Dragon God knows what happened back then. Is it possible that the one who killed Wen Tian was the former dragon god. But Wen Tian didn't die, but secretly survived. That's why Wen Tian has such great hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom and founded the Eternal Night Special Forces. Everyone in the hall discussed it one after another, and after a long time, everyone came to a unanimous conclusion. That is the former dragon god, and he must be aware of this matter. If you want to solve this problem, you still have to rely on the dragon god. Wu Yin was still very happy about the conclusion reached by everyone. He knew a little about what happened back then. All of this is most likely related to that person. But the last time he came to the Dragon Palace, that person said he didn't know about this matter and he didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom anymore. But now if everyone in the Dragon Palace wants that person to come forward, that person should not be able to refuse. If that person is willing to come forward, this matter might be resolved directly. His master might change his mind and return a Dragon Kingdom. As for Wen Tian, he always remembers the kindness of his master in raising him. Lord Dragon God, could you please ask the former Dragon God to come forward and explain to everyone what is going on? Asked the elder of the Dragon Palace to Xing Lian above. Although his actions were very respectful, there was a hint of coercion in his tone. He is the Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace. He was very dissatisfied with Xing Lian's position as the Dragon God. Logically speaking, this position should be his. But what he didn't expect was that the former Dragon God would actually pass the throne of Dragon God to such an innately awakened psychic who had no prestige in the Dragon Palace, and moreover, she was a woman. He was very skeptical as to whether Xing Lian could lead the Dragon Palace to follow the pace set by the former Dragon God, and he was also very unconvinced. Master has already said that he will not interfere in the affairs of Longwar anymore, so you don't need to say these words anymore. Xing Lian looked at the people below who were all looking at her, raised her head, and said expressionlessly, "Besides, he has been working hard for Longwa for more than 20 years, and now he needs a good rest." Chapter 134, Xing Lian's Strength. As soon as Xing Lian said this, two different voices were heard in the hall. One faction is headed by the Great Elder, who is unable to awaken his innate soul power. The other faction can awaken innate supernatural powers. Although some of these people were not convinced that Xing Lian could inherit the throne of Dragon God, Xing Lian was after all a person who could awaken innate supernatural powers, and she was also the apprentice of the former Dragon God. They still have great awe for the former Dragon God, the only person who can awaken superpowers. Now that they saw Xing Lian being bullied by such a group of people, they certainly couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Suddenly, the whole hall was in an uproar. Wu Yin looked at the two groups of people in the hall, which were already equal in number. He had begun to frown slightly. When he was in the Dragon Palace, he had already seen the irreconcilable contradictions between the two factions, and they disliked each other. Sure enough, after that person spread the news of the Dragon God's position and someone was suppressing them, the two factions started fighting among themselves. However, Wen Yin could clearly feel that the group of people who had awakened their innate supernatural powers were stronger and had a higher status. There are only a few bald elders supporting this side. If these elders are no longer in this world, the entire Dragon Palace will probably be completely controlled by those with innate supernatural powers, and the lifeline of the entire Dragon Kingdom will fall into their hands. After all, they are not from this world, nor are they from Dragon Country, so their feelings for Dragon Country are definitely not that deep. If the Dragon Palace is completely controlled by these people in the end, what will be the fate of the Dragon Kingdom? Will it decline step by step due to the interference of these people? Think about the scenes of these people doing whatever they want in Dragon Country 10 or 20 years later. Perhaps at this time, letting Longwa return to the hands of his master would be a last resort. Thinking of what Wen Tian had said to him at that time, Wen Yin's brows began to furrow more and more tightly. Is there a possibility that master is really doing the right thing? Seeing Wen Yin frowning beside him, he bumped his arm and said, "Wen Yin, what are you thinking about?" Suddenly being woken up by someone, Wen Yin shook his head gently. He could feel that his master was no longer the same master as before. Wen Tian is no longer the same Wen Tian as before. He has completely thrown away the last bit of kindness in his heart and has become a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. If Wen Tian were really allowed to take charge of the Dragon Palace, the situation would be even worse and more serious than it is now. Think of this. Wen Yin didn't want to think about it anymore. These things are no longer something he can decide now. We can only hope that the woman on the seat, now the Dragon God, will not forget that man's advice and will do her best to protect the Dragon Kingdom. "I'm Fina," Wen Yin said to Ken Yi beside him. Even when there is something wrong, you could say that nothing is wrong. Wen Yin, I know what you're worried about. Aren't you worried about what will happen if the Dragon Palace falls into the hands of these people in the future? He raised his eyebrows and looked at Wen Yin and said. Seeing that Wen Yin didn't react, Yi knew that he had already agreed. However, if you want to solve this problem, I have a bold idea. A bold idea? Wen Yin looked at Yi and asked. That's right. Wen Yin, do you still remember the power that erupted from Lin Chen's body 2 days ago? You want to? No. Wen Yin quickly understood what Yi meant and refused directly. He said he only wanted to do a good job of Manhwa Group. I can't drag him into this. Wen Yin, are you still deceiving yourself? Now Wen Tian's gun is pointed at his Manhwa Group. Do you think he can get away? I also know something about what happened back then. Now it seems that Wen Tian may have contacted some people in the soul world. Judging from the current situation of the Dragon Palace, it is better to put everything on Lin Chun. If the soul power that happened to Lin Chun 2 days ago was just an accident, then we can only leave it to fate in the end. When Wen Yin heard Yi say this, the surprise on his face disappeared in an instant. What he didn't expect was that Yi actually knew something about what happened back then. However, he still said with a firm face, I said, since this matter was caused by me, if Lin Chen didn't choose to let me leave at that time, I would do everything I could to help him deal with this matter. Wen Yin you. Knowing that Wen Yin was just like that, Kaney sighed helplessly. Forget it, do whatever you want. Just as Kaney and Wen Yin were talking about these words, a cold voice suddenly came from above. Xing Lian had already stood up and was looking at the people in the hall. Some floating ice gradually appeared on her fingertips. That's enough. Stop arguing. I told you, Master needs to rest now. As soon as Xing Lian said this, everyone in the hall suddenly felt a chill that went straight to their hearts. This soul power is so strong. Feeling the chill emanating from the icy woman not far away, Yi was suddenly surprised. He had never seen Xing Lian radiate from her body. I didn't expect her soul power to be of ice attribute and so powerful. You have to know that person's soul power is a fire attribute, and ice and fire are incompatible. I didn't expect that person would accept this woman as his apprentice. On the side, Wen Yin, who felt this soul power, also showed a look of surprise on his face. Although this soul power is not as strong as the one displayed by that person at that time, but he must be an unrivaled existence in the Dragon Palace. No wonder that man eventually passed the position to this woman. Judging from the strength this woman has shown now, she is qualified enough to succeed the throne of Dragon God. It's just a pity that she's a person with innate supernatural powers. It would be fine if she could keep that person's words in her heart. Otherwise, no one can be her opponent. Where the future of Dragon Country will go is still unknown. Everyone in the hall felt the biting chill and immediately stopped arguing. What they didn't expect was that this seemingly frail woman was actually so powerful. So powerful that it was beyond the expectations of any of them. Xing Lian has been following that person all these years and has never shown her own strength. That's why she has no sense of presence in the Dragon Palace. Therefore, many people were dissatisfied with his ability to inherit the throne of Dragon God. But after Xing Lian made this move, no one dared to say anything extra. Chapter 135, Suspicious Intelligence. However, no one noticed that in the dark, several people had fierce looks on their faces. Within Manhwa Group, Lin Chun was still considering how to best handle this matter. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Putting aside the little calculation in his mind, Lin Chun stood up and opened the door, then saw Xiao Fei coming in with a thick stack of information. Looking at the pile of documents that was taller than Xiao Fei, Lin Chen's mouth twitched suddenly. Xiao Fei, what are you doing here? Brother Lin, didn't you ask me to collect information about Shangshi Group 2 days ago? Xiao Fei explained. Are there so many? Looking at the small mountain formed by thousands of A4 papers, Lin Chun groaned inwardly. Even if he reads day and night, he won't be able to finish reading all this in a week. Brother Lin, you asked me to type out every detail. Okay. Lin Chun took the information and placed it on his desk, then gave half to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, you stay too and read it with me. Brother Lin, I have read all the information and I don't find anything strange. You didn't notice anything? Brother Lin, at my level, I can't understand these. But, no reason. Lin Chun immediately perked up. Brother Lin, I intercepted a financial report about last quarter from the main computer of Shangshi Group today, and I feel like there is something wrong. But I can't tell exactly what's wrong. Xiao Fei said, pulling out a piece of paper covered with dense words from a thick stack of documents, and handed it to Lin Shun. Lin Shun picked up the paper and took a first look at it. He didn't feel anything wrong. It was just an ordinary purchase order plus a financial statement, using a common template circulating in a market. But the strange thing was that after he looked carefully for a while, he also felt the feeling that Xiaofei described. Very weird. Very weird. The fonts in some places seem to have been deliberately modified, which makes people feel uncomfortable. You should know that clarity and neatness are the most basic functions a report should have. Some things on this report are obviously ambiguous and do not look like something produced by a skilled secretary. After looking through the report one by one, Lin Shin quickly found something wrong. The data recorded in the first half was normal. But later on, there were suddenly some more names of chemical substances. Later on, all of them were named Ingwen, and only less than 2 or 3 copies were purchased for each, with a line of words marked next to them. For experimental purchases only. Considering that each of these drugs costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, these Ingwen drugs cost a total of several $100 million, accounting for 3/5 of Shengshi Group's expenditure last quarter. In other words, more than half of the $1 billion spent by Shengshi Group last quarter was used to purchase these drugs, and all of these drugs were used for experiments only and did not need to be reported. This could be a great topic to write about. Whether the money was actually used to purchase the drug in the end, probably only Shengshi Group knows. However, why would Shengshi Group bring such a trick that anyone with a little bit of experience can see through to the surface? Does this mean that Shengshi Group is ready to fight to the death? Thinking of this, Lin Chen began to feel a little uneasy. If Shengshi Group really wants to use this method to transfer funds abroad, then it seems that Shengshi Group is already prepared to run away. Brother Lin, what does it say here? Seeing Lin Chen's frown, Xiao Fei asked curiously. It seems that there must be something wrong with this report. Xiao Fei, have you discovered that Shengshi Group has other ways of transferring assets externally? Lin Chen asked Xiao Fei, thinking that if Shengshi Group only used this method to transfer assets, it would take an unknown amount of time to transfer the assets. Brother Lin, no. Xiao Fei thought about it carefully for a long time and finally shook his head. No, Lin Chen asked in surprise. However, Lin Chen still believes in Xiao Fei's abilities. But if Shengshi Group did not use other means to transfer assets, then what was recorded on this piece of paper might have a different meaning. So were these things written on this piece of paper? Lin Chen gently shook the paper in his hand and began to fall into deep thought. At this time, Xiao Fei seemed to understand what Lin Chen was confused about and took out another piece of paper from the pile of documents. Brother Lin, the report you have in your hand is what I intercepted from Shengshi Group's mainframe. It is not public information. The report that Shengshi Group actually submitted is the one in my hand. Seeing Xiao Fei handing him another piece of paper, Lin Chen felt numb. This is a great feeling. He was daydreaming for a long time, and it seemed that he was really daydreaming. Taking the other piece of paper handed over by Xiao Fei, Lin Chen took a casual glance and found that this was indeed a real report, the kind that was made completely flawless. If this piece of paper is the real report, then what is the meaning of the paper he held in his hand just now? Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something. The words on the previous report should record something important. The names of those medicines should be a kind of cipher corresponding to something. As for why it was recorded in Eagle language, it is very likely that the transaction partner was from the Eagle country. Eagle country? Isn't that where Wen Tian's Eternal Night Special Forces is now? Could it be that Shengshi Group is actually a chess piece of Wen Tian? That is not right. If Shengshi Group is Wen Tian, there is no need for Shengshi Group to record such things. The relationship between the two of them is more like a cooperation. This also seems to explain why Wen Tian targeted his Longhua Group. However, this could just be a coincidence. Based on these alone, we cannot conclude that it is Wen Tian that is cooperating with Shengshi Group. Xiao Fei, has Shengshi Group sent anything to Eagle Country in the past few days? Lin Chen asked Xiao Fei. Eagle Country? Brother Lin, let me think. Shengshi Group did send things to Eagle Country a few times, but they were all medicines and the like, nothing suspicious. Brother Lin, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Help me find out about these first, and I'll explain them to you later. Okay. Xiao Fei responded, and with his amazing memory, he found everything quickly. Chapter 136, First Use of Soul Power. After taking the papers handed over by Xiao Fei, Lin Shun discovered that the things recorded on them were exactly the same as the drugs on the report in his hand. However, The papers did not clearly state what these drugs represented. Xiao Fei, can you find out what these things are? Lin Chen asked. But to Lin Chen's disappointment, Xiao Fei immediately shook his head. Brother Lin, I don't know. These are all stored in Shengshi Group's mainframe. And Shengshi Group's mainframe is developed with the most advanced technology in the world. Judging from the current research progress of our department, it will take about half a year to crack their technology. How did you get this report? This report was captured by the microcrawlers I placed when the people from Shengshi Group were entering this data into their mainframe. That is to say, that's right, Brother Lin. We cannot crack the data that is entered into the mainframe of Shengshi Group for the time being, but now Shengshi Group's every move will be under our control. Xiao Fei knew what Lin Chen wanted to ask and said confidently. Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up again. Then Xiao Fei, in the next few days, you should pay close attention to Shengshi Group's every move, especially their intelligence exchanges with Eagle Country and the United States. No problem, Brother Lin. Then Xiao Fei, you go back first. I can do this big project alone. Lin Chen said with a wry smile as he looked at the piles of information about Shengshi Group that had filled up the entire desk. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll go back first. If you have any questions, just come to me directly. Xiao Fei responded, then pushed the door and walked out. After Xiao Fei left, Lin Chen was the only one left in the office. Picking up a piece of printed paper, Lin Chen began to study it carefully. Although it was a very torturous task to find a needle in this sea of paper, Lin Chen still looked at them one by one, because he knew that some details that could determine success or failure might be hidden in these inconspicuous pieces of paper. However, after watching for 3 or 4 hours, Lin Chen gave up completely. This is not something that people should do. What's even more ridiculous is that something that can be summarized in 100 words is exaggeratedly described with thousands of words. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the professional capabilities of the salesmen of Shengshi Group who recorded this information. Moreover, in these 3 or 4 hours, he didn't see a single important or meaningful message. In other words, these 3 or 4 hours were completely wasted. Seeing that the progress was less than 1/20th, Lin Chen rubbed his head in pain, picked up a bowl of tea beside the table, and drank it. After drinking a cup of tea, Lin Chen suddenly felt much clearer. As he was getting ready to cheer up and throw himself into this hard battle, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, he had encountered many situations like this where he had to deal with a large number of documents all at once. Whenever he encountered such a situation, he would call Duo over and use her soul power to quickly find what he wanted. Thinking of this, Lin Chen slowly opened his hands and released the soul power that was constantly increasing in his body bit by bit. Lin Chen felt that the soul power pulsating at his fingertips was much stronger than in the previous 2 days, and he became a little confused. Could it be that he could practice automatically? But now is not the time to think about these things. Now we have to think of how to use these soul powers to deal with the current problems. Recalling the actions that Duo had taken at that time, Lin Chen slowly raised his right hand. After gathering the soul power into a small vortex in the palm of his right hand, Lin Chen turned his palm and directly made the small vortex fly out. Under the influence of the small vortex, all the papers on the desk swirled and flew into the air. Finally, they all floated steadily in the air. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Lin Chen stared at his right hand in a daze. He just tried it casually and unexpectedly succeeded. Should I say that I'm a lucky guy or a genius? Lin Chen thought with a happy look on his face, letting the soul power from the fingertips of his right hand continue to flow out. Ensuring that the papers could remain still in mid-air, Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to silently recite the key words he wanted to find. After silently repeating "Eternal Night, Special Forces" several times in his heart, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. But to his embarrassment, nothing happened. The papers remained relatively still in mid-air, not moving at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen became a little dejected. It turned out that he was just a little luckier. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes again. This time he did not directly recite in his mind the things he wanted to find. Instead, after thinking for a while, he began to try to circulate the soul power in his body. Time passes by little. Lin Chen's control over the soul energy in his body became more and more proficient. After I felt that the time was about up, Lin Chen pushed the spiritual energy in his body, flowing throughout his body little by little. When these soul energies just flowed into his mind, It was suddenly like a switch was turned on, and a large number of phantoms of words suddenly flooded into Lin Chen's mind, and the papers floating outside also moved at this moment, and then returned to calm. Seeing these phantom words, Lin Chen knew that he had used his soul power to link the papers outside into his mind. Then next, you just need to silently recite the keywords you want to find in your mind. Sure enough, after Lin Chen said the 5 words Eternal Night Special Forces in his mind, 5 or 6 pieces of paper among the thousands of papers floating in the air shook violently, and then slowly fell onto the office desk. The remaining papers continued to remain motionless in the air. Lin Chen opened his eyes, picked up the papers on the table, and took a look. Sure enough, he found that these were the things he was looking for. In other words, his half-hour of effort was not wasted. He has already used his soul power to search for text. Although he was very excited, he did not show it directly. Lin Chen closed his eyes again and began to recite other key words in his mind. Chapter 137 Suspicion. After reciting the keywords you want to find silently, several small piles of papers of varying thicknesses were neatly arranged on the office table. After temporarily not thinking of looking for anything else, Lin Chen stretched out his hand, collected the papers that were still floating in the sky, and then put them aside. Sitting back in the chair, Lin Chen's face had turned slightly pale. Although I didn't encounter too many setbacks when using soul power for the first time, but it still consumed a lot of his physical energy, and Lin Chen now felt hungry. Sure enough, this kind of thing can't be used casually. It still takes more practice. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, and then began to look through the information that had already been screened out. After carefully reading all the selected information, Lin Chen's brows began to frown slightly. As he expected, Shengshi Group has already started some kind of cooperation with the Eternal Night Special Forces. And this cooperation doesn't look like a cooperation, but more like a transaction. But as to what they were secretly plotting, there was no record of it in the intelligence. Moreover, there are some records about Sheng Minghui, the chairman of Shengshi Group, in these intelligence reports. Sheng Minghui grew up in the United States and received American education, so he is almost a complete American. When Sheng Minghui was in college, he came into contact with John. Later, Sheng Minghui came to Manhwa under the Talent Introduction Program and founded Shengshi Group, focusing on drug research. With the strong support of various policies, Shengshi Group eventually became the largest pharmaceutical company in Manhwa. Sheng Minghui himself is very low-key and has never appeared in front of the media. Even most of the employees within Shengshi Group have never seen Sheng Minghui. What made Lin Chen even more confused was that Sheng Minghui did not tell John about his dealings with Wentian this time. Before that, Shengshi Group would notify John in advance of every major event it did. But 6 months ago, Sheng Minghui seldom communicated with John, and every time they communicated, it was only about trivial matters. It can be said that Sheng Minghui was completely concealing what happened to Shengshi Group in the past 6 months. So what exactly happened between Sheng Minghui and John? And what has Sheng Minghui been secretly planning over the past 6 months? How did he get to work with Wentian and get on this trail? So many questions suddenly emerged in Lin Chen's mind. He always felt that Shengshi Group must not be as simple as it seemed, and must have other intentions. Just as Lin Chen continued to flip through the pages, he suddenly saw something and his face suddenly turned pale. This report is directed at MOCHO. The above records and detail the tracking and research of MOCHO by Shengshi Group during the period when MOCHO was the medicine god. But what was written above was mostly about mission failures, which meant that MOCHO was able to keenly perceive it every time and escape the surveillance of Shengshi Group. It also records the reasons why the operation failed. All the children in the streets and alleys are his spies. If a stranger enters their territory, he will quickly flee. If we want to capture MOCHO, it will take a lot of manpower and resources, which may arouse suspicion from above. Moreover, MOCHO cannot play a decisive role in the Shengshi plan, so it is recommended to cancel this operation. Moreover, this report came to an abrupt end after recording MOCHO's entry into Manhwa Group. Then came some reports on their investigation into the Manhwa Group. However, there is no useful information recorded on it. There is just one sentence that is crucial. If the Manhwa Group can be eliminated, it is better to eliminate it as soon as possible to avoid raising a tiger to cause trouble. After reading all this information, Lin Chen seemed to have understood the general ins and outs of the matter. He also understood why Wentian suddenly targeted their Manhwa Group. This may be one of the conditions they put forward in their cooperation with Wentian. But what did they provide to deserve such help from Wentian? The prosperity plan was also mentioned in the intelligence. So what exactly does this grand plan refer to? Although the more he knew, the more problems Lin Chen discovered, and the more confusing things became. But what he could feel was that Shengshi Group was definitely not as simple as it seemed now. They must be planning something in secret. And Sheng Minghui, who has never appeared, may be the final boss. Of course, this is all relative to John, the final boss he faced in his previous life. However, what he remembered was that in his previous life, Shengshi Group was directly banned. In other words, Shengshi Group was directly destroyed by Wentian, and the cooperative relationship between them was not unbreakable. It doesn't feel like a cooperative relationship between them. It's more like a relationship of mutual benefit. But in this life, since I already know all these things about Wentian, and I'm also involved in a confrontation with Wentian, the line of things has changed. His main tasks now were to identify and destroy the Shengshi Group, and to survive the Eternal Night Special Forces operation 3 months later. At this time in his previous life, he was still a college student who had just graduated 2 or 3 years ago. He had no business experience and was still working for other companies. I haven't met Wu Nian yet. I haven't met Luo Xan and Duo yet. He had only heard a little about Shengshi Group and Wentian. I didn't expect that he is now deeply involved in it. When a butterfly flaps its wings, big changes happen somewhere in the world. I don't know what the future of this world will be like, and whether it will be completely different from what he experienced in his previous life. But what he could feel was, he has entered the if line, he must make himself strong and make the right choice. As for the previous events, such as the elimination of Yuanda Group, they were just minor incidents and had no impact on the timeline of the entire world. After putting the small piles of information on the table, Lin Chen began to circulate the soul power in his body again. He now has a lot of doubts in his mind, and he wants to see if he can find some answers from this information. Chapter 138, Establishing Authority. After using the soul power in his body to carefully sort out the information again, Lin Chen did not get any other useful information. But Lin Chen did not show any regret. He now knows so much useful information in advance by cheating. That was almost enough for him. After retracting his soul power into his body, Lin Chen slumped down in the chair. Using soul power consumes too much physical strength. I don't know what strange method that little Duo used to search for information for a whole day without feeling hungry. At this time, inside the Dragon Palace, because Xing Lian's attack just now left a deep impression on everyone, the entire hall was now deathly silent. Everyone was waiting for Xing Lian to speak. Xing Lian glanced at everyone in the hall and returned to the Dragon God throne. In fact, she was not sure what effect the attack she just launched would have. She had been practicing hard over the years, slowly awakening the power of ice in her body. Therefore, she had no clear idea of how strong she really was. However, after seeing the reactions and expressions of the people in the hall, she knew that the attack she had just displayed was beyond her expectations. Otherwise, those people in the temple wouldn't be like this now. The Dragon Palace has its own rules. If you break the rules, you should know the punishment. Xing Lian widened her beautiful eyes slightly and said to everyone in the hall. When she was with her master, she would often hear her master talk about things in the Dragon Palace. She also knew that the two forces in the Dragon Palace were incompatible. But what she didn't expect was that these two forces were so incompatible. They actually started quarreling with each other in the Dragon Palace. Lord Dragon God, we know we are wrong. The Great Elder spoke first, but his words did not seem to be sincere. He was closest to the soul power that had just erupted from this woman, so he felt it most deeply. He had only felt the power at that moment in front of the old Dragon God. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen other places or other people. But when he thought that this woman was a congenitally awakened person, the Great Elder became worried again. If this woman wholeheartedly favors the opposing group, then the Dragon Palace will be completely under the control of that group in the future. These old antiques have no use for their skills anymore. What about you? Do you know you are wrong? Seeing the Great Elder lower his head on his own initiative, Xing Lian looked at the man in green cloud clothes on the other side. This man in green was the one who took the lead in confronting the Great Elder just now. The man in green was secretly happy when he saw the Great Elder being humiliated, but as soon as he looked up, he met Xing Lian's cold gaze, and he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Moreover, the ability he awakened was water attributed. Just with one glance, he felt as if all the soul power in his body was instantly frozen, and even breathing became a little difficult. Lord Dragon God, we also acknowledge our guilt. Not daring to look at the beautiful woman again, the man in green lowered his head and said hurriedly, "Since you know your crime, then punish you according to the rules." Looking at the two people with their heads bowed deeply below, Xing Lian said in a flat tone. However, the great elder and the man in green suddenly became flustered after hearing Xing Lian's words. If we go by the Dragon Palace rules, they are committing a capital crime of destroying the unity of the Dragon Palace. When the old dragon god was in power, he turned a blind eye to their private actions and never said anything further. They didn't expect that the new dragon god would start taking action against them as soon as he took the throne. Lord Dragon God, isn't this punishment a little too severe? The great elder turned around and gave a look to the people behind him. The people behind him understood and immediately followed suit. Lord Dragon God, this is absolutely not allowed. Yes, Lord Dragon God, there's never been such a precedent in the Dragon Palace. Lord Dragon God, the great elder has been loyal to the Dragon Palace for so many years. If you hurt him, it will chill the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Palace. On the other side, the man in green had long since retracted his expression of mockery towards the great elder, and now the two of them were tied to the same rope. If the great elder were to die today, he would not be able to survive. The man in blue also quickly glanced at the people behind him. The hall was suddenly filled with voices pleading with the great elder and the man in green. Listening to the chattering in the hall, Xing Lian frowned slightly. But what she said about executing the great elder and the man in green were all lies. This was a way of establishing authority that his master had taught him a few days ago, called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The master also told her that only she could use this trick because he was not familiar with the people in the hall, and this trick would have a deterrent effect. But the master is different. The people in the temple are all those who followed him to establish the Dragon Temple. No one would believe him if he used this trick, so he could only use a conciliatory way to resolve the disputes in the temple over the years. Seeing that the effect she wanted had been achieved, Xing Lian slowly said, "Well, since you all say so, let's just leave it at that. If anyone dares to do it again next time, I will definitely not show mercy." After hearing what Xing Lian said, the great elder and the man in green immediately showed an expression of rebirth. "Thank you, Lord Dragon God, for your grace." At this moment, they no longer cared about the fact that they were the most senior and experienced group in the Dragon Palace. The woman in front of him seemed weak, but she was completely different from the old dragon god. This woman's eyes were filled with murderous determination. Xing Lian simply ignored the two people's constant thanks and continued, "I think you all have not forgotten the original intention of our Dragon Palace." "We haven't forgotten," everyone in the hall said in unison. "Don't you think that the way you are now has violated the original intention of the establishment of the Dragon Palace?" As soon as Xing Lian said this, everyone in the hall fell silent. In the early days of the Dragon Palace, the two forces were still harmonious with each other. But as some minor frictions continued to escalate, things between them gradually became what they are now. You should put aside your prejudices and keep the original intention of the Dragon Palace in mind. Only in this way can the grudges between you gradually dissolve. Xing Lian continued. Otherwise, our Dragon Palace will not only fail to protect the Dragon Kingdom, but will bring disaster to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 139 about Wentian. After listening to what the beautiful woman said, Wu Yan's face suddenly showed a look of joy. He originally thought that this woman could not handle the dispute that had just occurred in the hall, but now he realized that he was overthinking. After all, she was the disciple taught by that man, and that man had gone against all odds and pushed this beautiful woman to the position of Dragon God. In the end, this beautiful woman did not disappoint that man. Moreover, from what the beautiful woman just said, it can be seen that she has a very deep affection for the Dragon Palace. Under her leadership, the Dragon Palace might get better and better. Of course, Wu Yan did not forget the purpose of his visit to the Dragon Palace this time. He came to ask for help for Lin Xin. After waiting for the quiet atmosphere in the hall to disappear, Wu Yan stood up and said, "Lord Dragon God, what are you going to do about the Eternal Night Special Forces? Since when Tianjin is plotting something detrimental to Longhua, we in Longdian will definitely not sit idly by. Moreover, Longhua Group is now cooperating with our people in Longdian, and we will ensure his personal safety." Xing Lian said. Although he got Xing Lian's promise, he didn't get any specific plan. Wu Yan was still worried. "Lord Dragon God, The Eternal Night Special Forces may take action in advance. Don't worry, we already have a plan. Xing Lian knew what Wen Yin wanted to ask, but she chose not to answer. Her master had told her that some people in the Dragon Palace had a very close relationship with Wen Tian. So if she had any plans, she only needed to tell some people she could absolutely trust. But now that they were in the hall, in front of so many people, she would not tell them her plan. In the corner, a man with a scar, with his hands in his pockets, glanced over here intentionally or unintentionally. He originally thought that this beautiful woman would directly tell him the plan, but he didn't expect that this beautiful woman would be so cautious. If the plan is not discovered, then we will have to give up. But what he didn't expect was that the soul power in this beautiful woman's body was so strong. Another thing he didn't expect was that Wu Nian would actually tell Long Dian directly what the boss told him. He had to find an opportunity to sneak out of the Dragon Palace and tell his elder brother about these two things. Otherwise, eldest brother's plan will definitely be affected. The scarred man looked around and used gestures to convey his meaning to his accomplices. After getting the understanding from his accomplice, the scarred man nodded and continued to look towards the center of the hall. After this conference is over, he will sneak to Shengshi Group and send information to his eldest brother through Shengshi Group. In the main hall, when Wu Nian saw Xing Lian's look, he knew that she already had a plan in mind. But since she doesn't want to tell me now, there is no need for me to ask further. If something really happened to Lin Chen, with his and Qin Ye's strength, they would still be able to protect Lin Chen's life and wait for reinforcements from the Dragon Palace to arrive. Lord Dragon God, since you have said so, we too will not bother you anymore. If you have any questions in the future, you can send someone to find me directly. When he arrived, he knew that a meeting was being held in the Dragon Palace. It was temporarily delayed because of his and Qin Ye's arrival. After all, he and Qin Ye no longer belonged to the Dragon Palace. Now that he had done what he should do, it was time to leave the Dragon Palace. Okay, Xing Lian nodded. Well, everyone, I'll take my leave now. You guys continue with your meeting. Wu Nian bowed to everyone in the hall and then walked out. Qin Ye also clasped his fist and followed Wu Nian out. On the way back to Longhua Group, Qin Ye asked Wu Nian beside him, Wu Nian, what do you think of Xing Lian? What do you mean? What will happen if the Dragon Palace is under her leadership? If she can pass the test of asking the sky, she will be able to lead the Dragon Palace to move forward. By the way, Wu Nian, what exactly did your master encounter back then? Did he really look for the door to break the world that was left behind? Qin Ye asked based on some information he had heard. Yes, my master did find the door to the world. Then what? What happened then? Seeing that Wu Nian actually answered his question, Qin Ye hurriedly asked. He also knew that the old dragon god had gone to find Wen Tian specifically for this matter. But just a few days later, the old dragon god came back, and then the news of Wen Tian's death spread. All of this, it seems, is related to the old dragon god. Then, they saw something they shouldn't have seen in the cracked door. Wu Nian replied, Something you shouldn't see? What thing shouldn't you see? Wu Nian, can't you just stop suspense and finish what you want to say in one breath? As for what it is, I don't know exactly. Wu Nian shook his head and said. Wen Tian did not tell him what happened afterwards. However, when he saw Wen Tian said this, he had an angry and sad expression, as if he had been abandoned. He knew that something must have happened between Wen Tian and the old dragon god. But based on his impression of that person should not do anything to frame Wen Tian. So he was also very confused about what happened that year. When he went to the Dragon Palace for the first time, he specifically asked that person. But that person kept avoiding the question and wouldn't say anything no matter how he was asked. Oh, boring. After hearing Wu Nian's answer, Qin Ye let out a breath and blew his hair. He originally thought that he would hear something interesting, but he didn't expect that Wu Nian would just say, I don't know. He now felt as uncomfortable as if he had taken a shit and found that there was no paper. But this time, Wen Tian might fall into the hands of Xing Lian. The soul power that erupted from that girl just now scared me. It should be comparable to the power that erupted from the old dragon god back then. Uncertain. Not necessarily. Qin Ye became a little confused when he heard Wu Nian's reply, which was not a joke. No matter how strong Wen Tian is, he is just an ordinary person who cannot awaken special powers. He is still not good enough in front of that girl. Yes, the last time I went to see Wen Tian, I also felt the soul power in his body. Wu Nian, what did you say? Isn't it true that Wen Tian cannot awaken his superpowers? Chapter 140 Past Events. Zhan Ye exclaimed. All those in the Dragon Palace who were not born awakened had to undergo soul power testing. But in the end, only the old dragon god succeeded in awakening his soul power. Everyone else is unable to awaken their soul power. This includes Wentian. But now, Wunyan actually said that he felt the soul power in Wentian. Wunyan, you have to know that we participated in the test together with Wentian. The soul stone that Wentian touched did not react at all. Of course, I know about this, and this is exactly what I'm confused about. I'm afraid all of this is related to what happened that year. Wu Yin looked into the distance, with a hint of realization in his eyes. He went on that mission with Wen Tian that year. But when Wen Tian found the gate to break the world, he was performing other tasks. Therefore, he had no idea what happened at that time. He knew that after that incident, Wen Tian died. Then he took over the position of leader of the Wen Tian Flying Tigers Special Forces. He originally thought that he would never see his master again in this life. But what was unexpected was that they met in that way a few days ago. More than a decade has passed, but there is no trace of time on that man's face. It looks exactly the same as it did a dozen years ago. But after a conversation, he knew. Wen Tian is no longer the same Wen Tian as before, and his master is no longer the same master as before. He recalled the scene that happened between him and Wen Tian when he was still a teenager. The corners of Wen Yin's eyes actually turned slightly red. After recovering from these memories, Wu Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly rushed towards Longhua Group. Caney stood there, looking at Wu Yin's figure getting farther and farther away, and several memories emerged in his mind. When he was a child, he was always laughed at by children of the same age because he was born with white hair. Over time, he developed this kind of character. As a teenager, he became a gangster. I have nothing to do every day, and I do all kinds of evil. It was not until he was 18 that Wu Yin saved his life by coincidence. Then he was pulled into the Flying Tigers Special Forces. His life changed completely from then on. Almost 10 years have passed now, and he has officially joined the Flying Tigers for 6 years. During these 10 years, he received countless help from Wu Yin. Although Wu Yin looks very stern and cold, he knows that Wu Yin cares very much about others in his heart. Wu Yin looks like this probably because he is carrying too much on his shoulders. After thinking so much, Caney could no longer see Wu Yin's figure. He shook his head quickly and followed the direction of Longhua Group. Within Longhua Group, after a hearty meal, Lin Chun suddenly felt his strength restored. After using his soul power to search for information just now, his control over soul power has become more and more proficient. Moreover, he could feel that the soul power was flowing slowly in his body, and this soul power was still growing little by little. It was as if there was a machine that produced soul power inside his body, running nonstop. But he couldn't find out where this machine that could produce soul power was hidden. After carefully checking the body inside and out, no abnormalities were found. Lin Shan gave up looking for the so-called machine that could produce soul power. Since he can be reborn, it should be reasonable for him to have another one with this kind of incredible bug physique. Lin Shan transferred the soul power in his body to his palms and began to study it carefully. After he suddenly awakened this soul power a few days ago, he went to buy a book written by Taoist Master Fuji. This book recorded some strange things that happened to this world 100 years ago when the soul realm passed through the gate of breaking the world. It was widely circulated on the internet. It is recorded above that the superpowers awakened by superpower users usually have attributes. For example, gold, wood, thunder, fire, earth, and so on. Of course, there are also some people who can awaken 2 or even 3 or more different attributes at the same time. However, awakening so many attributes at the same time is not necessarily a good thing. If the awakened attributes are conflicting ones, such as water and fire, then the soul power used will be greatly reduced. But everything is not absolute. Those materials recorded that more than 100 years ago, there was a man who had the dual attributes of water and fire. However, this person was able to blend these two naturally conflicting attributes and eventually formed a new attribute. But soon after that person developed this new attribute, he directly participated in a life and death competition with a prize. But unfortunately, he didn't get the money in the end and was killed in the ring. What's even more outrageous is that there is an illustration next to this passage. Although this illustration is easily identified as fake. But I have to say that this book is still very interesting to read as a comedy magazine. There were a lot of weird things like 10 fire attribute mutants fighting 1 water attribute mutant, a thunder attribute mutant accidentally touching a plug and getting electrocuted to death, a wind attribute mutant hating the green train because it was moving too slowly and jumped off the train to race with on the tracks, etc. Moreover, This book also records that in addition to the basic attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder that can be awakened, some rare attributes can also be awakened. For example, ice attribute, light attribute, dark attribute, etc. However, when describing the dark attribute, a spoof was also mentioned here. A psychic suddenly awakened his dark power while his wife was pregnant, and then his wife gave birth to a child with dark skin. In the end, his wife even blamed him for awakening the dark attribute ability, and in the end, the psychic actually apologized to his wife. Seeing this, Lin Shin couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. Wow, it turns out there are such good men in this world. But I have to say that this Taoist priest is really good at it. Anything shameful can be recorded. However, after looking over the supernatural power that emerged from his palm several times, Lin Shin still couldn't figure out what kind of supernatural power he had awakened. Is it possible that I have awakened a fusion of water and fire? Remembering what was mentioned in the book, that the soul power after the attributes are integrated is colorless, Lin Shin said to himself. Chapter 141, Big Misunderstanding. Oh, why am I thinking so much? As for what superpower I have awakened, I will know after giving it a try. After flipping through the soul flower in his hand, Lin Shin still couldn't figure out what it was. Then he remembered that this book also recorded how to distinguish the attributes of supernatural powers, and he quickly patted his head and said, according to what was written in the book, this was a method secretly learned from an organization called the Soul Palace, which helps newcomers who have just awakened their soul energy to identify the attributes of the awakened land. The book says, force the soul energy in the soul energy body into both hands, then clap your hands together, allowing the soul energy in the palms of your hands to collide violently. At the moment when the soul energies collide violently, whatever reaction occurs between the two hands will determine what attribute is awakened. If what comes out is fire, it means that the fire attribute has been awakened. If water splashes out, it means that the water attribute has been awakened. If your fingers suddenly feel numb, it means that the water attribute has awakened. If you feel like your eyes are about to be blinded, then congratulations, it means that you have awakened the light attribute. If you suddenly feel that the lights in the room are turned off, don't worry. It means that the dark attribute has awakened. After reading these descriptions, Lin Shin released the two balls of soul energy into the palms of his hands respectively. Then, Lin Shin put his hands together and clapped them hard, and the two soul energies suddenly collided with each other. But what made Lin Shin very embarrassed was that the two soul energies did not react at all, but instead merged together directly. What does this mean? Lin Shin began to wonder. Could it be that what he awakened has no attributes? This is a bit too ridiculous. Then is there any difference between his awakening and not awakening? Is it just that there is an extra soul energy in the body? Just when Lin Shin was annoyed, he found a few big words written behind this sentence. This method is in the Soul Palace. As for whether it is true or false, I don't know yet. Seeing this, Lin Shin was speechless. It turns out that this is a fake guide. Fake guides can really kill people. In fact, if you just think about it, you will know that these two energies come from your own body and have long been integrated with each other. How could there be any reaction? Throwing the book directly onto the table, Lin Shin had no intention of reading any further. This Taoist priest Buer is probably just a fake Taoist priest who specializes in cheating people. Not a single word written in his book can be trusted. But having said that, Lin Shin suddenly became very curious about the nature of the soul power in his body. But after he thought of two methods, he finally shook his head and gave up. The first method is to ask Duo for help. But with Duo's IQ, she might have been fooled by the little girl in red and has become her lover. The second method is to ask for help from the Dragon Palace, but now he only knows a little about the Dragon Palace. It is impossible for him to bet his life and property on the Dragon Palace. After all, that person may have attacked Wentian. If the soul power in his body is discovered and there is something wrong with it, then the development of events afterwards will not be decided by him. In the end, Lin Shin gave up the idea of exploring the nature of the soul power in his body. Although the soul power attribute in my body is now equivalent to a weapon box in a game, it would be unsettling if I leave it there. But if I open a heaven-defying artifact or a piece of rubbish, I will either be banned and killed by others, or I will feel upset. In short, it is better to leave it there. After rubbing the soul power in his palm back and forth several times and finding no clues, Lin Shin prepared to take the soul power back into his body. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Wu Yin and Qin Yi walked in. Lin Shun, the Dragon Palace has already... Wu Yin just finished speaking and suddenly stopped. He saw that Lin Shun was holding a soul power in his palm at this moment, and that soul energy had turned into the shape of a flower, beating slowly in Lin Shun's palm. When Lin Shun saw Wu Yin and Qin Yi looking at him with shock, his face suddenly turned pale. His attention just now was completely focused on the soul power in his body. What he didn't expect was that Wu Yin and Qin Yi would come back at this time. And in order to avoid having to go downstairs to open the door, he did not lock the door after he came back. Lin Shun quickly took the soul power in his palm back into his body and pretended to be calm and said, "Uncle Yin, you are back. You should sit down and rest first." After hearing that Lin Shun had no intention of explaining, Wu Yin frowned slightly. The reason why he didn't investigate the soul power in Lin Shen's body before was because he thought Lin Shen really didn't know what was going on with the soul power in his body. He was thinking that after Wen Tian's matter was resolved, he would take Lin Shun to the Dragon Palace to see if Lin Shun could really awaken his supernatural powers. However, when he saw Lin Shun controlling the soul power in his body freely, he knew that this was definitely not something that a person with awakened superpowers could do. Then Lin Shun can only be a person with innate awakened superpowers. Although almost all the innate superpowers in the world are in the Dragon Palace, there are also some innate superpowers who are unwilling to obey the orders of the Dragon Palace. However, these people with innate superpowers are all hiding in some secret places and will not interfere with the order of this world. But now Lin Shun actually appeared here and established the Manhwa group. What is Lin Shun thinking when he does this? Thinking of this, Wu Yin's frown deepened and tightened. If Lin Shun was really lying to him 2 days ago and said that he didn't know where the soul power in his body came from. So, the fact that Lin Shun asked him to come here back then was probably part of Lin Shun's plan. And Lin Shun said so many inexplicable things at that time. Lin Shun, how do you want to explain the soul power in your body just now? Wu Yin finally couldn't help but ask. He didn't like the feeling of being deceived. Are you still going to say that you knew nothing about the soul power in your body? Feeling that Wu Yin was angry, Lin Shen's already pale face became even paler. He himself really didn't know where this soul energy in his body came from. He just did it casually, and he had already mastered the soul energy in his body to perfection. However, this certainly caused Uncle Nien to misunderstand. Chapter 142, A Mess. So now, how should I explain this to Uncle Nien? Looking at Uncle Nien's expression, if I can't find a reasonable explanation this time, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Lin Shun racked his brains to think of a way to remedy all this, but he couldn't think of anything. There was no other way. Lin Shun had to tell the truth. Uncle Nien, I really don't know where this soul power in my body came from. These 2 days, I couldn't help but move the soul energy in my body, and then I found that I could actually control this soul energy. Uncle Nien, I know you may not believe it, but what I said is true. I have never lied to you from beginning to end. Listening to Lin Chen's explanation, Wu Yin's brows gradually relaxed, but he still found it hard to accept what Lin Chen said. If this soul energy was really awakened by him, how could he have used it to this extent in just 2 or 3 days? You know, when that person awakened his soul power, it took him a full half a year to release the soul energy in his body. Qin Yi stood nearby, and looking at Wu Yin's expression, he knew that Wu Yin would definitely believe what this kid said again. I don't know what kind of love potion this kid gave Wu Yin to make Wu Yin so trusting of him. But this time, he would never show mercy for Wu Yin's sake. He must personally expose the boy's true face. Ever since he discovered that something was wrong with the little girl duo on the first day he came to Manhwa group, he had felt that something was not right with this boy. However, considering that duo had the aura of the woman who saved their Flying Tiger Special Forces, and he could feel that the soul power in Duoduo's body was not that strong, he did not tell Wu Yin and Long Dian about these things. However, he was still secretly observing duo and this boy's every move. Unexpectedly, this kid was very cautious and never revealed any clues. This time they rushed back quickly and caught the guy just in time. The spiritual power that this kid just revealed is definitely not something that can be cultivated overnight. So, there must be something fishy going on with this kid. Wu Yin could have refrained from attacking this brat, but he couldn't. Today, he must reveal all the secrets hidden in this kid bit by bit. Thinking of this, Qin Yi took out the pair of brass knuckles that he had not used for a long time, put them directly on his hands, and then punched towards Lin Shun. On the side, Wu Yin saw Qin Yi taking out his life-originated weapon, the brass knuckles, and he knew that Qin Yi was going to kill him. He originally wanted to stop him, but when he thought of the soul power that had just been revealed in Lin Chen's body, he put down his hand. He also wanted to know how many secrets Lin Chen was hiding. Is what Lin Chen said true or false? Seeing Kan Yi coming at him without saying a word, with a whistling fist, Lin Chen quickly dodged to the side. Brother Kan Yi, everything I said is true. Really? Lin Chen, do you think we are all fools? Hurry up and use the soul power in your body just now. Otherwise, the brass knuckles in my hand will be blind. Not wanting to waste any more time talking to Lin Chen, can you punch Lin Chen's head directly? The sharp brass knuckles moved at high speed like a cold blade, emitting a bone-chilling chill. Seeing that Kan Yi was really determined to kill him, Lin Chen felt so bitter that he just fell to the ground and rolled a few times before escaping from Kan Ye's attack range. Brother Kan Yi, listen to me. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, Kan Yi threw another punch at him. This time, he left no room for Lin Chen to dodge. Lin Chen, if you keep hiding like this, you'll die. Looking at Kan Ye's punch that was as powerful as the collapse of Mount Tai, Lin Chen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If this punch hit him, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Moreover, he had nowhere to hide now. On the side, Wu Nian watched Kan Ye's attack, and a look of worry appeared on his face. He knew the remaining knight very well. This punch is Kan Ye's famous skill. It was with this punch that Kan Yi shattered a stone wall, allowing the Flying Tiger's special forces to take a shortcut and attack the enemy's rear. Now, can he actually use this punch on Lin Chen? Judging from Lin Chen's current strength, if he can't take this punch, he will die. If he could take this punch, he would be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Wu Nian picked up a pen on the table and looked ahead with bated breath. If he determined that Lin Chen could not take the punch, he would throw the pen in his hand. Therefore, he could not completely block Kan Yi's punch, but at least he could reduce half of the force of Kan Yi's punch, so that Lin Chen would not be in danger of his life. Lin Chen, if you keep pretending, you will die. Kan Yi roared and threw another punch, directly blocking all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Under the pressure of these two fists, Lin Chen already smelled the breath of death. At this moment, all the cells in my body are beating wildly. Lin Chen could feel that at this moment, his body seemed to no longer belong to him. Lin Chen's feet began to beat slightly as he suppressed the soul power that suddenly surged out of his body from nowhere. At the moment when the punch was about to hit his head, Lin Chen released the soul power that had been suppressed in his body for a long time. Suddenly, everything in the office flew into the air, and some jade and porcelain pieces shattered with a loud crash. However, under the influence of this soul power, these fragments did not fall to the ground but spread out in the air. The originally tidy room was now in a mess. And Kan Yi was also bounced several steps away by this soul power. Also bounced away was the pen that Wu Nian threw over. After being bounced aside and standing aside, Kan Yi calmed down the disordered breath of Lin Chen in his body, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Lin Chen, you are indeed an innate awakener. It turns out that all of this is just an act. What are you planning? Lin Chen looked at the already messy room and knew that he couldn't explain it clearly no matter how he tried. But what he didn't know was why there was suddenly such an extra soul power in his body just now. And after he released the soul power, he could never take it back, and it disappeared without a trace, just with the wind. Chapter 143, Crisis of Trust. After taking back all the soul power that could be taken back, all the floating objects in the room fell down in an instant. The sound of shattering filled the ground and could be heard clearly throughout the entire floor. When the security department heard the loud noise upstairs, a large group of men in black were suddenly startled. They didn't care about what they were doing and ran upstairs in a hurry. In Duo's room next door, Duo was taking a lazy nap. When she heard such a loud noise coming from her brother Lin Chen's room next door, she jumped off the bed and ran over. Bai said that he had gone out in the morning to find a way to restore his soul power and would not be back until the evening. So now she was the only one rushing to brother Lin Chen's room. After the security personnel pushed open the door of the room, everyone's face was filled with shock. Inside Mr. Lin's office, the floor was littered with broken things. Mr. Lin and the two big bosses Wu Nian and Kan Yi stood on one side, all in silence. Mr. Lin, what happened to you? After holding in for a long time, the leader of the security department finally asked. Although he felt that the current situation was no longer something he could solve, it was still his duty, and he still had to know what happened. Looking at the group of people gathered at the door and a little girl standing in the front, Lin Chen gestured to Wu Nian and Kan Yi, then said with a smile, It's nothing, I just wanted to ask these two seniors for advice on martial arts. Who knew it would turn out like this? Come in quickly and help clean up this room. After hearing Mr. Lin's answer, the team leader was completely stunned. The broken pieces on the ground are worth at least hundreds of millions. Are rich people so willful and can do whatever they want? Uncle Nien, Brother Caney, you two go back first. There are some things we can talk about when we have time. Now, in front of everyone, he didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. And the key thing was that he didn't know how to explain it to these two. It seems that he must go find the little girl in red and ask her something. Okay, we'll come see you in the evening. Wu Nian's tone had begun to become cold, but he still pulled Qin Yi out. Everything depends on how Lin Shun explains it tonight. But judging from the soul power that just erupted from Lin Shun, more than half of what Lin Shun said before might be false. After leaving the office, Qin Yi said to Wu Nian beside him, Wu Nian, my guess was right? I knew this guy was definitely not a simple person. If I don't kill him, I will really be fooled by him. Seeing that Wu Nian ignored him, Qin Yi knew that Wu Nian still felt sorry for the boy. So he continued, Wu Nian, from the moment you first came to me, I felt that this boy was weird. The mission that our Flying Tiger Special Forces carried out back then was absolutely confidential, and I really couldn't figure out how this boy knew about it. Now, I can figure it out. It turns out that this boy is also a superpower. Both of us were tricked by this boy. Wu Nian, I don't know what kind of drug that kid gave you, but you were so protective of him. But tonight, you can't be soft-hearted no matter what. We must know everything about this matter. Wu Nian, forget it. You don't have to come tonight. Just stay in your room. I'll tell you after I get something out of that kid. Things are just getting more and more. Wu Nian shook his head, sighed for no reason, and then went straight back to his room. He didn't know why, but he always had a particularly intimate and familiar feeling towards Lin Shun. Moreover, it comes from the bottom of my heart. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Shun actually chose to lie to him. So, Lin Shun established this company, eliminated the Yuanda group, and now he has to assist the Flying Eagle Special Forces to eliminate the Shengshi group. Are these all fake? If these are all fake, why is Lin Shun going to so much trouble to do this? What is his purpose? Could it be that Lin Shun did not deceive him? Everything Lin Shun said was true. Does Lin Shun really know nothing about the soul power in his body? Wu Nian thought a little distractedly. He couldn't make up his mind about Lin Shun. But tonight, he is definitely going. In the office, the broken garbage on the ground was quickly picked up by the security personnel, and now the whole office has become a bare ground. Seeing that his house was already empty-handed at this moment, Lin Shun couldn't help but look at his right hand. The soul power just now was emitted through this hand. He was just trying to save his life. But what I didn't expect was that it had such great destructive power. What made him even more puzzled was that at the moment when Caney's punch was about to hit him, the soul power in his body suddenly surged. If it weren't for the sudden extra soul power, relying only on the original soul power in his body, not only would he have caused such great damage, he wouldn't even have been able to block Caney's attack. Where did that sudden extra soul power come from? Where does the soul power in his body come from, which has been increasing day by day in the past few days? No, he must go find the little girl in red now. The soul power that just emanated from his body had already caused misunderstandings between Wu Nian and Qin Yi. If he didn't know what his current situation was, he would definitely not be able to get past Wu Nian and Qin Yi tonight. Thinking of this, Lin Shun directly pulled Duo, who was rummaging around in the room, over. Seeing Brother Lin Shun suddenly pick her up, and remembering the things that Bai found in Brother Lin Shen's computer 2 days ago, Duo turned over and jumped directly from Lin Shen's arms. Duo, what are you doing? In the past, Duo would cry and beg him to hold her, but today when he took the initiative to hold her, Duo seemed unhappy. Bad Brother Lin Shun, do you want to bully Duo? Duo pointed at Lin Shun, who was 2 times taller than him, and asked angrily, when did I want to bully you? Not knowing what this little girl was thinking, Lin Shun asked with a puzzled look on his face, do you want to do something embarrassing with Duo? But the little girl didn't believe it at all and kept asking, when did I ever want to do something that embarrassing with you? Could it be that this little girl has been bribed by the little girl in red? Chapter 144, Teaching Little Duo a Lesson. Not wanting to continue tangling with this little girl who was cheated but still helped others count money, Lin Shun asked directly, Duo, why didn't the little girl in red come with you? Bye. Bye went out this morning. Duo replied, out? Where did she go? Duo shook her head. I don't know. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Seeing Duo's dishonest look, Lin Shun directly grabbed her into his arms. If you don't tell the truth, you will be spanked. Duo really doesn't know. Duodwa's little body arched in Lin Chen's arms, and she said restlessly. Bye told herself not to tell anyone her whereabouts. I will never sell out my little sister Bye. Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. After throwing Duo down, Lin Chen closed his eyes and laid down on the chair, pretending that he didn't want to care about anyone anymore. Knowing that beating Duo again would be useless, he might as well just scare this silly girl. As he expected, Duodwa's face turned pale when she saw him like this. The two little hands began to grasp the little skirt nervously. If it were in the past, Brother Lin Chun would definitely spank her, but now Brother Lin Chun actually threw her out of his arms. Could it be? Is Brother Lin Chun really angry? But I promised Bye that I would not tell anyone else where she went. It's really hard to choose between Brother Lin Chun and Bye. For the first time, the little girl started to have trouble. In the end, the little girl decided not to tell Brother Lin Chun about this. But as compensation, she agreed to do that kind of embarrassing thing with Brother Lin Chun. This big pervert. Duodwa's face turned red, and she jumped directly into Lin Chen's brother's arms. She discovered a long time ago that Brother Lin Chun had countless soul energies in his body. If she could do such embarrassing things with Brother Lin Chun, she could transform into a little devil and absorb the soul energy in Brother Lin Chen's body. Feeling a piece of warm and soft jade suddenly jumping into his arms, Lin Chen quickly opened his eyes. You don't know this until you open your eyes. Once you open your eyes, Lin Chen is stunned. At this time, Duodwa's little face had already turned as red as a sunset glow, and her little hands were actually unbuttoning her shirt. Oh my god, when did this little girl turn into a little goblin? Unable to allow Duo to continue misbehaving like this, Lin Chen quickly jumped up and threw Duo to the ground. Duo, what are you going to do? Although everyone knew what bad things this little girl was going to do next, Lin Chen still asked with some fear. If he really did that with this little girl, he would be worse than a beast. Brother Lin Chun. Duo was thrown to the ground, feeling aggrieved and speechless. Seeing that Duo looked somewhat pitiful, Lin Chen quickly picked Duo up from the ground. He originally just wanted to trick Duo into telling her what the little girl in red had been secretly doing these days. What he really couldn't figure out was, he didn't know what this silly girl was thinking. Duo, you go back first. Worried that some weird ideas would pop up in Duodwa's little head again, Lin Chen wanted to send her back to let her calm down first. Who knew that before I even walked out the door, I saw Duo wiping her tears and crying, Brother Lin Chun, don't you want Duo anymore? You little girl, what kind of mess are you thinking about every day? When did I ever say I didn't want you anymore? Then why doesn't Brother Lin Chun want to do such embarrassing things with me? You're obviously already with Sister Ting. Duo said aggrievedly. But before she could finish her words, Lin Chen slapped her on the butt. You little girl, you won't be quiet if I don't beat you up for a day. Wow, Brother Lin Chun is bullying Duo again. After sending Duo back to his room, Lin Chen was about to go back when Duo grabbed his hand. What's wrong, Duo? Lin Chen turned around and looked at the little girl in front of him who was now incredibly cute and asked, Brother Lin Chen, I'll tell you where Bye went. Bye found a small village. There are a lot of souls hidden in it. Bye has been going to that small village these days. After listening to Duo saying everything she needed to say, Lin Chen already understood the general situation. But at the same time, he also understood one thing. The best way to deal with Duo is to beat her. All other methods are useless. Duo, do you know the name of the small village she went to? I remembered that Kaney also mentioned a small village at that time, and they also met a woman with soul power there. So could the village that Kaney mentioned be the same place the little girl in red went to? I don't know. Duo shook her head. Bye didn't know the name of the village either. She only told me that she felt the place was very familiar. Are you very familiar with her? Lin Chen became even more confused about the life experience of the little girl in red. What kind of person is this little girl in red? Could it be that he is from the Soul Society? Just when Lin Chen was still thinking about what happened to the little girl, he suddenly saw Duo with a surprised expression on her face. Lin Chen turned around and saw that it was the little girl in red who came back. However, there was no sign that the door had been opened. In other words, the little girl in red walked right in through the door. No wonder he stood here and didn't hear any sound of movement. What surprised Lin Chen even more was the change in the little girl in red. To be precise, it can no longer be described as the little girl in red, but rather the little girl in red. If the Bye 3 days ago looked like he was in the 4th or 5th grade of elementary school, Then the Bye-Bye he saw now had already graduated from elementary school. In just 3 short days, Bye-Bye had grown 3 years older. Moreover, the soul power emanating from her is much stronger than it was 3 days ago. Could it be? Will the amount of soul power affect the body shape of this little girl in red? Lin Chen said in his heart, I don't know what this little girl in red will look like when she fully recovers. It can't be an old woman. Chapter 145 Frankly. The little girl in red glanced at Duo, whose face was already red and unbearable, and knew that she must have already surrendered to Lin Shun, so she asked Lin Shun unhappily, What are you doing in our room? Although the little girl in red has grown a little bit, and her beauty has become more apparent, her temper has not changed at all. And now the strength of this little girl in red has become so much stronger. Lin Shin couldn't help but sighed. I'll send Duo back. Don't you have something to ask me? Hearing what the little girl in red said, Lin Shin knew that his conversation with Duo might have been overheard by her, so he had to tell the truth. Yes, I did come see you for something. Well, what do you want from me? I'll do it. After thinking for a long time, Lin Shin finally released the soul power in his body into his palm. He had to face the confrontation between Uncle Nien and Kan Yi tonight, so he had to figure out what the situation was now. However, just when he released the soul power in his body, Lin Shin saw a look of surprise on the face of the little girl in red. Sure enough, this little girl in red recognized the soul power in his body. The little girl in red felt the soul power that she was so familiar with, and her face turned pale in an instant. How is this possible? I clearly sealed you. How could this power appear in you? The little girl in red murmured to herself. Seeing the red-dressed girl like this, Lin Shin's eyebrows suddenly turned cold. It turns out to be you, the one who did this in my body. Just as he was waiting for the little girl in red to explain to him, he saw the soul power in the little girl's body suddenly erupted, trapping him in place and making him unable to move at all. Then, the little girl in red came over and pointed her finger at his forehead. Lin Shin only felt a strong soul power pouring in from the top of his head. Then this powerful soul power rushed directly into his body. Not long after, Lin Shin heard the same cry for help coming from inside his body that he had heard a few days ago. This cry for help echoed in the depths of his soul for a long time, and he instantly felt a pain as if his eyes were burned by holy light. Moreover, he could also feel that his soul was being cleansed and purified bit by bit, and a pain as if his bones and muscles were separated instantly attacked his nerve cells. Under the tearing of this intense pain, Lin Shun fainted directly. After repairing the broken parts of the seal formation and sealing the soul into Lin Shin's body again, the little girl in red slowly withdrew her hand. After trying several times to erase Lin Shin's memory of what had just happened, the girl in red had to give up. I didn't expect that the evil spirit in his body was so obsessed. It seems that there are some things that I have to tell him later. Looking at the handsome face of the man lying on the bed, the girl in red showed a mixed expression of joy and anger. Let him know the relationship between us. After being unconscious for an hour, Lin Shin woke up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the little girl in red gently infusing a stream of white soul energy into his body. As this white soul energy circulated in his body over and over again, he could feel his muscles and bones becoming stronger little by little. This little girl in red is actually helping him, and he was surprised to find out. The memory of what happened just now did not disappear from his mind. He could still clearly remember that the little girl in red had sealed something in his body. Climbing up from the bed, Lin Shin stared at the little girl in red in front of him without moving. The little girl in red was stared at so closely that she was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned her head away. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask, the little girl in red said softly. Lin Shin originally thought that the little girl in red would not tell him the truth, so he stared at the little girl in red and thought about how to start his first sentence. He didn't expect that the little girl in red would actually say this on her own initiative, which caught him off guard. After slowly sorting out the questions he wanted to ask in his mind, Lin Shin asked the first question, What is sealed in my body? It is your main soul that is sealed. My main soul? What is that? Lin Shin asked in surprise. Is there really such a concept as soul entity in this world? That is an evil soul that has been possessed by resentment. If this evil soul is not purified and directly returns to your body, you will be assimilated by this evil soul and become an evil demon. Evil soul? Evil thoughts? Evil demon? Lin Shun asked in confusion. I know you won't believe it now, but I'm looking for a way to purify the evil soul in your body. After I purify the evil soul in your body, I will let your main soul return to your body. Then you will understand everything, said the little girl in red. Although he still didn't believe it, he could feel that the little girl in red was not lying. So he started to ask the next question, who am I? You are not originally from this world, but from the soul world. You said I'm from the soul society? That's right. You are from the soul society. If I am from the soul realm, why am I here? Lin Chen looked shocked. Although the words of the little girl in red were very strange, he could feel that she was not lying to him. Maybe he really is from soul society? But if he is really from soul society, then why did he come to this place? Why was he reborn again? Because something happened that year. What happened? Why didn't you continue? I can't tell you now. If I tell you, it might arouse the evil thoughts in your heart. Then the evil soul in your body will break through the seal again. All you need to know is that you died in that incident. Then you were saved by the artifact MANHWA stone, and then you were reborn in this world. What about my second rebirth? By that time, there should be no MANHWA stone by my side, right? Lin Chen asked the doubts in his heart. It was difficult for him to accept everything the little girl in red said. Chapter 146, A Sister Leaf Fell from the Sky. I don't know the reason. I have been investigating this matter for a while, but couldn't find any reason. The little girl in red shook her head. What about you? You know these things so clearly. You should also be from the soul realm, right? Also, why do you want to help me? Lin Chen asked. Yes, I'm also from the soul world. As for why I want to help you, it's because the little girl in red talked for a long time, but couldn't say it out. Why? Because you want to use me? Lin Chen asked. I didn't. Because I am your woman in the soul world. The little girl in red said, with a slightly resentful look in her eyes. Seeing the red-dressed girl like this, Lin Chen was completely stunned. You said you're my woman in the soul realm? How is that possible? I would never lay a hand on a child. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, a white light suddenly flashed before his eyes, so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. When Lin Chen was able to open his eyes, he was shocked to find that the little girl in red had disappeared, and in her place was a woman as beautiful as a fairy. The woman's red dress was as fiery as fire, yet she also looked like a lotus flower emerging from water with a bit of fairy air. There's just the right hint of charm in the corners of her eyes. She is so beautiful beyond words. Bye-bye has turned into a beautiful big sister. Duo, who was standing aside, looked at the little girl in red who had suddenly turned into what she is now, and her eyes widened. I forcibly broke the restriction between the two worlds and came to this world. The backlash of the restriction devoured more than half of the soul power in my body, so I had to stay like that just now. You, why are you looking at me? Seeing Lin Chen's gaze lingering on her and refusing to leave, the woman in red couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Good, looks good. Lin Chen couldn't help but say this. Only now was he certain that the soul realm existed. This girl should only exist in heaven. How many times can we hear of her in the world? It is not an exaggeration to apply this to this woman in red. What's the point of knowing how good-looking you are now? Aren't you already planning to get married and have children in this world? Said the woman in red jealously. But now that Lin Shan has done that kind of thing with that woman, there is no point in her saying anything now. What about Duo? Where did she come? Lin Shan coughed twice awkwardly and continued to ask. He originally said that he only loved one woman in this life. But what I didn't expect was that man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that the little girl in red would actually be his wife? Duo, she is a remnant of my soul. A remnant soul? Hearing the answer from the woman in red, Lin Shan was confused again. No matter how you look at her, Duo looks like a living little girl. How could she be a remnant soul? He originally thought that Duo and the woman in red were sisters or from the same family. He never imagined that Duo was actually a remnant soul of the woman in red. That's right. Back then, I was trapped in the 9 evils formation in order to save you. My 3 souls and 7 spirits were separated by the formation. The other souls and spirits stayed in the soul realm, but Duo's remaining soul was stranded in this world because of the gate of breaking the realm. Later, with the help of my clansmen, I was able to get out of the 9 evils formation. My other souls also returned to my own body. So that's how it is. After hearing what the red-dressed woman said, Lin Chen was already confused. Then why didn't you use the breaking world gate to come here, but instead forcibly broke the restriction? Do you think I don't want to? The woman in red rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and said, This stinky man, I have told him the whole thing, but he doesn't even care about me and keeps asking questions here. Why did I fall in love with him at that time and insist on marrying him? The woman in red shook her lips in dissatisfaction and then said, when I found the door to the broken world, it was completely unusable. I came to this world and found out that the door to the broken world was destroyed by a man named Wentian. Asked the sky, isn't he Uncle Nian's master? Did he destroy the gate to the broken world because he saw something he shouldn't have seen at that time? At this moment, Lin Shan felt that the reason why Wentian had undergone such a big change must be related to this incident. So you forced your way through the world gate just to find me. Having basically understood these things, Lin Shan looked at the woman in red in front of him and said with great emotion. But before he could be moved for long, the red-dressed woman poured a bucket of cold water on him. Who is coming to see you? I'm here to see Duo. After I return Duo to my body, I will go back to the soul world. You just stay here and accompany your ting. Bye-bye. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that I had such a life experience. Seeing the woman in red becoming more and more ferocious, Lin Shan quickly admitted his mistake. Although he could not be blamed entirely for this matter, he had indeed let down the woman in front of him. If he had known all this earlier, he would definitely not have developed feelings for another woman. But now, it's too late and the damage has been done. Once the door to the harem is opened, it can never be closed again. Seeing Lin Shan's apologetic look, the red-dressed lady's expression improved a little. Whatever you want to do in the future, just do it yourself. I'm too lazy to tell you. Yes, bye-bye. Who calls me bye-bye? My name is Li Shi. Li Qi. After hearing this name, Lin Shan suddenly felt his heart shake, and the evil soul that had been sealed in his body began to stir again. Seeing Lin Shan's sudden expression of pain, Li Shi also began to panic. You should call me bye-bye first. It's not too late to call me Li Shi later. Seeing his wife being so considerate, Ling Chun felt the pain in his body suddenly eased a little. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye made a sound as soft as a mosquito. Then, she returned to her original appearance as the little girl in red. If you dare to treat me badly in the future, I will run away from home. Meanwhile, Duo became anxious when she heard Bye-Bye's words that he was going to merge her into his body. She quickly hid behind Lin Shun and poked her head out to look at the little girl in red timidly. Brother Lin Shun, Duo doesn't want to be eaten by her. You must protect Duo. Chapitre 147 Bonne Constitution. Looking at Duo hiding behind him, Lin Shun suddenly didn't know what to do. After all, so many years have passed, and he has completely regarded Duo as his sister. If Duo is really merged into Bye-Bye's body one day, he would really feel reluctant to let her go. Moreover, now he suddenly has a wife like Bye-Bye, and Duo is the residual soul of Bye-Bye. So, Bye-Bye, how about? Before Lin Shun could finish his words, Xiao Bye-Bye stepped on his foot viciously. Don't even think about it. Duo, I try my best. There was no other way. Lin Shun had to sell Duo. And the double happiness he wanted to experience now seemed impossible. There's absolutely no chance that he could be Bye-Bye's opponent. Seeing that brother Lin Shun sold her out like this, Duo suddenly became fierce, directly grabbed Lin Shan's hand and said, Brother Lin Shun, I want to be your woman too. Question mark. Exclamation point. Duo, I haven't lived enough. Please don't hurt me. In the end, Lin Shan managed to subdue Duo obediently. I have to say, spanking is a very effective trick for Duo. However, Bye-Bye was watching Duo being spanked, and her face started to turn red for some reason. By the way, Bye-Bye, you should have the ability of light attribute. After beating up Duo, Lin Shun remembered the scorching light he just felt in his body and turned to ask Bye-Bye. I have the 3 attributes of light, water, and wind. 3 attributes. Bye-Bye. No wonder you are so powerful. Hearing Bye-Bye's answer, Lin Shun was stunned. In that book by Fuji Taoist, the highest-ranking person recorded only had dual attributes. Unexpectedly, Bye-Bye actually has 3 attributes, and they are 2 rare attributes of light and wind. What's more, these 3 attributes in Bye-Bye's body complement each other and are all relatively gentle attributes. Then Bye-Bye, what is my attribute? Lin Shun asked expectantly. If his wife is so strong, he can't embarrass himself no matter what he says. At least it should be a double attribute guarantee. You are with all attributes. Bye-Bye deeply. All attributes? What does that mean? That is, all the attributes that can be awakened are in your body. Oh my God, am I so incredible? Lin Shun was stunned. He originally thought that it was good enough for him to have 2 or 3 attributes. but he didn't expect that he had all the attributes. Could it be that he is the chosen one? If you didn't have all the attributes, I wouldn't be fooled by you. Thinking of the scene when Lin Chun pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger and tricked her into having her first kiss when she first met her, Bai wanted to beat him up whenever she thought about it. If she had not been deceived by him that time, she would not have followed him to explore the soul world. She would have been a saint peacefully, saving the dying and the wounded and saving all living beings. However, if she had not been deceived by him, she probably would not have experienced so many interesting things, and she would not be so selfless for a person. After listening to what Bai said, Lin Chun touched his nose awkwardly. He originally thought that he had won the heart of the woman in front of him with his personal charm, but he didn't expect that he actually won her heart with deception. However, having so many attributes is not a good thing. Your cultivation speed will be 10 times slower than others. Bai zeminde lin tian. It doesn't matter, as long as the initial stage is good. I can practice as fast as I want. Lin Chun said indifferently. Then Bai, how can I practice? The soul power of this world is too thin. You cannot practice in this world. Then all my supernatural powers would be wasted. Lin Chun now feels as uncomfortable as having a luxury car, but no gas to drive it. If he had known this earlier, he would rather not know about these things. But, nothing else. Hearing Bai say the word, nothing else, Lin Chun immediately perked up. He knew that things must be turning around. Lucky people will always have good luck. The European Emperor will always be the European Emperor. But at that time, you merge the divine artifact Shunnong Ding into your body, so your body will continuously produce soul energy. Bai said, integrate the artifact into your body. Was he this awesome when he was in soul society? But now, he finally knew where the extra soul energy in his body came from. But this method is really too outrageous. But after hearing this, Lin Chun began to feel a little uneasy. However, this definitely refers to bad things. But what? Lin Chun asked with a stiff face. However, the soul power you had before was contaminated by the evil soul in your body. If you continue to practice, you will eventually fall into the devil's way. Therefore, I just dispersed all the soul energy in your body and strengthened the seal of the evil soul in your body. So, now you have to practice from the beginning. Lin Chun was still curious about why he felt a slight sound after waking up. After listening to Bai's words, he knew the reason. After channeling the soul power in his body back into his palm, Lin Chun suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. The soul energy that could have been gathered into a bouquet of flowers has now turned into a ball as big as a glass ball. However, Lin Chun could feel it clearly. This soul energy has changed. The original one was colorless and turbid, but now, although it is also colorless, it looks much clearer, without any impurities, as pure as water. Although Lin Chun felt a little distressed for suddenly losing so much soul energy, but when he thought of the blessing of Shunnong Ding in his body, it would not be an easy thing for him to return to his current state. On the contrary, he did not have to worry about going astray during practice and eventually becoming an evil god. Moreover, the soul power in his body is much weaker than before, so he will have a reason to explain to Uncle Nian and Kan Yi when the time comes. Bye, you are so nice to me. Looking at the little girl in red, Lin Chun couldn't help but say these words. Hearing Lin Chun suddenly say this, although Bai pouted, he was still very happy in his heart. This guy finally remembered how good I was to him. If you feel that the evil spirit wants to come out in the future, you must tell me. Okay, Lin Chun agreed readily. I will try to find a way to repair the gate to the world in the next few days. We are all from the soul realm, and we will eventually return there. Chapter 148, Pale Explanation. After asking Bai a few more questions, Lin Chun returned to his office. He had promised Uncle Nian and Kan Yi that he would explain everything to them tonight. But Lin Chun now feels that no matter how he explains it, it may not be clear, and he can only leave everything to fate. When Lin Chun opened the door of his office, he found that Wu Nian and Kan Yi were already waiting there. When they saw Lin Chun coming back, they turned their heads away. The three of you looked at each other, and no one spoke first. In the end, it was Lin Chun who spoke first. Uncle Nian, Brother Kan, if you have any questions, ask now. After hearing what Lin Chun said, Kan Yi asked, what is your purpose in coming to Dragon Country? Knowing that Kan Yi had completely regarded him as a congenital psychic, Lin Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he couldn't reveal his identity as a person from the soul realm yet, so he could only regard himself as a congenital psychic. I want to make my Ronghua group the best in the world. So, you admit that you are a person with innate superpowers? Kenny glanced at Wu Yin beside him and then asked Lin Shun, if I say I'm not, will you believe me? It doesn't matter if I'm a congenital superpower or not. Anyway, you have to believe me. I won't do anything that would harm the Dragon Nation. If you say you're not a person with innate superpowers, then how do you explain what happened this afternoon? Can you continue to ask? He released the soul power in his body into his palm again. At this time, the soul power was less than the size of an egg. Then Lin Shan said, Brother Caney, you wanted to kill me at that time. So in a hurry, all the soul power in my body burst out. Now there's not much soul power left. If I were a congenital superpower, would I not be able to control the soul power in my body at all? Would I destroy my entire office? Looking at the very weak aura in Lin Chen's palm, Wu Yin knew that there was indeed very little soul power left in his body. Lin Shun, when did you get this soul power in your body? It was the last time we talked on the rooftop. After I came back from that time, I felt that there was suddenly an extra soul power in my body. Then I have been studying this soul power in my body for the past few days, and then this soul power can gradually be used by me. Yeah. Wu Yin nodded lightly. He couldn't tell the truth from Lin Shen's words. Lin Shun, if you have time in the next 2 days, come with me to the Dragon Palace. If you really have awakened your soul power, that person will be able to tell at a glance. Uncle Nian, Lin Shun said with a pale face. He didn't even know the name and appearance of that person, and he really didn't want to take the risk. I don't want other people to know that I have this soul power in my body. You dare not. Kenny snorted coldly as he stood aside. Lin Shun shook his head. It's not that I don't dare, but I don't even know what the Dragon Palace looks like now, and I don't know what that person's attitude towards me is. If you still don't believe what I said, you can invite that person to Longhua group. That person won't come. As soon as Wu Yin said this, the whole room fell into a deadlock again. Finally, Wu Yin broke the depressing atmosphere. Lin Shun, since I chose to believe you at that time, if I don't find anything unusual about you, I will still choose to believe you. However, I will also secretly investigate your background. I don't want you to lie to me. After Wu Yin said these words, he pulled Kenny out of the room. Only after feeling that the two peerless military kings were really gone did Lin Chun breathe a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the room just now was really too depressing. So much so that he was still sweating profusely on his back. Fortunately, Uncle Nian finally chose to believe him temporarily. After taking the soul power in his palm back in his body, Lin Shinji sat down on the chair with his whole body slumped powerlessly. Now things are becoming more and more beyond his expectations. What he didn't expect was that he would actually be from the Soul Society. Moreover, there's an evil soul sealed inside his body. All of this was further and further away from his original dream of making Longhua Group the world's #1 group. And if Tinger and third brother knew that he had this soul power in his body, what would they think? Will they also become resentful? Also, if he wants to go back to the soul world at that time, what will Tinger do? Is he going to abandon this girl? Thinking of this, Lin Chun shook his head in annoyance. He suddenly felt that the sudden increase in soul power in his body was not a good thing. Just when Lin Shan was worrying about these things, he suddenly found by pushing the door and walking in. In vain. They didn't do anything to you, did they? The little girl in red asked with some concern. No. Lin Chun shook his head and said, Lin Shun, we are from the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm is where we should go back to. Soul Realm. Lin Shun had only seen this concept in some books. By the way, bye-bye, can Shi Ting also return to the Soul Realm when the time comes? I know this question may embarrass you, but okay, but you'd better leave her here. The Soul Realm is not the place she should go. If you miss her, come back through the gate of Breaking Realms. Bye-bye replied with some unhappiness in her tone. But now she has become Lin Chen's woman, and as the mistress of the house, she must be more generous. After returning to Soul Society, it turns out that I can still return to this place? Well, originally it was not possible, but the rule you set back then is no longer followed by anyone. In the past few years, the Soul Realm has begun to make moves against this world. I originally planned to repair the gate to break the realm, and then destroy it completely after we return. But now it seems that you are still reluctant to leave this world. Then when we return to the Soul Realm, we will have to go through another fierce battle with those people. So, the person Duo was talking about back then was me? Lin Shun said in a daze. In his mind, a picture of a young man in black, standing between heaven and earth, looking down at the world, suddenly appeared. In order to prevent this world from being disturbed again, bye-bye, when we go back, let's just destroy the boundary-breaking gate completely. Chapter 149, Shang Minghui's Plan. Hearing Lin Chun say this, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in Bai's beautiful eyes. So what about loose shitting? What are you going to do? If we want to return to the soul realm, we must first wait until our soul power is almost restored, right? This should take quite some time. During this time, I will take care of all these things. Moreover, I have another goal, which is to make Manhwa Group the world's #1 group. This has not yet been achieved. Play however you like. Seeing that Lin Chun was so worried about returning to the soul world, Bai gave him a dissatisfied look. Then the next second, Bai was picked up by Lin Chun. Bai, if I don't deal with these things, I will regret it for the rest of my life, even if I return to the soul realm. Lin Chun whispered softly, close to Bai's little ear that was as delicate as a gold ingot. You let me go. Bai's face turned red with shame, and her body curled up into a ball. I won't let go. Seeing that Bai was even more obedient than a little white rabbit, completely different from her usual fierce side, Lin Chun hugged her even tighter. Unexpectedly, just when Lin Chun was about to pinch Bai's little face, the hand he just stretched out was slapped hard by Bai, and the back of his hand suddenly turned red. Bai looked at her own hands in disbelief. She clearly didn't want to hit Lin Chun, but her hands just wouldn't listen to her. She jumped down from Lin Chun's arms, looked at Lin Chun's hand, and said with a distressed face, Lin Chun, I'm sorry. If you want to hug someone in the future, hug Duo first. I don't have a scar of Duo in my body now. I can't be touched by you. Suddenly, there was such a strange setting, and Lin Chun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Moreover, there was such a delicious little girl right in front of him, but he couldn't eat her at all. It was such a waste of food. However, if you want to see it, I can change you into my original appearance. Looking at Lin Chun's disappointed expression, Bai said hurriedly, Bai, no need, no need. There are so few places in this world where you can cultivate soul power. Don't waste the soul power in your body, casually, okay? Lin Chun said seriously. Of course, he doesn't like Bai's current Lolita form. Moreover, he is definitely not a Lolita complex. I understand, Bai said obediently. And within the security department, it's already time to get off work, and the entire security department is empty, except Wen Yin and Kaney. Seeing Wen Yin still processing some documents, Kaney suddenly became anxious. Wen Yin, that kid, doesn't even dare to go to the Dragon Palace with you. Isn't this a sign of guilt? It has come to this, and you still choose to trust him so much. Kanyi, your temper hasn't changed at all over the years. Aren't we discussing Lin Chun's matter? Why are we talking about my temper again? Kanyi said, very depressed. So what do you think we should do now? Let's go and invite that person over. That person won't come. This is a big event regarding the awakening of soul power. Doesn't that person want to come? An old man who is already in his twilight years. Thinking of the man's mental state when he last saw him, Wen Yin could feel that the man might not be alive soon. Wen Yin, you mean that person? I don't know. Wen Yin shook his head. Now only the current dragon god Xinglian can tell whether Lin Chun is lying or not. Wen Yin, should we go and ask Xinglian for help now? Kaney, our common enemy now is Yongya. I don't want to have too many doubts about Lin Chun. Don't ask about this matter anymore in the future. Seeing that Wen Yin had made up his mind, Kanyi didn't say anything more. However, his suspicion towards Lin Chun increased a little more. At this time, at the headquarters of Shengshi Group, in a secret underground laboratory, Shang Minghui was sitting on a chair, and in front of him were dozens of big men lying on the beds, wailing. Several people in white coats, each holding a syringe in their hands, were injecting a green medicine into the bodies of these big men. The moment these green potions were injected into the bodies of those big men, veins on their bodies suddenly popped out, and their faces turned purple like pig livers, which was so frightening. However, after a few minutes of wailing, all these big men lay dead on the bed, without any sign of life. Seeing this, a man in a white coat ran up to Sheng Minghui, leaned over, and said respectfully, Chairman, no one succeeded. Hearing what the man in the white coat said, Sheng Minghui's face suddenly turned ugly. It's been 3 days, and no one has succeeded. Is there something wrong with the experimental subjects? Or is there something wrong with the drugs you are researching? Chairman, there is absolutely no problem with the drugs we developed. They're all copied based on the samples they provided. We successfully tested it on a sheep a few days ago. The reason for the problem may be that the physical fitness of these experimental subjects simply cannot withstand the impact of these drugs. Then what strength of experimental subject do you think can survive the impact of this drug? Sheng Mingwei asked. Perhaps you need physical fitness like those of the Eternal Night Special Forces to survive the impact of this drug. Eternal Night Special Forces? How many people with this kind of physical fitness do you think we can find? For what we want to do, everyone can awaken and everyone can be used by us. Do you understand this? Sheng Mingwei said angrily. In other words, the medicine you developed is problematic now. Chairman, this may be the limit of what we can develop. If we continue to develop it, the efficacy of this drug may undergo a mutation. At that time, what happens will not be under our control. Chairman, you must think twice. The man in the white coat said with embarrassment. You just need to do what I say. I will take full responsibility for anything else that happens. Sheng Mingwei said with a hint of unquestionable tone. Chairman, the man in the white coat wanted to say something, but soon a bullet hole appeared on his forehead, penetrating his head. Chapter 150 Tinger is back. Then, the man in the white coat fell down with his eyes open. The other men in white coats all gasped when they saw their leader's tragic death. You should know what to do. Sheng Minghui took back the gun in his hand, his tone without any emotion, as if he had not just killed anyone. We know. The remaining man in white coat said very sensibly. They knew that from the day they joined this project, their lives were no longer their own. Obeying orders is what they should do now. Okay, carry all these people out. Sheng Minghui waved his hand coldly and said to the men in white coats in front of him. After the men in white coats walked out of the room, Sheng Minghui looked into the distance with a fierce look in his eyes, and then he slammed the table hard. Longyan, flying tigers, I will make you pay with blood for my father's death. At this time, inside the Dragon Palace, Xing Lian sat in front of the bed, looking at the white-haired old man lying on the bed with a happy face. Master, I have done what you asked me to do today. Now, the Dragon Palace is under my control. Master, how is it? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Only in front of an old man would Xing Lian let down all her guard. The old man sat up with difficulty and touched Xing Lian's head kindly. Of course it's not embarrassing. Master is proud of you. Master, for now on you can have a good rest and no longer have to worry about the affairs of the Dragon Palace. After you have rested well for a few months, your illness will be completely cured and you will become as energetic as before. Amused by Xing Lian's expression, the old man immediately laughed happily. Okay, I'll listen to you this time. I'll take a good rest for a few months and try to repair these old bones that are about to fall apart. What old bones? Master is still very young in my heart. If you can't say you're old anymore, you will really become old. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't say anything more. The old man laughed heartily. He had never married in his life for the sake of Dragon Palace, and he had no children. Now he suddenly had such a caring little cotton-padded jacket. How could he not be happy in his heart? He had already regarded Xing Lian as his daughter. While he was alive, he would not allow the Star Alliance to suffer any injustice or bullying. Anyone who dares to bully Xing Lian must first get past this old dragon god who is still as skilled as ever. As some were happy and some were sad, another day passed quickly. Not long after the morning, Lin Shen walked out of the bedroom. Then I saw Tinger coming back. Seeing Tinger's aggrieved look, Lin Shen knew that he had been bullied by Luo Xine a lot. Hey, whose young lady is this? Why does she look so sad? Brother Chun, you just know how to make fun of me. Lu Shitting said with an unhappy look on her face. Tinger, did Luo Xine bully you? Lin Shan sat down and was about to hold Tinger's hand out of habit, but he suddenly remembered what Bai Bai said to him yesterday, and his hand suddenly stopped in midair and then put it back. He couldn't come up with any idea about Tinger now. Are you going to take Tinger with you to the Soul Realm when the time comes? Or he should cut off the emotional ties between him and her as soon as possible so that he won't have to suffer from lovesickness every day in the future. Moreover, it is still unknown what kind of reaction Tinger would have if she knew that he was from the Soul World. Seeing Lin Shen's hand suddenly retracted, Tinger's face suddenly showed a trace of doubt, but she didn't think much about it and extended her hand to Lin Shen to hold. Brother Chun, that Luo Xn is really too much. She makes things difficult for me everywhere and always finds faults in things that are obviously not wrong. Brother Chun, you must never associate with her again in the future. Holding Tinger's hand, Lin Shun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Okay, Tinger, I will no longer have any contact with her except for work matters. Hmm. Tinger hid her head in Lin Chen's arms and immediately hummed with satisfaction. It turned out that Brother Chun was really good to her. With Brother Chen's words, the grievances she had suffered in the past few days were nothing. By the way, Brother Chun, do you miss Tinga? Lu Shitting raised her head, her eyes full of tears. Seeing Tinger like this, Lin Chen immediately understood something. This little girl seemed very well behaved before she became his girlfriend, but now she is almost turning into a little pervert. Tinger, I don't want to be like this now. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Brother Chun, I understand. After looking Lin Chen up and down, Tinger suddenly seemed to have realized something. You must have been left alone for the past few days, and you didn't eat well, so you feel a little weak. Brother, I'll go make you some turtle soup now. Tinger said very considerately, and before Lin Chen could explain, she ran directly to the kitchen downstairs. Seeing Tinger's vigorous and resolute appearance, Ling Chun sighed silently. I'm afraid it's impossible to get rid of this girl now. It's better to take him to the soul world with you when the time comes. Not long after Tinga left, the office door was opened again. The ones who came this time were Bye Bye and Duo Duo. Bye Bye, Duo Duo, what do you two want from me now? Looking at the two little girls, one white and one red, who looked basically identical, Lin Chen asked. Duo Duo, go hug him. Bye Bye commanded from the side. She still felt guilty for having knocked Lin Chen's hand away yesterday, and she just saw Lu Shitting coming back, and she came here to assert her sovereignty. Okay. Duo Duo nodded obediently, then threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Although the impact of this meat bomb was very small, Lin Chen was still dizzy and then knocked directly onto the chair. Duo's small lips were imprinted right on Lin Chen's forehead. Duo Duo, what are you doing here again? Not understanding what these two little girls were doing, Lin Chen directly spanked her little butt. Sure enough, this little girl Duo Duo would climb up the roof and tear off the tiles if she wasn't punished for 3 days. Of course, Lin Chen simply chose to turn a blind eye to Bai Bai, the real mastermind behind Lin Chen. With his current strength, he is no match for Bai Bai. He was afraid that not only would his teaching be in vain, but he would also be taught a lesson in vain. However, Lin Chen discovered that his method of spanking Duo was ineffective this time. Chapter 151, Confess the Truth. I kissed Brother Lin Chen, and now I'm Brother Lin Chen's woman. Duo Duo said excitedly. You little girl, please don't talk nonsense. Seeing Tinger walking into the office with a bowl of soup in her hand, Lin Chen hurriedly explained. When Tinger saw Duo Duo like this, she didn't take it to heart. The little girl Duo Duo has always been like this, and she has long been used to it. Not only was she not angry, but she thought Duo Duo was very cute. However, when her eyes rested on Bai Bai, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Especially you, the little girl in red. Look at her. However, when she thought about the fact that these two girls had unknown origins and it was normal for them to be a little strange, Lu Shitting just took it as nothing unusual. After placing the bowl of nourishing turtle soup on the table, Lu Shitting scooped up a spoonful and was about to put it into Lin Chen's mouth. Brother Chun, come and drink the soup. However, Lin Chen looked at the steaming turtle soup and didn't seem to want to drink it at all. He has been extremely irritated these days and has several blisters on his mouth. He was afraid that if he drank the bowl of soup, his nose would bleed again. But if you don't drink it, it will just be Tinger's kindness. Just when Lin Chen was in a dilemma, Bai Bai suddenly came over and said, Lin Chen, I want to drink this. Bai Bai pointed to the turtle soup on the table and said, I saw the little girl in red suddenly ask this question. Lin Chen and Lu Shitting were both stunned. What surprised Lu Shitting was that she could clearly feel that there was an affair between the little girl in red and her brother Chun. What surprised Lin Chen was that, given by Bai's current condition, if she drank the whole bowl of nourishing soup, she would fly to the sky in a while. Seeing that neither of them paid attention to her, Bai simply picked up the bowl of soup on the table and drank it down with gulps. Before long, the whole bowl of soup was completely gone. Bai wiped the corner of his mouth, then slammed the empty bowl on the table, and then looked at Lu Shitting with a majestic look. Bai, what are you doing? Lu Shitting was stunned when she saw the bowl of turtle soup that had been completely finished. This soup is a tonic for a weak person like Brother Chun, but for an energetic little girl like Bai, it is not something that can be drunk casually. It's so unpalatable. Bai said with a grump look on his face, ignoring Lu Shitting. This soup tastes too fishy and is not even as delicious as the ice soup in the refrigerator of Manhwa Group. Seeing that she was actually bullied by the little girl in red, Lu Shitting immediately looked at Lin Chen with dissatisfaction. Lin Chen looked at Tinger, who was about to get angry, and quickly advised her. Tinger, Bai is just a little girl. You must not take her words to heart. Lin Chen, who do you say is the little girl? Lin Chen had clearly seen her original appearance, but now he was still treating her as a little girl. Bai immediately became dissatisfied. Looking at his women here, each one had an unhappy look on their face. Lin Chen was suddenly at a loss. Why can't Bai learn to be friendly? Why does she have to compete with Tinger to see who is better? The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh, and Lin Chen didn't know how to take sides. So he looked at Duo beside him and asked her for help. However, Duo ignored Lin Chen's meaning. Instead, he chose to join Bai's camp. Seeing that Bai and Duo had more people and more power, Lin Chen had no choice but to join Tinger's camp first. Okay, Duo and Bai, your sister Ting, and I still have something to say, so you two should go back first. Seeing that Lin Chen actually joined Lu Shiting's camp, Bai angrily stepped on his foot under the table. Feeling a sudden pain in his toes, Lin Chen screamed immediately. Bai looked at Lin Chen viciously, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, none of Bai's little movements escaped Lu Shiting's eyes. Lu Shiting can now feel that the relationship between Bai and Brother Chen is definitely not normal. It was obvious that before she went on this business trip, Bai and Brother Chen were at loggerheads. Why did the relationship between Bai and Brother Chen become like this after she came back? Could it be that Brother Chen had an affair with Bai during the time she was away on business? Now it seems that this is the only explanation. Thinking of this, Lu Shiting clenched her fists tightly, and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Brother Chen had clearly promised her that he would not look for another woman. But now, Brother Chen actually, and she's such a young girl, Brother Chen could actually do such a thing. Brother Chen, are you really that impatient? Seeing Lu Shiting actually started crying, Bai knew that she had gone too far. She stuck out her tongue gently, glanced at Lin Chen, who was about to get angry. Then Bai took Duo's hand and walked outside. Anyway, these are all the bad things done by Lin Chen. So let Lin Chen have a good headache later. After seeing the two little girls leave, Lin Chen quickly began to comfort Tinger. But just as he was about to grab Tinger's hand, Tinger pushed him away. Looking at Tinger's angry look, Lin Chen knew that he had to tell Tinger all the facts now. There was no point in him hiding it any longer. As for whether Tinger is willing to accept this fact, it all depends on Tinger herself. If Tinger doesn't want to, he will try his best to find a good future for Tinger. Tinger, I am actually from the Soul World. Brother Chen, what did you say? She originally thought that Lin Chen was going to say some lies to her again, and she would not listen to him no matter what this time. But she didn't expect that Lin Chen's first sentence would be this. That's right, and Bai is my woman in the Soul World. But Tinger, I only found out about these things a few days ago. I definitely did not deceive your feelings. Brother Chen, this. Tinger couldn't accept what Lin Chen said for a while. Brother Chen clearly went to high school and college with her, and he didn't show any strange behavior at all. Why is he from Soul Society? Besides, he already has another woman. Tinger, I know you may not be able to accept what I said, but you have to believe me. I have never done anything to deceive you. Absolutely not one. Chapter 152 Return Finale. Soul Realm? What kind of place is that? Feeling that Brother Chen was not lying to her, Tinger asked in a daze. Tinger, actually, as to where the Soul Realm is, I don't know either, but the soul power in my body won't lie to you. Lin Chen placed the soul energy in his palm and created a small flower. Watching Brother Chen suddenly create a transparent and pure gas in his palm like a magic trick, Tinger already understood that what Brother Chen said was true. Tinger, I shouldn't have told you about this, but I found that I couldn't do it. Tinger, if you have any ideas in your mind now, just say them according to your heart. No matter what you want, I will agree to you. Everything depends on your decision. Lin Chen looked into Tinger's eyes and said word by word. If Tinger really can't accept Bai, he will cash out 90% of Longhua Group's current shares as an apology to Tinger. He will ensure that Tinger will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Brother Chen, Tinger is already your woman. You still want Tinger. How do you choose? As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Lu Shiting threw herself into his arms. Tinger, do you agree to go to the Soul Realm with me? Feeling the trembling little white rabbit in his arms, Lin Chen's face showed joy. Yeah. Burying her head deeply in Lin Chen's arms, Lu Shiting nodded gently. I will try to accept Bai for Brother Chen. After receiving a positive response from the woman in his arms, Lin Chen held her tighter in his arms. He had many words and promises to say, But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. He could only call out emotionally, Tinga, Brother Chun, since things have come to this, why don't you marry Luo Xian as well? I can feel that she really likes you. Tinger, are you still angry with me? Lin Chun was still thinking about how to compensate Tinger, but when he suddenly heard Tinger say this, Lin Chun was stunned. This silly girl, why did she start talking nonsense? Brother Chun, I didn't. Tinga Shukia hit quickly. Bai Bai is also a woman from the Soul Realm after all. I'm afraid I can't handle her alone. Silly girl. Seeing that Tinger actually thought this way, Lin Chun immediately laughed and scolded. With Bai Bai's strength, even if he now recruited all the girls in the Dragon Country, they would not be Bai Bai's opponents. Tinger, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let Bai Bai bully you. Brother Chun. Seeing Lin Chun like this, Lu Shiting called out emotionally. She has done it with Brother Chun many times, but there is still no movement in her stomach. Now that Brother Chun suddenly has a new baby, Bye-bye, she must give birth to a baby for Brother Chun immediately. Although she looks stupid, she is only like this in front of Lin Chun. She is very shrewd in front of others. After all, she is the daughter of the Lu group. Tinga, forget it. I'll just do as you say this time. Lin Chun didn't know why he always felt like he was being fooled by Tinger in his arms. But after all, he was the one who wronged Tinger first. So if Tinger wants to use some tricks like this, just let him do it. After picking up Tinger, Lin Chun took her directly to the bedroom. However, before Lin Chun threw Tinger on the bed, Duo suddenly came running over with an anxious look on her face. After seeing Lin Chun, Duo shouted, Brother Lin Chun, go check on Bai Bai. Bai Bai's face is very red, and he keeps talking nonsense. Hearing Duo's description, Lin Chun's mouth twitched suddenly. This Bai Bai, after growing up, looks like an ethereal fairy, but it turns out that she's also a little girl who causes a lot of worry. I had to show off by drinking that bowl of turtle soup. However, he couldn't just ignore his own woman. So Lin Chun turned around and said to Tinga, go take a shower first. I'll be back soon. Then he followed Duo out of the house. Lu Shiting looked at Lin Chun's departing back with lustful eyes, bit her lip viciously, and then went to take a shower. After walking into Duo's room, the first thing Lin Chun saw was Bai Bai, whose face was already red. Bai Bai's hands kept tearing at the quilt, and she murmured, Husband, at least she is in pain. Looking at Bai Bai's appearance, Lin Chun knew that she had been overpleasing. Forcing a smile back, Lin Chun found a piece of ice from the refrigerator in the next room and put it on Bai Bai's head. After feeling the chill coming from above his head, Bai Bai's painful condition quickly eased a lot, and he began to calm down. After opening his eyes, Bai Bai saw Lin Chun's figure. Then, Bai Bai recalled the passionate moment with him in her mind just now, and her face, which had just recovered, instantly turned red again. Lin Chun, what happened to me just now? Bai Bai asked in a weak voice. It's nothing, I did it myself. Lin Chun would not miss the opportunity when Bai was completely powerless, and quickly mocked her. Seeing that Lin Chun started to speak rudely to her, Bai spat, but her face became even redder. You are the one who did it. I just told you not to drink that bowl of soup, but you insisted on drinking it. Lin Chun spread his hands helplessly. If Bai could be so obedient as Tinger, she would not have become like that just now. However, Lin Chun, the power in my body is actually recovered. Bai released the soul power in his body into his palm. The soul power gradually grew bigger and bigger, and finally became a towering tree. Feeling the oppressive feeling brought by this soul power, Lin Chun couldn't help but be shocked. Bai, you. Lin Chun, I have now recovered to my original strength. We can go back to the soul realm. Going back to the soul world, so soon? But Bai, I'm not ready yet. Lin Chun was a little reluctant. Lin Chun, come back with me first. You can come back whenever you want here. Okay then, I'll go call Ting. I'm waiting for you. When Lin Chun brought Tinger back, he saw Bai had returned to his original state. Once again shocked by Bai's beauty, Lin Chun stood still. Idiot, what are you doing standing there? Bai stretched out his hand and said. Grabbing Bai's hand, Lin Chun took Tinger's hand. When the three were about to pass through the gate to break the world, Lin Chun turned around and looked towards Manhwa. Just think of me disappearing for a while. I'll be back soon. Then, the three of them stepped into the gate to break the world.